What are you laughing about?
Nothing.
What are you doing? Is there something I have to see on the screen? Did you do something at the last minute? Did
I
you
did.
sneak something in?
I did nothing.
Oh, I see. You. How are we both signed in to my account at the same time? Okay, that shouldn't be possible.
I'm not signed in. How are
I
you?
see you. I see you. Team Truth over here. I see you typing in the chat. Uh-huh.
Come on, stream started. Let's
Wait a
go.
minute. Wait a minute. YouTube finally gave us the ability to insert ads in live streams while we're streaming,
Really?
like on Twitch.
Hey now,
Could you imagine if I just said, "Hey now," and then I immediately hit like an ad?
That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty.
I'm tempted to, just for like the sake of comedy, but I won't.
So are we gonna do? Oh, you got do the hey now.
Hey
Come on.
now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite terrible film enjoyer of Death Proof, Adam Friendon.
I was looking for a picture of Death Proof, and I accidentally pulled up a picture of what was the other one?
Planet Terror.
Planet Terror. Yeah. So anyway, it looks cool.
Yes.
So I brought it up anyway. So do we? I feel we
yes.
might need a trigger warning on this live stream.
We're gonna need a massive trigger warning on this. Yes, I'm sure there's gonna be lots of triggering. Maybe from the chat, maybe from us, maybe from everyone in the world.
I'm not gonna get triggered. I'm not.
Well,
triggered at all.
is that why you have this picture of a crying woman? You know, I thought it was because she was crying over Roe v. Wade, but maybe it's not. Maybe she's crying over the triggering.
She's got a big fat syringe of copium there, right there,
Yeah.
for anyone who needs it. If anyone needs some copium, right here, we got it on tap, ready to rock and roll.
I don't know if they work on members. You'll have to stare at us awkwardly for 30 seconds. Oh, if I hit an ad, does it not give members ads? It only gives the filthy non-members ads. That how it works?
We don't need to run ads. Let's not run ads.
I'm not gonna do it today, no. But I'm glad that it's finally an option.
That's hilarious. All right.
Speaking of ads, J-Mac, thank you so much. Our surrogate father, J-Mac, for $50 says, "Uh-oh, you're late again. Better take a pregnancy test."
I know. So is 2023 going to be a banner year for birth rates or what, Sitch? I don't this whole Roe v. Wade thing being overturned, I think maybe, a lot of babies.
That's actually interesting. I'm curious to see the stats, if there's like how much birth rates increase, or maybe they won't. I don't know.
The baby boom. So what are we doing here? We got a couple of videos that we're going to watch.
Yes.
So you want to lay out the game plan?
Yeah, the first video we're going to watch is we're going to watch part or all of CGP Gray's Rules for Rulers, one of me and Adam's favorite videos, where he basically lays out he gives a good summary of the Dictator's Handbook and kind of why democracy produces better results than autocracies.
Yes.
And authoritarian regimes.
Yes.
And then we're going to watch part of, or most of, the January 6th hearing, the last one, the latest January 6th hearing, which was primarily about Trump attempting to replace the attorney general with someone who would do his bidding, essentially.
Which is definitely relevant for selector theory. And the thing that's interesting to me is we've been going back and forth with several, I guess they call themselves neo-reactionaries, over selectorate theory versus elite theory. And there is some overlap between selectorate theory and elite theory, but ultimately they are incompatible. In the elite theory postulates that democracy is irrelevant, that democracy is completely superfluous, that decisions are made by elite ruling class, and even if you do have some sort of democracy in place, it's really just for show, that the elites use their mind mojo on people and get them to vote however they want them to vote, which doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, because different elites obviously have different, they
goals.
want people to vote differently, based on their own personal goals. So I'm a firm believer in democracy. Obviously, I think for all its faults, it's really the best that we have, and that is pretty much laid out in selectorate theory. So,
Well, it feels almost like it's laying out I don't know if what's the word, false equivalency of strawman. It feels like it's laying out a false depiction of reality because it's almost like, obviously, even in democracy, you're going to have thought leaders or elites who rise up that people listen to.
correct.
And
Yes.
so, but it feels like a lot of the people who are kind of pushing for elite theory are sort of contending that, well, unless democracy exists as like a pure direct democracy where every individual person, has this massive intellect that they can decide all issues independently of, social forces, then they're just being held sway by the elites. And it's kind of like that's so unrealistic that will never exist. And I don't think anyone thinks that's really how democracy functions or works.
Well, ultimately, I perceive democracy as people voting their own interests. Like policies come along and they decide for themselves how this will affect them. And sure, there is some sway with, people who are, influencers and are persuasive to people. But I think a lot of that persuasion goes out the window as soon as some policy tangibly affects you. Because then all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, I get, that's your persuasive argument for why I should vote a certain way. But that way really, voting this way would probably be better for me personally. So I think ultimately it comes down to
Well,
how it affects you personally. Yeah.
I mean, I mostly agree. I would just add that I don't know if it's that people vote in their own interest. I think it's that people vote in I think people vote in how they believe the policies match their moral intuitions.
Right, but that would be
They have like a
that's their
general,
moral interest, so it's the same.
right. But what I mean is like people have a general sense, like when you say people vote for their own interest, I
Hmm.
think that confers too much like, oh, people have like, because I think people don't really have a good sense of what is, quote, their own interest. Like
Hmm.
when it comes to material conditions or material reality. I think generally people have like a vague sense of their own moral intuitions,
Hmm.
and different candidates appeal to that vague moral intuition. And this generally gets divided by left versus right, conservative versus liberal, Democrat versus Republican. They're kind of appealing these things. And people generally fall in line with that. And they only kind of buck from that in situations where it becomes very apparent to them or very obvious to them that whatever the policy is that they're voting for actually created some harm to them. And I
Right.
think even then that's kind of rare that people change.
Well, I think first of all, it's very elitist of you to say that people do not have any idea what their interest is. I mean, I would separate it up
Well, no, no,
into
no. Wait, let me clarify. I
okay.
think people know what their interest is, but people generally, I don't think, know how to get their interests to materialize in reality.
That yes, and that is the big question. And
Right.
this is when people want to limit voting. I mean, this is why I'm not in favor of limiting voting because
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a massive hubris to think that, only the smart people being able to vote will understand the policies that are going to lead for the best outcomes for society. I mean, every single
No.
planned economy in the world is a testament to how this is bullshit. Like, the only thing that we can do is
Mm-hmm.
try different policies that we think will work and then vote on whether or not they worked after the fact, right?
Right. No, I
Obviously,
agree. I agree. Yeah.
yeah. So, and people's interests, like right now, you don't have to be, 25 years old to realize that inflation sucks. Okay. I think everybody understands that inflation sucks. And whatever policies we've been using in the recent past have led us to a place where we have massive inflation, which is bad
Right.
against everybody's interest. So there are people And this is where I think the progressives a lot of times are just out to lunch, because there is your economic interest and then there is your moral interest. And many
Right.
times your economic interest and your moral interest are at odds with one another. You know, obviously your moral interest might be, I want to support Ukraine. You know, it's a fledgling democracy, and, you know, I feel like more democracies in the world would be better for all of us. But that is
Mm-hmm.
directly against my economic interest, and I don't want to pay for the fucking thing, right? I don't want my
Right.
tax dollars going up so I can help these people, you know, let them handle it themselves, right? My economic interests and my moral interests are at odds with one another. And many times people do vote their economic interests over their moral interests. Many times they vote their moral interests over their economic
I mean,
interests.
I think tax policy is the best example because you have, a lot of the Democrats and the left generally want to raise taxes, often on themselves, on the middle class and upper middle class and the rich. And the Republicans generally want to cut taxes for that. And then you still have lots of people who are in lower income situations who actually benefit from raising taxes on wealthier people who vote Republican.
Right.
And it's because they're voting based off of a moral idea about what taxes are and what they represent,
Sure.
rather than the economic interest, the direct economic interest they might accrue from such things.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
But I just want to say, I don't think. I think when people say something like, "Oh, only the very intelligent, only the very smart people should make policy or vote," I mean, this completely to me is idiotic because intelligence has nothing to do with this. Like, if you look at a lot of the most partisan people who are completely controlled by their elephant and have no free will, they're very smart people.
Yeah, of course.
They're very intelligent, and they'll very intelligently craft their arguments. I mean, if when I'm reading through, you read through a lot of the CRT literature and all that garbage. Like the people that write this stuff are very smart. They're not stupid. I just think that I just fundamentally disagree with how they view the world or how they think the world should be. And just because someone is smart doesn't mean, and I think this is the biggest thing that people need to free their mind from. Just because someone is smart doesn't mean that they have control over their elephant or control over their emotional intelligence whatsoever.
Yeah.
You can be very intellectually smart and have very little emotional intelligence. And so
Right.
I don't think just saying, "Oh, smart people should vote," or the smart people should create legislation, that doesn't fix anything whatsoever.
Yeah, you can use those cognitive resources to search for truth, or you can use those cognitive resources to bolster your position, which is completely untrue.
Which is what the majority of people do. That's
I know.
overwhelmingly, and that's the problem.
It
right?
is a huge problem. Yeah, definitely. Yes. And we'll see lots of that in the January 6th hearing.
Yeah, we will. JMac, oh my God.
I know.
JMac wants to be not just
Oh, he
our
got
father.
he got 50 more.
He wants to not just be our father. He wants to be the father. JMac is the father of all, okay? The father of the Sitch and Adam show. He just gifted another 50 subs, or members. So thank you so much, JMac. That's crazy.
So awesome.
Yes.
You got to let us know, Jay. Does that allow you to give them out just to whoever's in chat, or does it just dispense
I was told
them?
it's random.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. That would be funny if it gave him the power to just
me.
You'd have our own dictators rule right there with Jay sending out the memberships.
Right.
Renoro Zorro is here for $100. Thank you so much, Renoro Zorro. Says, can we still buy wrenches for $100? I want mine, please. Sure.
I guess
There you
so.
go. Bam. There you go.
I guess if someone's willing to pay $100, that's pretty cool.
You get a wrench. There you go. Enjoy. Anyway, let's jump into CGP Grey rules for
Right.
rulers.
So this is a video about the book, The Dictator's Handbook. It's relatively, I mean, it's an older video, I think. Do you have?
Yes.
Can you see the date on it? I can't see the date.
I can click it real quick. I think it's like 6-7 years old.
Right. But this video, I think,
2016. Yeah.
It's got like millions of views.
16 million views.
16 million views. Yeah, exactly.
All
very
deserving.
popular.
Very
video.
deserving. Yes.
Yeah. No, but when I say you should read The Dictator's Handbook, everyone scoffs at me, laughs in my face. But 16 million people have watched this video. So I doubt 16 million people have read The Dictator's Handbook. but this is a really
Well, I
good
mean,
synthesis of it.
it's an 18-minute video with stick figures by CGP Grey, so
Yeah,
it's a
of
lot easier to
course.
digest than a book.
It is.
Do you want to rule? Do you see the problems in your country and know how to fix them? If only you had the power to do so. Well, you've come to the right place. But before we begin this lesson in political power, ask yourself, why don't rulers see as clearly as you, instead acting in such selfish, self-destructive, short-sighted ways? Are they stupid, these most powerful people in the world, or is it something else? The throne looks omnipotent from afar, but it is not as it seems. Take the throne to act, and the throne acts upon you. Accept that or turn back now before we discuss the rules for rulers. No matter how bright the rays of any sun king, no man rules alone. A king can't build roads alone.
I was trying to say I really like the concept where he's like, you think you can rule the throne, but the throne rules you. And I think that's why it was so important when our good friend Martin Luther King Jr. Says that the end. He says, "I'm not a communist because communists believe that the ends justify the means," and that's bullshit. The means create the ends,
Right.
and you always have to hold that in your mind. The way you climb to power is going to dictate how you maintain that power, and I think that's what people don't understand when they have these, when they call for these revolutions and all this stuff. Because we've been seeing, and this video is very aptly timed because there's like all these crazy leftist types on Twitter right now who are calling for just because
Violent
of Roe v. Wade being
revolution.
overturned,
Yeah.
are calling for a violent revolution.
Yeah.
And it's totally batshit. Like, and I tweeted it out, it was crazy. We remember Carlos Mazda.
Oh,
Okay.
I know. You saw his tweet. He's
Yes.
straight up advocating for violence.
Carlos
What a
Mazda,
bitch.
who famously, famously tried to get Crowder deplatformed from YouTube for calling him, I think, did he call him the F slur? Or did he just call him, no, he didn't even call him the F slur. He called him
No.
like a lispy queer or something. I forget.
He did make a t-shirt about figs, which I think was...
Oh, that's right. That's right. He had yes. So yeah, he's practically calling him the F slur. He's making fun of him being for
Right.
gay and being annoying and effeminate, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Which I don't support any of that stuff either. But so Carlos Mazda tried to get him to platform for that. And yet now he's turned around and he's directly, and not like, there's no subtlety here. There's no plausible deniability. He's directly calling for violence, saying, this is what he said. He said, "The suffragettes planted bombs, queer people threw bricks. Violence has always been necessary and important part of social justice."
Oh, that's such bullshit.
Then he had a second tweet where he said, "The whole point of democratic governance is to create an alternative to violence. When the government is no longer democratic, you're supposed to go back to plan A." Okay, so this is all just because of Roe v. Wade.
How is it not democratic still? One of the things that
I don't know.
I am heartened by the January 6th hearings because they really are giving details on how they investigated the election. And also, I'm surprised there's like all the stuff that we're going to watch today about Justice Department, how many of those witnesses are nonpartisan. They're basically saying, our institution is designed to stay out of politics. We're a neutral referee.
They're all like Republicans, mostly appointed by Trump himself.
Right.
So. And what was crazy too, because I think was it in this hearing or another one where they have the House rep leader from Arizona who's Republican, who was basically saying that Giuliani wanted them to overturn the vote and on no evidence, and calling it ridiculous. And he was saying that, basically Giuliani was asking him, and Trump was asking him to violate the oath of office, which he believes is a violation of God because he believes that the Constitution was inspired by God. And yet after all that, he still says he would vote for Trump again, which is interesting.
Wow.
There's a lot of
Wow.
there's so many weird intersections of people's politics and intuitions and loyalties that are kind of cross-acting here. But
You
oh, and
talk
then
about the free will thing because I mean, I
yeah,
really do think Trump to this day just does not believe. Like all these people in the January 6th hearing are telling him, you know, they've investigated this stuff and found no evidence, but Trump doesn't believe that. He thinks they're lying to him.
yeah. The one thing, I mean, I could be wrong, but the one thing I think that is that a lot of people in the January 6th, not the witnesses, but the people leading it, I think the one thing that they're really wrong about is they keep saying that Trump knew that he didn't win, and I don't believe that's true.
Yeah.
But then it's like to me, it doesn't matter. It kind of reminds me of I don't know if you ever saw the episode of South Park
Mm-hmm.
where Cartman and Jimmy write a joke about fish sticks,
Mm-hmm.
and basically Cartman steals the joke, but he's so like egotistical and narcissistic that every time he tells the story, he just keeps remembering it differently. Like he wrote the joke and Jimmy did nothing. And Jimmy realizes that Cartman's not lying. He just, because of his personality disorder, he just perceives reality so fucking bizarre and incorrectly that he lies to himself with such ease that he convinces himself that like the lie is real.
That
So
is a huge problem with human nature. It really is.
yeah,
This
yeah,
is it's a Kobayashi Maru in Star Trek where you're forced to deal with an unwinnable situation,
right,
and Trump is very much in that unwinnable situation.
right.
But and the way he deals with it is I cannot
Not good.
condone. I
Not
cannot
good.
condone
Right.
one bit.
Oh, and then also Carlos Mazza said his last tweet that I saw on this was he put a picture of, it says vote with a heart, and it has a Molotov cocktail. It says ballot, and then it has a picture of I think the Supreme Court, and it says box with an arrow like throw the Molotov cocktail at the Supreme Court.
These
And he
co-
says in Stardew Valley. So
these conflict entrepreneurs are the worst. This
yes.
is straight up stochastic terrorism because
This
none
is
of
like
these
this isn't
people
even stochastic. This is like direct.
none of these people would last. Well, I mean, it's stochastic
I
terrorism
guess
in
you're
that they're
right.
trying
Yes.
to
Yeah.
inspire somebody else to do the thing that they would
Right.
never do themselves.
Right.
Carlos Maza is like a trust fund kid. You think he's going to throw a Molotov cocktail and risk being thrown in jail for 2 years?
No.
No,
Yeah.
of course
Yeah.
not.
A trust fund kid who
Right.
weighs 110 pounds soaking wet is not going
Yes.
to be willing
Yes.
to
Yes.
revolution.
He's not going to be out there risking being stabbed by some Proud Boy in the street. He's going to
Yes.
try to get you to go out there and do that, that's despicable. That's totally despicable.
Hmm. Well, and it's the thing that's crazy with the Carlos Mazza thing is that he hasn't been banned for any of this.
Of course not.
I mean, it makes Twitter look so horribly bullshit. Like they don't,
Yeah.
obviously they don't really support anything. It's just entirely. I mean, and we kind of have been finding this out via the kind of interactions they've had with Elon Musk buying them, is that they're just so horribly partisan. And hopefully, when Musk does buy them, that some of that will be solved.
We might
Though
listen
actually,
to that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't know if Elon Musk ran Twitter, I don't even know if Carlos Mazza would be banned for that because Elon Musk is so free speech is basically like as long as it doesn't violate the law, I want it on Twitter.
Well, I mean, it might violate the law though. He's advocating
I'm
for
not sure.
violence.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if actually
Direct advocation for violence, I think, is illegal.
is it
Yeah.
okay? Okay. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not in favor of that, but if at least I guess under Musk, even if that was allowed, it would be like, well, it would be allowed with both sides, I guess.
Jeez, why?
So,
Why? It's such a clear line.
I
Do
know,
not
I know,
advocate
I
for
agree.
violence.
I personally, I
Listen,
agree with that.
Twitter bans people for if you're on the right for direct advocation of violence. Like they were
Yes.
banning people for the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. This is the glorification of violence, and they ban you.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't see
That's
how
true.
they can Carlos Maza gets a pass when he's clearly advocating for direct violence. It's total bullshit. We
It's
might
pretty
listen.
bad.
We might listen to part of that James O'Keefe Project Veritas recorded the call with Elon Musk
Well,
talking
they
to the
had
Twitter?
it. I mean, they didn't record it.
Well, they got some. I mean, I'm assuming they had somebody in the call recording
Well,
it.
I'm assuming what happened was a Twitter employee recorded it and gave it to Project Veritas.
Okay, but
That's why I'm
anyway,
assuming
Project
happened,
Veritas released it. I don't
Yes.
think anybody. I don't think Twitter planned on releasing it. So I don't think Elon Musk planned on releasing it. But
No.
the call is pretty hilarious. We might listen to some of it because it's so obvious how woke they are at Twitter, that they're totally in the woke religion over there. So
Yeah.
and there's some funny back and forth between Elon Musk and the whoever's running the meeting is super woke. So
I would like to see. I don't know if this would ever happen. It would be funny to see Elon Musk have like a direct Q&A with Twitter employees.
yes. Well, there's some of that. There's some of that in that call because you get
Well, no, the woman is like
people ask-
fielding. She
She
obviously
fields
they had
questions,
questions beforehand,
Mhm.
and she's not really like pushing back on anything. She's just asking the questions. I kind of just want to see Elon Musk get into an argument with some woke Twitter employee publicly.
Bottom line is they don't want to work and they're worried about getting fired because obviously none of them work. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, well, yes, and they're very woke, and they know that Elon is obviously very anti woke, and they're concerned about that. But.
All right, back to rules for rulers.
Can't enforce laws alone, can't defend the nation or himself alone. The power of a king is not to act, but to get others to act on his behalf.
To get others to act on his behalf. So there's a lot of that in the January 6th we're discovering. Yes. Yeah. Here, look, we should have a little Trump face I could put up on the king over here. Who is this? This is the EPA attorney for justice.
That's Alex Clark.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever his name
Look,
was.
Trump's over here thinking, maybe if I fire this one guy with the shovel and make that other guy in charge, he'll send my letter off.
Using the treasure in his vaults. A king needs an army and someone to run it, treasure and someone to collect it, law and someone to enforce it. The individuals needed to make the necessary things happen are the king's keys to power. All the changes you wish to make are but thoughts in your head if the keys will not follow your commands. In a dictatorship where might makes right, the number of keys to power is small, perhaps only a dozen generals, bureaucrats, and regional leaders.
See, this is super important too, because this is the key technical distinction between democracies and autocracies. And when we look at the January 6th stuff, you really realize the difficult challenge Trump is in because there are so many people he has to persuade in order to go along with this plan that it just makes the challenge technically impossible.
Yeah, you really get a great sense of why it's so good that our national elections are so
decentralized,
decentralized, and are all controlled by the individual states. Because exactly it. Like, in order for a president or anyone to try to get fucky wucky with the elections, it's like there's just so many different key masters, so many different gates that you'd have to go through.
Yes, yeah. Trump does make an attempt to turn some of those keys, but that's why this is so fascinating.
His problem is that he's not a very good politician. He's very good at like listening to the crowd and very good at rhetoric, but he's not very good at behind the scenes politicking, in that I don't think he anticipated this, or I guess he did, because he's been kind of complaining about the election being stolen before the election even happened, but he didn't set any of the pieces in place the way like a mastermind would have. Mastermind would have gone to the key states already and tried to set up, try to get these keys, these Republican officials and these legislatures across the U.S. to be, try to pay them off in some fashion.
My theory is the reason why Trump did have difficulties behind the scenes is because Trump came into this as a celebrity. And as a celebrity, you have this natural sway over people that, normal people don't have. but that celebrity sway didn't necessarily work with the people who already had some sort of political power, because they had other forces that were forcing their hand in making decisions. So they couldn't necessarily just go along with whatever
Well,
Trump wanted because he's famous.
yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Also, a big part of it is running a business and running a government position is so different.
Yes, definitely.
And I think there's this idea like, oh, if you run a business, you can just jump into office and it's the same thing. It's like, no, it's completely different. The rules are completely different. How you get people to do things is completely different.
Right.
And so,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, people like Trump because he was an outsider, and that benefited him, but it also hurt him in his ability to get things done because he didn't. I don't think he properly knew how to get people to do what he wanted,
Yes.
basically.
Ultimately, the people in power are accountable to the people beneath them, the voters, in the case of
Yes.
democracies. And this is
Right.
laid out in the video too, which
Right.
is perfect.
Well,
Sway
and also the last thing is, I mean, we don't, we look at this very cynically,
Yeah.
but I do think that a big benefit here is that there are a lot of institutions in our country, especially around the election, that people do hold as sacred and do put a lot of validity into. And I do think that some of the things that people were asked to do, they just saw this as so outside of this whole idea of like American democracy that, have been so ingrained in us, or most people, maybe not a lot of people now, but especially in people on the right, has been so ingrained in them, since birth, like this whole rah American democracy idea.
Well, it's a civil religion for a lot of these people, especially if their entire career is wrapped up in it, which a lot of these
Right.
people, are
Yeah.
career politicians. The it's interesting because a lot of there's in the rank and file Americans have this animosity towards people in government that I don't know that it's well placed for some of these people because
Well, for
they
some of
really
them, it
did.
is. Yeah,
Well,
some of them it is. Some of
it
them,
depends though. I mean, it really does depend. Some of these people, I'm watching these hearings, and you're exactly right. This is a civil religion for them. This is the American norm that they could not imagine breaking.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, definitely like the Republican guy from Arizona seems like he falls in that category.
Hmm.
And I know we had an argument about this. I don't remember if it was on Sunday or Tuesday about. I guess it was on Tuesday, which got yeeted because of
Pence.
NBC, which about Pence
Yeah.
and about why did Pence, why did Pence not do the whole throughout the electors scheme? And you were on more of the side of it was like cynical, and I was more on the side of the fact that I thought it was he didn't believe it was a moral thing or legal thing to do. And it's funny because I don't know if it was in this hearing or the previous hearing.
Just lay out our positions clearly. You thought Pence was doing it for high-minded moral reasons.
Primarily.
And I thought Pence was doing it because Pence wants to be president in 2024, and he knew.
Right. He wants to run for president. Right.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And he knew this would make him look fucking great, which you got to admit,
Right.
it does make him look
Well,
like he saved America.
It only does. It doesn't really though.
Mhm.
It only makes him look good to people that wouldn't vote for him anyway, for
Right.
the most part. So I'm not sure if that was his plan. It obviously backfired, but it was. I don't remember if it was this hearing or the previous one where they're like probably the previous one. They're talking more about Pence, where like I think it was his chief of staff or something was testifying. They're like, Pence was like does like daily prayers with his with his staff, where they ask God for guidance and how they should like rule the country.
I know a lot.
I'm just thinking like, you're sort of dismissing cynically Pence's morality here. I'm like, this is a guy who's praying, and his staff they're praying to God on January 6th for the strength to guide them to like what they should do regarding the electors. I'm like, I don't know. I think these people are motivated by a sense of morality.
Now, my position is very nuanced here. So,
Okay.
and I know a lot about Pence just because I read the Kellyanne Conway book, and
Right.
Kellyanne worked for Pence. She was a pollster for Pence and both her and Pence were big right to lifers. Like they were the ones who Kellyanne recommended Pence as Trump's vice president. That was her first recommendation.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Because she's this big time pro-lifer, and she knew Pence was
Right.
a big time pro-lifer, and so she
Trump is
organized
regretting this, but yeah.
she organized the Supreme Court picks
Oh,
because
wow.
they wanted to. Remember, they threw out that big list of Supreme Court picks that were all, pro-life judges on the
Yes.
Supreme Court. All of this played
Yes.
out. Okay, I mean, all of this
Right.
happened. So, my position is, yes, I do believe, Pence prays with his staff and believes in God and all of that stuff. I do think he's a moral person. At the same time, that's all a good way to rationalize the fact that you deserve to be president of the United
Okay, all
States.
right.
Don't you think
Okay.
listen, should a moral person be president of the United States, or should a degenerate be president
Obviously,
of the United
a moral
States?
person should be,
Right. Yes, exactly. I mean, this could work out great for Pence.
No, I mean, like, I agree. Obviously, someone who's religious, even someone who's actually very religious, can lie to themselves or twist their religion around their
I don't
mind to
think he's-
justify whatever the
yeah.
fuck they want. Obviously, this been a very common
I don't think
thing
he's
in
lying to
human history.
himself. I'm
Okay,
not
right.
going there. I'm just saying.
Okay. I'm just saying, to me, you got this guy who's like fucking praying to God on January 6th for like the wisdom of what to do. I don't know. I think you have to say he's probably more motivated by his sense of morality than I think you're giving him credit for.
Well, both the motivations are aligned here.
Okay.
It's the right thing to do, and he's thinking in his head he's going, I'm gonna be fucking president.
Right. I agree with you, but the question is which comes first? Which motivation is sort of convincing him to believe the other one? Is it, I want to be president, and then he convinces himself that, well, this is the more moral choice? Or is it the more moral choice that's motivating him, and then he convinces himself, well, this will help me become president? That's sort of what we were arguing about.
Right.
But
Yeah.
we'll never
which
know,
It's
'cause
a
obviously
chicken
we
and
can't
egg
read his mind,
situation,
but, yeah.
obviously, but
Whatever.
Them to your side, and the power to rule is yours. But never forget, displease them, and they will replace you. Now, all countries lie on a spectrum from those where the ruler needs few key supporters to those where the ruler needs many. This foundation of power is why countries are different. Yet many keys or few, the rules are the same.
see, this is what just really bugs me about the elite theory people, because they want to push back towards the two keys over the many keys. And at this, in the same conversation, they'll talk about, we can't trust government, we need decentralized power. And then all of a sudden they're talking about, we need to concentrate power in a benevolent dictator. It's like, what? I mean, it's not really. I mean, I'm for the decentralized power over here. Over here, you see this side? This is the blockchain side, okay? This side is the central bank side.
Right.
First, get the key supporters on your side. With them, you have the power to act. You have everything. Without them, you have nothing. Now, in order to keep those keys to power, you must, second, control the treasure. You must make sure your treasure is raised and distributed to you for all your hard work, and to the keys needed to keep your position. This is your true work as a ruler, figuring out how best to raise and distribute resources so as not to topple the house of cards upon which your throne sits. Now, you, aspiring benevolent dictator, may want to help your citizens, but your control of the treasure is what attracts rivals, so you must keep those keys loyal. But there's only so much treasure in your vaults, so much wealth your kingdom produces, so beware. Every bit of treasure...
Look, little bitcoins.
I was going to say, it's an old video because Bitcoin's been treasure.
Look at the old bitcoins there. Go gray.
Yeah.
Treasure spent on citizens is treasure not spent on loyalty. Thus, doing the right thing, spending the wealth of the nation on the citizens of the nation, hands a tool of power acquisition to your rivals. Treasure poured into roads and universities and hospitals is treasure a rival can promise to key supporters if only they switch sides. Benevolent dictators.
This is, I don't know if he makes it clear in this video, but this is another important thing about democracy, is that it's sort of, money is obviously always going to be important. Always. And I never say it's like not. But in a democracy, the key treasure that is being utilized isn't money like it is in a dictatorship. It's votes.
Yes.
And thus you can actually trade money to people and to citizens in order to get votes. And I think that is really, that concept right there is the key concept that government has to be striving for, is changing the currency of government from money to votes.
Yeah, this is very disheartening for a lot of people, but there really is kind of a quid pro quo thing that goes on in government where
Yes.
you're electing a leader because that leader is going to deliver certain policy prescriptions. And obviously, those policy prescriptions obviously come at some expense. So, Trump promised building a wall. So funding the wall was a chief
Right.
priority. Biden has promised things like college debt forgiveness, which is to encourage younger people to come out and vote. All of these different policy programs there's a financial component to them, obviously. Tax cuts is another one. So yes, there's.
Well, and this is part of why I think the culture war has been so beneficial to both the Democrats and the Republicans, is because these culture war issues are all free. They cost nothing
right
to pass all this legislation. The CRT banning bills, the pro-diversity bills, all these things cost the government nothing, basically, to enact.
Right, yeah. They don't have to procure funds to do any of it.
Right.
Yeah, it's an easy policy win.
Can spend their take on the citizens, but the keys must get their rewards. For even if you have gathered the most loyal, angelic supporters, they have the same problem as you, just one level down.
See, this is the key that Trump was missing, that the people could not, the people he tried to sway over to his camp had people beneath them that their loyalty was to. I think, early on, you know this better than I do, Sitch. Who was the official that he replaced, and there was a big to-do over how he was demanding loyalty from that individual, and that person was saying, my loyalty is to the Constitution of the United States. Was that
So what position?
is that CIA director? This was way before January 6th. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it? I don't remember who you're talking about. I kind of vaguely remember the story. Yeah.
So, but this guy, Trump took him into some meeting and basically demanded some kind of loyalty to Trump. I don't know what he wanted to do.
Was it Comey?
Maybe it was Comey.
Who said this? It might have been Comey about
Right.
Stopping the investigation into Flynn or something.
Right.
Yeah.
But Comey, if that's who it was, obviously was saying, my loyalty is to the people of the United States. Obviously, this is our norm. I think this could be the situation that you're talking about with Trump coming from the business world, because, in the business world, it is not uncommon to ask people who work for you to pledge their loyalty to you, because obviously other players can come out and, try to steal them away from you. It's a much different situation, a much more hierarchical situation than government. So this obviously got a lot of people upset because, they were upset that Trump was trying to put this guy in a box, demand loyalty, which goes against the norms of a democratic government. I don't necessarily even know that Trump understood the situation. So,
No,
but
I don't think he understood either.
the interesting thing here, and this is why democracies are so much better than autocracies, is because in a situation in a autocracy where there's few keys to power, there's few people keeping you in power, each one of those people has a lot more influence. They're a lot more essential to keep you on the throne. Therefore, their loyalty is that much more essential. And things like meritocracy start taking a back seat to loyalty, right?
Right.
If you're Saddam Hussein and you need some energy czar that's going to keep you in power, you're more likely to put in your brother-in-law, who would never turn on you ever, who knows nothing about energy policy,
Right.
than you are putting in someone who might know a lot about energy policy and might be great for the nation, but you don't necessarily know them that well, and they could be organizing a coup against you.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
this is the problem with autocracies, and I think one of the reasons why places like Russia have really turned into terrible places to live,
Well,
uninnovative places to live.
and that was a big problem, and it's interesting because we're seeing that right now. That's part of why Russia's military
Is
has been so
garbage.
fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Putin says, "Oh, I'm going to put all this money into the military for the last 8 years or so," and he, since the government's hyper corrupt and whoever's in charge of the army is hyper corrupt, so they're skimming all this money. That's supposed to
Yeah.
be going into the military for training. They're just skimming it and then paying it to their key masters below them. And so basically you end up with a system where where
Right.
then when the military goes to war, it's like, oh shit, it's just, it
Yeah.
just sucks. None of the resources really went to where they were supposed to.
Right.
And I'm trying to remember who it was. We watched a video where if someone was talking about how a big problem in with the U.S. troops trying to train the the Afghanis to fight the Taliban, and they were saying that this was sort of like a weird cultural thing with a lot of Middle Eastern countries, is that with a lot of their armies, they don't have this sort of unifying sense of principle or teamwork that like the American army or
Right.
Western armies have. Like instead, it was more factional, where each separate faction of the army would intentionally not share information with other, aspects. Like it was all like, people kind of fighting each other, all this internal like struggling for power and politics that was kind of keeping the armies, from working as a cohesive unit.
They said that our institutions had kind of developed that factional conflict
Mm-hmm.
before 9/11, and 9/11 erased a lot of that, where they
Interesting.
started doing
Right.
more information sharing and whatnot. Yeah, like the
So maybe we
FBI
were
and
like that.
CIA had a lot of
Right.
beef with
Right.
one another
Mm-hmm.
that had accumulated over time. Yeah, and then 9/11 happened, and everyone was like, okay, we all have to get on the same page now.
Well, so that's interesting. So yeah, so maybe we were exactly the same, and then it's just this tragedy
Yeah.
basically shocked everyone out of this. Well, it's it's like the Watchmen paradox. It's like once when there's no clear external threat, everyone starts bickering amongst each other, and then when this massive external threat shocks the country, everyone kind of puts their petty differences aside and works together.
That's why Watchmen is a classic, because
Yeah.
it plays on that very root human nature that
Yes.
people just intuitively understand. Yeah. As soon as shit starts getting real, the alien squid is taking over your city. You're like, okay, we need to stop fucking around.
Right. Right.
We need to work together.
Being a key to power is a position of power. They too must watch out for rivals from below or above. Thus, the treasure they get must also be spent to maintain their position. The loyal and dim may stay by your side no matter what, but smart key supporters will always watch the balance of power, ready to change allegiance if you look to be the loser in a shifting web of alliances. In countries where
that is so important to the January 6th situation with the EPA attorney, that all of a sudden he's getting a promotion, right?
Right.
He's like, hey, there's no way I could get this close to I could be in the inner circle in the next Trump administration.
Well, and for him, for Jeffrey Clark, it did seem very calculated and cynical because, well, first of all, I'm trying to remember, he's not the one that came up with the legal theory that Pence could overthrow.
That was Eastman,
could throw out the election. Well, no, it wasn't even Eastman. There was someone that someone else made it, some like attorney from Florida, of all places, made that argument, and then Eastman basically just like absorbed it.
Okay.
And then it's like, but it was I'm confusing Clark with Eastman. It was Eastman who seemed like he was very cynical because Eastman, even though he absorbed this argument and was basically the primary person feeding this argument to Trump that Pence could throw out the votes, Eastman himself didn't believe it was legal and didn't believe it would hold up in the Supreme Court.
Right. Yeah, no, this is kind of crazy shit going on.
Where the keys are few, the rewards are great, and when violence rules, the most ruthless are attracted, and angels that build good works will lose to devils that don't. So buy all the loyalty you can, because loyalty in dictatorial organizations of all kinds is everything.
See, this is where I completely disagree with Aiden Paladin on the going to King school thing. Because ultimately there's a technical challenge here that it doesn't matter how many 4-year King schools you go to, you're still going to run up against this technical challenge of the people below you are somewhat calling the shots.
Well, yeah, it's not a question of, it's a question of you could have the most just king in the world, but they still need all these underlings to be loyal to them.
Right.
And
yes.
You're not going to have a situation, it's very rare they're going to have a situation with a magically morally just king. It's even rare we're going to have a situation where the morally just king has all the morally just people that do what he said.
Well, this is the beauty of the American system. And you're really seeing this up close in these January 6 hearings. You're seeing how many people are the moral bedrock beneath the presidency.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I feel very heartened by this situation. A lot of people have cast our system as, the deep state, the swamp, that kind of thing. And I don't know if that's true or not, but we're getting a kind of a peek under the hood with these hearings.
Well, it's the concept of like the deep state and the swamp is actually, I didn't think about till what you just said just now. It's like a dangerous idea because there's obviously corruption deep within the government. There's obviously, needless red tape and bureaucracy deep within the government. But you do want there to be, you don't want a swamp, but you do want there to be a bog. Okay. You do want there to be like a mire? You do want there to be like all this stickiness that a president or that politicians have to wade through in order to do what they want to do. So that, the bog basically slows down someone from becoming king, essentially.
Right.
There's too many different directions, too many different things that they have to do, too many people that they'd have to get to do what they want.
Yeah.
And to sort of say like, and the danger of just saying, oh, there's a swamp and, we need to clear everyone out. Because what happens if you just clear everyone out, essentially what you're saying is you're just getting rid of all the keys. You're just reducing all the keys to just a couple loyal members who are going to be installed by the leader.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what is being called for on a deeper level that I don't think people really understand. With the whole just clear everyone out and start, like, if you clear everyone out and start new, whoever is at the top is going to be the one that's going to start, it's going to put all the people there.
Yeah. Yeah, and those people are going to be loyal to them.
Well, and that was what was kind of interesting about Trump is that, and I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen an administration go through so many high level people, like on an assembly line almost, because Trump would keep putting people into power one after the other, and then he'd end up firing them. So
because they wouldn't do what he wanted them to.
Right.
I mean, I'm thinking back to old Scott Adams and how he would constantly make excuses for Trump, and his go-to idea was that Trump is really good at shaking the box. Do you remember the shaking the box thing?
Yeah.
Where he would talk about how Trump just is mixing things up to see what would happen. And as I'm listening to the January 6 hearings, I'm kind of going, look, he's still shaking the box.
Well, no, yeah, exactly. I think the shaking the box thing is completely correct.
Yeah.
And I do think that is the way Trump views it.
But at some point, you got to stop shaking the box. There's like fragile shit in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, at some point,
yeah, exactly,
you're like...
Exactly. There's glass things in that box. You can't keep shaking indefinitely. I mean, because you look at, like, with the attorney general position. So it's, he had Sessions first, right?
Right.
He gets rid of Sessions. Then it was Rodenstein, whatever his name was. And then he gets rid of that guy. And then he gets Bill Barr. And then he gets rid of Bill Barr. And then he tries to get rid of the last guy, Rosen, and replace him with Clark. Like, it's just...
Give 5 minutes before the end of the administration.
Yeah, there's like 2 weeks left. Yeah, it's funny because he's like, the guy's like, well, it's 14 days and the administration's left, so I'm not really concerned about, like, whether I get fired or not.
It is crazy.
This is crazy, yeah.
For the ruler, anyway. Thus, the dictatorship exposed. A king who needs his court to raise the treasure to keep the court loyal and keep raising the treasure. This is the self-sustaining core of power. All outside is secondary. Now, a king with many key supporters has real problems. Not just their expense, but also their competing needs and rivalries are difficult to balance. The more complicated the social and financial web between them all, the more able a rival is to sway a critical mass. The more key supporters a ruler has on average, the shorter their reign. Which brings us to the third rule for rulers: minimize key supporters. If a key in your court becomes unnecessary, his skills no longer required, you must kick him out. After a successful coup, the new dictator will purge some of those who helped him come to power while working with the underlings of the previous dictator, which from the outside seems a terrible idea. Why abandon your fellow revolutionaries? Are the old dictator's supporters not a danger? But the keys necessary to gain power are not the same as those needed to keep it. Having someone on the payroll who was vital in the past but useless now is the same as spending money on the citizens. Treasure wasted on the irrelevant. And by definition, a dictator that pulls off a coup has promised greater treasure to those switching sides. The size of the vault has not changed, so the treasure must be split among fewer. A dictator that sways the right keys, takes control of the treasure, cuts unnecessary spending, kills unnecessary keys, will have a long and successful career. Seeing the structure unveiled, you might be excited to get started and control a country to the benefit of you and your cronies, or you might be exhausted, wishing to do good but seeing the structural difficulties. Now turn to democracy for salvation. So let us discuss rulers as representatives.
All right. So that's a good overview right there.
Mm-hmm.
Lots touching on what's going on right now, which is very fascinating.
You again might have grand dreams of the utopia you wish to build, but no man rules alone, and never more so than in democracy. Presidents and prime ministers must negotiate with their senates and parliaments and vice versa, and they all have their own key supporters to manage. In a well-designed democracy, power is fractured among many and is taken not with force, but with words, meaning you must get thousands or millions of citizens to, if not like you on election day, at least like you better than the alternative. With so many voters and such fractured power, it's impossible to, as a dictator would, follow these rules and buy loyalty. Or is it? Of course not. Don't think of citizens as individuals with their individual desires, but instead as divided into blocks: the elderly or homeowners or business owners or the poor. Blocks you can reward as a group. Democracies have wildly complicated tax codes and laws, not as accident, but as reward for the blocks that get and keep the ruling representatives in power. Farming subsidies, for example, have nothing to do with the food a nation.
That completely conforms with that study that people on the left always misunderstand.
Yeah, totally.
Where they say,
study?
Yeah, the study shows that, what individual voters want, they have no sway over rich, what rich super PACs want, or whatever the comparison was. And it's like, well, no, because it's about voting blocks. What voting blocks want.
Yeah. As soon as you join a voting block or start a voting block, all of a sudden you start accruing power.
Right.
I mean, this is why media personalities have so much power, because they're assumed to deliver their audience to certain candidates.
Well, and it's what a lot of people, especially in the left, are missing, I think, when they say things like, oh, the majority of the country is in favor of gun control, or the majority of the country is in favor of abortions. Why are these things not being represented by our politics? And it's like, well, if you poll, people, and they just kind of give a vague support of gun control or abortions or something of that respect, that's all well and good, but unless they're going to change their vote and become part of a voting bloc against, guns or pro-gun control or being pro-abortion, and that's going to be the issue that drives them to the polls, then it doesn't really matter consequentially how they feel about these things.
Yeah.
And that's the issue, is that, the pro-gun people will go to the polls and will vote on that single issue. The pro-life people will go to the polls and will vote on that single issue.
Right.
Now, I guess we'll see if the pro-choice coalition will manage to scrape something together or not. I'm not sure they will, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, they need to organize some sort of institutional force to show that voting bloc is serious. I mean, they constantly talk about this with young people voting, but the young people are not organized in any kind of way. Like, elderly people are organized, and there's like AARP, there's all these different organizations that are like, we're going to send a letter to our, 4 million members and we can say good things about you. So we can convince them, we can persuade them to vote for you. That's pretty powerful. But just, showing up and saying, I think the young people are going to show up and vote this election. It's a huge maybe. It doesn't, it doesn't inspire. Right now there's the question of forgiving college debt, which I don't think will pass. But if there was some sort of organization that could show a track record for organizing young people into voting blocks that could lobby Biden, it would have way more of a chance of passing. And this is actually what the Princeton study proves. A lot of people on the left will march out this Princeton study and say, money in politics and the elites are just running the nation because the elites always get what they want and the regular people don't get what they want at all, and democracy is just a sham. I really hate it when they march that study out. The neo-reactionaries use that study in the same way the communists use that study. But the study actually says that organized voting blocks like AARP do get what they want, and they get what they want just as much as the economic elites get what they want, because they deliver votes, and that's how democracy works.
Right.
So, putting together some sort of pact, and we really need one of these for like build more houses. Like housing needs some sort of institution that's going to marshal people into a voting block. The future homeowners of America.
Well, the thing with housing is that'd be like it had to be done for each state, or even on a more local level.
Well, I don't necessarily.
Usually based on cities and counties.
I would rally for a constitutional amendment that says foreign companies can't own residential homes. Like, why can someone who lives in Germany buy a fucking house in Los Angeles and rent it out?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
That's bullshit.
I agree. I agree with that completely. I'm not sure how much of a difference that would make if say that was done away with.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the key issue.
I think, just speaking politically though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm talking about stoking people's moral intuitions.
Yes,
what?
Yes. I agree.
German owns land in Southern California.
Those dirty Krauts.
It's like, come on, we're trying to get people riled up so they get to the polls.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. If that's the only goal, then yeah, I don't know if it'll really solve the housing issue.
Well, as soon as you can show in the 2022 election, here's how many of our members voted, and they care about housing.
Right. No, maybe. I don't know. I mean, the issue here is it's the same thing with kids. Like, for all the young kids that kind of complain that government doesn't do what they want, it's like, well, it's because, as you said, kids as a block don't vote.
Right.
If college age kids came out to vote and they voted sort of in a unified block for pro issues, college debt forgiveness or something, or whatever the fuck they want. Mm-hmm. And if they voted in a block, reliably the way like old people do or something, then they would get everything they want. It's just that they don't. So why politicians don't really care about them?
Because nobody's organized them.
Well, I don't even think it's a question of being organized.
Sitch. Why aren't we one of these keys?
I don't think
power?
It's a question of being organized. I think it's a question of old people don't have a lot to do compared to college kids.
Sitch.
Okay.
I think we could start the Future Homeowners of America Association. Okay. Actually, homeowners future. I don't like association. We got to have something that sounds better.
Future badass homeowners.
Future Homeowners of America Consortium.
No, that's terrible.
That's bad.
A bad word.
You sure? Yeah.
That sounds like some sort of shady cabal of merchants or something.
The Consortium for Future American Homeowners.
That sounds like the Ferengi are getting together.
Come on, what do you think?
Try to rip you off for housing.
This could be our organization. Listen, homes need to be a commodity again, not some work of fine art that no one can afford.
No, I agree, but that's the problem in that we talked about this in the past, is that in all these local elections and cities, people who own homes are way more likely to come out and vote than people who don't.
Right.
And the homeowners are obviously all going to vote for policies that increase the price of their property that they own.
Of course. Yes.
So.
Us homeowners, we want to make sure you never own a home. What? Own a home? Ha ha. Good luck renting.
Right.
See, we gotta end that. Someone needs to start this organization. Is there an organization? I'm sure there's an organization for homeowners. I'm certain of it, because there is. The mortgage deduction is like a giant tax write-off that obviously is a gift to homeowners.
Right.
Yeah. Back to the video.
Yep.
Nation needs, but entirely with how key the vote of the farming bloc is. Countries where farmers' votes don't swing elections don't have farming subsidies. If a bloc doesn't vote, such as younger citizens, then no need to divert rewards their way.
Ha ha, suckers! That's right. College tuition's going up again this year. I think let's just double it, Sitch. What do you think? I mean, these characters never show up to vote.
Well, that's part of what's so funny because, like, you have all these politicians, especially on the left, who are engaged in the culture war shit, and they're doing all this woke garbage stuff.
Oh yeah.
And so, like, college kids think, oh, they're listening to us, but then it's like, oh, but are they? Because your college tuition keeps going up and up.
Exactly.
They
Exactly.
don't listen to this shit. They don't care about you.
Oh, you want us to respect your pronouns? No problem. Hey, let's double college tuition and make sure that you can't write it off in bankruptcy. There you go, they, them. Thank you. Welcome to indentured servitude.
Even if large in number, they are irrelevant to gaining power.
Irrelevant. Look, he just gave you guys the middle fucking CGP Grey. Just gave you the middle finger there. He just called you irrelevant. Sure, he's going to respect your pronouns. You're still irrelevant.
Which is good news for you. One less block to sway, and the treasure you give your key blocks has to come from somewhere. If you want long years in office, Rule 3 is your friend in a democracy just as much as a dictatorship. You can't eliminate those who don't vote for you, but there is still much you can do. Once in power, make it easier for your key blocks to vote and harder.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
What's that? They need like Project Veritas running after that bus with a camera, right?
Right.
Or
No,
Dinesh D'Souza.
Dinesh D'Souza is tracking the cell phone data of global positioning of the people on that
I'll
bus.
back it up a
You
second.
can't
Hold on a
eliminate
second.
those who don't vote for you, but there is still much you can do. Once in power, make it easier.
Okay, here we go. Here's the picture. Free rides. Look, Dinesh D'Souza's like, he's over here in the corner with his camera.
Yes.
We know what's going on. This bus should say 2,000 mules. It should have a 2,000 mules ad on the side of it.
This point that he's saying is very well heard, that, yeah, you can't kill people, but you may try to make it easier for your voters to vote and harder for people that vote against you to vote. And it's funny because this actually came up. This was a really big issue in the 2020 election with, what was it, Pennsylvania? I don't know, one of these swing states. The Republicans before COVID passed a law that made it easier to do mail-in ballots, because in that state, Republicans had been the primary users of mail-in ballots and absentee ballots.
Right.
And then when COVID hit, every the situation reversed, because since the left and Democrats were more concerned about COVID than Republicans were, Democrats suddenly gained a bigger advantage of using mail-in ballots. And then so suddenly you had this weird situation where you had Republicans were trying to say that the law they passed was unconstitutional to the state Supreme Court. And state Supreme Court's like, that's stupid. You're stupid.
Because they did they pass it unconstitutionally? I can't remember.
Well, I mean, that's part of the question.
Right.
Whether it was, well, not that they passed the law unconstitutionally, but whether the law violated the state constitution or not.
The Republicans,
I forget the exact legal argument, but
the Republicans bent the rules to do it when they thought they had an electoral advantage doing it, and then all of a sudden the electoral advantage switched, and then all of a sudden they're like, we can't do this. This is bending the rules.
Well, I don't remember if. I'll be honest, I don't remember the exact legal argument, so I don't remember if I felt like I agree that they were bending the rules to pass it in the first place or not. Just that that's what their argument was. They had no problem with what they passed when they passed it, and then once it started to hurt them, they're like, oh, wait a minute, this is unconstitutional.
All the games that they play with voter ID, and I can't take a position on voter ID. I mean, it probably helps some people. It probably helps Democrats in some areas and helps Republicans in other areas. Mm-hmm. But obviously, if you have a district where you have twice as many polling stations, that's going to affect turnout. Like if people have to wait an hour and a half in line to vote, that's going to affect turnout.
I had to wait 4 hours to vote both in 2008 and in
That's
2012.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really crazy.
I don't think I've
But I
ever
mean,
waited more than like 10 minutes.
it was weird. Those elections were very outside the norm because I never
Mhm.
had a problem before or after that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on with that. But um, with the voter ID thing, I mean, I think if they enact, say they pass this at UK, you need to have voter ID, of a picture ID, but we'll give everyone at least one free one or something, or you'll have access to a free one.
Mhm.
Um, I think that would probably help Republicans overall by some amount, but I still think it should be done. I mean, because I'm not going to weigh on it from a political position. I mean, I think the concept of voter ID makes sense. I don't really have a problem with the concept.
Oh yeah,
So
I'm all for voter ID. I mean, why not?
yeah, I I
I
don't
just
really.
if I had a study right now that said
Yeah,
voter ID is really going to eviscerate the Republicans and it gives the Democrats a giant advantage. Then all of a sudden I'm wondering how many people are going to be like, "Oh, yeah, morally, I think voter ID is definitely the thing to do." I mean, I'm willing to take
oh
the
yeah, of
hit
course,
as a
yeah. Everyone would,
Republican,
right?
but it's moral what I'm saying is there probably is an advantage that's going to go to one side or the other over
Yes,
right.
yes.
And you may
Well,
think, okay, the advantage is going to go to my side, and that's why I'm in favor of it. But I don't
it's
know. I don't necessarily know.
it's the same thing with the electoral college right now.
Yes.
Like 95% of the people that are
Hmm.
arguing either in favor or against electoral college, it's really just what, does it help you or not?
Yeah, of course.
And if it was reversed, if it helped, say it helped the Democrats and hurt the Republicans, 95% of people would just switch sides. Like it doesn't, it's, people are not really arguing from a position, a moral, like a principled position.
That's why I like you, Sitch. You argue from a principled position. Like
I try. I try.
even if it hurts,
Right.
the principled
Well,
position is the way to
I
go.
understand. I mean, it's annoying. Like I have conversations with people who are in, the left wing bubble, and they'll say, like, oh, why should, they say like California has the population total of like 20 states or something in America. And why should we all be beholden to those people? And I'm like,
Because we're cool.
because we need minority protection. I mean, I feel like saying, well, like, hey, black people were the minority in our country, so fuck them. Like, you can't just make these statements that the mob always gets what it wants, majority gets what it wants. I mean, that's part of the benefit of the American system is that even though we live in a democracy, the minority does get all these protections from the majority.
Yeah, that's good.
And so I'm not in favor of just this idea that like, oh, we should just throw out, the Senate or the
You're not.
electoral college completely or anything.
You don't
I mean,
want
I
to do
think
away
they're
with electoral college.
well, no, my position with the electoral college has always been we should keep it, but the electoral college should be divided by the votes of the state. They shouldn't be all or nothing.
Right.
So like if a state
Oh,
votes,
that's interesting. Yeah.
like 60% for Republican and 40% for Democrat, then 60% of the electoral vote should go to Republican and 40 to the Democrat. Like
There's like 3 states that do that, I think.
there's only three. It doesn't make sense to me that it's all or nothing. That makes absolutely no sense on a principle level whatsoever.
Right.
That should work that way.
Because you're disenfranchising so many people in the state.
Yeah, because the whole argument in favor of the electoral college is you don't want to have the majority have a tyranny over the minority, right?
Sure. Yeah. No.
And so it's like, okay, but so then why are we doing that on a state level?
Right.
Because that's all you're doing with the winner take all system. It's ludicrous. And also it would
California.
yeah, continue.
California tried to pass a law that no matter who won the state, all the state's electors would go to whoever won the popular vote. So
Hmm.
it was immaterial who won the state, but the popular vote basically decided who got the electors.
I don't understand. That's what do you mean? Isn't that the way it is for all states?
No. Um, the national popular vote, not the popular vote in the state. Yeah.
I understand. Okay, I got you. I thought you meant
Right.
the state popular vote. I'm like,
So
what?
there's no way California electors would go to a candidate who lost the popular vote.
What's the point? That's stupid. What's the point of doing that?
Well, because the idea that like we've had two presidencies where the president has lost the popular vote but
Right,
won the
three. I
electoral
think. No, I think
college.
you're right. The first time there's three.
Who was the third one?
I don't remember. Someone a long time ago.
Right. But
But
two recently. I mean, very
yeah,
recently.
yeah, Bush and Trump. Yeah.
A third is going to be, I mean, that's just like spits in your face.
Yes.
I feel like
Right.
it does. Yeah.
Right. No, but and also if you split up the electoral votes on who in the state voted, it would make politicians not ignore states that they ignore.
Right.
So like we know Republicans ignore California because they know they're never going to win, and Democrats ignore Texas because they know they're never going to win, even though they keep saying, "Oh, it's going to go purple." That's never fucking happened. So, but if they actually split up, politicians would, federal, president would actually care about trying to get votes in these states.
George H.W. Bush came to my hometown and spoke in California when
Yeah.
I was a kid, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I went and listened to it because like I said, I've always been into politics, and
Mm-hmm.
I remember thinking, "This guy sounds like he's full of shit." I don't think I'm gonna vote for this.
When he said, "Read my lips, no new taxes," you're like, "No, I don't believe him."
I was like, "Yeah," but I do like that. It was such an interesting experience because
Mhm.
I saw, I was young. I went with a bunch of my friends. We all went to check it out. It was something to do. Obviously, probably going to be some girls there. We'll check it.
Hey, you want to go? I imagine like 16-year-old Adam. Hey, you want to go to the HW rally? I'm sure there'll be lots of chicks there.
There'll be square Republican chicks, but whatever. We'll check it out. We'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was a lot of girls there, to be honest with you. I remember it. California has
That's true.
has a lot of nice looking ladies. So, but yeah, I mean, that would be amazing if that happened every single election. I would love that. Yeah.
I like that our history is you have high school Adam listening to George H.W. Bush at a rally, like, I don't know about this guy. And then you have 5-year-old Sitch who's like, Bush wrote his name in the sky. I want him to be president.
Yeah.
That's the lore between us.
I remember I was so disgusted. I was so disgusted after that rally.
Really?
Because it was over and I thought, that's it? That's all? It just seemed like platitudes, like a bunch of I was like, where's the substance here?
Well, that's so weird because like whenever so many people were so salivating over Pete Buttigieg.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, he's such a good speaker. Oh my God. And when I listen to him, that's all I hear. I just hear these like,
Oh,
he comes across to me as the most,
worst.
like empty suit politician who just spouts platitudes. And I don't understand why people like him.
Reagan won the state of California. So I'm sure that's why George H.W. was his vice president. He thought,
Right. Yeah, that's why he was there.
California's in play. Yeah.
Right. Well, Well, Reagan was governor of California, so it made sense.
I don't think he won California, but
Reagan did.
No,
Bush did.
Bush, yeah, H.W.
Yeah,
Bush
I don't think
did
Bush
win.
did.
Yeah.
No.
And I don't think I could even vote in that election. I think I was like just in high school.
Year for your
What year? You looking up the year?
key blocks to vote
1988?
and harder for others.
Was the
Establish
first
voting
Bush?
systems that
88.
He did win California.
Did he really?
Yeah. The first-
HW
in 88
won
was actually
California.
a blowout
88.
because it was against Dukakis.
Oh, it was Dukakis. Michael Dukakis.
Dukakis only
I do
won.
remember that.
Yeah, it was actually a massive blowout. Dukakis only won Washington State, Oregon, Hawaii, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, West Virginia, New York, Rhode Island,
Mm-hmm.
and like New Hampshire, not New Hampshire, one other state.
Yeah.
And so it's just like he got utterly destroyed. But see, that is why Clinton came in as uh like the moderate, somewhat neoliberal Democrat, because
Mm-hmm.
the Democrats after Reagan thought they were, and I guess after this election probably thought they were never going to win again until Clinton came in and kind of changed. Clinton came in and shook the box essentially.
Rewrote the map. Yeah.
Yeah.
Reduce the number of blocks you need to win, the more rivals you get. Very handy indeed. Draw election borders to predetermine the results for you or your cronies, and have party pre-elections with Byzantine rules to determine who blocks even can vote for. Mix and match the above for even better power perpetuation. When approval ratings couldn't be lower, yet re-election rates couldn't be higher, you'll know you've succeeded. Now, enough with thinking about this.
That's why everyone hates democracy right there. They just hate that.
Citizens. Even in a democracy, there still are very influential individual key supporters you need on your side, because their money or influence or favors keeps you in power. While you can't just promise to give them treasure directly as a dictator would, you can create loopholes for their...
It's funny with like the Democrats complaining about electoral college and elites and all this other stuff, because that's the party that has the super delegates.
Right.
That can basically overrule to a large extent, what the people want to vote for in the primary.
Yeah.
Republicans don't have that.
Do you think the Democrats want the plebes making their decisions? I mean, they call themselves Democrats, but let's be honest.
They should. I'm kind of shocked that there hasn't been a massive push. I guess they don't care, because I don't know if it's ever happened, at least in modern history, where the super delegates, because it came close with Bernie, but Bernie still lost the popular vote. Maybe if Bernie won and Hillary beat him just by super delegates, maybe there would have been a massive push then. But
the media still put a huge thumb on the scale with the super delegates, though, because they included the super delegates in for Hillary, and it just made the
You're
chasm
right. Made her look like
between,
she was destroying him. Yeah, that's a good point. It is kind of shocking that they didn't. That Democrats haven't really pushed to get rid of that, because it's so antithetical to what they're supposedly saying they're for.
They discouraged a lot of people from voting for Bernie because of that nonsense, and CNN completely bought into that bullshit.
Yeah, well, wasn't it? What's her face with CNN fed Clinton questions?
Donna Brazile
questions or something. Yeah, Donna Brazile. Yeah,
cheaters, all of them.
Investments.
That's a swamp. We just need to get rid of Democrats.
There you go.
That's so bad.
I know.
I'm so angry with the Democrats, though. I can't believe my whole life the Democrats have been the party of working class, and now they've gone full like racist.
Well, because this is what we're talking
me.
about with Clinton. Being the party of the working class didn't help them anymore. So
Right. Yeah.
threw the working class away.
They did. They threw them under the bus.
Right.
Yeah.
Pass laws that they've written, or print get-out-of-jail-free cards for their actions. Not a wheelbarrow of gold.
I think it's time for me to get a pardon. Can I, Mr. Trump? Mr. Trump.
To the door, but contracts for their business. You as a ruler do have roads to build, or computers to maintain, or buildings to reconstruct. No man rules alone, after all. Or you could take the moral path and ignore the big keys, but you'll fight against those who didn't. Good luck.
This is why I could never be a politician.
Why?
I'd be so awful at it.
Why?
I'd be over here trying to make principled, moral decisions, getting my ass kicked by all the fucking bad actors.
Yeah, I guess that is the realization that you have. You realize that you are very much just at the whim of your supporters, the people below you. They're the ones driving the ship. It takes a lot in society to build a moral base of supporters. That's why America's great, is I feel like and this is heartening because I see this in the January 6 hearings. I see that there is a bunch of people who are willing to step up and do the right thing. So, yeah, I mean, we might get some pushback on this live stream, and I'm curious to see the comments because I do wonder. A lot of people feel that Trump won the election and that they got fucked over, and they're in the same camp as Trump. They think the election was stolen from them. I
Well,
don't
it's
know how
weird.
you avoid that.
Well, it's interesting because like I think some people fall into the trap of if they buy into the fact that they think that the election was stolen, therefore then they automatically try to justify all the fuckery that went on after that, the procedural fuckery.
It's a great justification. It really is.
Right. To say, oh, Pence should have thrown out the votes, even though he didn't really have the legal or moral authority to do that. Or, the DOJ should have sent out the letter, even though the DOJ said they didn't have any evidence of this wide scale voting fraud. So it's kind of like it's all the ends justify the means kind of situation.
If this is a thing because I'm watching and I very much do not trust mainstream media. And
Right.
the mainstream media is coming out and saying, there was no fraud. This was the most secure election ever. But they aren't really publicizing the kinds of investigations that they're publicizing in the January 6th hearings. Like I didn't see stories. We talked about that truck driver that thought he took ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, a truckload of ballots. And they investigated that, talked to the people who loaded the truck and unloaded the truck. I mean, they did a thorough investigation there. But that wasn't widely publicized at all.
Yeah.
So you never got that. A lot of people never saw the resolution there. Even
Well,
the woman who counted ballots in the Staples Center,
that they said had pulled out the secret
the
stash,
suitcase,
the suitcase of ballots.
they investigated the shit out of that, but nobody
Right.
ever really publicized that either.
And I think it's because the mainstream media is in its own bubble. So like they'll write an initial article that says like, oh, this is bullshit. And obviously people who are their readers who are primarily on the left just automatically assume that it's bullshit because they read it in the newspaper. And so they're not really concerned with persuading people like us or people on the right saying, oh no, the Justice Department, Bill Barr, Justice Department looked into all this and he is as pro-Trump as you could be. And he said, they didn't find any evidence of any of this stuff.
Right.
So they're not really, because they're in their bubble, they're not really interested in pursuing that. And I think that's why for both of us, the January 6th, these hearings were far more persuasive now after the fact than anything we saw during the actual thing, because we had such a distrust of the media that we just, we didn't really trust them making all these claims saying that none of this stuff was true. Cause we're like, well, it's in their political interest to say that it's not true. But then when you have, Republican after Republican testifying, many of whom were put into positions of power by Trump, saying that either they looked into the claims and they weren't true, or that they asked for evidence from Rudy Giuliani and Giuliani couldn't give them any evidence.
Yeah, that was
to me, that's pretty persuasive. Like,
that was some powerful testimony there.
Yeah.
What is it? Was it Georgia? One of the.
It was Arizona.
Okay, the Arizona election official asked Giuliani for evidence like 4 or 5 times. He kept asking them, I need a list of names. If I'm going to dig into all of this fraud, I need names. I need to find out what's going on.
Right.
And Giuliani never gave him, said he was going to give him the information, but never gave him the information. So
right. Well, he wasn't the head. He was the head of the Republican Party in the House or the Senate. I don't remember. One of those in Arizona, because Giuliani wanted him to basically call into session. The House or the Congress in Arizona was not in session. He wanted them to basically call back into session so that then they could throw out the votes and just say Donald Trump is president, essentially. And he's like, I don't have the constitutional authority to do this. And you're asking me to do this and you're not even giving me the evidence, because Rudy Giuliani was saying, oh, we have all this evidence that there's all these illegal votes. And he's like, well, can you give that to me? And he's like, yes. He's like, can you give this to me now? And he's like, no. And he's like, well, you're asking me to do all this stuff. You're asking me to violate my oath to the state constitution, and you're not even giving me the evidence to do this. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, you can't imagine doing overturning an election based on no evidence. Come on.
Yeah.
You're asking for the impossible at that point. There is also, we talked a little bit about the justification thing with, obviously election fraud. If there was a substantial amount of election fraud, that's a powerful justification for fucking around in the ways that Trump did, like trying to replace people and stuff.
Well, that's the justification that most people are operating under, essentially.
There is another justification, though, which is weaker but still a problem. Like the fact that the media buried the Hunter Biden story, and didn't give people all of the information a lot of people would deem necessary going into the election. I think that's media malpractice as far as I'm concerned, just because it does allow for this kind of justification. If you can cheat, we can cheat type situation.
No, you're completely correct. And not just that, the justification of, well, you're cheating, so we get to cheat, but also, I mean, the fact that the media was losing all this money, essentially. We kind of forget. It seems so unfathomable now, but we forget that, like, before Trump, all the media organizations were running around with chickens with their head cut off because they were all losing money because no one was watching the news or following the news, and no one cared about news anymore. And so they basically figured out, well, the way to maintain business is to become ultra partisan fear monger, clickbait, hate bait, headline organizations. And the problem is, because that's sort of the model they went after, and because the media had such obvious TDS, like there was just no faith in anything that the media said. All the faith was gone.
Yeah.
And so it's just, there was no trust whatsoever in anything they're saying. Not just no trust, but then if they were anything they were saying, people would just reflexively believe the opposite of. So.
With that, corruption is not some kind of petty crime, but rather a tool of power in democracies and dictatorships. But more on that another time. So accept the favors, sway the key blocks, and you will get into power, ruling with actions that look contradictory and stupid to those who don't understand the game, privately helping a powerful industry you publicly denounced, or passing laws that hurt a bloc that voted for you. But your job isn't to have a consistent, understandable ruling policy, but to balance the interests of your keys to power, big and small. That is how you stay in office. Now, with all this headache of being a representative, you may wonder, looking at Rule 3, why couldn't you skip all this block building, favor trading nonsense and just bribe the army to take power? We must finally...
Trump's like, interesting concept you've got there. Eastman sent Trump this video, I'm certain of it.
There you go.
Turn to taxes and revolts. You must understand Rule 2 and how the treasure is raised and used to hold a country together. If we graph the tax rate of countries versus the number of key supporters the ruler needs, there's a clear relationship. More democracy, lower taxes. If you're sitting comfortably in a cushy democracy, you may scoff at this.
There's so much scoffing going on right now, I'm certain of it.
Yeah.
I bring this up all the time.
But your fellow citizens who don't earn enough don't pay income taxes and get rebates, bringing the average tax rate down. In dictatorships, this doesn't happen. Dictatorships often forego tax paperwork in favor of just taking wealth directly. It's common for the dictator to force farmers to sell their produce to him for little, then turn around and sell it on the open market, pocketing the difference at an unthinkably high equivalent tax rate. So taxes in democracies are low in comparison to dictatorships. But why do representatives lower their take? Well, cutting taxes is a crowd pleaser. Dictators have no need to please the crowds and thus can take a large percentage from their poor citizens to pay key supporters. But representatives in a democracy can take a smaller percentage from each to pay their key supporters because their educated, freer citizens are more productive than peasants. For rulers in a democracy, the more productivity, the better, which is why they build universities and hospitals and roads and grant freedoms, not just out of the goodness of their hearts, but because it increases citizen productiveness, which increases treasure for the ruler and their key supporters, even when a lower percentage is taken. Democracies are...
That's sort of a... that's an incredibly true concept that I think people need to understand. And for many, it's unfortunately a stake in the heart of the taxation is theft argument.
Yeah, it totally
because
is. Yeah.
Basically, the position is without taxes, politicians and the government would have literally no incentive to have the citizens of the country be educated and productive and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's sort of the reason I think Western democracies have outperformed all other systems of government, that came before it, is because the incentives were basically aligned to make everyone as educated and productive as possible, which other forms of government really don't have the incentives aligned in that way whatsoever.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, definitely. The taxation is theft at a certain point. I'm a firm believer that, if 90% taxes is probably, you can say taxation at 90% is theft.
Right.
So the whole idea that any level of taxation is theft really irks me because it takes away from the conversation that you really need to have. Like, at what level is taxation theft? I mean,
sure,
that's a conversation you need to have, right?
Right. It's a really good point. Yeah.
So your opening bid that any level of taxation is theft just completely, is not believable. It's like, I understand the big ask concept, but the one thing a lot of people forget about the big ask, when you're negotiating, you ask big to set a high mark and then you negotiate down from there. Yeah. The thing that a lot of people forget, and I've read Cialdini's book, he talks about this explicitly and all the studies that have been done around it. The initial ask has to be credible. Like, if the big ask is like $10 trillion, you're like,
right.
Okay, we're not having a serious conversation here. Like, you haven't established a mark that's credible. And the taxation is theft is just, it's not credible.
Well,
it's not a credible ask.
I mean, most people I've heard that say taxation is theft, they're not doing it from a big ass perspective. They're coming from a principled perspective that they just think any form of taxation is theft. So
okay, yeah. Okay.
That's been my experience anyway.
That's fine. Principles. Cullivar here says, you guys should title this live stream, Sitch and Adam, we missed the forest for the trees. So I kind of anticipated that there was going to be some pushback. I think maybe late in the stream when we're completely delirious, maybe we might have to invite Cullivar on or invite somebody on that wants to take the Sitch and Adam are just completely delusional position here. Because I really, I don't feel like I'm delusional here. And I have watched all of the January 6 hearings, and I have done a lot of reading on the topic. So, and I feel like I can steel man the opposition argument that I understand a lot of people do feel like, bearing the Hunter Biden story. There's been credible polls that had the Hunter Biden story come out, the election could have gone in a much different direction. So
right.
I don't necessarily know that you can go ahead and get half of the Justice Department to fucking resign because CNN fucked over the country by not we're going to watch the January 6th
Well,
hearing.
just because, so you say, okay, the media was dishonest because they buried the Hunter Biden story. That doesn't then justify the president basically, trying to get the vice president to engage in an illegal act to make himself president again.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
like those two things do not, one of those things is not justified.
That's not how it works.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm happy that while there are definitely problems, and fuck the media, I do believe when Trump says the media is the enemy of the people, I think he's got a good argument there. He really
Right,
does.
Right. Yeah.
That is a credible statement, but it doesn't change the fact that Trump was willing to do things that are just, I mean, very self-serving. I don't see how you can say, well, I mean, I understand Trump's reasoning. Trump's reasoning
not just
is
self-serving, but like, you understand if Pence capitulated, okay, if Pence threw out the votes, I mean, what would have happened? We would have had a constitutional
crisis. Yeah.
That I don't believe has ever happened in our country since the Civil fucking War. The Supreme Court probably would have, like, even Eastman was saying 9-0. The Supreme Court would have said, the Pence can't throw out the votes. This is ridiculous.
Right. Yeah.
But what happens then? Is Trump going to just say, well, I'll just follow what the Supreme Court says, or is he going to say, fuck you? I mean, are we going to have a situation where, Biden is elected to office, and as he's being sworn in, Trump is sitting in the White House like, I'm not leaving. Like, I don't know what's going to happen there.
Trump. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, no, it's just that's such a dangerous, incredibly dangerous precedent to set.
Yeah.
And this is what, so many of the people, all these people that voted for Trump were saying, like, to threaten the peaceful transition of power that are been the foundation of our country is just so irresponsible.
Trump did get more people on his side.
Mm-hmm.
Gates, Marjorie Taylor, these people.
Well, okay, wait. Gates from day one was a Trump whore. Remember, he was the one that was like, he lied about briefing Trump about was it the Comey, the Flynn investigation? Remember, he like went to the White House and he gave him the inside scoop, and then he lied about it.
Where is critical mass? I mean, how many people does he get to who are willing to steal the election even though they didn't win, to actually force a constitutional crisis? I mean, it's not like he just got the one guy. I mean, there was a lot of wrangling going on. There were people that were in favor of this, and there were people who were against it. And Trump kept saying, just send the letter and let the Republicans take over.
Yeah, but the thing that was interesting is that none of the people that were on board with this were in positions of power to actually enact
of course not.
any of the things Trump wanted.
This is why I wanted to start with this video, because this was a play for lower level people to move up in a big way.
You're right. Yeah,
which incentivized them to do that. Like, they were willing to throw out the rule book because it was a massive gain for them in political power.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. This is how it happens.
Right.
This is how it happens. And it's perfectly illustrated in the January 6th hearing, the one that we're going to watch. Perfectly illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's a fucking EPA attorney. He's got no business taking that job, and he knows it. He knows it.
It's funny that there's the guy who was, I don't know if it was the head or the deputy of the DOJ, who's like, yeah, we were in a meeting with all these top level people with Eastman, and every single person in the meeting was like, Eastman is not competent or has the experience to take this job. They're all saying this to like Eastman's face.
It was
Trump's off.
I didn't know, was Eastman Was Eastman the EPA
I mean, not Eastman,
attorney?
sorry.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Clark. I keep
Clark,
confusing
yeah.
Jeffrey Clark. Yeah.
It's
They're all
Clark.
saying to Jeffrey Clark's face.
He totally tells him to his face, call us, you've never been in charge of a criminal case. You've never brought anyone up on charges. We'll call you when we have an oil spill. It's like, you are not fucking qualified to do this job.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So ridiculous. And the fact that they're going to put him in charge just because he's the one that's willing to send the letter.
Right. The letter, by the way, was a letter that said that the Justice Department, Jeffrey Clark wrote a letter to the Georgia state legislature saying that it's a crazy letter. I sent it to you. I don't know if you read it.
I read it. It is insane.
That says that, well, first of all, it's a lie. It says the Justice Department found credible evidence that there was voter fraud, which everyone who's in charge of the Justice Department said was not true. So that would be a lie. And then secondly, it said that it was the Justice Department basically saying to the Georgia state legislature, hey, you can violate the Georgia state constitution. It doesn't matter what it says. All that matters is that the federal constitution says you guys can appoint whoever you want to be your electors. Who gives a shit what the voters say?
Right.
And it's crazy because this is coming from like the party of states' rights. And you have literally the federal government telling the state legislature to ignore their own state constitution and to ignore the votes of the people in the state.
Right.
Which is fucking crazy to me.
And that letter they had different drafts of that letter for different states, just because we're seeing the one for Georgia.
We just saw the Georgia one. Right. Yeah. Well, the Georgia was probably going to be the test run on that letter. And that's why the people that were the head of the DOJ were saying, like, this letter is a murder-suicide pact. Like, whoever signs this.
They put people's names on that letter that didn't give permission to put their names on it, that they just were like, we're going to get this person on our side.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, they put everyone's name on it in anticipation that they would sign above their name. And they're like, I'm not signing this. You're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Better places to live than dictatorships, not because representatives are better people, but because their needs happen to be aligned with a large portion of the population. The things that make citizens more productive also make their lives better. Representatives want everyone productive, so everyone gets highways. The worst dictators are those whose incentives are aligned with the fewest citizens, those who have the fewest keys to power. This explains why the worst dictatorships have something in common: gold or oil or diamonds or similar. If the wealth of a nation is mostly dug out of the ground, it's a terrible place to live because a gold mine can run with dying slaves and still produce great treasure. Oil is harder, but luckily foreign companies can extract and refine it without any citizen involvement. With citizens outside this cycle, they can be ignored while the ruler is rewarded and the keys to power kept loyal. Thus, we live in a world where the best, smartest democracies are stable, the worst, richest dictatorships are stable, and in between is a valley of revolution. The resource-rich dictators build roads only from their ports to their resources and from their palace to the airport, and the people stay quiet not because this is fine or even because they're scared, but because the cold truth is starving, disconnected illiterates don't make good revolutionaries. Now, a middling dictator without resources must, as mentioned before, take a large amount of wealth directly from his poor farmers and factory workers. Thus, two roads won't do, and so he must maintain.
How does this work does North Korea produce anything of value?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or is they just being propped up by China?
I
think they do something. I think they give China something, don't they? Some kind of natural resource.
Don't they? I mean, you would think they grow their own food. There's that one.
Well, they have all the food problems, I thought.
Right. There's that one woman who escaped from North Korea, sold herself into slavery in China, and wrote a book about it. And she was talking about how, food is everyone's starving. So
right.
But yeah, no, it's a terrible place to live. Who wants to live in a place where everyone's starving?
Says North Korea has a lot of coal, iron, limestone, zinc, copper, gold. This also says they're having a lot of problems getting at it because, the way the country is run. So I don't know. Maybe it's just being propped up by China, basically.
Some minimums of life for the citizens, but keeping the workforce somewhat connected and somewhat educated and somewhat healthy makes them more able to revolt. Now understand, the romantic image of the people storming the gates and overthrowing their dictator is mostly a fantasy. If you run a middling dictatorship, the people only storm the palace when the army lets them to remove you because you lost control over your keys and are being replaced. This is why, after popular revolts in middling dictatorships, the new ruler is often the same as the old, if not worse. The people didn't replace the king, the court replaced the king, using the people's protest they let happen to do it.
January 6th.
The very things a benevolent dictator wants to build to cross this valley take treasure away from the keys to power and make the citizens more able to revolt, often ending in a stronger ruler, less likely to build bridges and more loyal to his keys. On the other side, the best democracies are stable, not just because the large number of keys and their competing desires makes dictatorial revolt near impossible to organize, but also because the revolt would destroy the very wealth it intended to capture, the high productivity of the citizens. Plus, those helping the would-be dictator in a democracy know he plans to cull key supporters once in power. That's what a coup is. So potential key supporters must weigh the probability of surviving the cull and getting the rewards versus the risk of being on the outside of a dictatorship they helped create.
See, that's the Pence situation, right?
Yeah,
there.
I know. That's what you think Pence is operating under.
Pence and Gates and Marjorie Taylor Greene and
Gates is fucking whore from the beginning.
For Gates and Marjorie Taylor Greene, that calculus is much different. For Clark, the EPA attorney, that calculus is much different than Pence.
Right.
Vice President of the United States, next in line for the presidency.
Well, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene's also crazy, so it's completely different calculus going on in her mind.
Is she?
But she's the Jewish space lasers lady.
Are you sure she's crazy?
I mean, you know what? I'll bring it up at the next secret Jew meeting that we have on Thursdays after White Guy Wednesdays, where we talk about recalibrating the space laser. So.
I've never heard an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've never heard. I don't even know what her voice sounds like. I know what she looks like.
Have you never heard her voice?
I've only heard people talk shit about her. I just never really.
Well, you can look into her then.
She's a Republican congresswoman, right?
Yeah, she said she blamed. Remember, you have all the wildfires. She said it was based on like space lasers or something.
Where is she? Tell me she's not in California. Oh, please.
No. She's I don't know what the fuck state. What state is Marjorie Taylor Greene, guys?
Stable democracy, that's a terrible gamble. Maybe you'll be incredibly wealthy, but probably you'll be dead and have made the lives of everyone you know worse. The math says no. Being on the right side of a coup in a dictatorship means having the resources to get you and your family what the peasants lack: healthcare, education, quality of life. This is what makes the competition for power so fierce. But in a democracy, most already have these things, so why risk it? So the more the wealth of a nation comes from the productive citizens of the nation, the more the power gets spread out, and the more the ruler must maintain the quality of life for those citizens. The less. Now, if a stable democracy becomes very poor, or if a resource that dwarfs the productivity of the citizens is found, the odds of this gamble change and make it more possible for a small group to seize power. Because if the current quality of life is terrible, or the wealth not dependent on the citizens, coups are worth the risk. When democracies fall, these are usually the reasons.
See, we had that debate with Aiden over, I guess, monarchy versus democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And this this equation just seems perfectly logical to me in a way that I don't understand how the monarchists get past it. I feel like you have to have some level of delusion to think that lowering the number of people keeping the king in power is going to be good for anyone. Like, I understand the idea, and this is super. I think a lot of people think this is super distasteful. They conceptualize the people as the property of the king, like cattle or something. And, the farmer is always good to his cattle. And I think, well, doesn't he like slaughter a few and turn them into hamburgers? I mean, isn't that kind of how cattle work? It doesn't necessarily seem like a good way to conceptualize people.
Right.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea that people are, the sanctity of life, I think, is a good way to conceptualize people.
Mm-hmm.
These rules for rulers explain not only why some men are monsters and others are merciful, but everything about politics, from war to foreign aid to political dynasties to corruption, all of which we can talk about at another time. But for now, you, aspiring ruler, may be disgusted by the world of politics and have decided to avoid it entirely. But you cannot, for rulers come in many forms. Yes, kings, presidents, and prime ministers, but also deans, dons, mayors, chairs, chiefs.
An A-team.
These rules apply to all and explain their actions. From the CEO of the largest global corporate conglomerate who must keep his board happy to the chair of the smallest homeowners association, managing votes and spending membership fees. You cannot escape structures of power. You can only turn a blind eye to understanding them. And if you ever want the change you dream about, there's a 0th rule you cannot ignore. Without power, you can affect nothing. You may not like these rules, but surely better you on the throne than someone else. And who knows, maybe you'll be different.
I like the little wink at the end.
Yeah, CGP Grey is great content maker. Yeah.
Yeah, based. There's an interesting psychology to the January 6th stuff, because to me, like, the focal point that everyone fixates on is the January 6th riot and the people that broke into the Capitol. And to me, that's like the most negligible part, really.
Oh, of course.
Of the entire thing. Because the way that I look at it is almost from a consequential lens of that I don't think that ever would have affected or enacted any real change whatsoever.
Yeah.
I don't think that the people breaking the Capitol would have actually ever accomplished anything. Where all the things before that, all the lead up to that, all the things that Trump was trying to do behind the scenes, those could have been successful, and thus those would have been much worse. And it's interesting that humans are so dominated by psychology that stuff gets kind of brushed aside in favor of just the spectacle of people breaking into the Capitol.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It is. It's very visceral compared to the wheelings and dealings, which are much more legalistic.
Right.
And probably don't have the kind of emotional resonance that breaking windows and stealing lecterns has.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also,
No, exactly.
I mean, the hang Mike Pence stuff is like
right.
A mob chanting hang Mike Pence is, I mean, it's part of it.
Well, there was something that I asked you about that I guess we'll come back to. We'll find out.
Trump has really doubled down here too, because in recent days, he said that he still thinks of Pence as a coward.
Right.
And that Pence should have thrown out the electors as planned.
Well, it was interesting because in the hearing when they talked about Pence, Trump or Trump's team directly lied, because Pence made it very clear, and his chief of staff testified to this. Pence made it very clear from the beginning that he didn't believe he had the power to throw out the votes. And yet Trump kept publicly saying and kept putting out there that Pence and him were in agreement that Pence could throw out the votes.
Right. Yeah.
And that's so fucking, that's like he's obviously just trying to pressure, he's just lying, or his administration is lying, because who knows who put out the statement, to just try to pressure Pence into doing what he wants, which is crazy.
And manipulating the media to some extent.
Yes, of course.
Right-wing media, obviously. Left-wing media is off doing their own thing.
Right.
But the left-wing media is completely useless as well, because they're not putting forward any sort of convincing argument other than just, oh yeah, we looked into this, it's all cool, go back to sleep, voters. And I'm going, you guys are pieces of shit here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to know if there's anything to what Trump is saying.
Right.
But they're just basically saying, oh no, Trump, they have this media narrative that Trump never tells the truth about anything. And anything Trump says is a lie. And they really, they drank their own Kool-Aid on that, thinking all of America just doesn't believe what Trump says anyway. So when Trump says all this stuff about stolen election, nobody's believing it. But there are a lot of people who are believing it. You need to show evidence that is incorrect. But I don't feel like they did in any kind of real tangible way.
You're exactly right. The media did a piss poor job going into any of this stuff. Though I don't know if it would have mattered, even if they did a good job, because so many of people's positions was basically, the media had no trust or credibility for half the country, which was their own fault. And so even if they did a good job, it wouldn't really matter, because Trump would say, oh, they're lying, and then people just believe that.
Right
So,
well, I'm not necessarily. I think there are always persuadable people, especially in
there'd be some people. I just, the majority of people I don't think would have been persuaded by anything other than Trump conceding, essentially.
Right.
But that's kind of my cynical view on the situation.
Right. I want also, if we do have Cullivar on, or someone who is against us on this after we listen to the hearings, I am curious. And somebody said this in the chat before the stream began, that they're only showing half of the situation here, that these hearings are very curated,
of course,
in a dishonest way.
Well,
and I don't know that it's dishonest.
I don't know if they could say it's dishonest. I don't have evidence of that. They're obviously incredibly one-sided and biased.
Right, but if the other side, if they invited Republicans in, and the Republicans,
it's mostly Republican speaking. Liz Cheney's fucking Republican.
So if they invited Trump,
people, yes.
If they invited Trump supporters in,
yes,
what credible argument are the Trump supporters going to make besides,
I don't know,
oh, this was no big deal? That's so Cullivar, if you come in, I want to know, what is the argument that we're missing here that's the credible argument for why Trump should be angling 14 days before the transition of power to replace the head of the Justice Department with some EPA attorney who doesn't know jack shit about criminal law, to send out a letter that's just filled with lies. What is the argument for why that's the right thing to do? Sitch, what is the argument for why that's the right thing to do?
because the election was stolen, Adam. What do you mean?
Well, there is an argument to be made if the election was stolen, but
Not really, because it's basically, the argument is basically, oh, the election was stolen, so therefore it's justified for Trump to to basically also act in an illegal manner, essentially. That's the essential argument that boils down to.
Right.
Which, first of all, I don't even know if I agree with that concept already. But if that's really the argument, I mean, you better have fucking ironclad evidence, not just kind of smoke. Because that's what most election claims were, just smoke. There was not there was no gun that was ever really found for any of this stuff, at least for the big claims that were being put forward.
I mean, I've seen stuff. They had the woman who ran the ballots and her mom, which was obviously very curated pro-Democrat. They made a case that she had been an election worker her entire life, and now she gave up the thing that she loved because, this was so terrorizing. And she got some harassment. She was doxxed. I don't condone any of that shit. I think it's complete fucking nonsense bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I kept asking myself, did she, was she turned into a Democratic hero and like she's no longer doing that because she got a better job offer? Like, there's a lot of questions that I had on whether or not.
Yeah, she might. Well, I don't know I don't think she hasn't. I mean, so the two people that were accused of this, they're accused of passing the USB stick with the extra
Right.
Biden votes and pulling
which
out
turned
the
out to be like a
suitcase
stick of
ballots.
chewing gum or something.
Yeah,
or
yeah, it
breath
was all
mint.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Right. All that stuff turned out to be bullshit. I don't think that they, maybe after this, people will fundraise for them or something. I don't know. Especially, I mean, you have both, you have her crying on the witness stand, and we're not going to really watch her testimony because it's emotionally compelling, but it's not really substantive.
No, not at all. And it seemed like it could be all just nonsense. So
it could be. It's only substantive in one way, which is that you listen to her talking, you listen to her mom talking. Like, these people are very obviously not Machiavellian masterminds being paid off by Democratic operatives to do anything. They're just like rando people. Just like, oh, I'm just like, trying to do my civic duty. Like, it's very apparent that these people were innocent by their reaction and the way that they're talking and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're the world's best actors by any stretch, that are just pulling a fast one on anybody. But
yeah, I don't know what her situation is now. They asked her, are you still doing elections? And obviously elections is a part-time gig. Like, it's not, it's every 4 years or whatever. And it sounds like maybe her mom is some higher up at elections and just hires her daughter out as like a temporary worker. But they never went into any of that stuff in any detail. And it really felt like, okay, they're being a little deceptive here, just because you understand the situation.
They said they're not doing anything like that anymore.
No, they asked if the daughter was doing it anymore. They didn't ask if the mom was doing it anymore.
I mean, I'm assuming you're right. I guess you're right. Maybe they didn't ask the mom specifically. I'm assuming not.
They didn't ask.
They're both so terrified of being doxxed and being attacked that I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't know. But they didn't ask the daughter, well, what are you doing now?
Yeah, well, obviously she had a job. I mean,
right, but she probably.
I know people that have done poll work. I mean, it's a very temporary job, only for like that's time period. So obviously they have a normal job beyond that. But
yeah. Well, they tailored it to make it seem like she's living under a bridge somewhere, which I just don't know. Of course,
obviously they're trying to make
Of
course, they're trying to make her as, sympathetic and damaged as possible by these allegations against her. Sure. Which is why I said, it's all very emotionally curated, obviously. But regarding the fact that these hearings are one-sided, which they definitely are one-sided. I mean, the response is, why, where's the counter hearings? Why are the pro-Trump Republicans not putting on counter hearings to counteract this? And it's because the answer is the Republicans in power, most of them don't want to touch this shit with a 10-foot pole. I think most of even the Republicans that say that the election was stolen or that Trump was right, I don't think they really believe that. I think they're just saying that to placate voters.
The it's strange because the Republican former presidents, every single one of them seems to become a pariah. Like within my lifetime, George W. Bush was, former president, two-term president, not invited to the Republican National Convention afterwards to speak because everyone hated his guts over the Iraqi invasion.
Yeah.
I don't think Trump is going to be invited anywhere either. It seems like people are doing their best to distance themselves from Trump, especially after the January 6th hearings.
Right. That'll be very interesting if he doesn't run in 2024, or even if he does and in 2028, will he be invited to speak at the RNC? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it'll be entirely dependent on what the poll numbers show, probably. But
yeah, it's just like the Gray video,
right?
It's like a power balancing act right now. The people are not concerned about policy as much as is Trump up or down? Am I with Trump?
Yeah,
Am I a Trump supporter or am I not a Trump supporter? Has sentiment turned?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's why you had that guy. Well, we talked about the guy from Arizona who said, he had such strong condemnation of Giuliani and Trump, and yet he's saying that he would vote for Trump again. So it's like, I don't know what that means, but okay.
Well, a lot of people, I mean, Trump could spin this Roe versus Wade thing into a win.
Well, yeah, it definitely is. Well, whether it's a win or not, I guess is, what the Zen master said. We'll see. We'll see what the fallout from this is, because this could end up becoming biting the Republicans in the ass. I think there's still a very good chance that the Republicans will win the midterms, and it's still a very good chance the Republicans will win the midterms. I think this drastically helps the Democrats win 2024, because this issue isn't going to go away, because what's going to happen is for the next 2 years, there's going to be nonstop fighting between all these states and all these Republican states enacting more and more abortion laws. So it's never going to go away. It's going to be the hot issue in 2024. Obviously there's going to be other issues going on, whether inflation's still going on, who knows what's going on with Russia, Ukraine, blah, blah, blah. But that's an issue that really is going to be breathing life into the Democrats for the next 2 years.
It's really,
without it, I think they would have been in real big trouble.
It's really strange to me that there are people in California that are going to be losing their shit because people in Alabama will not be able to have an abortion. Even though they can have, 10 abortions, they have abortion on demand basically in their state. But
yeah, but it's perceptual, because it's like, oh, this is indicative that the government is basically taking away my power or choice of bodily autonomy or whatever, the argument is.
Right.
I mean, it's the same thing with, you could say that about a lot of issues. You could say that about civil rights. Why does, if black people are not being, forced to be segregated in your state, why do you care what happens in another state? It's like, I don't know, people care.
Yeah, they do care. They view it as a civil rights situation.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one of the places where I do think the Republicans have made, well, it's hard. You can't say it's really a strategic error because, obviously, I think they have the best of intentions. I think they really believe, obviously life begins at conception and you're killing a human life and they're saving lives. They envision themselves in the same way that the people who freed the slaves envisioned themselves.
I agree. Yeah. Well, and also it's not 100% fair to characterize this as like a political move, because it wasn't, Congress. It was the Supreme Court that did this. And even though I don't buy the fact that any of the justices are divorced from politics, I don't buy that for a fucking second. They're supposed to be divorced from politics. They're supposed to be not thinking of those things. They're supposed to be just ruling on what they truly, truly believe.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe they are. I mean, on one hand, Clarence Thomas's wife is a fucking super crazy person.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know, maybe he's getting it from her. But on the other hand, I mean, it's so funny because if you look at the reaction to Roe versus Wade, Clarence Thomas basically gift wrapped this issue to the Democrats, because you have all the other conservative justices are like very careful to say, listen, this only applies to abortion. They explicitly say this does not apply to gay marriage. This does not apply to sodomy laws. This does not apply to contraception. They explicitly say this. And then Clarence Thomas is like kicks the door down. He's like, fuck you. It applies to all this shit.
Right. And it allows him to run all that shit Clarence Thomas said as like the normal Republican.
Yes. And if you look at left-wing political Twitter,
oh, they're going insane.
Like, they're all saying, look at what Clarence Thomas said. Look at what Clarence Thomas said. They're coming after gay marriage next. They're coming after contraception next. They're coming after, anal sex next. They're saying all these things. And that's what's going to be run on for the next 2 years, was that Clarence Thomas gift wrapped this bow to them. That's why it was so weird where, like, if you remember when this ruling came out, I guess because Clarence Thomas also wrote the gun control ruling, there are all these like memes about, oh, Clarence Thomas's birthday week. He's the man. He's coming in with the laser eyes. And I'm like, you guys, like, you're so wrong about this. Clarence Thomas's, his opinion on Roe v. Wade is the equivalent of people on the left defending drag queens in front of children at pride parades. It's just going to cause, like, it's a minority opinion that's going to cause a massive backlash and end up possibly fucking over your own team. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think from a strategic position, it was a bad fucking move. Maybe he really believes it. And so, I guess props to him for sticking to his principles, but I don't think that's going to bode well. I don't think it's going to help the Republicans at all.
The narrative that the Democrats want desperately more than anything to take into the next election is Republicans want to make gay marriage illegal again. And
Yes.
Clarence Thomas gave them the perfect evidence to hold up and say, right here it is. Here's proof that this is exactly what they want to do, even though it's the minority opinion. And nobody, I don't think anyone else signed on to it, right? I mean, he had this was like an addendum thing that he threw in there to like.
Well, it was his concurring opinion,
right?
Where he agrees with the ruling, but he gives somewhat different rationale,
right?
Which Roberts basically did too. Which was Roberts said that if it was up to him, he would say that Mississippi's law was fine, but he wouldn't have overturned Roe versus Wade.
Right. He's a true conservative. He's like an incrementalist.
He gives more weight to precedent and the fact that the law has been established for the last 50 years. Which
this is like
agree with or disagree with not. But
this is a political bombshell, though. You got to admit,
right.
Like this is the kind of thing, though, that they really do. They feel like this is the Republican right. And the pro-life movement, they feel this is like freeing the slaves to them. They really do.
Sure.
It's the people on the left, they don't understand. They just don't get it. They don't get that. And not only that, they have the delusion that they just think Republicans are these evil people that want to control women's bodies.
It's really annoying because no one, and I got into like a bunch of Twitter spat with people on this.
I saw
no one.
Yes.
Like, to me, it's so obvious, but I guess it's not the people in the bubble. No one understands not no one. Lots of people are just so in their bubble about abortions. It's such an emotional issue that they can't think clearly because you have, as you said, the people on the left make this really stupid argument. And did we watch that video on stream? I don't know if I just watched it myself. Oh no, we watched it on stream. This was the Vosh video. And I've heard this argument before where he's like, Republicans literally don't care about babies. That's all bullshit. They just want to control women's bodies.
Right. It's a power play.
Right. They, they're just evil. They want to control women's bodies. And that's it. They want everyone to be in Handmaid's Tale. And I've heard this argument from a lot of people left. And it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
That I don't understand how I don't understand. I mean, I understand it, but I also don't understand how people could be that stupid to believe that. But then it's like, I see the same fucking, the inverse of that on the right, where people are like, oh, people left, they just want to murder babies. Like, that's their goal. They just want to murder babies. Why are these women so upset they can't murder babies? It's like, fucking hell. Like,
Like
that's
they get
obviously
off on murdering babies. Yeah.
right. It's like, that's not the fucking
Yeah.
position. It's just as stupid as saying Republicans don't care about babies. They just want to control women's bodies. And it's frustrating to see, both
The
sides just hit this
disconnect.
wall of disconnection here. But
Well, it's fascinating for us. I mean,
I
I feel
guess,
like very few people live in the real world.
yeah, I think you're right.
It's
I think you're
super
right.
rare.
Well, we all live in the real world. Very few people see the real world or
Well, no,
understand it.
the narrative, yeah. I mean
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean you really do have to see.
Yeah.
Most people are only capable of seeing the arguments that their tribe is making and
Yes.
seeing the mischaracterizations of all the tribes that are against them.
Right.
That's the only worldview people are allowed to see.
Right.
I think we should get caught up on super chats because I feel
That's what
like
I
a
was
lot
gonna,
are
I was gonna do
have
before
to,
we started the
yeah,
hearing.
have to do.
Justice Solidoge of the Super Supreme Court.
What? Oh wow.
Justice Solidoge of the Super Supreme Court for $20 says, I've come down with my decision that will overturn the Supreme Court. Abortion will be allowed, but only for trans women.
Oh shit.
That's hilarious. Everyone else seeking to end the kid will get a vaccine booster shot. This has been concurred by Justice Dankula. There you go.
Wow.
I like it. I like it. That's a good ruling.
That's a great solution.
Yeah.
A lot of people will
Sketchy.
be affected by that.
Yeah. It is funny how with the abortion stuff, so much of like the trans women or women conversation just immediately gets dumped in the trash can.
Did you see my tweets? I was like making fun of everyone.
Yes, I did see that. Was very funny.
I said instead of pregnant person, we should go for the more politically correct term, birthing slave. What do you think? We
I
can
like
bring
that.
we can bring
I
back
like
we
that.
can trigger so many people just by
There you
saying
go.
slave.
There you go. I like that. We're triggering the right by saying slave. No, we're triggering the left by saying slave. We're triggering the right by saying birthing person instead of
Yeah,
There you go.
exactly.
The birthing slave. Perfect. Sketchy Shinobi, thanks so much for becoming a free will seeker. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, Gaetano Mosca, one of the originators of elite theory, believes the ideal government is a balance of democratic and aristocratic forces, a centrist position which is informed by history and too big brain for you boys. Well, there you go.
Wow. Okay.
It could be. I mean, there's many different flavors of elite theory, and I think Adam has been concentrating mostly on this one particular neo-reactionary strand, which is seemingly very anti-democratic. So,
Well, I get this too because I'm interested in reading more on the topic. Obviously, I've read some on it already, but then I get this. Oh, it's too big brained for me. So I guess I gotta just wallow in my ignorance.
Well, and also I think we have to be careful to not conflate elite theory with being in favor of a monarch, because there's probably there's some distance between those two things.
A balance of democratic and aristocratic forces I mean, I would like to know what your definition of aristocratic forces is, because if Sitch and I decide that we want to form the consortium of future homeowners of America, does that make us aristocrats because we have this giant voting block of all the people who want to see houses become more like hamburgers and less like Van Gogh paintings?
I think I have a better name. Okay. I think we should
No, the consortium. It's been decided.
No, it's going to be the League of Very Not Evil Future Homeowners Society. Okay. I think that's what we should call it.
Okay, I like that too.
There you go. We'll really home in that we're not evil. We'll make sure everybody knows.
But does that
Zara
make us
Richards.
aristocrats? I feel like that's
I
a
don't
big
know.
question for me. So, Zara
I don't really.
Richards.
I'll be honest. I really don't care about elite theory. So if Adam wants to look into it, he can be my guest. I don't give a fuck really. But Zara Richards, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months. Says JMac didn't pay for my sub to pay. Oh, there you go, Zara. Zara was a member long before I think you could even give subs or anyone knew you could give subs. So.
I think Zara was one of our first members. When we
Yes.
finally did it, a lot of our regulars joined immediately. So, and thank you guys for doing that.
Thank you. Equin Shadownox, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says January 6th, January 6th. I want to get your takes on Roe v. Wade falling, aka the news of the decade. Meltdowns over this makes for great content. Well, I guess we talked about it a little bit. I mean, we're both pro-choice, but I think the meltdowns, I think the meltdowns, as I said, I think they're going to end up helping the Democrats. Maybe not in the midterms, but in 2024, they're definitely going to help Democrats. Obviously, it doesn't mean they're going to necessarily win, but it's going to help them. Now, just because it helps them, does that mean that, if people are pro-life or believe that the law, or that's not the law, the ruling was unconstitutional? Should they violate the principles for some consequential view? Probably not. So I don't know. I don't know if I have like a really interesting take on it. We talked about it when the leak occurred. We talked about it, I think, pretty in depth, and the leak was basically the same as the opinion that came out. Yeah, for the most part.
We did.
I don't think it really changed.
Yeah, we did streams on baby killers versus rape apologists, and we did. I mean, we started calling ourselves baby killers just because we figured you guys are going to call us baby killers anyway.
It's also, I think it's funny, but
it is funny. I wouldn't want. I am in favor of picking a date that feels that makes most people comfortable, and just I don't understand this. If you're halfway through your pregnancy and you're thinking you're going to get an abortion, that's wrong. It's totally wrong.
Sure.
So we just need clear legislation around this stuff, and maybe that will come into play. There is, though, a strong contingent that is the life begins at conception crowd, who, I mean, obviously any abortion is going to be wrong for them. I don't think life begins at conception. I think there is a point there when you can say we've passed the point of no return, but it is kind of the, how many grains of sand make a pile or a heap. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many stones make a mountain? Right. It's like, okay.
Right. Well, that's why I said I don't know the answer to this question. But to me, I don't think life begins at conception. I mean, obviously, like biological life, but not human life. That's why I said it's wherever consciousness, wherever the brain begins to become what we would consider consciousness. To me, that would be the cutoff date. I don't know what that date is. But
even life begins at conception is a little bit deceptive, because yes, life does begin at conception. I'm talking baby. When does baby begin?
Right. That's why I said human life. I don't consider it like a human until it can have like consciousness.
But I see the reactions. Oh, it's just a clump of cells and all this and that. And I mean, I understand if that's your belief, but is it? I often wonder too if the plan B, the pill that you can take that doesn't allow the fertilized embryo to implant in the womb.
There's two.
Okay.
There's one, because someone was yelling about us. There's two different types of plan B pills. There's one, I think, that it does something to kill the sperm, or does something to prevent sperm that sits in the fallopian tubes or uterus from
waiting.
Yeah, waiting. It prevents that from fertilization. And then there's another one which will actually, I think, prevent the egg from attaching to the uterine wall, even if it is fertilized. So just to be clear.
So I kind of wonder if plan B is going to make this topic completely moot, because where
People just be popping the Plan B.
Well, no, is that going to still be accessible or is that going to be unaccessible?
Well, I
And
guess it depends on the state. That's like, yeah, because a lot
does
of states
isn't
will
that going to
probably
put
try to
pressure?
outlaw that. But
Isn't that going to put pressure on lawmakers to get that alternative in place for people? And maybe that's a more comfortable alternative for conservatives, since technically, I mean,
well,
the
it's not. If you believe life begins at conception and something's
Mhm.
preventing the fertilized egg from attaching to the uterine wall, I mean,
Mhm.
they would also consider that, abortion.
What is the
I
first
mean,
trimester?
that
It's like,
was that was Hobby Lobby's argument about, they were saying that they were fine with their healthcare plans buying condoms, but just not Plan B pills.
when does the brainwave stuff happen?
I have no idea.
I
I don't
think I
know.
made a declaration that I was going to be like 4 weeks or something. 30 days is like the cutoff. The
Hmm.
soul is infused into the baby at day 30.
There you
Therefore,
go.
yeah.
There you go.
Well, I mean, people want clarity. So I think
Well, listen, we'll go back to the Bible and we'll just say it's a fine. Okay, you have to
the,
pay a fine if you kill
the 30-day
a
law.
fetus. I think it was. I'm trying to remember. I read the passage like a month ago when the leak came out. I forget if it was. I forget if there was a time period, if it was literally until the baby's born. It was just like a fine. It wasn't. It didn't count as murder or something. But
Ouch.
there was some weird shenanigans about that. Indigo Turtle, thanks so much for the $20. Says voters aren't perfectly rational. That is true, but the idea that they often vote against their own interest is elite and paternalistic. It's a way of pretending you're considered someone else's views without actually understanding them. Yeah, well, it's the way it works, and this is what people on the left miss very often, is that they only fixate on this from an economic perspective, and I think that's what we're trying to, and from a consequentialist economic perspective of all things. And that's what, when we were talking with Kyle, we're like, and I think what you're missing is that people vote based on their moral intuitions, not their pocketbook generally. Obviously, if there's extreme economic hardship, that can change. But even then, even if there's extreme economic hardship, people are more likely going to believe the cause of that economic hardship aligns with whatever their pre-existing moral intuitions are anyway. So
Oh, look, Cullivar says 5th week Adam for brain activity. So if I'm in the 30-day rule, I'm completely
so there
I'm
you go.
I'm
Fifth.
kosher. Yeah.
So there you go.
Yes.
Ostracy for $20 says the civil religion you got. Thank you. Says the civil religion you guys are talking about is why I think the election stolen narrative was so easy to accept. The far left destroy, hate everything about the system that would give them the hesitation to cheat. And that's a great point. That's a great point.
Yeah.
The the that's why it's so. That's why the destruction and lack of faith in our institutions is so devastating. Yeah.
I can't have any assurances that if the shoe was on the other foot and if it was Democrats in the situation that Trump was in, that they
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't have done the same kind of shenanigans under the auspice that Trump is a dictatorial leader and he's gonna genocide all the trans people, and this is even though the election didn't go our way, we have to save the world from a dictator.
Right.
I mean, that could happen.
Val Van Gogh for $20 says selectorate theory is based on rational choice theory, which has been thoroughly debunked. 20 to 30% act in purely materialistic ways. Majority act on additional consideration, good of society, friends, family ideology, etc. Is selectorate theory based on rational choice theory? I didn't
No.
think that they would necessarily have to. I don't see why it'd have to be.
No, not at all. Not at
Okay.
all. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, people can vote their moral interest or their economic interest, and their moral interest is 100% based on moral intuition, not rational
Right.
understanding of the world. Yeah.
Right. Guy for $20 says, I agree with Sitch that inertia should be built into a political system. However, that inertia was intended to come from the Senate and judiciary, not legions of unaccountable career bureaucrats. I understand what you're saying. Well, first of all, they're not unaccountable. Everyone's accountable because everyone could be fired. But there's some fear there, which is that maybe not with the judiciary, but with the Senate at least, like career Department of Justice lawyers who are not. So like the president will appoint the heads of the Justice Department, so that's going to be a political appointee. But a lot of the people under them, all the lawyers that work under them, they're not going to be political appointees necessarily. There's a lot of career lawyers who just work for the Justice Department. And I think it's good that you have sort of nonpartisan actors in these bureaucratic organizations who are not necessarily going to be swayed by whatever the political administration is that's coming in or going out every 4 or 8 years. So I understand what you're saying, but I also think that there's a benefit to having sort of nonpartisan bureaucrats, if you want to use that language, nonpartisan actors in these administrations, in these large bureaucracies.
And people who have the interests of the institution at
maintaining
heart.
The institution.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Where, if the entire institution has all new people, what aren't the incentives more aligned to just burn it down as you're leaving?
Well, and it's the thing that seemed to persuade Trump to not put Clark as the head of the Justice Department was the fact that the head of the Justice Department and the deputy both said that not only would they resign, but like everyone else in the Justice Department would resign. Yeah, all the non-political appointees would probably resign, and he'd say, "Yeah, you'd have Clark would be the head of a Justice Department that's a graveyard. There's no one in it."
Yeah, I think he said as much as 50% of the staff would resign. Yeah.
Right. Danimal for $20 says, I fell into a coma on November 9th, 2021, and just woke up now. All the Bitcoin I'm seeing in this video means it keeps going up, right? To the moon! I'm going to check my virtual wallet and see if I can retire yet after the show. I have some bad news.
Bitcoin is actually coming back a bit here.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Then never mind. Maybe we got some good news.
Bitcoin went down to like 19,000 and bounced back up. I think it's like 21,000 now, so...
Okay, that's still. I mean, wasn't it like 40,000 though?
Why you got to be such a buzzkill?
Okay, I'm just saying, it's pretty huge. I mean, maybe it'll come back.
It's bouncing around 20,000.
Who knows? I don't know. JMac for $200. Thank you so much, Daddy JMac says when one side isn't just gaslit, but is lied to and vilified by a huge media and entertainment apparatus, it's no surprise that they're going to buy into their narrative. There's no goodwill between the left and the right anymore. So of course, the right is going to reject the MSM's perspective. That's very, very, very true. And that's the big problem here. That's why I don't abide by, that's why I'm understandable to people who believe the right-wing narrative. And I don't abide by the left-wing mainstream media narrative crying about it, because they definitely, they definitely did all they could to ruin their own credibility for the last, 4 to 6 years.
And in a very elitist fashion where they basically come out and say, we don't care if you don't believe us. We're in charge. So shut the fuck up. It's like,
right.
Yeah. It's bullshit.
The expert layman for $20 says if a state's total electorate votes are based on population and those votes are awarded in proportions to the popular vote of that state, how is it different from using the national popular vote if all states do this? Well, the difference, it would still be very different because the electoral votes, every state gets 2 extra for the Senate. It means that, and CGP Gray has a video on this, where actually if you break down each electoral college vote, if you're in a less populous state, your vote is worth more than 1 vote. And if you're in a more populous state like California or Texas or New York or Florida, your one vote is actually your one vote is actually worth less than one person's vote.
Yeah.
Because every state gets 2 senators. So having it be broken out proportionally still gives protection to smaller states because they still have the extra weight to them, but it protects the minority voters in those states as well, which keeps up with the entire principle of everything. So
how does that
that's why it'd be
figure in?
different.
How does that figure in with my plan to let parents vote for their kids until they're 18?
Yeah, well, it doesn't, because that's a dumb plan.
But listen, you're saying in less populated states, they already get more than one vote.
Right.
They get like a vote and a fraction.
Yes, they get like 1.3 votes or
So
something.
I'm talking about just in California, you got to have a bunch of kids just to get one vote, basically. Right?
Okay.
It's perfect.
Yeah, whatever. Aaron Ferris for $20. Thank you. Says a rising tide raises all boats. Who would have thought? I know. William Vance for $20 says Trump said Pence was weak, that he didn't act with free will and could have just as well been a conveyor belt. He also said that if it was illegal, why are politicians trying to pass a law that allegedly already existed? Well, I'm not familiar with what the law is that you're referring to, but it didn't. So all the legal people that looked over this, except for I guess Eastman and that one guy, said that it was. That's why Eastman himself said. So Eastman himself, the guy who's pushing Trump or trying to push Trump to get Pence to do this, said he admitted that if this went to the Supreme Court, they would lose 9-0. That Pence didn't have the power. And the idea that the vice president had the authority to basically overturn an election that he is part of would be crazy. Why would the founding fathers, why would any Congress ever create a law that gave the vice president such a single person, that goes against the entire idea of our democracy? Why would we ever give the vice president the power to overturn an election that's obviously within their own benefit to do this? That'd be totally insane. No one wants this. I mean, if that's the way it was, and it was funny because even Eastman admitted that he wouldn't want Al Gore to do that in 2000. What if Al Gore just said, Al Gore, who was the vice president, who was running for president, and there was a very contentious election where there was all sorts of claims of voter shenanigans in Florida. In once, it was even worse than Trump because it wasn't like 5 states. It was 1 state. There was 1 state that changed the outcourse of the entire election. Mm-hmm. And there was all these claims of voter shenanigans in that. And what if Al Gore had the power to just bang the gavel as the president of the Senate and say, fuck you, I'm president now. Right. Like, who the fuck would have been that would have been insane.
He bangs the gavel and he just throws all the electors up in the air. Yes. Woo-woo, I'm president.
And he just says, oh, I'm going to bang the gavel and say, these Republican electors from Florida are bullshit, throws them out. And I'm going to accept these other electors from Florida who just happen to vote for me. Like, that would be crazy for something like that to happen.
The thing that they tried to get like fake electors. It's so crazy.
Well, that's
this
the thing.
This plan is so crazy.
That's the thing that's going to end up fucking, I think, Eastman over. And that's why the FBI raided his house.
Yes. Well, and these people, they feel duped. They were like, I thought what we were doing was legal. Nah, what you were doing is completely illegal.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, and so Eastman's only defense against this, he admitted he thought the Supreme Court would rule against him. His only defense was, he said, I think the Supreme Court's going to choose not to get involved because they'll say it's too political. And I'm like, he's fucking out of his mind.
They're going to get involved. Yeah. As soon as the election is overturned.
If Mike Pence throws out the votes and the Supreme Court doesn't get involved, there's no solution to that except, I guess, violence. Because then what happens? I don't know. What if the Supreme Court doesn't rule on that? What does anyone do? So,
in that world, I don't know. In that world, you would nominate the vice president would be nominated every time because of electability. Like, obviously, he's the one that just picks.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But,
Yeah, no,
and Eastman's thought that the Supreme Court wouldn't get involved in that is totally detached from reality, in my
right.
opinion. But
It
and
says
obviously that's
so much that he asked for a
right.
pardon. It says so much that a lot of these people ask for pardons, and a lot
Yeah,
of these
right.
people. This is the thing too. When you want to talk about, what is the I hear a lot of people saying the January 6th is just one sided and the other side is
Hmm.
not speaking. The other
Well, it is
side
one
took the
sided. I'm not
fifth on a lot of this
right.
shit.
Well, that's the thing too. That's a good point. Eastman and a lot of these other people had a chance to testify, and they all
Yes.
chose not to.
Yes. They took the fifth because they didn't want to incriminate themselves.
Right. Well,
That's not a good look.
that's kind of a slap in the face to Eastman too. I don't know what's going on there because it's like if Eastman's really the one who's sort of the mastermind behind all this plotting, and then Trump won't even give him a pardon. That's kind of like
Right.
if I was Eastman, I'd be really fucking pissed. I'd be like, "What the fuck, dude?" I was like, "I had your back, and you totally stabbed me in the back here."
Jared
So,
Kushner was trying to get as many pardons done before. It's so crazy that they're just pardoning left and right as they're running out the door.
of course, yeah, a lot of presidents do that though. That's not that uncommon,
A race
but
against the pardon clock?
yeah, I mean, what's more uncommon is trying to get pardons for preemptive before charges have ever been filed. That's the more uncommon.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I am pretty shocked that Trump didn't give Eastman a pardon. That seems unless he I don't know unless he blames him for embarrassing him or something. I don't know. It's very weird.
Maybe. Oh,
Maybe.
he wants to see Eastman in jail.
I don't know. Guy for $20 says the pro-Trump GOP can't hold their own hearings. The minority party doesn't have the ability to create a committee with subpoena power. Pelosi specifically kept pro-Trump Republicans off the committee. Why can't the Senate do it? Can't the Senate hold hearings? I thought I assume maybe I'm in the dark here. I thought the Senate could hold hearings too. I don't think just the House can hold hearings.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'm listening for any media response to any of this stuff. So if you know it's out there, send it my direction, definitely.
does the Senate have subpoena power?
Maverick Christian for $20 says, mildly pedantic correction. It's an objective scientific fact that human life does begin at conception. Human zygote equal Homo
Right.
sapien. Whether
Yeah.
personhood begins at conception is another matter, though. Yeah,
True. That's true. Yeah.
yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, the life begins at conception
Yeah.
is,
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point.
yeah, obviously the embryos are alive.
Right.
So,
Yes. Yeah. The Senate can investigate. The Senate has subpoena powers. So yeah, no, Senate could do
and
this. Mitch
Republicans
McConnell could have
control
done
the
it.
Senate. Mitch
Yeah.
McConnell was very upset over the whole January 6th thing.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't want to touch this shit with a 10-foot pole. So that's what I
Yeah.
was saying. You know.
He came out the day after January 6th and just gave a scathing rebuke to
Yeah.
Donald Trump. Yeah. And a lot of this stuff, I mean, I didn't know this shit when it was happening. I didn't know a lot of this shit that was going on, obviously. So,
Right.
Drew Cox for $20.
Drew Cox for $20 says Thomas's opinion is also being misrepresented. Thomas also said the former decisions are to stand; they just shouldn't be used for precedent. I thought he said no. I didn't read his whole opinion. I just read the blurb. So my understanding was he was saying that the legal precedent behind that the concept of these I don't remember all the legalese that the concept of the enumerated rights that was basically being argued by the Roe v. Wade decision was this that he didn't buy into. He didn't buy into this theory of enumerated rights and the way that they were being used under the 14th Amendment or whatever the fuck. I don't remember exactly the wording here, but that was being argued. I thought he was saying he didn't buy into it for Roe v. Wade, and he also didn't buy into it for the other three cases. I could be
Right.
wrong. Maybe he's being misrepresented, but that was my interpretation.
But
My interpretation was it was more like he was saying these things should be looked into and shouldn't be held up as precedent. But
Right.
I could be wrong.
Isn't the fallout of that, though, states could vote on legislation that would make like gay marriage illegal? I mean, I feel like
Well, they
that's
can't now. They could, but it would be against federal law, and so then they would have to go to court, and then there would be a decision on it.
well, there is no federal law for the gay marriage was decided by the Supreme Court. So
Right, but that's constitutes. That means it would be against federal
they're
law
saying it's a
until
constitutional right, but Clarence Thomas is saying he doesn't think any of these, rights that have kind of been shoehorned into the Constitution that aren't explicitly there are
or there.
legal. Yeah. So
Yeah, no, exactly right.
that's why his opinion is basically saying that if the states wanted to make a law that gay marriage or sodomy or anything was illegal, going
Right,
out after
yeah,
10
right.
p.m. was
That
illegal.
is
They
that is
could.
Clarence Thomas signaling
Right.
that if a state, and you said this much better than I did, if the state made a law outlawing gay marriage, Thomas would say that they could do that.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what he's signaling. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And that's what the Democrats are going to be running on for the next 50 years. So get ready.
Yeah, because they're going to say you need to elect us into office so that we can make a federal law that says gay marriage is legal. I'm curious if they'll do that for the midterms, because that would be the good political ploy.
They are going to.
Right. As the midterms are coming around, they're going to say, okay, we're going to pass the law that says gay marriage is you can't make gay marriage illegal anywhere in the country. And the vote for it's just going to happen to come up right after the midterm.
Well, not only that, they're going to be, the Republicans are preventing us from doing it. You have to elect us again. They're going to do it forever.
Well, see, but it's actually, that would be a really brilliant ploy from the Democrats, because that actually, and see, the Clarence Thomas opinion actually could really fuck over the Republicans, because if it wasn't for that, the Democrats could try to pass a gay marriage law and the Republicans say, what? The Supreme Court explicitly said that they're not going to do that. This is a waste of time. I'm not going to vote against it because I'm anti-gay marriage. I'm against it because it's just, this is just virtue signaling. But now, because of the Clarence Thomas opinions,
It's not virtue signaling.
It's not virtue signaling.
Yeah.
There is an actual threat there. And so it's going to put Republicans in this weird position of, are they going to come out as anti-gay marriage or not? Publicly. So I don't know. That will happen, and it will be a very smart thing for the Democrats to do to try to hurt the Republicans in the midterms. I'm not sure how it'll play out, but Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $20 says, I don't like the hyperbolic statement that the left just wants to kill babies. However, when I see the left firebombing places that provide diapers and formulas, it makes me think they genuinely hate babies. Well, I mean, it's the same thing with the right, people on the right were firebombing abortion clinics. Not even abortion clinics. They were firebombing Planned Parenthood clinics, many of which didn't even provide abortions, or they did other services besides abortions. A lot of it was prenatal care. A lot of it was giving women diapers and baby formula and things of that nature. So
I was listening to,
and it's just, you have to be careful you have to be very careful. Sitch and Adams law, which is not, if anyone is going to act in political violence, they are the extreme element and generally the minority of that political persuasion. And so Sitch and Adams law is, you have to be careful not to fall prey into just saying, oh, well, if extremists are doing something, then that means that everyone on that side agrees with that extremist. And, it's the same thing with like the guy who shot up the grocery store. He's anti-immigration, and you can't say, well, he's anti-immigration and shot up a grocery store. That means that the right, is all about killing, minorities to stop immigration. So you have to be careful not to fall into those arguments.
Yeah, they mischaracterize by their most extreme elements. Yeah,
right.
That definitely happens. I was reading Liberalism at its Discontent, the new Francis Fukuyama book, and in that book, he was talking about how the right is more predisposed to violence. And I just, in the wake of the Roe versus Wade thing, it's just, this is liberal fantasy.
Yeah, it is.
Both sides are willing to commit violence. It doesn't,
Right.
yeah. To say
Right.
one
No,
side has a monopoly on violence and the other
It's not
side
true.
is just
It's not
peace,
true.
Nick. Yeah, it's not true.
It's not true. Well, I mean, and not even Roe v. Wade. Just look at all the BLM riots
Yeah.
that occurred.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. The idea that one side has the monopoly on violence is preposterous, obviously. But Crack Rock Steady, thank you so much for being 4 months of discipline equals freedom. Says 3 months with my favorite centrist. Don't have much to ask that hasn't already been covered. Any comic updates? Any upcoming debates? S class is the best class. And A team also reigns supreme.
Comic is getting closer. I just worked on it for 4 days. I keep making myself a schedule and falling behind on the schedule. I need to do an update, but I do sort of see the light at the end of the tunnel now. So coloring is taking a lot longer than expected. And a lot of that just has to do with, I'm going in to color the pages and I'm seeing like mistakes. There's some bad anatomy or some bad perspective. So I'm fixing stuff as I'm coloring. So that's slowing things down a bit. But yeah, no, it's getting there, definitely.
On Tuesday, we're talking to Jesse Signal, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I think we're going to agree. I don't think we're going to debate. I don't think we have any. I'm not aware of any upcoming debates we have planned or anything. But
no, I want to Sitch to debate Destiny on critical race theory, but it hasn't been scheduled or anything.
Ocracy for 4 months. Thanks so much. Says this for discipline equals freedom. Says Sitch, your view of what Pence could do is very different than mine, and I feel like it's kind of a straw man. Well, so what was being asked of Pence was to not validate the electors or that slate of electors from specific states and then send it back to those state legislatures there's two things that are being asked. It was either for Pence to not validate the electors, to send the slate back to the states so that the state legislatures would then vote on whatever the fuck they wanted. And if they're Republican states, the assumption was that they would vote for Trump to be president, even if it went against what the voters in the state wanted. Or the other option was that Pence would just give a 10-day, would just unanimously decide to adjourn Congress for 10 days, which would give what they thought some of the states extra time to, I don't know, investigate claims or convince them to throw out the votes and to vote for Donald Trump. So that was what was actually being asked. So I will admit I was being somewhat hyperbolic with the Al Gore stuff, if that's what you're referring to. But either way, Eastman, the guy who was pushing this, agreed that he didn't think Pence had the legal authority to do any of this and didn't think that Gore should have done this and didn't think that Kamala Harris should do this in the future. So he was obviously being incredibly hypocritical and incredibly partisan. And he himself didn't even agree that this was a viable legal strategy, I think like a week before he started to become the guy who was whispering in Trump's ear. There's an email of him saying he thought this was ridiculous until he didn't. So I don't know. The whole thing seems preposterous to me, but
it was well known that Republicans had an advantage in state legislatures, and that if it went back to the states and was decided strictly by legislatures, that the Republicans would win. So,
right. So I guess maybe I should explain, because maybe people don't understand. The U.S. Constitution grants state legislatures the ability to determine who they elect for president by any means they want. Okay. So the state of Georgia could decide on a whim that instead of having people in the state of Georgia vote for president, they have two dogs in a race, and one is wearing a Biden t-shirt and one is wearing a Trump t-shirt, and whichever dog wins the race is who gets the votes. Okay. So state could do whatever the fuck they want. Now, obviously states don't do that. because they would have no power and people in the state would revolt. In most states, including in Georgia, their state, even if there's not a federal law that says that they have to do something like have elections, the state constitution, however, usually says that they do have to have an election for president, and the state legislature has to award the electors based on, it has to be reflective of the popular vote of the state. And that's what Eastman's letter was when he, the letter that, not Eastman, the letter that Clark wanted to send to Georgia was basically telling the Georgia Senate, or the Georgia legislature, which was controlled by Republicans, hey, ignore your state constitution. Under the federal law, you can do whatever the fuck you want. So if you want, you can just throw out the votes and just deem that Donald Trump is who is, wins Georgia's electors, essentially. So that's what Clark was advocating for.
This is what's interesting about the keys to power thing, because all of those states, they have Congress people and state senators and local officials that all need to get elected by the voters of the state. Now, if the voters of the state, the popular vote of the state goes to Joe Biden, but all of a sudden the state legislature just decides they're going to nominate Donald Trump anyway, how do those Congress people go back to their constituents and say, oh yeah, we decided to do what we wanted to instead of honoring the vote of the people?
Right. They would all lose their next election.
Yeah, they'd all get their asses thrown out of office. Can you imagine if you're in a district that is, a blue district and your congressperson is a Democratic congressperson and they have to go back to their district and say, oh yeah, well, the state voted for Joe Biden, but
and also
Trump is elected instead.
Right. Well, it's weird because not only would they be thrown out of office, but they could also just be arrested too for violating state constitution.
I don't know.
If it's violating the state constitution, it's violating state law. What they did
that's where the constitutional crisis comes into play, because all of a sudden now they're just rounding everybody up.
No, I'm saying if the state.
No, I understand what you're saying, but
if the state
law
legislature
enforcement is going to go after these people. This is why it's a constitutional crisis.
Right. That's why this was such a weird cluster. That's why all these state legislatures were so nervous.
Right.
And all these interactions with Trump and Giuliani, because they're like, you understand what you're asking us is really extreme, right?
Yeah, they can't go back. Those people cannot go back to their constituents and say, oh yeah, we just fucked you in the presidential
they could end up in
election.
Jail.
Yeah. It's just insane.
And
it's
Trump
crazy.
couldn't pardon them because he can only pardon for federal crimes.
That's crazy.
So I mean, it'd be totally fucking crazy if a state did that. Elis the Aquanaut for $20 says, so I heard that Roe v. Wade happened, but I don't really follow MMA. Can anyone explain? Oh, I don't really follow MMA. There you go. It's a good pun.
What is the pun?
Roe v. Wade, like a fight.
Right.
MMA, mixed martial arts.
Okay.
Because I heard that Roe versus Wade happened, but I don't follow mixed martial arts. Can anyone explain?
Gotcha.
Okay. Guy for $20 says Democrats also control the Senate, so I don't believe the GOP has the ability to have hearings. I think that's why there hasn't been a million pointless big tech hearings since 2020. This is getting money. Thanks for the show. Oh, the Democrats. Did I have a brain fart? I thought the Republicans still control the Senate.
Democrats also control the Senate. Huh.
Oh, okay. Why didn't you correct me, Adam?
I didn't remember. It was like razor thin.
Oh, okay.
I thought they had it on one seat.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
It is razor thin, right? It's like 50-50. Who controls the Senate?
I guess.
All right, I did a little experiment here. I can tell that a lot of people really don't like to look at Liz Cheney's face. Because as soon as I put Liz Cheney's face up, everyone was like, I'm out of here. Fuck this bitch. I don't want to hear from this rhino.
Right.
You guys got to be more in control of your elephant here. Like, why? You can't even listen to someone that. I mean, Liz Cheney does. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, she does sound annoying. She she sounds very like she's talking down to you type situation. I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
And she looks okay. I'm gonna bring it up. Just trigger warning, you guys. You're gonna get a face full of Liz Cheney here in a second. She has this look on her face that she's just terrified. You think that's acting, or do you think she really is terrified? She can't come in here like the voice of reason. I'm gonna play. I don't know what you're doing over there.
The election was stolen.
Well, this is this is saying. Oh wait, this is like this is
Chuck Schumer
driving me fucking
Chuck
crazy.
Schumer is in charge of the Senate right now.
Okay.
It's Schumer and Pelosi. Come on.
Why is every
Mitch McConnell is the minority leader.
Why is everything saying there's 50 Republicans, 48 Democrats, and 2 independents? Oh, I guess because
The
it's 50-50,
independents go
okay, if
with the Democrats.
Right. But if it's 50-50 because Kamala Harris is vice president, so I guess technically they have. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
She's the president of the Senate, remember?
Gotcha.
Our committee has just begun to show America the evidence that we have gathered. There is much more to come.
Oh, I know you're opposed to this.
Mm-hmm. I am.
Generally, but I think we should play this at like 1.25 speed.
Okay.
Okay.
Liz Cheney's. As long as it's just 1.25.
Okay.
Come, both in our hearings and in our report. But I'd like to take just a moment to put everything we've seen in context.
Also, it's all that for some reason, all the videos, this is kind of quiet. So you might have to turn it up for a little bit on your end, Adam.
Seems fine to me.
Okay, if it seems fine to you. If no one in the chat, if it's not too quiet.
We have already seen how President Trump falsely declared victory on November 3rd, 2020. How he and his team launched a fraudulent media campaign that persuaded tens of millions of
I feel like the fast is going to fuck people over. I really do.
Really?
I do, yeah. Because I speed it up and then it becomes completely illegible. We're literally at 2 different speeds. Yeah.
If you want to put it back to 1, that's fine.
I mean, I see other streamers do it, and I literally cannot even listen to their streams because of it.
Okay, I put it back at 1.
I put it on 2, and then it's just like outside of my comprehension. Don't you think?
I mean, I guess if people are watching the entire stream, I guess
It's super annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay.
of Americans that the election was stolen from him. Donald Trump intentionally ran false ads on television and social media, featuring allegations that his advisors and his Justice Department repeatedly told him were untrue. We have also seen how Donald Trump launched a fraudulent fundraising campaign that raised hundreds of millions of dollars, again, based on those same false election fraud allegations. We have seen how President Trump and his allies corruptly attempted to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count lawful electoral votes and obstruct Congress's proceedings on January 6th, and how he provoked a violent mob to pursue the Vice President and others in our Capitol. We've seen how the President oversaw and personally participated in an effort in multiple states to vilify, threaten.
She made this claim. She's kind of going over like what the past hearings have been about. She's obviously summarizing them in a very partisan way. But she made this claim, which is that, and I remember they talked about this in one of the previous hearings, that Trump raised, was it like $250 million, some astronomical amount of money that was raised on the Protect the Election Fund, basically.
Right.
Do you remember this?
Yeah.
And then they said that money didn't actually go towards a lot of election stuff, that the Trump administration using that fund refused to pay states for recounts. And I'm kind of surprised that, like, if that's true, they didn't, like, that should be a prime thing for them to look into. They didn't really look into that very deeply.
So he basically, had the states do the recounts, and the states charged the campaigns to do those
So-
recounts, and he didn't pay them. He just said,
Well-
"Fuck you, I'm not going to pay."
Well, no. So the claim was that they raised all this money for recounts and for other legal fees, legal challenges, and that there were certain key states that said they would do a recount, but only if they were paid for them, because they're very expensive to do these recounts. And they refused. The Trump administration, or the Trump, I don't know, the administration, the Trump campaign, I guess,
Right.
refused to pay from this money. And they were claiming that this money was basically just skimmed away and not put to the use. And if that's true, I don't know if that's true or not. If that's true, I feel like they should have really looked into that.
Yeah.
Because that would be a very persuasive thing to annoy Trump supporters. But I'm always skeptical when there's claims made that they don't actually look into or have someone testify strongly towards.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
the other big claim that they made early on the hearings, which so far no one has testified to that I remember, is that supposedly during the riot, when they were saying hang Mike Pence, someone somewhere claimed that Trump said that the protesters had like the right idea or something.
right. Yeah.
But that hasn't been testified yet. No one in the room that I remember seeing came up and said, I heard Trump say that. So for untestified claims, I'm always very skeptical.
There is a little bit of a fishing expedition going on here,
Yes.
in that they've got new evidence and new testimony that's been drummed up just by the hearing so far.
Right.
So they could be throwing that out there as rumored to
Right.
try to, shake something loose with someone coming forward to testify to that happening.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably the thought process. They're trying to troll up the person who did hear that.
Right. Or who
Assuming
said it.
happened.
Yeah.
It could be not true, but
And pressure officials, and to use false allegations to pressure state legislators to change the outcome of the election. We've seen how President Trump worked with and directed the Republican National Committee and others to organize an effort to create fake electoral slates, and later to transmit those materially false documents to federal officials, again as part of his planning for January 6th. We have seen how President Trump persuaded tens of thousands of his supporters to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. And we will see in far more detail how the president's rally and march to the Capitol were organized and choreographed. As you can tell, these efforts were not some minor or ad hoc enterprise concocted overnight. Each required planning and coordination. Some required significant funding. All of them were overseen by President Trump. And much more information will be presented soon regarding the president's statements and actions on January 6th. Today, as Chairman Thompson indicated,
one of the big things I'm waiting for is, do they have evidence or testimony about why the security and police and military reaction on January 6th was so terrible?
Yes.
That's what I want to know about. So,
I mean, they talked about that early on in the hearing.
a little bit. The only thing that really came out about that was it Clark
Mm-hmm.
who said that Donald Trump never called him to
Right.
talk about the military protecting the Capitol building. Only Pence called him to talk about the military protecting the Capitol building, which isn't a good look.
Yeah.
It isn't a good look, but
we turn to yet another element of the president's effort to overturn the 2020 election, this one involving the Department of Justice. A key focus of our hearing today will be a draft letter that our witnesses here today refused to sign. This letter was written by Mr. Jeff Clark with another Department of Justice lawyer, Ken Klukowski, and the letter was to be sent to the leadership of the Georgia State Legislature. Other versions of the letter were intended for other states.
there you
Neither
go, Adam.
Mr. Clark
I must have heard it subconsciously, but
Yeah. Yeah.
that was the game plan. It really was.
Yeah. Yep.
And not only that, to have the United States Justice Department sign off on it. You know, put their authority behind it,
Right.
based on no evidence. It's fucking lunacy. Lunacy.
Nor Mr. Klukowski had any evidence of widespread election fraud. But they were quite aware of what Mr. Trump wanted the department to do. Jeff Clark met privately with President Trump and others in the White House and agreed to assist the president without telling the senior leadership of the department who oversaw him. As you will see, this letter claims that the U.S. Department of Justice's investigations have, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia.
Well, that's significant concern. I mean, that Trump lost. I mean, that is kind of a significant concern.
I guess you know
right?
what's a good point. Maybe it's not a lie. I guess it depends on, like, what is significant. I mean, I guess what is the concern?
We've identified a significant concern. Well, what is it? Well, we lost.
That's true.
We lost.
There you go.
It's very concerning. It's completely impacted the outcome of the election.
In fact, Donald Trump knew this was a lie. The Department of Justice had already informed the President of the United States repeatedly that its investigations had found no fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The letter also said this, quote, in light of these developments, the department recommends that the Georgia General Assembly should convene in special session, end quote, and consider approving a new slate of electors. And it indicates that a separate, quote, fake slate of electors supporting Donald Trump.
It doesn't say fake in there, though.
Yeah, I know. She
throws that in, yeah. Can you imagine in the letter it says, fake electors? I'm like, that might be a red flag that some crazy shit's going on here.
Yes.
Has already been transmitted to Washington, D.C. For those of you who have been watching these hearings, the language of this draft justice...
It's interesting because I remember at the time that occurred, no one really focused on that because everyone knew it was like bullshit.
Right.
The whole... Trump has their own electors that they're going to say, but that might end up being sort of the thing that ends up really fucking over Trump or really Eastman, because basically what they did was they created fake government documents and had electors who signed that they were representing the authority of the voters for their state, which wasn't true.
Yeah. Big lie there.
Yeah. And they were told that, these documents, they were told explicitly by Trump campaign lawyers and by Eastman that this wasn't illegal and that this would only be used if the court ruled in favor of Trump, which turned out they didn't. And also that doesn't matter, that you still can't sign they're still legally forged, I think, or created, not forged, but created.
This department letter will sound very familiar. The text is similar to what we have seen from John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani, both of whom were coordinating with President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. When one of our witnesses today, Mr. Donahue, first saw this draft letter, he wrote this, quote, this would be a grave step for the department to take, and it could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for the country, end quote. This committee agrees. Had this letter been released on official Department of Justice letterhead, it would have falsely informed all Americans, including those who might be inclined to come to Washington on January 6th, that President Trump's election fraud allegations were likely very real. Here is another observation about this letter. Look at the signature line. It was written by Jeff Clark and Mr. Klukowski, not just for Clark's signature, but also for our witnesses today, Jeff Rosen and Richard Donahue.
Can you imagine your name popping up on this letter and then just being like, here you go, Sitch, sign away. We got this idea going here.
Like, wait, let me read this first before I sign.
I probably would have signed it. I never read any of this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You want me to sign something at work? Okay.
When it became clear that neither Mr. Rosen nor Mr. Donahue would sign this letter, President Trump's plan necessarily changed. Rosen
and Donahue are visibly pissed in this hearing, too.
Yes.
Which is great. There's a lot of tension in this room.
Mm-hmm. As you will hear today, Donald Trump offered Mr. Clark the job of acting Attorney General, replacing Mr. Rosen, with the understanding that Clark would send this letter to Georgia and other states and take other actions the president requested.
Okay, so one of the guys in the hearing here is Rosen. And Jeffrey Clark, he's not in the hearing, right? He pleaded the fifth.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Jeffrey Clark is basically the underling of Jeffrey Rosen, who's speaking today. And Trump is basically trying to replace the guy with some guy who's underneath him because he doesn't want to send the letter. So,
well, he's trying to place the number 1 and number 2 guy because neither of them.
Right. Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
And this is right after Bill Barr. Like, so this is like the number 3. This is really the number 1, number 2, number 3 guy.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And this is why he's so pissed in the hearing, because he's like, yes, this guy is completely unqualified. Can you imagine? We all have jobs. We all know the people at work that do a good job and are qualified, and the people at work that suck and don't know what the fuck they're doing, but have the total amount of hubris to think that they run the fucking office.
Yeah, right.
Can you imagine your boss coming to you and saying, listen, I'm going to replace you with that dipshit over there. You're out of here. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
What is happening here?
One other point. Millions of Americans have seen the testimony of Attorney General Barr before this committee. At one point in his deposition, the former Attorney General was asked why he authorized the Department of Justice to investigate fraud in the 2020 election at all. Why not just follow the regular course of action and let the investigations occur much later in time, after January 6th? Here's what he said.
Felt the responsible thing to do was to be in a position to have a view as to whether or not there was fraud. And frankly, I think the fact that I put myself in the position that I could say that we had looked at this and didn't think there was fraud was really important to moving things forward. And I sort of shudder to think what the situation would have been if the position of the department was, we're not even looking at this until after Biden's in office. I'm not sure we would have had a transition at all.
That's pretty scary. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I do think it's unfair to be like, the Justice Department shouldn't have looked at anything till after Biden's in office. To me, that would be a big cry foul.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I'm really glad that Barr did look into all this stuff and said, no, I am going to look into this stuff.
But the mainstream media narrative, though, was not clear that they had looked into it sufficiently, which is my big contention with how the media covered this. Like, I feel like what they're covering in the January 6th hearings here should have been like front page news. Like, maybe they did cover it, and I was just unaware of it.
Well, no. So, because if you remember, this comes up in the hearing where, part of it is, Barr didn't talk about any of this stuff publicly until Trump, I don't remember what the date was. And this was part of what got Barr fired, remember, was that Trump came out and said in December or early January, I think it was in December, he said that the Justice Department, had found evidence of fraud or something. He made some claim. And then Barr, who had just told Trump that they didn't, got very pissed about that. And then that's why he went and talked to some reporter and said that wasn't true.
Right.
that they didn't actually have.
So the
any
media
evidence
was
of
getting
this.
conflicting information from inside the administration because Trump was
Right.
saying one thing and Barr was
Well, and the media did
just
report on the
keeping.
story. Right. The media did report on the story. They said Bill Barr says that they didn't find that this is not true, that they didn't find anything, and then that's why Bill Barr ended up getting fired / resigning.
Right. Yeah.
So
I want to thank
I guess the media really didn't go into any detail of
Well-
what Bill, like actually the legwork that Bill Barr did.
right, that's true. The
Yeah.
media didn't go into any of the detail about the legwork the Justice Department did, and also there's a difference between between reading a newspaper article
And hearing
that
Bill Barr
says
say it, yeah.
Bill Barr said X, and then seeing Bill Barr say X. It's a different. It hits you very differently.
It's not in this hearing, but there is a hearing that where Bill Barr, they play testimony of Bill Barr from his deposition, and Bill Barr recounts a meeting that he had with Trump where he basically thought, Trump was saying they found enough fraud to overturn the election and dumped some document on Bill Barr that Bill Barr started leafing through as he's sitting there in the office. And all the stuff they looked at that was in the document they had already looked into and found, the document was basically full of untruths. And
Right.
he says that was the time that he felt, Trump had become unmoored from reality, basically.
Right.
So,
Well, yeah,
but
he
none
said,
of that would have been in the news.
Yeah, exactly. He said, well, of course, because Bill Barr, and I think this goes to part of the credit or gives more like weight to his testimony. This only came out because he was compelled by Congress to say this. Like he didn't rush to make a book deal or something, or
Right,
rush to
yeah.
a journalist to say all this juicy stuff. But he's saying like, I'm in the office and I'm playing whack-a-mole with Trump because he's got like the laundry list of claims, and I go through all of them and I basically say, I explain how we looked into all of them and how none of them are true. And then when I'm done, he goes back to claim one. He just
Yes,
repeats the
yeah,
cycle.
yes, yeah.
That's just like,
So
which is
Bill-
funny because it's like, oh, we've all had these Twitter arguments where that exact thing is happening.
Yeah, it's exactly the Twitter argument. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no way that you can convince him. And at some point, and Bill Barr did this. He just knew, okay, well,
Right.
I'm not. This person is not going to listen to me. Like
Right.
I'm 1 foot out the door now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
each of our witnesses before us today for your role in addressing and rebutting the false allegations of fraud at the root of January 6th. And thank you for standing up for the Constitution and for the rule of law. Of course, not all public officials behaved in the honorable way our witnesses did. At the close of today's hearing, we will see video testimony by 3 members of Donald Trump's White House staff. They will identify certain of the members of Congress who contacted the White House after January 6th to seek presidential pardons for their conduct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I'd like to start with a personal story. So in May of 2009, I returned from service in Iraq, and I announced my intention to run for Congress. A big reason I decided to run for Congress was my motivation to ensure freedom and democracy were defended overseas. I remember making a...
Why are you laughing at that?
Oh, the Democrats did a fantastic job with the persuasion of these hearings. I mean, they're like, we're gonna get two Republicans to do most of the talking, and one of them is gonna be like a war veteran who's gonna come out here and be like, rah rah freedom.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
He's a Republican, huh?
Yeah, he's Republican. Well, it's funny. The persuasion on these hearings is powerful because originally it was very funny. I would occasionally check in on Scott Adams to hear him talk about this.
I listened to one of his talks as well.
Yeah, and so at first he's like, oh, this is all bullshit because it's all one-sided. There's no Republican counter, which is true. It is one-sided. But then, like the last one, I think it was after this one, or maybe it was the one before this one. His rhetoric on it completely kind of shifted. Uh, I'm trying to remember what he said. Because I talked to you about it. Let me look at it. Like he totally. It was very apparent that Scott Adams was becoming persuaded by the hearings, and he was still trying to kind of like twist it around to suit his own narrative.
Right. Because he was hyper invested in this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think the hearings have been fascinating me, obviously. So I'm watching every single detail, but yeah, I can't remember I can't remember. I listened to one of his talks and he didn't say anything that was super persuasive for me. And I mean, you had said that he was trying to spin it around to his own narrative, but I don't necessarily know what you mean. His narrative.
I forgot what he exactly said.
His
I think we were going to talk about
so
it.
has he turned on Trump? I mean,
no, he didn't.
Right.
But it was clear that he was being persuaded by some of what they were talking about.
Yeah, I don't think you can look at this and think Trump. I mean, Trump did things that I am very uncomfortable that were done.
Right.
And I don't know how Scott Adams, who is like the huge Trump supporter, squares. Like, I don't know how he squares that shaking the box, continuing through fake electors type situation.
Okay. I remember what he said. He said, what I get out of these hearings is that Trump's support for staying in power was so weak that these hearings and the Democrats complaining about January 6th was a waste of time because Trump had no chance of ever staying in office because nobody supported him but a handful of lawyers. That's what fucking Scott Adams said about the hearings. So the hearings convinced Scott Adams that Trump didn't fucking stand a chance and didn't really have a legal standing for any of the stuff he was doing. But yet he still was like, well, so I don't know why the Democrats are complaining about it.
Well, I mean,
I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
And Scott Adams was Trump is the 10D chess master.
Yeah, which just kind of flies in the face of all that.
He should have listened to Kellyanne Conway. Kellyanne Conway basically told Trump, focus on your accomplishments and get ready for the transfer of power. If he would have taken that advice, especially now with the Roe versus Wade win,
right,
he'd be looking great for 2024. All of the stuff they're digging up in the January 6 hearings are just going to torpedo his chances.
That's a really good point. If we had an alternate universe where Trump didn't contest the election, January 6th didn't happen, and Biden's approval ratings are in the toilet,
he would win in a landslide.
Trump's looking better every day. He could run on Roe v. Wade, which that could backfire. So who knows? That could go either direction. But yeah, Trump would definitely be in a much better spot to run again in 2024.
He could, not only that, he could still run on a modified, the Democrats stole the election by burying the Hunter Biden story, by making up lies about the pandemic, but as soon as he comes out and starts saying, things that are demonstrably untrue, he loses all credibility. And right now we're at the point where, Trump has zero credibility in my mind right now.
Yeah.
So it sounds like he has no credibility in, well, I guess Scott Adams, like, yeah.
I thought it was hilarious when I heard Scott say it. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting take, but okay.
The idea that he was pushing for support to do super shady shit is not pretty.
No,
it's really not
terrible.
Pretty.
Yeah.
And it makes you question. It makes you question your support, which is a bad situation. So,
commitment out loud a few times and in my heart repeatedly, even to today, that if we are going to ask Americans to be willing to die in service to our country, we as leaders must at least be willing to sacrifice our political careers when integrity and our oath requires it. After all, losing a job is nothing compared to losing your life. Within the halls of power, in the face of a president, that commitment can easily be forgotten. Presidential pressure can be really hard to resist. Today, we'll focus on a few officials who stood firm against President Trump's political pressure campaign. When the president tried to misuse the department and install a loyalist at its helm, these brave officials refused and threatened to resign. They were willing to sacrifice their careers for the good of our country. The Department of Justice is unique.
You can tell that they're totally uncomfortable with all this political grandstanding.
Yeah, I know.
It's like such bullshit.
Well, they're all Republicans that, they're like,
are they?
Like, they don't want to be used as like a prop to like necessarily bludgeon Trump with.
Are the three witnesses Republican
Yes.
appointees? I don't know.
Yes, they were appointed by Trump.
Okay, so that's why Trump could replace them?
Yes.
All right.
In the executive branch. The president oversees the Department of Justice, yet the president's personal or partisan interests must not shape or dictate the department's actions. The president cannot and must not use the department to serve his own personal interest, and he must not use its people to do his political bidding, especially when what he wants them to do is to subvert democracy. The president cannot pervert justice nor the law to maintain his power. Justice must, both in fact and law, be blind. That is critical to our whole system of self-governance. During this hearing, you'll hear time and time again about the president's request to investigate claims of widespread fraud. Our witnesses, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel, stood firm in the face of overbearing political pressure because they understood that their oath was to the Constitution and not to the personal or political interests of the president. The president and his allies became keenly aware that with legal challenges exhausted and electoral votes certified, their only hope would be a last-ditch scheme to prevent Congress from certifying the win, thus throwing the entire system into constitutional chaos. The president wanted the department to sow doubt in the legitimacy of the election, to empower his followers and members of Congress to take action. If the department could just lend its credibility to the conspiracies, people would have the justification they needed to spread the big lie. So President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. As you will hear today, the department's top leadership refused. Not surprisingly, President Trump didn't take no for an answer. He didn't accept it from Attorney General Barr, and he wouldn't accept it from Mr. Rosen either. So he looked for another Attorney General, his third in 2 weeks. He needed to find someone who was willing to ignore the facts. That is not the norm. Let's look at what attorneys general, Democrats and Republicans alike, have said about upholding their oath to the Constitution.
Attorney General ultimately owes his loyalty to the integrity of the American people and to the fidelity to the Constitution and the legitimate laws of the country. That's what he's ultimately required to do.
I will be an independent attorney general. I will be the people's lawyer. If, however, there were an issue that I thought were that significant.
Look at that gun grabber.
That would compromise my ability to serve as attorney general in a way that.
Gun grabber.
His name's Holder. Okay, he's got a hold on him.
Eric Gun Grabber. Eric, let me hold on to your weapons.
That I have described that as the people's lawyer.
Eric Holder of all your weapons. Was it? Didn't he did some gun grabbing scheme, right?
I don't remember what he did, but
guns for votes or I can't remember. Remember the scandal, the Eric Holder scandal? It's all about scandals.
No, are you talking
these days.
about the Fast and Furious?
Yeah, that's it. Fast and Furious.
That wasn't a gun grab. That was the they marked guns that they thought they marked or tracked guns somehow, and then they gave them the cartel people because they thought they would be able to trace them, and then it turned out they couldn't trace them, and they just basically gave cartel people free guns.
What an idiot.
I would not hesitate to resign.
As you and I discussed, if the president proposed to undertake a course of conduct that was in violation of the Constitution, that would present me with a difficult but not a complex problem. I would have two choices.
I like that wording. Difficult but not complex. It's like, how do you tell the president of the United States to put like pound sand, right?
I could either try to talk him out of it or leave. Those are the choices.
The Attorney General's position.
That's exactly what Eric Holder did. Or not Eric Holder, Bill Barr. That's exactly what Bill Barr did. Tried to talk him out of it.
Yes.
Or move on.
Yeah.
As a cabinet member is perhaps unique from all of the cabinet members. Yes, a member of the president's.
It's so fun. Like all the Democrats, it's like always a black woman or a black man. It's like every single Republican, it's like an old white dude, right?
That's funny. So I'm glad that they brought up Loretta Lynch. They didn't talk about this, but if you guys remember, it was near the 2016 election. This is a big controversy Hillary Clinton destroyed her phone, as we all know. She destroyed her phone and destroyed the emails.
Right.
There was the question of whether she was going to be charged or held in contempt for destroying evidence. And this was a big controversy because if you recall, Loretta Lynch was on an airplane on a tarmac waiting to take off when Bill Clinton just randomly pops up from like the ether and hops on the plane and has a 40-minute conversation with Loretta Lynch. And he said, I didn't tell her that she shouldn't charge Hillary Clinton. We just talked about our grandkids. We didn't talk about anything like that. And everyone, well, not everyone, but most people who were not partisan hacks rightfully said that's obviously bullshit.
Pressure campaign, yeah.
Right. I don't know if Loretta Lynch was actually pressured by it. I'm skeptical. I don't think she would have brought charges regardless, but obviously Bill Clinton was trying to at the very least feel her out to see if she was going to press charges against his fucking wife.
See if Hillary Clinton could get a good night's sleep that night. Yeah.
Right, for obstruction of justice. And it's funny because I remember how rightfully so, and I don't even remember we talked about this at the time, but I feel like we did. I remember having a conversation about this with someone, that the Republicans were angry about, this meeting, saying this was such an obvious element of corruption. You have the former president is trying to pressure the attorney general into not charging his wife. And everyone and everyone on the right saw that as such an obvious sign of corruption. And so it's interesting, or it's very tribal to me, that then we get into the situation now with Trump where Trump is trying to pressure 3 different attorney generals or 2 different attorney generals and a deputy attorney general into saying that they found fraud when they didn't, and basically threatening to fire them unless they say that they did. And for some reason, that does not trigger people's corruption radar the way that Clinton talking to Loretta Lynch did.
He's just trying to, he's got a dog in the fight of the elections. He's just shaking the box, right?
Of course.
It's just shaking the box.
Right.
Just persuasion techniques, right?
Of course. Oh, yeah, right. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible that the tribalism is really running the show so much. People they want to see their guy in office. And I get it,
Mm-hmm.
I get it. It's more comfortable seeing your person. I don't like seeing our, half dead president, falling down the fucking stairs, showing off his cheat sheet right and left. I get it. And
I'm still really hoping that Kanye was going to win.
I know. I can't. What the fuck? How is Biden president of the United States? This is embarrassing. This is totally embarrassing.
cabinet. But the Attorney General has a unique responsibility to provide independent and objective advice to the President or any agency when it is sought, and sometimes perhaps even when it is not sought.
Everyone in that video, from Eric Holder to Jeff Sessions, spoke as one about the independence of the department. It's a point of pride at Justice to apply the law without the President's political self-interest tainting its actions or dictating how it uses its authorities. But President Trump did find one candidate at Justice who seemed willing to do anything to help him stay in power. Let's hear what President Trump's own lawyer, Eric Hirschman, had to say about Jeff Clark's plan to overturn the election. I'd like to advise viewers this video contains some strong language.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good fucking, excuse me, sorry, a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
That's so good. That's so good.
What the fuck?
Trump needed a loyalist, man, a key to power.
That's great. Trump's senior lawyer is like, listen, you know, your first act as Attorney General is to commit a felony. Good job. I'm curious. He doesn't say what that's in reference to. Is that
It's got to be sending the letter. Yeah.
Well, I'm curious if it's in reference to sending the letter or if it's in reference to the fake slate of electors.
Oh yeah, you're right.
This could be either one of those things. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious.
I mean, sending out that letter is fraud, basically, isn't it? I mean, if they're sending out a letter with false statements in it. I mean,
if they're sending a letter that says the Department of Justice has significant concerns. I guess obviously the implication is that they found fraud, that they didn't, you know. That's not good.
Who's Jeff Clark? An environmental lawyer with no experience relevant to leading the entire Department of Justice.
That's another thing. An environmental lawyer? What's going on? Like, how's he not a Democrat? What's happening here?
He was, I guess, she should have been an anti-environmental lawyer. Is that what
he's saying? An environmental lawyer at Justice? Okay. I guess they have to deal with environmental issues, right?
Well,
you're going deep into the bench if you're going down to the environmental lawyer, right? You can't even find a criminal attorney, isn't this?
Well, okay. He was part of environmental. He was part of the team representing BP during the oil spill.
Oh my God, no! For real? Holy shit! Oh, so he's that kind of environmental lawyer. Yeah.
That's why I said you could call him an anti-environmental lawyer.
So, you know, when your company accidentally dumps billions of gallons of crude oil into the Gulf of Mexico, who do you call? Jeffrey Clark. We'll make it right. We'll fix it. We'll fix this. No wonder he's the guy that's willing to do this.
Yes.
He's like, I don't give a fuck. I've been fucking over the environment for my entire career.
He's the guy willing to clean up oil spills. Okay. Obviously, this is a big oil spill.
This is a big oil spill. Yes. Holy shit. He's like, yeah, you need an endangered species out of the way. I'm here. I'm your man.
What was his only qualification? That he would do whatever the president wanted him to do.
I was wondering what that guy looked like because I listened to this. I didn't see his picture, but
that's pretty doofy. But I'm sure they got like the worst picture they could find.
I mean, that's probably the standard picture they pulled,
including overthrowing a free and a fair democratic election. President Trump's campaign to bend the Justice Department to his political will culminated in a showdown on January 3rd. Today, we will take you inside that early evening Oval Office meeting where top Justice Department officials met with the president. At stake, the leadership and integrity of the Department of Justice.
Oh, I didn't see this graphic.
You like this state-of-the-art 3D graphic?
So they sat everyone in front of Donald Trump's desk. Yes. They got Jeffrey Clark and Jeffrey Rosen. So they've got somebody seated between them. because obviously I think they were going to come to blows.
Yes.
If you listen to Jeffrey Rosen's testimony, it's pretty fiery. So yeah.
The meeting took about another 2.5 hours from the time I entered. It was entirely focused on whether there should be a DOJ leadership change. I was sitting directly in front of the president. Jeff Rosen was to my right, Jeff Clark was to my left. He looked at me.
So 2.5 hours. That's a long fucking meeting.
For the president of the United States, 2.5 hours on
Sitting in front of the president of the United States for 2.5 hours, while he browbeats you
all just about whether Clark should be the head of the DOJ
into submission.
Yeah.
It would be interesting, but God, what I would give to hear that 2.5 hour meeting.
I know.
Is it recorded for the National Archives?
No,
It's just
no. Of course not.
It's a private meeting.
Yeah. Unless Trump turned out to be Richard Nixon and secretly taped everything.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe.
No.
Underscored. Well, the one thing we know is you're not going to do anything. You don't even agree that the concerns that are being presented are valid.
It's a little.
And here's someone who has a different view. So, well, why shouldn't I do that? That's how the discussion then proceeded.
Jeff Clark was.
Yeah, so that's literally Trump saying, you don't believe that there are, my view on the election being fraudulent, so why should I not fire you?
Right, yeah.
It's not what you want your
no appeal to the evidence. Yeah.
I know. I mean, I'm sure that came up in that 2-hour fucking conversation.
And this is Trump's senior attorney here, this guy.
Yeah.
I like the fact that he has a baseball bat that says justice on it.
Justice, right?
Pretty fucking based right there. Look at that.
I feel like that sends mixed messages.
I feel like that sends the perfect message.
Really?
I mean, I feel like I want a bat that says justice.
I want like the Judge Dredd gun on my wall and just says justice on the gun.
What's up with are those helmets too? He's got some weird.
I don't know what that is. It's a very weird office, but
I like it. Is that a
big
panda bear?
Yeah, I don't
that big panda bear is going to grab that bat. Watch out.
Was proposing that Jeff Rosen be replaced by Jeff Clark. And I thought the proposal was asinine.
What was Clark?
He's just so... Okay, so that's one of Trump's senior advisors in the last days of the election. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or the last days of the administration.
Right.
The election's way over, so.
Yeah.
Purported bases for why it was in the president's interest for him to step in. What would he do? How would things change, according to Mr. Clark in the meeting?
He repeatedly said to the president that if he was put in the seat, he would conduct real investigations that would, in his view, uncover widespread fraud. He would send out the letter that he had drafted, and that this was a last opportunity to sort of set things straight with this defective election, and that he could do it, and he had the intelligence and the will and the desire to pursue these matters in the way that the president thought most appropriate.
So he's basically selling himself hard to the president, saying,
right,
I'm going to get it done.
Well, and I think Rosen, I think it's Rosen or whoever, I forget the guy's name, who was the deputy before Clark,
right,
said the idea that he could do some sort of national investigation in 17 days that would uncover widespread fraud when the Justice Department wasn't able to before then is just like this total fucking fairy tale.
The fact that they have all of the resources at their disposal, and not only that, this is why people are going to quit, because they're like, we already did this investigation. What the fuck?
Right.
You're asking us to go back and
come up with a better answer.
Yeah. Whoa,
finger quotes.
I'm not going to be happy at work if they tell me to go out and fucking lie. I'm going to be very pissed off about that. especially if I have a bat on my wall that says justice. I'm going to be like, I'm going to think truth, justice in the American way, right?
Right,
That's what I'm
right.
going to think.
And he was making a pitch, and every time he would get clobbered over the head, he would like say, like, you know, like a call to order, you know, the president's your decision. You get the chance to make this decision, and you know, you've heard everybody, and you can make your determination. And then we jump back in and, you know, really clobber him.
I made the
So everyone in the meeting is beating up on this Rosen character, and he's just sucking up to
on
Trump.
Clark. On
Oh
Clark.
yeah, on Clark. Everyone in the meeting is beating up on Clark, and he's just sucking up to Trump. Basically, give me my shot. I could be a contender.
Give me my shot.
I know.
point that Jeff Clark is not even competent to serve as the Attorney General. He's never been a criminal attorney. He's never conducted a criminal investigation in his life. He's never been in front of a grand jury, much less a trial jury. And he kind of retorted by saying, well, I've done a lot of very complicated appeals and civil litigation, environmental litigation, and things like that. And I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill. And
oh my God, punched him in the face.
See, now you know why he said oil spill, because he knew he was talking about the BP thing.
He was. He
Yeah.
definitely was. Why don't you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill.
Oh my God.
That's so fucking based.
God. It's gotta see, this gotta be like that you're right.
This is movie material. This is definitely movie material.
2-hour meeting where like Clark's just getting like annihilated by all these people, and they're all sitting in a semicircle in front of Trump.
Yeah, and Trump is just, he's sitting there. You know, he's going, God, I want to just appoint this guy, but what the fuck? Everyone is against me here. Everyone's going to hate my guts if I do it. It's so...
I know.
But this meeting could have been totally different. All these guys could have been like, oh yeah, this guy will do it. Like, he's the fucking patsy.
Yeah, imagine.
Make him do it.
But see, that's why, and it's interesting because, you know, this really speaks to, I guess, the strengths of our institutions, because you have like everyone in that room was basically appointed or hired by Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they're all like, this is a terrible fucking idea.
Yes.
They're not just yes men. They're like, this is like, what the fuck?
These are patriots right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Pat Cipollone weighed in at one point, I remember, saying, you know, that letter that this guy wants to send, that letter is a murder-suicide pact. It's going to damage everyone who touches it. And we should have nothing to do with that letter. I don't ever want to see that letter again. And so we went along those lines.
I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, this guy said at a certain point, you know, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is they both start with E. And based on your answer tonight, I'm not even certain you know that.
The president said, suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do?
Well, we know these men before.
So he's asking him straight out. He's like, how does this play out? I'm thinking of making this play here.
Yeah.
What happens? How does this play out? What do? Do you run straight to CNN? What happens here?
Oh, he's asking him, are you going to quit? And he says yes later. He says, I'm 100% quit.
Yeah.
But, and, you know, and also with Trump's lawyer, who was just there, I mean, he's probably really nervous too, because if Trump went through with this, he's Trump's lawyer. He's worried that if this shakes out, if Trump puts Clark, the head of the Attorney General, and he sends this letter, which is fraudulent, and he knows it's fraudulent, and, you know, Trump doesn't retain being president, then they could throw Trump in jail for this. And that's why, you know, they talk about that letter being a murder-suicide pact. They're thinking like this, like that, like Trump's lawyer is probably thinking this letter will get Trump in jail if this comes to pass.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Hey, can you read a super chat? I'll be right back.
Yes. Adam snuck off. Time Rift for $20. Thank Time Rift. says, wasn't Justice Thomas's opinion just that the substantive due process is a bad Supreme Court ruling and should be overturned? He makes the claim that all the other rulings can be made without it. Does he? If that's the case, I'll have to read. We wasn't really planning on doing abortion stuff this week, so I don't really read any of the opinions. If that's the case, then yeah, then the fake news, then the news about his opinion would be entirely fake. If that's the case, that wasn't my understanding that was his opinion. But if that's true, then yeah, then he had been substantially lied about in the news. So I'll have to read his opinion because I don't really trust. I shouldn't really trust the blurbs about it. So one Abaddon for $20 says, hey guys, I don't have Twitter. So the academic agent video that Adam posted on the secret channel was my first look into all that. I had no idea that he was that obsessed with Sitch. He sees you as a literal comic book villain, sad, but also funny. True. Adam, if you guys didn't know, on Adam's secret channel, he posted, Academic Agent did a long, it's like a 2-hour, I think, 2-hour stream where he went over our last Twitter arguments. And he's just totally unhinged and totally triggered, raging in that stream. It's it's hilarious. I was dying of laughter watching it. Adam, and he made it private, or he made it accessible only to, I think, members of his channel or something.
Yeah.
So, but we had snagged a copy when it was originally shown, and so Adam re-uploaded it on his secret channel.
People were giving me a hard time about that in the chat, and I mean,
why? Because he privated it.
Well, it is like a morally ambiguous situation. I mean, I justify it to myself because right now, Academic Agent has 6 videos that have my artwork from the comic in it that I could technically copyright strike right now. I would never do that in a million years because that's like kind of career suicide on YouTube. Like, we as creators give each other a certain amount of, leeway in the realm of copyright.
Sure.
So, and I understand, technically it is his content, but that's content is him lying, fucking lying his ass off about PSA Sitch. And he's got it behind a fucking paywall where you got to pay to see his detestable fucking lies. Hell no.
Well, it was
That's fucking bullshit.
It was public for like 48 hours or so. So it's not like,
Yeah, no.
It could be funny. I don't know if we want to reignite the dilemma, not the dilemma, the conflict.
Well,
it would be funny for us to. I'm saying it would be funny for us to watch it and just comment on it as we're watching it. Because it is so funny.
It came up, I think, on our last show or our Tuesday show, and a couple people in the comments said, "Oh, I would like to see that," and so I was like, "Okay." So I messaged CT. CT uploaded it, and I was like, It was. I mean, I think it's even better on the second viewing, to be honest with you. The first time, it's funny, and he mentions me in it, and I had paused.
You were in the chat at one point, weren't you?
I was in the chat in the beginning, and then I paused it, and I went out, and I was hanging out with my wife in the yard, and he's asking questions of me, but I wasn't there, so I mean, I couldn't respond.
Right.
But I did. I was in the chat. I premiered it on the Adam Friended Secret channel, and a bunch of people were in the chat, and we were all having a good time laughing, and it was fun.
There's a very funny. So people sent me this thing. A bunch of people sent this to me actually, because I don't follow back on.
I have it. Do you want me to bring it up? Are you talking about the Academic Agent's top friends here? Okay.
Yeah, if you want to bring it up. So there's some algorithm or program called Affinitweet, which I guess is supposed to calculate like your top interactions with other Twitter users or something,
right?
And who you interact with the most. And apparently, apparently, according to that, I am Academic Agent's top #1 friend and most mentioned person on his Twitter.
Right. Yeah. Well, at least he's got a good sense of humor about it. He tweeted it out with laughing my ass off.
Yeah, so I think that's really funny.
It is pretty hilarious. So
I
mean, I
should see
don't
who mine is. I don't know. How do I check?
I mean, I would like it to be done and buried. I mean, I don't.
Right.
Yeah, we can peacefully go our separate ways. I can't help it when people in the audience bring it up or super chatters bring it up. So.
Oh, I have to log in. Oh, I don't want to do any of this stuff. I have to make an account or log in with my Twitter account or something.
To do the thing.
To see,
best,
whatever.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, I don't care. It's pretty funny though. It's pretty funny, but whatever.
It was pretty
nice little
funny.
sidetrack.
So is that all I missed?
Yeah.
Did you listen back? Did you give it a second listen, or did you?
No, this is where we were.
No, I mean the Quackademic stream.
Oh no! I didn't listen to it again.
Okay.
No.
So that was fun.
For us, thing. But think about what happens if these justice officials make a different decision.
I was thinking, because I'm listening to these January 6 hearings, and Jonathan Haidt went on Glenn Lowry's podcast, and Glenn Lowry, I don't know if I said this on the last Sunday stream or the Tuesday stream, but Jonathan Haidt was making the argument that Democrats are very centrist, moderate party, and the Republicans are just insane. And in the context of these January 6 hearings, I don't know how you make that argument.
Right. That's a good point.
This doesn't seem like an insane party here. This meeting that they're summarizing, I mean, this meeting would have to go a completely different direction for Jonathan Haidt to make that argument credibly.
He's falling prey. So what the media is doing is it's hyping up the Republican politicians who are supporting Trump and supporting this.
Oh, you're right.
The media is hyping up the Republican politicians who, if they were in this meeting, would have said, yes, put Clark in. Yes, that's the move.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz is in that meeting. It's a completely different meeting.
Right. And there are a bunch of Republicans that are saying that they're on board with Trump with this. Now, I'm cynical about it, so I don't think if they were in the meeting, I think a lot of Trump's support on this, I think it's entirely cynical. I don't think they believe that the election was stolen. I don't believe they believe any of this stuff. They're just saying that to appeal to Trump voters.
Right.
So I'm not sure even if they were in these meetings, they would have. But so Haidt is seeing all that, which is being kind of propped up by the media. And so that's sort of coloring his view. So
yeah,
he's not looking at it from the view of these non-politicians who are still Republican that are in this meeting.
Right. I think you have to look at that though.
You do. You have to look at all things. You have to look at everything.
I don't see the rank and file Democratic voter being the paragon of sanity that he's trying to claim that they are. They're out in the streets,
No.
accosting people over Roe versus Wade just because they're driving down the street. It's
right. And I mean, I'm not imagine we could have this situation in the future with a Democrat, a very similar situation.
Yeah.
Say God forbid AOC wins the presidency or something, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, we could be 20 years down the road, we could be in this situation with AOC where she loses the election. She's like, no, it was the white supremacists rigged the votes against me. And she's got all her people in the office. And she's like, I got to fire the attorney general because he, even though he is a black trans man, he can't see that, there's a racist out to get me. And then people in our office would either say, this is a terrible idea, AOC, or go along with it. And I don't know.
If everything is reversed for the 2020 election, I mean, Biden has already set up that Trump is a white supremacist dictator during the election. He would make those arguments in these meetings.
Well, you couldn't like it wouldn't be analogous because Biden didn't have any power in 2020.
Oh, okay.
We have
right.
to. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it had to be like a future thing where,
Right.
like maybe you could say in 20. Well, I don't think Biden's going to run again, but like say Biden did run again in 2024 and loses the Trump, and we have the reverse of the situation where Biden says, oh, it was fraudulent and blah blah blah, and he starts firing attorney generals that don't go on board with this. Like,
Yeah.
I mean that's.
He's
I
got
don't
to
think
have the
he would
incumbent
because
power.
of this, but it's possible.
He's got to have the incumbency to
Right,
be able
yeah.
to have this meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
With DOJ.
This is like, I mean, this is the most reminiscent thing. It's with Nixon, where I think I'm trying to remember. It was, I think Congress was going to subpoena the secret tapes he made or something, and I don't. There's some issue, and basically he fired like 2 or 3 attorney generals until he got the same thing. He fired 2 or 3 attorney generals until he got to the one that would do his bidding, basically.
Really? Wow.
Well, it was called Bloody Saturday. That's why, whenever they talk about Bernie, they're like Bloody Tuesday.
Really? I had no idea
it's called
Nixon did the same thing.
Is the Saturday Night Massacre is what it was called. Yeah.
Wow.
It was U.S. Attorney. Oh, it was U.S. Attorney General Elliot Richardson appointed Cox in 1973 after promising the House Judiciary Committee that he would appoint a special prosecutor to investigate the events surrounding the Watergate break-in. When Cox issued a subpoena to Nixon asking for copies of taped conversations from the Oval Office. Oh, okay. So they had a special investigator to look into Watergate. That special investigator subpoenaed the president, wanting the tapes that Nixon had recorded secretly. The president refused to comply, claiming executive privilege. The United States Court of Appeals rejected the claim of executive privilege. So Nixon told his attorney general to fire the special investigator.
And he wouldn't do it. Right.
He wouldn't do it. So he resigned. And then the second person wouldn't do it. And he resigned. And then so finally Nixon found the third person, Robert Bork, who would do it.
No way.
So if you remember Bork, later
did Bork
was nominated. Bork did do it, yeah.
So Bork, that's why Bork was nominated for Supreme Court. That was a quid pro quo right there.
Right. And that's what I was saying. If you remember, Bork years later was nominated to the Supreme Court. Though
right.
It failed partially or probably mostly because of his actions.
Because he did this, yeah.
Yeah, because he did
this. They thought he was tainted.
Right.
Yeah. Politics, it's a messy business.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
That's crazy. Yeah, Bork did fire Cox. That is fucking crazy, isn't it? Like that's such a crazy situation. So
yeah.
This is very similar to that.
This is why selectorate theory is just so, I mean, it seems so true to me.
Reagan nominated Bork. Oof. Come on, Reagan.
What happens if they bow to the pressure? What would that do to us as a democracy, as a nation? Imagine a future where the president could screen applicants to the Justice Department with one question. Are you loyal to me or to the Constitution? And it wouldn't take long to find people willing to pledge their loyalty to the man.
See, that's the difference right there. A reverence for the law. That's what you have to build.
Mm-hmm.
We know many of President Trump's vocal supporters on January 6th also wanted the Justice Department to do whatever he asked, as long as it meant he could stay in power. They made sure Justice Department officials heard his message as they protested loudly in front of the department on their way to the Capitol on January 6th.
Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job!
Live in D.C., we're marching to the Capitol. We are at the Department of Justice right now telling these cowards to do their job. They're going to take the Capitol.
I want to take a moment now to speak directly to my fellow Republicans. Imagine the country's top prosecutor with the power to open investigations, subpoena, charge crimes, and seek imprisonment. Imagine that official pursuing the agenda of the other party instead of that of the American people as a whole. And if you're a Democrat, imagine it the other way around. Today, President Trump's total disregard for the Constitution and his oath will be fully exposed. Now let's get this hearing underway so we can do our part to protect the freedoms that we often take for granted, so that we can see how close we came to losing it all. I now yield back to the chairman.
Never say fully exposed in a congressional hearing.
We're joined today by three distinguished witnesses who each served in the Trump administration in the months preceding January 6th. Mr. Jeffrey Rosen served at the Department of Justice from May 2019 until January 2021. With President Trump's nomination and the confirmation of the United States Senate, he became the United States Deputy Attorney General. In December 2020, he took the mantle of Acting Attorney General. Mr. Richard Donahue has served in the Department of Justice for over 14 years.
So that's the guy that replaced Barr. When Barr resigned, he was the he was the guy underneath him.
Yes.
Rosen becomes Attorney General.
Right.
But only for 2 weeks, whatever, 14 days before transition of power bars out.
Mr. Donahue was a United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, then became Mr. Rosen's Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and finally, Acting Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Donahue also served more than 20 years in the United States military, including the 82nd Airborne and the Judge Advocates General Corps. We are also joined by Mr. Stephen.
So Donahue moves up and becomes his deputy assistant.
Yep.
The interesting thing is in the meeting, I guess he's in like shorts and fatigues because they like drag.
Yeah, he said he was wearing it like a short sleeve army t-shirt and like blue jeans or something.
He's like going out for a run or something.
Right.
Hey, can I pull you into this 2.5 hour meeting? Can you
he's
imagine?
like, it's so funny too, because like, I mean, it really shows you like how much these guys have like these like they put so much sacredness into these institutions of power. Because to me, like I would not even have thought about like, would I feel uncomfortable wearing a t-shirt in the Oval Office? I would be like, no, what the fuck do I care? But he's like, I felt so weird being in the Oval Office. Like, I would never enter the Oval Office without being in a suit. And I was like, oh, okay.
He asked to leave so he could go put a suit on because he was going to meet with the president. Yeah.
Right. They're like, no, there's no time.
Yeah. Just come on. We got this 2.5 hour meeting we got to grind out. Can you imagine? Like this meeting is completely unplanned. That's got to be insane. You're like, this wasn't on my schedule for today.
Well, the way that they talk about it, it seems somewhat on a whim to like just decide to make Clark the Attorney General that day.
Yes.
It's like, oh, let's just do this.
Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. He was nominated by the former president and confirmed by the Senate during the Trump administration. He served from November 2017 to January 2021 and has now returned to private practice. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Whole truth. Witnesses all answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. First of all, gentlemen, thank you for being here today. All of you served at former President Trump's pleasure at the Department of Justice in top leadership positions with
So that's important. All these people are nominated by Trump. These are all Trump's people.
Tremendous responsibilities. Former Attorney General Bill Barr told the Select Committee that before he left the department in December 2020, he told President Trump on at least 3 occasions there was no evidence of widespread election fraud that would have changed the results of the presidential election, and refuted numerous specific claims of election fraud the president was making. Mr. Rosen, after Mr. Barr announced his resignation, did Donald Trump continue to demand that the Department of Justice investigate his claims of election fraud?
Yes, he asserted that he thought the Justice Department had not done enough.
Thank you. From the time you took over from Attorney General Barr until January 3rd, how often did President Trump contact you or the department to push allegations of election fraud?
So between December 23rd and January 3rd, the president either called me or met with me virtually every day, with one or two exceptions like Christmas Day. And before that, because I had been announced that I would become the acting Attorney General before the date I actually did, the president had asked that Rich Donahue and I go over and meet with him, I believe, on December 15th as well.
So after you had some of these meetings and conversations with the president,
he gave him Christmas Day off, though, so we got to keep that in mind. He didn't call him up on Christmas Day. He called him on Christmas Eve. Of course. Of course he called him on New Year's Eve. Come on, January 6th was 6 days away.
what things did the president raise with you?
So the common element of all of this was the president expressing his dissatisfaction that the Justice Department, in his view, had not done enough to investigate election fraud. But at different junctures, other topics came up at different intervals. So at one point, he had raised the question of having a special counsel for election fraud. At a number of points, he raised requests that I meet with his campaign counsel, Mr. Giuliani. At one point, he raised the whether the Justice Department would file a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. At a couple of junctures, there were questions about making public statements or about holding a press conference. One of the later junctures was this issue of sending a letter to state legislatures in Georgia or other states. And
so he asked them about holding a public press conference. That would get some attention. He asked them about DOJ filing a case with the Supreme Court. I don't even know if that's a possibility. How do they file a case?
Doesn't he say that? He'd say that they have no standing to do that.
Yeah.
It'd have to be the Trump campaign, not the DOJ.
Right. You were gone, but he's saying that Trump contacted him every day.
Yeah.
But except for Christmas Day. he gave him Christmas Day off. So Christmas Eve, you're on the phone, bitch.
So there were different things raised at different parts of, or different intervals, with the common theme being his dissatisfaction about what the Justice Department had done to investigate election fraud. I will say that the Justice Department declined all of those requests that I was just referencing because we did not think that they were appropriate based on the facts and the law as we understood them.
Thank you. So, Mr. Donahue, on December 15th, the day after Attorney General Barr announced his resignation, the president summoned you and Mr. Rosen to the White House. At this meeting with the president, what did he want to discuss?
There were a number of topics of discussion that day, Mr. Chairman. Much of the conversation focused on a report that had been recently released relating to Antrim County in Michigan. I believe on December 13th, an organization called the Allied Security Group issued a report that alleged that the Dominion voting machines in that county had a 68% error rate. The report was widely covered in the media. We were aware of it. We obtained a copy of it on the 14th of December, the day prior. We circulated to the U.S. attorneys in Michigan for their awareness. And we had a number of discussions internally, but the conversation with the president on that day, the 15th, was largely focused on that. And he was essentially saying, have you seen this report? He was adamant that the report must be accurate, that it proved that the election was defective, that he in fact won the election, and the department should be using that report to basically tell the American people that the results were not trustworthy. And he went on to other theories as well, but the bulk of that conversation on December 15th focused on Antrim County, Michigan, and the ASOG report.
Thank you. Mr. Engel, we know that Attorney General Barr...
I see, like, that's pretty crazy because it's like, he's like, okay, some advocacy group comes out with a report that makes this claim that the voting machines have a 68% error rate.
Mm-hmm.
And the meeting isn't, at least according to the guy who's testifying, who was in the meeting, it's not go look into this to find if it's true. It's you should use this report without looking into it. You should use this report to declare that the election was fraudulent.
Yeah. Well, they got it a day early. I don't know if they investigated it. He didn't say, so.
Right. Well, I doubt they had any time to do it yet.
To
So this is like the
investigate.
day, the next day. Yeah.
Right.
Now,
Is this the meeting happened on the 16th? Is this the guy is this the infamous meeting, the 2.5 hour meeting?
I don't know. There's like a million of these meetings. I
Right.
don't know
Okay.
which
So
one
this is
what.
this is on this. He said it's on the 16th. This is the day after Barr has resigned. So
Yeah.
I don't know when the infamous everyone beats
No,
up
it
on
was later. It
Clark
was-
meeting.
Yeah, the Clark meeting was in January. It was like January 7th or 6th or something.
I'm working on my timeline here for
Right.
the Destiny rematch. When
Well, what's the rematch? You're gonna agree with them basically.
I know, that call, I mean, there's a whole different light on that call now. I don't know when that Georgia call took place, but I'm less in Trump's camp on that call now.
Right.
It seems like maybe he was putting the thumb screws to him in certain.
The call was January 2nd.
It was January 2nd?
Was the call, yeah.
So it's after the fake elector scheme.
I don't know. It's hard to keep the exact timeline.
Well, the fake elector scheme. Okay, yeah. We'll find out when the infamous meeting was. When was the call? What? January
2nd.
Okay, good.
You said this meeting was December 16th?
This is, yeah. So Barr
Okay.
resigns on the 15th. This is
Right.
December 16th. This meeting takes place.
It's
The
about
one that-
Michigan, yeah.
About Michigan and Dominion
Right.
voting, 68%. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So Barr's already out, though. And Barr, before Barr got kicked out, he sat down with Trump, and Trump had some other report that had a bunch of different things, and Barr went through all the different things. So that's got to
Right.
be, early December.
Yeah. Yeah.
On December 1st, 2020, that the Department of Justice had found no evidence of widespread fraud that could have changed.
Okay, so that's probably the December 1st is probably Barr with the first letter.
The outcome of the election. So from December 1st, 2020 until today, as you sit here, have you ever doubted that top line conclusion?
No, I've never had any reason to doubt Attorney General Barr's conclusion.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kingsinger, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the weeks leading to January 6th, the Department of Justice was fielding almost daily requests from the president to investigate claims of election fraud. Each claim was refuted time and time again, an effort Attorney General Barr described as whack-a-mole. When each of the president's efforts failed, he resorted to installing a new attorney general to say the election was illegal and corrupt, simply so he could stay in power. President Trump started leaning on the Justice Department the first chance he got. On November 29th, his first television interview after the election.
Where is the DOJ and the FBI in all of this, Mr. President? You have laid out some serious charges here. Shouldn't this be something that the FBI is investigating? Are they?
Missing in
Is the
action.
DOJ investigating?
Missing in action. Can't tell you.
See, that's bullshit. That's total fucking bullshit.
Right.
Because Barr did investigate.
Yep.
And go through all the different claims in that paperwork that he had. So he's basically lying on television right now.
Yeah, but well, I mean, they're missing an action. They didn't give him the answer he wanted. So I guess they're missing in that action.
Are you saying that he's using legalese here in order
I
to
don't
say
know. I don't know what it was.
missing in action?
Right.
Missing in action is kind of, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, it could mean anything, right?
Where they are.
They have serious concerns, Adam. Okay, the Torah just has serious concerns about the election.
That letter. I mean, that letter's. I mean, technically, it's true, right? I mean, even what he just said, I guess, is technically true. If you want to put it that, if you want to put that spin on
That's
it,
how you interpret the words. Yeah.
that depends upon the meaning of the word "is."
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That depends upon the meaning of the word "missing in action."
Well, to be fair, well, actually, not to be fair, to call that the letter was more actually a direct lie, because it says the wording was, at the time, we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election. So they're being more specific, but
Right.
so it is more of a direct lie. It's not like a
Okay.
But
Republican congressmen echoed the president just 2 days later. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Barr laying into the Justice Department for a, quote, shocking lack of action in investigating the claims of election fraud. That same day, Attorney General Barr stated publicly that President Trump's claims had no merit.
Okay, so he
Okay,
goes
yeah.
on TV and says this,
Right.
and Barr comes out and says, "Wait a second."
So yeah, okay. So earlier stream I got the order of events somewhat wrong. It was Trump goes on TV, says that they're not doing anything. Then House or Senate Republicans write a letter criticizing Barr for doing it publicly. So that's when he says, "Fuck you, I am doing stuff."
Fuck you! I've been working on this shit since election night.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, he even said in his testimony that you know, taking a hands-off approach would seem wrong, which I
Right.
agree. Of course, you
I
want to
agree,
know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Ignoring the top law enforcement officer in the country, Republican congressmen amplified the stolen election message to the American public. Let's listen.
Oh, I think this is
And so there's widespread.
old Louis Gohmert. Of course, Gohmert's gonna come out.
Was Louis Gohmert the guy at Nick Fuentes's?
I don't know.
Or was that someone else?
Isn't Gohmert the guy who came out with the snowball and was talking about climate change? Isn't he like the snowball climate change
was that
guy?
him? Was that him?
I got a snowball here.
Evidence of fraud because people haven't done their jobs. Durham and Barr will deserve a big notation in history when it's written of the rise and fall of the United States if they don't clean up this mess, clean up the fraud, do your jobs, and save this little experiment in self-government.
Again, I join my colleagues in calling on Attorney General Barr to
Yeah, it was Gohmert. Gohmert and Marjorie Taylor Greene showed up at fucking Nick Fuentes's American First.
Oh, they did?
Jesus. My God.
immediately let us know what he's doing.
We're already working on challenging the certified electors. And now what about the courts? How pathetic are the courts?
January 6th, I'm joining with the fighters in the Congress, and we are going to object to electors from states that didn't run clean elections. Democracy is left undefended if we accept the result of a stolen election without fighting with every bit of vigor we can muster.
The ultimate date of significance is January 6th. This is how the process works. The ultimate arbiter here, the ultimate check and balance is the United States Congress. And when something is done in an unconstitutional fashion, which happened in several of these states, we have a duty to step forward and have this debate and have this vote on the 6th of January.
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Mr. Donahue, on December 27th, you had a 90-minute conversation with the president where he raised false claim after false claim with you and Mr. Rosen. How did you respond to what you called a, quote, stream of allegations?
The December 27th conversation was, in my mind, an escalation of the earlier conversations. As the former acting AG indicated, there were a lot of communications that preceded that. As we got later in the month of December, the president's entreaties became more urgent. He became more adamant that we weren't doing our job. We need to step up and do our job. And he had this arsenal of allegations that he wanted to rely on. And so I felt in that conversation that it was incumbent on me to make it very clear to the president what our investigations had revealed, and that we had concluded, based on actual investigations, actual witness interviews, actual reviews of documents, that these allegations simply had no merit. And I wanted to try to cut through the noise, because it was clear to us that there were a lot of people whispering in his ear, feeding him these conspiracy theories and allegations. And I felt that being very blunt in that conversation might help make it clear to the president that these allegations were simply not true. And so as he went through them in what for me was a 90-minute conversation or so, and what for the former acting AG was a 2-hour conversation, as the president went through them, I went piece by piece to say, no, that's false. That is not true. And to correct him really in a serial fashion as he moved from one theory to another.
Can you give me an example of one or two of those theories?
So one that was very clear at that point was the Antrim County, the ASOG report that I mentioned earlier. The Allied Security Operations Group released this report that said 68% error rate. There was, in fact, in Antrim County, a hand recount. Had nothing to do with the department. The department did not request that. That was pursuant to litigation brought by other parties, but there was a hand recount. So they were able to compare the hand recount to what the machines had reported. And for the ballots that were actually counted by the machine, more than 15,000, there was one error, one ballot. And I did a quick calculation and came up with 0.0063% error rate, which is well within tolerance. And so,
okay, so they actually, so I was wrong. They actually did have direct evidence that that report was bullshit.
Yeah, hand recount.
Right.
One ballot out of 15,000.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, but that's why it's so crazy. He's like, listen, I have a report from this one random person, this one group that says there's a 68% error rate in the counting. It's like, well, okay, but we have, you know, they did a hand recount and it said that's bullshit.
Yeah. They did recounts. They did lots of recounts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
So I made it very clear to the president, because he was so fixated on the ASOG report in the December 15th conversation.
Oh, this is a later
that,
conversation.
in fact, our investigation revealed that the error rate was 0.0063%. So that, Mr. President's example of what people are telling you that is not true, and that you cannot and should not be relying on. So that was one very explicit one, and I think you see that reflected in my notes. We went through a series of others. The truck driver who claimed to have moved an entire tractor-trailer of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, that was also incorrect.
I made Sitch look into that because it seems so credible to me. It's like, Sitch, you got to dig into this truck driver thing.
It's all bullshit.
And I think I saw the interview with the guy, and it looked like he was kind of insane.
Yeah.
He did. I think he had like a restraining order against him from his ex-wife and all kinds of
you were
crazy
like, oh,
shit.
this seems credible. And then you saw the interview with him. I'm like, okay, this no longer seems credible.
It doesn't seem credible at all. Yeah.
I really hope, I don't know if they will, but I think it will really go a long way for the autistic people like myself, that they really should release the full depositions of all the people that they, that they show that testified.
I would love to read Barr's entire deposition. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to read Barr's entire deposition. I'd love to read this guy's entire deposition.
Yeah.
Like, I'd love to read Trump's senior lawyer advisor.
Yeah, I know that guy. Yeah. The pardon my language guy. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be a horrible denial of transparency if they don't release these people's full depositions.
Yeah.
Because then you could also see if they're
We
taking
didn't
anything
invest
out of context. So
Right. That's true. Yeah, exactly. You could double check the committee.
Where the FBI interviewed witnesses at the front end and the back end of that trailer's transit from New York to Pennsylvania. We looked at loading manifests. We interviewed witnesses, including, of course, the driver, and we knew it wasn't true. Whether the driver believed it or not was never clear to me, but it was just not true.
See, the driver did believe it, but they interviewed the people who loaded the fucking truck and unloaded the fucking truck.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was another one that I tried to educate the president on. There were a series of others, mostly in swing states. Of course, he wanted to talk a great deal about Georgia, the State Farm Arena video, which he believed, for various reasons, was, as he said it, fraud staring.
Why are you laughing?
Well, he's trying to be like,
he wanted to believe for various reasons.
he's trying to be like as professional and neutral as possible. He's like, the president wanted to believe for various reasons that the video showed.
There's really not various reasons. There's really only one reason.
That's a nice way of saying.
Were any of the
for
allegations
bullshit.
he brought up found credible? Did you find any of them credible?
No.
So during this conversation, did you take handwritten notes directly quoting the president?
I think it's in this one. Later they have like the head, he's some long title, some Republican official in charge of election shit in Georgia, says that they had, the video where they said, oh, the lady pulls out the box, the suitcase full of ballots.
I saw that video. Yeah.
Right. He says that they have a longer video and that Trump's team had a longer video that showed how the box got under the table in the first place and showed that it was actually all legitimate and that they were intentionally ignoring that part of the video.
Those boxes are locked. So to prevent tampering.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely not. It's so weird because this is such a colossal strategic error on Trump's part, because Trump would be looking at an easy win in 2024. I really think he would.
I don't think it'd be easy because of Roe v. Wade, but I think it would definitely be possible. I'm not sure it's possible.
I think it would be easy if he pulled back and focused on his accomplishments, which, I mean, Kellyanne Conway listed them in that book, and they sound good. They really do. I mean, he was pushing for price transparency in healthcare. There's all these things, the prison reform, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I know, but I really think Roe v. Wade's really gonna hurt them in 2024. It's gonna be a huge issue. Assuming it's not some crazy, we could be in a fucking nuclear war with Russia by that. So who knows? Maybe then it won't matter. But assuming that nothing crazy fucking happens, which is a big assumption,
do you think
abortion will be a big, thing in 2024?
Do you think Roe v. Wade that's gonna energize the Republican base? So it could just be a complete base election in 2024.
It could be. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It could go either direction.
I mean,
but it might not, because the thing is, there's more people. The people that are pro-life are far stronger in their conviction and more like a strong base to go out and vote. But there's more people that will go out. Like overall, the country does believe in abortions to some degree.
Right.
And when all these state laws, because there's like 20, 21, there's a fuck ton of states that already have like laws to make abortions basically illegal now. Like that, like as soon as the Supreme Court ruled, they basically these laws come into effect. And I'm curious to see if people's opinions change once they start living in states where having an abortion is illegal, where you're going to have them pushing to make Plan B illegal, where you're going to have some states overreaching, trying to make it illegal for people to leave the state to seek an abortion, which is going to be a whole fucking shit show when that happens.
Yeah, who knows how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I think there's going to be lots of weird stuff that's going to happen with the abortion conversation.
I saw some article that some abortion clinics canceled all scheduled abortions in certain areas.
Sure.
Can you imagine you've got a abortion lined up and all of a sudden,
Yep.
oh, that's not happening now.
Yeah,
And
because there were all these laws that were going to come into effect the second the Supreme Court ruled, basically.
right. Yeah. Birth rates are going to be up. It's going to be great.
I did, and to make it clear, Attorney General Rosen called me on my government cell phone, said he'd been on the phone with the president for some time. The president had a lot of these allegations. I was better versed in what the department had done just because I had closer contact with the investigations, and the AG asked me to get on the call. Of course, I agreed. And I began taking notes only because at the outset the president made an allegation I had not heard. I'd heard many of these things. I knew many of them were investigated. But when the president, at least when I came to the conversation, when he began speaking, he brought up an allegation I was completely unaware of. And of course that concerned us. So I simply reached out and grabbed a notepad off my wife's nightstand and a pen, and I started jotting it down. That had to do with an allegation that more than 200,000 votes were certified in the state of Pennsylvania that were not actually cast. Sometimes the president would say it was 205, sometimes he would say it was 250, but I'd not heard this before, and I want to get the allegation down clearly so that we can look into it if appropriate, and that's why I started taking those notes, and then as the conversation continued, I just continued to take the notes.
Let's take a look at the notes, if we could right now. As we can see on the screen, you actually quote President Trump asking, "Where's DOJ?" just like we heard him say in his first television interview. How did you respond to that?
So both the acting AG and I tried to explain to the president on this occasion and on several other occasions that the Justice Department has a very important, very specific, but very limited role in these elections. States run their elections. We are not quality control for the states. We are obviously interested in and have a mission that relates to criminal conduct in relation to federal elections. We also have related civil rights responsibilities, so we do have an important role. But the bottom line was, if a state ran their election in such a way that it was defective, that is to the state or Congress to correct. It is not for the Justice Department to step in. And I certainly understood the president as a layman, not understanding why the Justice Department didn't have at least a civil role to step in and bring suit on behalf of the American people. We tried to explain that to him. The American people do not constitute the client for the United States Justice Department. The one and only client of the United States Justice Department is the United States government. And the United States government does not have standing, as we were repeatedly told by our internal teams, OLC led by Steve Engel, as well as the Office of the Solicitor General, researched it and gave us thorough, clear opinions that we simply did not have standing. And we tried to explain that to the president on numerous occasions.
So there's your standing issue right there. They have no standing in court to sue because they haven't been wronged in any way.
Let's take a look at another one of your notes. You also noted that Mr. Rosen said to Mr. Trump, quote, "DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election." How did the president respond to that, sir?
Dude, he fucking that. Can you imagine? Oh my goodness! Holy
Dude,
shit!
To me,
he's at the end of his rope if he's
I know.
saying that shit.
I know, to the president.
All fucking niceties have gone out the window.
What? Did they say how long this call was? I'm curious. How long
He said 90 minutes.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I wonder. Is this like towards the 90-minute mark of the phone call?
Well, if he's grabbing the, I mean, he's obviously been pulled out of bed, right? He's grabbing the fucking notepad.
You're
off
right. He said this the
wife's
nightstand notepad.
Yeah.
You're right.
He responded very quickly and said, essentially, that's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
So
that is not good. That is not. I don't know how you can hear that and think, oh, this is fine. Oh, I guess you hear that and you think that's fine because you believe that the election was actually stolen. You believe that there was fraud and abuse and corruption, and so you think he's doing the right thing because ultimately he won. That's how you think that's
Right.
okay.
But he's asking him to lie because he's saying we don't have evidence that there was fraud, and he's like, well, just say that there was doubt, and I'll do the rest. That's all he's asking. He's just saying, give me the window of opportunity.
Right.
Which, I mean, this is pretty corrupt. I mean, he's asking this guy to lie, to put the seal of the Justice Department's approval on this.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I remember when I heard this the first time, I thought, and I immediately thought back,
oh man,
to that conversation with Destiny and how I was saying, oh, that call was no big deal. I was thinking, maybe I'll listen to that call again. maybe that call was a big deal, and I just maybe good faith Gary was a little. I was a little
too strong.
I was a little too good faith Gary that day. I don't know. This is so weird because we didn't have access to any of this when the January 6th stuff was going on. That's why one of the things that really bugged me was people taking these really, really extreme positions based on just flim-flam evidence. I'm like, how do you make that determination? Either way, that, everything was up and up, or that everything was completely corrupt. Like, how do you come out and make those designations?
Well, it's annoying because it was so, like, I guess this breeds into we live in a simulation.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because we had the Trump-Russia investigation, which was almost identical to this. You had all this smoke, okay? You had all these accusations, right? And people were instantly jumping to the fact before any of the accusations were really investigated. They all jumping the fact on the left, Trump was a Russian agent, or Russia had compromising material on Trump, blah, 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 blah. And if you remember, I always said, I don't fucking know. I'll wait till the Mueller report and read that, and I'll trust that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how I'll judge. I don't fucking know. I don't have the ability to go through all these claims. And I think that people that are jumping, I think they should have done the investigation, but I think people jumping to make assumptions about the outcome were foolish. And it was kind of the same thing with a lot of these. And then why I say it's like a simulation is because then we have literally the exact opposite situation occurs, where you have all the Trump election fraud claims, all this same thing like the Russia investigation. There's all this smoke. There's all these things that look suspicious. They could be worded some way to make it look like, oh my God, look at what happened. And only now it's the opposite. Now it's all the people on the right are jumping up and down saying, oh, look, it's fraud, it's fraud, it's fraud. And I'm like, do you know that? You have to wait till you have to investigate this stuff. You can't just look at all the claims and smoke and just assume it's true.
Yeah, you want to hear the argument, the evidence. You want to hear what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're right. Unfortunately, as public, we didn't really have access to this information.
No, not at all.
The Justice Department really did look into all this stuff and really debunked like all of it, basically. But the reason we didn't have access to this is because, the Justice Department isn't going to put it out there. Trump's not going to let the Justice Department put out a report that says, we looked into all the fraudulent claims and they're all bullshit.
Right.
So.
But you do know this is, the Washington insiders did have this information, though.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Right.
So.
Well, yeah, I'm sure McConnell, I'm sure a lot of the, Republicans in the Senate and the House, they probably didn't know specifically, but they probably heard murmurs. They knew that the Justice Department was like, this is not true.
McConnell was talking to Barr. This is why McConnell came out and nuked Trump after January 6th, because Pence was talking to Barr. Pence knew this shit.
Yeah, and McConnell was talking to Pence. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe Pence really thought this was going to be a Nixon moment and that everyone was going to turn on Trump and miscalculated. Who knows? Maybe it was really that cynical. It's possible.
Let's now put up the notes where you quote the president as you're speaking to that. He said the president said, "Just say the election was corrupt, and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." So, Mr. Donahue, that's a direct quote from President Trump, correct?
That's an exact quote from the president. Yes.
He was probably fucking pissed when he said it too.
Yep.
What the fuck? Can you imagine? You work for you work for an institution, a God bless America institution, right? Called the Justice Department. What I would give to work at a place called the Justice Department, right? Can you imagine? And the fucking president of the United States asks you to do that?
Yep.
I'd be livid. I'd be fucking
You're like,
livid.
You're like, Mr. President, I have a bat on my wall. It says justice.
I would be livid. I'd be like, listen, you're fucking pissing on my home. Yeah. This is.
Well, that's why all these guys like quit or threaten to quit, because they're like, this is crazy.
Yeah. I would love to put this. I would love to have Scott Adams watch this clip and see how he rationalizes this one. Right?
Yeah, I would be curious.
I don't know. It's just Trump.
Well, that's why he gave that. I think he did watch it. That's why he gave that weird take where he's like, I don't know why the Democrats are making such a big deal about this. Everyone was against Trump. Trump didn't have a chance of actually succeeding.
Yeah, but
Like,
the fact that Trump is doing this is the problem.
I know.
It's a giant problem.
Yes.
If he'd pulled back and said, listen, I'll be back in 2024. If he pulled his, I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Yeah. He'd be in a great fucking position here.
Yep.
I'm just mad about my $500. I'm right about now. I heard Trump did I don't know. Can you even call it a rally now? Where I think 3 times he said, if I run.
Oh,
that's not pretty, Trump.
So are you saying that are you saying today you wouldn't have made that same bet with me?
Oh, hell no. Are you kidding me? I might as well just shred my money, right? I mean, I might as well just write a check for $500 and put it in the shredder. Jesus.
You and everyone was like, Sitch. Every person that's fucking come on this stream is all like, Sitch, you're crazy. Of course he's ready. Sitch, you're crazy. Of course he's ready. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. We'll see.
Hold on. Look, there's hope. NL in the chat. Your 500 is pretty safe. Look at that.
What?
That's what I like to see.
There you go.
Make my delusion happen.
Well, see, he can
that
still
money's
run.
gone.
He can still
Don't lie to me.
He could still run. I gave you very favorable
terms. Yes.
Terms. Yeah. As long as he makes it to the first
not
primary.
Gonna run. Don't fuck with me. He's not gonna run. He's right now. He's trying to get Ivanka like a position as Secretary of State or something. He's trying.
Right.
He's going to deliver.
Jr.
No, I swear he's basically saying, listen, whoever I endorse is going to win the Republican nomination, and there's a good chance we'll win the election. What do I get out of it? I want Don Jr. I want Don Jr. I want Ivanka to be Secretary of State, and I want Don Jr. on the Supreme Court. Like that is what he's. Remember when W nominated his attorney as for Supreme Court?
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah,
his personal attorney.
We're like, what?
I was like, bitch, you can't do that. Get the fuck out of here.
What if? Okay, I didn't even think about this, but what if like we get the DeSantis? Trump supports DeSantis. DeSantis has his vice president like Don Jr.
Oh, I could happen. Anything is possible.
Or Ivanka
now.
Or something.
That would be
the play. That Trump supports DeSantis. DeSantis either gets his his VP to be Don Jr. or says he's going to have like some big position in his cabinet for Don or Ivanka or something.
I don't. If Ivanka sounds like maybe she doesn't want to take it, but I think Don Jr. would be in. Like if Don,
I think he would be. Yeah. Right. I think
Don
Ivanka
Jr.
seems like she wants to tap out of politics. She feels very like
She might if like someone offers her Secretary of State, she might.
I don't know. She seems very tapped out whenever I hear her speak on stuff like this. But
people are
she could, I don't
talking.
know.
People are saying that DeSantis, his chances are not great because he doesn't have a sense of humor. The only person that I think is like less charismatic than DeSantis is Pence. Pence is like, geez, that guy's like, he's like a mortician or something. I don't think he can. I don't think he can pull it off.
Well, first of all, DeSantis is not charismatic when he speaks. That's true. He does have a sense of humor. He made that joke where he said, when Elon Musk said that he might support him for
That was
president,
a terrible joke.
He said, that was a great joke. He said, I'm glad to have an African-American
I know.
support. I thought it was a funny joke.
Okay.
I understand it's not politically correct, though, but
maybe, I don't know.
I thought it was a good joke.
I
know
Elon Musk doesn't like that joke because Elon Musk has tweeted out basically that I'm not African American. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm South African American.
I know, but that's obviously that's the joke, right?
Right. I get it.
Yeah, but
yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see, but I think the 500 is. I'm resigned to the fact that I'm going to be paying 500 at the end of this thing.
I think DeSantis has a good chance. People forget because we had Trump and Obama. So we had two very charismatic speakers. W was not charismatic.
No.
Clinton was.
What? I mean, W was pretty charismatic.
Not really. He was only charismatic compared to Gore, who was a fucking snooze fest.
You're right.
And
you
then
want to have a beer with him.
And then before Clinton, you had HW, who had the charisma of a
he was
poodle.
the worst. Yeah.
Right.
Reagan just oozing.
Reagan was charismatic. Yeah.
Charisma. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. You can get presidents that are not charismatic at all. But it depends on who they run against, really.
Yeah.
And it's very unclear
He's going
who
up
the Democrats
against.
will run.
Yeah, they could nominate Kamala Harris because they're fucking morons.
She has the charisma of a boulder
Yeah.
with lipstick painted on it or something.
It's like anti-charisma. I don't even know how you
Yes.
classify something like that.
Right.
It's like a clown at a child's party. It's like just
It's
scary. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I think DeSantis still has a solid chance, depending on who he runs against.
Oh my, she's the worst. Yeah. We'll see what happens. I don't think I'm gonna make the $500, but we'll see. I could get lucky.
The next note shows that even that the president kept pressing, even though he'd been told that there was no evidence of fraud. The president keeps saying that the department was, quote, obligated to tell people that this was an illegal, corrupt election.
That's also.
We have an obligation to tell people that this was an illegal, corrupt election.
Mm-hmm.
Because someone on the internet said that was true?
Well, because a random political group said so. Okay.
Well, this is so wrong.
Do you hear that high-pitched sound?
No.
I don't know. Maybe it's coming through. I have one of those horrible cicadas right outside my fucking window, and it's just like me.
Can you put the voice modulator on the Republican congressman when he speaks, just so he sounds like Voldemort?
I can't.
Just do it for fun. Come on.
I mean, I don't have the ability to.
What we need to figure out how to do that. That would be fucking bitching.
What we have to do is, you would have to.
I guess I would have to do it, wouldn't I?
Well, no, I would have to somehow set up the watch together to go through my mic, which I don't know how to do that.
Oh, okay.
But.
Also an exact quote from the president, yes.
Let me just be clear. Did the department find any evidence to conclude that there was anything illegal or corrupt about the 2020 election?
There were isolated instances of fraud. None of them came close to calling into question the outcome of the election in any individual state.
And how would you describe the president's demeanor during that call?
He was more agitated than he was on December 15th. The president, throughout all of these meetings and telephone conversations, was adamant that he had won and that we were not doing our job. But it did escalate over time until ultimately the meeting on January 3rd, which was sort of the most extreme of the meetings and conversations.
So
that January 3rd must be the knockout meeting. That's the one that took place in the Oval Office.
I want to make sure we don't gloss this over. Just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to us. The president wanted the top Justice Department officials to declare that the election was corrupt, even though, as he knew, there was absolutely no evidence to support that statement. The president didn't care about actually investigating the facts. He just wanted the Department of Justice to put its stamp of approval on the lies. Who was going to help him? Well, Jeff Clark. Mr. Rosen, on Christmas Eve, your first official day as the acting attorney general, President Trump called you. What did he want to talk about?
The same things he was talking about publicly. He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case. So we had an extended discussion, probably 15, maybe 20 minutes, something like that, with him urging that the Department of Justice should be doing more with regard to election fraud.
Did he mention Jeff Clark's name?
Yes. It was just in passing. He made what I regarded as a peculiar reference. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something about, did I know Jeff Clark, or did I know who he was, or something like that. And I told him I did, and then the conversation just moved on. But when I hung up, I was quizzical as to, how does the president even know Mr. Clark? I was not aware that they had ever met or that the president had been involved with any of the issues in the civil division.
So it was a bit of a surprise when he brought his name up?
Yes.
So Mr. Clark was the acting head of the civil division and head of environmental and natural resources division at the Department of Justice. Do either of those divisions have any role whatsoever in investigating election fraud, sir?
No. And to my awareness, Jeff Clark had no prior involvement of any kind with.
How did he get this guy's name? How did he fucking get this guy's name?
I think, didn't he reach out to him? Wait.
I don't remember.
Did Jeff? I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember.
How did he? Yeah. How did they talked about it at some point?
So legal cases, and you'll know this obviously if you listen to a friend of the show, Nick Ricada. Like, law is separated into civil matters and criminal matters, and so there's a criminal part of the Justice Department. There's a civil part of the Justice Department, and evidently, the people in charge of election fraud are criminal because it's a criminal investigation. It's illegal what they're doing. Sure. Yeah, exactly. Right. So, and civil is a different matter.
Well, so that's even crazier, because what that means is that Clark might not even had access to any of the information that the Attorney General had that said that the claims were bullshit.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, he doesn't even know.
He might not even know anything.
Oh, the hubris.
With regard to the work that the department was doing, that Attorney General Barr has talked about to this committee.
So let's take a minute and explain why the president mentioned Jeff Clark's name to Mr. Rosen here on Christmas Eve. On December 21st, some Republican members of Congress met with President Trump in the White House to talk about overturning the 2020 election. Let's hear Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about how this meeting got set up.
What's that?
Maybe they came up with Clark's name.
Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yeah, let's see what they say.
And they threw in Gates?
Maybe.
Hey, I know this guy. I used to hang out with him at parties in college. Is that what happened?
Who knows?
I see some people in the chat saying this is all theater and this is a horse and pony show.
This is not theater. It's not theater at all.
Well, there is a theatrical element to it, but it's based on facts. I mean,
right.
are you denying that this actually happened? I mean,
Right.
that's my big
Yeah,
question.
is the claim that all these people that were put into positions of power by Trump all for no reason decided to turn on him and are lying?
Well,
Like, what's the
also, theater implies that it's a script that's made up. You know, it's
Right.
fictional. This isn't fictional. These are things that actually happen. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not comfortable with the president of the United States asking his Department of Justice to lie about an election that that the evidence is overwhelming he lost in. Wait a second here. Adam and Sitch have TDS. Well, at least you got the name of the show right there. I like
There
that
you
part.
go.
Thanks,
There you
Gene.
go.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you. How is this TDS? I don't like.
We should do a What time are we talking to Jesse on Tuesday?
Sitch voted for Biden. He has major TDS.
There you
Well,
go.
that's
I like,
that's true.
I like the ad hom there. It's relevant to the thing. But what time are we talking to Jesse on Tuesday?
Let me look it up. I'll give you. Are
'Cause we
gonna,
could do- I-
Do you want to talk? I would love. Yeah, sure. I'd love to talk.
I
to
would
Jesse
love to
about
have
this.
people come on Tuesday or even next Tuesday or next Sunday to have
1 p.m. top of the show.
Okay, so
Yeah.
after we talk to Jesse, I would love to have people come on and tell me why they disagree or why they think that this hearing is bullshit.
Yeah, we might not be able to get to it because the
Well, I'm gonna
hearing
do
is
it
so
today 'cause
long, and
hearing's
I'm
so
all
long, yeah.
fucking. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat here. How are you, Sitch? I mean,
Yeah,
this is,
no, I think this is kind
I've been kind of half-heartedly interested. I've listened to all of them, and I've been kind of half-heartedly interested until they brought these guys out. I was like, I mean, these guys, I'm hooked. How is this theater? How is this inaccurate?
Right.
He's trying to pressure the Department of Justice to basically lie.
Yep.
Based on his hunch. Like, based on his gut intuition that the election was stolen from him because the turnout was so, his campaign rallies were giant and Biden's were puny.
Trump drove and he saw lots of Trump signs and lots of lines. Okay, so he
where's
knew he
Tim
must have
Pool?
won. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see how you look at this and think, oh, this was the right thing to do. I mean, it is the right thing to do if the election was stolen. And if you believe that the election was stolen and that there was massive voter fraud and all of these claims that Trump has made, other people were lying to cover up. I'm not going to change your mind. I'm not going to convince you. I'm not even going to try to talk you out of that position.
Right.
If that's true, and let's just say in a hypothetical situation that Trump does have overwhelming evidence that there was voter fraud, let's say there is some validity to these claims that he's throwing out. Justice would back those up. Why wouldn't they? They want to seek the truth. Do you think the people that appointed Trump or the people who were appointed by Trump want to see Trump wrongly thrown out of office when there's widespread voter fraud? They would be totally on top of that.
Yep. They
would dig in with both feet. The problem, the situation here is that Trump is asking them to do things that they don't have the evidence to back them up. And it's putting them in a precarious legal situation that would make anyone uncomfortable. It'd make me uncomfortable. It'd make you probably uncomfortable too.
Definitely.
So
I was the only new member at the meeting. I called President Trump on Saturday and said, we've got to have a meeting. There's many of us that feel like this election has been stolen.
Oh my God, no.
That's good.
Oh shit.
Listen, though. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Parkland shooting was false flag lady says it was stolen.
Right.
So,
Look at I got my crystal ball here and I swear to God I can see. I did a reading earlier this morning of the tea leaves and I feel like we really have to talk, okay? It's so I mean this is so human nature. Like when when nobody is willing to listen, there's always someone There's always
Hey,
someone
okay.
you could turn to.
It was, I don't know if it was at this call. So
Mhm.
Scott Perry, Republican congressman, somehow knew Clark.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the one that introduced Clark to Trump.
Scott Perry did? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That was the connection.
God, what I would give to hear that first phone call that took place.
Yeah.
President, I want to tell you were robbed, okay? This is
I found the guy in the Justice Department who support the claim.
Yeah. Oh, meritocracy. This is a perfect example too of how meritocracy is the first
First thing to
victim.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first sacrifice as you take the road from democracy to autocracy, the first
Right.
thing to go is meritocracy. It's gone. We need loyalty here. I don't want to throw, I don't know about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know enough to really assess her situation, but I don't know. I got to do some research. I've heard things. She's a favorite target of the left, right?
Well, because she says she believes QAnon shit. So
She's a QAnoner, isn't she?
yeah, she believes a lot of crazy shit.
Okay.
So it's easy to beat up on her.
Now QAnon's all true, right?
Of course. I think someone claiming to be Q has recently resurged and is now saying they're back or something. That's the big news.
Q is like a secret person that launches a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, a lot of fake stuff.
How do they does Q have a blog or something that you can't look up who owns the blog or something? It's like a private blog.
I'm trying to remember. We watched that terrible documentary about Q.
Oh, okay. Did we?
They went through the whole thing, and I kind of immediately forgot it because it was so dumb. Just like, okay.
I don't even remember this.
Or they thought, it was being posted on 8chan, and they go in the interview like the guy that used to own 8chan, and then the guy who used to own 8chan sold it to someone else who they think became Q when the original Q went away. It's like this whole mess.
And that's how Marjorie Taylor Greene rose to power.
There you go. Yes.
She was originally the Q shaman. And then after her district went full QAnon, she's like, I'm getting into politics.
Right.
I'm just making shit up. So
I know.
So on the screen, you'll see that President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, tweeted about that meeting right after it happened. He said, quote, several members of Congress just finished a meeting in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump, preparing to fight back against mounting evidence of voter fraud. Stay tuned. On the same day, he met with these Republican members of Congress with President.
It's so you see at the bottom of it, the little Twitter warning. This claim about election fraud is disputed. Like, what does Twitter think they were accomplishing by doing that? It's like, was anyone gonna read that tweet and they're gonna be like, oh, well, Mark Meadows saying it must be true. Oh, wait a minute, Twitter said it's not true, so I'm not gonna believe. Like, it's so feckless. It's so pathetic that they have those little warnings. Twitter had that warning during the election.
Donald Trump preparing to fight back against mounting evidence of voter fraud. Stay tuned. On the same day he met with these Republican members of Congress, President Trump called into a conservative political convention, and he used the opportunity to pressure the Department of Justice to investigate his bogus claims.
The problem is we need a party that's going to fight, and we have some great congressmen and women that are doing it, and we have some great fighters, but we won this in a landslide. They know it, and we need backing from, like, the Justice Department, and other people have to finally step up.
The Select Committee obtained records from the National Archives that show that Scott Perry was one of the congressmen who joined that meeting. We learned from White House records that you'll now see on.
So here, I don't know. Are you back, Adam?
Yeah.
Disappear. Okay.
What? I had to sneak out. Sorry.
Here's your timeline. This December 22nd is the meeting where Scott Perry is probably the one who gives Jeffrey Clark's name to Trump.
Okay.
On the screen, that the very next day, Representative Perry returned to the White House. This time, he brought a Justice Department official named Jeffrey Clark.
Next day.
Representative Perry provided the following statement to his local TV affiliate. He said, quote, "Throughout the past 4 years, I've worked with Assistant Attorney General Clark on various legislative matters. When President Trump asked if I would make an introduction, I obliged." But why Jeff Clark? Let's hear Mr. Giuliani explain the kind of person that he and the president wanted at the top of justice.
I remember ever recommending to anybody that Mr. Clark, meaning Jeffrey Clark at DOJ, be given election-related responsibilities.
What happened? Hold on.
You mean beyond the president?
Correct.
He's thinking.
I know why they should have had that long pause on Giuliani. What's going on?
I know.
Does he plead the fifth? I can't remember.
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Well, beyond the president, I do recall saying to people that somebody should be put in charge of the Justice Department who isn't frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Because Judge Trump was filled with people like that.
Should put somebody that's not...
I don't think that's a damning statement at all.
What do you mean? I mean...
Because you could say like, oh, I want someone who will do the right thing. They're not frightened that their reputation will be attacked or whatever. I mean...
Right.
So
I mean, it could go either way, though.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. It's a neutral statement that could be interpreted in that direction.
Yeah.
It's not very persuasive.
They're not worried about their reputation because, they don't mind, killing a whole village full of people. Right?
Sure, right, exactly.
It's like, oh, wow.
Right.
Frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Mr. Donahue, when you told the president that you wouldn't pursue baseless claims of fraud, was it because you were worried about your reputation?
No, not at all.
Mr. Clark's name was also mentioned in the White House in late December and early January as described by a top aide to Mark Meadows, Cassidy Hutchinson.
Was it your understanding that Representative Perry was pushing for a specific person to take over the department?
He wanted Mr. Jeff Clark to take over the Department of Justice.
Mr. Rosen, after your call with President Trump on December 24th, you spoke with Mr. Clark on December 26th about his contact with the president. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Yes. Because I had been quizzical about why his name had come up, I called him and I tried to explore if he would share if there was something I ought to know.
Look at this, like Scooby-Doo here. Fucking like, yeah, let me just call this guy up and see what the fuck.
Well, he's his boss. He's like, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, are you, I know you work for me, but am I going to be working for you soon?
And after some back and forth, he acknowledged that shortly before Christmas, he had gone to a meeting in the Oval Office with the president. That, of course, surprised me. And I asked him, how did that happen? And he was defensive. He said it had been unplanned, that he had been talking to someone he referred to as General Perry, but I believe is Congressman Perry, and that unbeknownst to him, he was asked to go to a meeting and he didn't know it, but it turned out it was at the Oval. He found himself at the Oval Office, and he was apologetic for that. And I said, well,
do you think that's true? Do you think he just randomly showed up at the Oval Office? It seems like he was angling to get into the Oval Office to me.
I'm not going to pass judgment. It could be either way. I have no clue. I mean, it's funny for him to be like, I was just minding my own business. I just
suddenly
wandered into the Oval Office. They're like, oh, Jeffrey, it's time for your meeting with the president.
Suddenly they dragged me into the Oval Office and said, listen, would you like to run the Justice Department? I said, Gall is me. Really? You want me to run the Justice Department? I mean, my boss runs it now.
Like it's fun. Like, yeah, I want to believe that.
Right.
It's funny.
It's bullshit.
But I don't know. I mean, it could be, there could be some truth to it in that maybe he was angling, but he didn't like know that day was going to be the meeting.
This is such
the
bullshit.
The Trump administration does, it's like the meeting where they roped in, what's his name? Donahue. He's just like wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Like,
right.
The Trump administration does seem like they had
this is different.
habit of just like roping people in for meetings like at the last second.
This is different because Perry makes they are talking about introducing him to the president. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're right.
Sooner or later, he knows he's going to be in the Oval Office.
I guess. Well, it's possible Perry didn't tell him, but you would assume if Perry on the 22nd or 23rd or whatever the date was had a meeting where he floats Clark's name, and then Trump says, "Oh, I want you to introduce me to him." I would assume Perry would then call Clark and tell him, "Hey, tomorrow I'm going to introduce you to the president." So yeah, I mean, you're probably right that it's he's probably lying about it, but
yeah.
You didn't tell me about it. It wasn't authorized, and you didn't even tell me after the fact. This is not appropriate. But he was contrite and said it had been inadvertent and it would not happen again, and that if anyone asked him to go to such a meeting, he would notify Rich Donahue and me.
Is there a policy that governs who can have contact directly with the White House?
Yes. So across many administrations for a long period of time, there's a policy that, particularly with regard to criminal investigations, restricts at both the White House end and the Justice Department end those more sensitive issues to the highest ranks. So for criminal matters, the policy for a long time has been that only the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General from the DOJ side can have conversations about criminal matters with the White House, or the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General can authorize someone for a specific item with their permission, but the idea is to make sure that the top rung of the Justice Department knows about it and is in the thing to control it and make sure only appropriate things are done.
Mr. Engel?
Because it's a giant conflict of interest, obviously, to do
Right.
fucking shit like this in secret. It is, isn't it? I mean, what the fuck?
It is.
From your perspective.
But an ex-president, they can talk to the head of the Justice Department as long as it's on an airplane.
As long as it's on the
right?
tarmac of an airplane.
Ex-presidents can.
Why is it important to have a policy like Mr. Rosen just discussed?
Well, it's critical that the Department of Justice conducts its criminal investigations free from either the reality or any appearance of political interference. And so people can get in trouble if people at the White House are speaking with people at the department. And that's why the purpose of these policies is to keep these communications as infrequent and at the highest levels as possible, just to make sure that people who are less careful about it, who don't really understand these implications, such as Mr. Clark, don't run afoul of those contact policies.
Thank you. So the Select Committee conducted an informal interview with the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, and his deputy, Pat Philbin, about their contact with Mr. Clark, though neither has yet agreed to sit for transcribed and videotaped interviews. But Pat Cipollone told the Select Committee that he intervened when he heard Mr. Clark was meeting with the president about legal matters without his knowledge, which was strictly against White House policy. Mr. Cipollone and Mr. Philbin, like Mr. Rosen, told Mr. Clark to stand down, and he didn't. On the same day, Acting Attorney General Rosen told Mr. Clark to stop talking to the White House, Representative Perry was urging Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to elevate Clark within the Department of Justice. You can now see on the screen behind me a series of texts between Representative Perry and Mr. Meadows. They show that Representative Perry requested that Mr. Clark be elevated within the department. Representative Perry tells Mr. Meadows on December 26th that, quote, Mark, just checking in as time continues to count down. 11 days to January 6th and 25 days to inauguration. We've got to get going. Representative Perry followed up and says, quote, "Mark, you should call Jeff. I just got off the phone with him, and he explained to me why the principal deputy won't work, especially with the FBI. They will view it as not having the authority to enforce what needs to be done." Mr. Meadows responds with, "I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position." Representative Perry then texts, "Roger, just sent you something on Signal. Just sent you an updated file. Did you call Jeff Clark?" Mr. Donahue, Representative Perry called you the next day on December 27th. Who told him to call you?
My understanding is the president did at the outset of the call. Congressman Perry told me that he was calling at the behest of the president.
What did he want to talk about?
He wanted to talk about Pennsylvania in particular. He gave me some background about, why he in particular doesn't trust the FBI and why the American people don't necessarily trust the FBI. And then he went into some allegations specific to Pennsylvania, which included, amongst others, this allegation that the Secretary of State had certified more votes than were actually cast.
Did you direct the local U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate that claim?
So Mr. Perry said that he had a great deal of information, that investigations had been done, that there was some sort of forensic type report that would be helpful to me. And I didn't know Congressman Perry. I'd never heard of him before this conversation, but I said, "Sir, if you've got something that you think is relevant to what the Justice Department's mission is, you should feel free to send it to me." And he did. And I was en route from New York to Washington. I got it. I looked at it on my iPhone. Obviously, I couldn't read the whole thing in transit like that, but I looked at it to get a feel for what it was, and then I forwarded it to the United States Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania.
Did they get back to you? What did they conclude?
Scott Brady looked at it. He was the Western District of Pennsylvania U.S. Attorney. Took him a couple days, but he got back in relatively short order with a pretty clear explanation for why there was no foundation for concern. The Secretary of State had not certified more votes than were actually cast. The difference between the 5.25 that was actually certified by the Secretary of State and the 5 million that was on a public-facing website was that the information on the website was incomplete because 4 counties had not uploaded their data.
So no credibility to that.
There was
claim.
Zero to that, right.
During that call, did Scott Perry mention Mr. Clark, and what did he say about him, if so?
He did. He mentioned Mr. Clark. He said something to the effect of, "I think Jeff Clark is great, and I think he's the kind of guy who could get in there and do something about this stuff." And this was coming on the heels of the president having mentioned Mr. Clark in the afternoon call earlier that day.
I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you very much.
Trigger warning, guys. Cheney's coming up here. Rhino alert.
Well, so the guy that was talking, Klisniger, I can never say his name right. He had problems with Trump from the beginning because he didn't like that Trump attacked. Remember, he attacked some military family early on. I don't remember. You remember what that was about? What was that about?
I'm not sure.
Trump. Well, anyway, but Cheney was pretty on board until like the last year of Trump's presidency. So I don't think it's fair to call her a rhino. I mean,
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's what Republicans call them.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I didn't get to read you the quote I was going to read to you from Cheney.
Right.
She said, "The Democrats under Nancy Pelosi's leadership have become the party of anti-Semitism, infanticide, and socialism. Republicans in the House are absolutely committed to standing against this dangerous and shameful agenda." So I don't know. It doesn't sound to me like she's some big rhino.
Brain for $5 says hubris is thinking this is meaningful and not the clear calls for insurrection and terrorizing of communities from Democrats for years. This is disgusting. So
What does that have to do with anything?
Do you think you think they're doing these January 6 hearings so that people will come down on Trump voters or Republicans for like in evil ways. I mean, they.
Well, I mean, that's a total non sequitur. I don't. Why would we don't obviously support fucking voters being attacked for voting for
No,
Republicans?
yeah, of
And
course
I
not.
don't see how this hearing has anything to do with that.
There was one of my chief concerns during, the transition with the election was there were so many claims of fraud and abuse, and I really didn't feel like those claims were being adequately investigated. The January 6 hearings are making me feel like they were adequately investigated, that there were people working on this and, obviously wanted to come out with a fair result. And I feel like, I guess, this does call Trump's credibility into question. But does that reflect on Trump voters? I don't feel like it does, and I definitely don't feel like it should. I guess ultimately it will because the Democrats are going to do their normal piece of shit behavior and say like, "We told you Trump was a fucking
right.
Trump was going to do this shit."
It depends. Like, I'm lenient or not lenient. I'm understanding. And we said this earlier in the stream, I'm very understanding of people who don't trust the media.
We don't trust the media.
Yeah, we don't either. Because they sacrifice their credibility. So I'm more understanding of people who at the time that this was happening, didn't trust the media saying that the claims were false. But at these hearings, if you actually listen to them, like all the people that are testifying, it's not the media. All the people that are testifying are Republicans. And they're all people that were put into power by Donald Trump or other Republicans. And so basically you have a situation where you have all these people who it would be within their political tribal interest to support Donald Trump. And they're all saying there's no there. There's no legitimacy to these claims. And if you're going to throw that out and say, well, all those people are lying, you're basically constructing the CRT conspiracy worldview. You're basically constructing a worldview where you're saying, unless I hear from the lips of Donald Trump himself that the election was fair, then you'll never believe it. And if that's really your starting point, then, you're just in the bubble and there's nothing, you're just letting your elephant run wild at that point.
I feel like these people, if there was credible evidence of fraud, I feel like they would want to uncover that.
Of course,
they're all Donald Trump appointees. Obviously, they're going to be pushing in that direction. I feel like Donald Trump is putting them in a situation where, they don't have credible evidence of fraud.
Yeah, these are Donald Trump appointees who, if Donald Trump keeps being president, they keep their job. They keep their jobs at the Justice Department.
Well, and it's unjust if there was fraud that put Biden into office. They don't want to spend the next 4 years with a president that didn't. Of course, this is why Barr stepped up and started investigating before the election was, before
inauguration.
Yeah, before inauguration, when they still had the power to investigate. Barr, after Biden takes office, Barr doesn't have the power to investigate.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be, if Barr didn't investigate and everyone testifying was like some Biden appointee, I wouldn't watch any of this.
Of course,
because I'd say, well, I'm not going to give any. I don't know. Maybe it happened, but I don't necessarily trust people who are all Biden appointees to make these claims.
Yeah.
But you have all these people who are completely against their tribal interest, who are all Trump appointees that are making these claims. And if you don't trust that, then you're narrowing the box so that you don't trust anyone, and you'll never be swayed. And then you're not really truth seeking anymore. You're just becoming partisan, basically, at that point. Because what does it take? I guess is the question. Like what? I mean, for me, Bill Barr is such a big shift because I mean, he was very clearly in Trump's corner for 99% of his presidency.
But Brain for another $5 says your evidence is years of Dems publicly calling for violence and bailing out offenders, literally financing them. Dems can
What does this have to
lay
do with
siege
anything?
to entire towns. I mean,
I don't understand what that has to literally do with
I have
anything
no
that we're talking
love.
about.
I have no love for the fucking lying Democrats. I mean,
What does it have to do with this hearing? I don't understand the connection.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you understand it, Adam? I don't understand the connection.
I don't either. I mean, other than Democrats will use this to spend more lies about Republicans being authoritarian dictators, and that we told you all along Trump was a dictator.
Yeah, but
and
see, here's the problem. Well, first of all, you could be right. That's
They
irrelevant
will.
to whether the claim is true or not.
Yes.
But then the problem is this is the big problem. This hearing, the Republican politicians who are still backing the fraud election claims, if they have this information and after watching these hearings, all they're doing is giving legitimacy to people like Vosh to make the claims that these people are all authoritarians. That's all they're doing. And I don't know why you want to be in that. I don't know why you want to be in a situation where you give legitimacy to the crazy person like Vosh who's advocating for violence.
Yeah.
Like, why do we have to be in that world? This is the world of supporting drag queens reading to children just because the other side doesn't like it, essentially. Just digging the heels into the tribal side.
JMac for $50 says, I think Trump supporters wanted to see the same fervor exerted during Russiagate. Being told officials saw a report and dismissed them isn't going to be enough for when they had... God, will you read this super chat? Jeez.
Oh, let me bring it up. I think Trump supporters want to see the same fervor extended during Russiagate. Being told officials saw a report and dismissed them isn't going to be enough for them when they hear that their guy stole the election for 4 years. Well, it wasn't just... So he's not saying that they just saw a report. They looked into the claim. And they said, oh, well, your claim is wrong because of this, right? Now, if you're saying you want there to be the same fervor for... Well, here's the problem. It's legitimately impossible for there to be the same fervor around Russiagate in that A, obviously the media is making the big deal about Russiagate, but B, Mueller had what, 2 years to do the Russian, how long did he? A year and a half, 2 years to do the Mueller investigation. This is all happening like a couple months after the election. So when you say I don't know, there's not going to be the same level of fervor around it, at least at the time. I don't believe, but here's the problem. You have Bill Barr and you have all these Trump appointees. If they thought that they didn't have the time to check the validity of these claims, they would have said that. They wouldn't just denounce them. They wouldn't say these are all bullshit. They would say we don't have the time to investigate these claims. No one's providing a motivation that makes any sense to me why all these Trump appointees are suddenly going to turn on him in the 11th hour to hurt their own careers. It makes no sense.
And destroy the credibility of the United States elections. I mean, unless you think... I mean, I don't see why, if there was credible evidence of fraud, that they wouldn't point it out and say, listen, we have to fix this. This happened here. This happened here. What are they trying to... What is the goal there? Especially if their guy is the guy that, was wrongly kicked out of office because of it. It doesn't make sense. It's not a logical thing to do.
Right. Elis Aquanaut for $20 says, guys, please look up the Tim Dillon Meghan McCain video. It's like 3 minutes long. Please, daddy. What is the Tim Dillon Meghan McCain? Oh, Jesus Christ. I Googled it and I'm instantly regretting it.
Oh,
I don't know if
no.
I want to watch this.
Is it like
We have
porn
Tim,
or something?
no, it's Tim Dillon dressed in like a big fat guy dressed in like Meghan McCain drag.
Oh, no.
Looks fucking horrible. Thank you. I'm terrified of that. Danimal the Bruce for $20 says, I don't give a gosh darn about none of these January 6th hubbubaloo. Did the FBI give that guy his Lego Capitol building set back? That's what I want to know about. That set is expensive. As an AFOL, adult fan of Lego, that upsets me. I didn't hear about that. Did someone lose their Lego Capitol set? Wow, this is
how terrible.
Me. All right. Vernon Marquez for $50. Thanks so much. Says, upon Adam's recommendation, I finally watched Kill la Kill. And yeah, it was pretty good. I guess A-Team can be right from time to time. S-Class is the best class.
Well, S-Class actually turned me on to Kill la Kill, so credit where credit is due.
There you go. Thank you. Week in jail for, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says, after being on the fence, I am now A-Team after hearing Sitch talking about OnlyFans. Sitch, you can redeem yourself through the herring. I didn't even hear it, but there you go.
Look at that.
I knew some people weren't going to like the OnlyFans.
You got to redeem yourself.
There you go.
Different people have different levels of jealousy, and my jealousy is just too much. That wouldn't be comfortable for me.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who just sent us a super chat?
Who?
Academic Agent.
No way. Oh.
Academic Agent for $1 says, what? I'm not in love with Sitch. I don't want to kiss Sitch tenderly at a beach during sunset with cherry blossoms fluttering in the wind around us. If that were to happen, I would totally not swoon or anything, Baka.
Oh, wow. Academic Agent.
Wow. There you
Talk
go.
about throwing your credibility into the wind there. I thought you were an anti-degeneracy.
He's a total tsundere.
I guess so.
Vagabond 66 Gmail for 20 Aussies says it doesn't matter if there was fraud. Changing signatures, matching, etc. in violation of state laws makes the count untrustable. The election is illegitimate regardless of whether the reported outcome is accurate or not. Yeah, but the question is, you need evidence of that, right? Where is the evidence that happened?
You would not be happy if Hillary Clinton was making that argument on zero evidence and pulling shenanigans at the DOJ to put herself into office based on her own gut intuition. That just, you wouldn't feel right about that.
No, everyone would rightfully be losing their mind. If this situation was exactly the same and it was just Hillary Clinton, everyone would be rightfully losing their mind and saying, I cannot believe how disgusting it is and how authoritarian is that the Democrats are doing all this stuff. And I don't know. I feel like we'd have the exact same position that we have right now.
Brain for another $2 says, you two are mere bureaucrats in the end. Brain. This hurts.
Bureaucrats.
I don't Brain.
Well, we can have Brain come on. I'd be curious. I'd be curious to hear Brain come on and defend, because I don't really understand his position. So
bureaucrats.
If he wants to come on, that'd be great.
Why? You're tearing at my soul here.
Investigator One Quinn for $20 says, maybe I'm just so apathetic about this whole January 6th hearing, but I just don't see how this will change anything. It's also pretty hard to be interested when all we know what the outcome of the hearings is going to be. I mean, you're right that I don't think it's really going to change much.
It's changed. It's changed a lot for me. It really has.
Right, but you're a very rare person in this situation.
Well, I mean, I was defending Trump fucking 3 weeks ago over that Georgia phone call because I felt like the media mischaracterized him.
Right, but what I mean is you're very rare for 2 reasons. First of all, that you're a truth seeker. Okay, it's very rare. But secondly, the thing that's really triggering you about this, that doesn't, the reason that you're very sensitive to this is because you're so big into the Dictator's Handbook, Selector Theory, and all these little trappings of power and how this all works. And you listen to these hearings, which most people find boring, and you're like, holy shit, it's hitting all those little areas of interest about the dictator's handbook and trappings of
is.
power that
Yeah.
you are, read up on. And so you're all relating it to that information in your brain. You're like, holy shit, this is crazy.
He's trying to get someone loyal to him who will do anything he says into the
Right.
fucking position.
Right.
And he's basically trying to move mountains to do it. Yeah. God, I'm glad I live in America. I am, because this is how nations turn to the dark side. It really is.
That's true.
Mr. Kinzinger, I thank the gentleman for yielding. As we discussed earlier, at the center of Mr. Clark's plan to undo President Trump's election loss was a letter. Mr. Donahue, on December 28th, Mr. Clark emailed you and Mr. Rosen a draft letter that he wanted you to sign and send to Georgia state officials. You testified that this could have, quote, grave constitutional consequences. Mr. Donahue, can you tell us what you meant by that?
Well, I had to read both the email and the attached letter twice to make sure I really understood what he was proposing, because it was so extreme to me. I had a hard time getting my head around it initially. But I read it, and I did understand it for what he intended, and I had to sit down and sort of compose what I thought was an appropriate response. I actually initially went next door to the acting AG's office.
Translation: I shit my fucking pants. What the fuck? Right? Yeah. See, I guess this is why this is boring to people, because people aren't following along. People don't realize this guy's completely reserved here. He's not Vosh, like wearing his emotions on his sleeve.
Right.
But this is what he's like, this is fucking crazy. Look, this went on. This is December 28th. We're like the fucking last days of the Trump administration.
And this is part of what I think even lends to their credibility, because, greatly, is that he's not out here, he's not voshing it up on the stand. He's not like, oh my God, this is crazy. I ran to the next room and I said, did you see this shit? And I threw it in his face. That's why I was laughing when in his notes on the phone call, he says like, I can't snap my fingers, Mr. President, and say the election was, rigged or unfair. And then, because he, when he's talking to Trump on the phone, he's much more animated. But when he's in this congressional setting, he's like so reserved, and he's trying to use very neutral language for everything.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the credibility high.
Right. But you're right. Yeah, he's like, I had to read that letter twice because like my brain fell out of my skull when I read this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I read that letter today, and I was like, "This is pretty crazy fucking crazy shit."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he was not there. We were both on that email. I knew we would both have probably a very similar reaction to it. He was not in his office, so I returned to my office, and I sat down to draft a response because I thought it was very important to give a prompt response rejecting this out of hand. There were, in my response, I explained it.
His first draft was, go fuck yourself. And then he's like, backing up. Okay, maybe I shouldn't send that.
The first draft was just a picture of a middle finger.
Exactly.
No text.
His pants down.
A number of reasons this is not the department's role to suggest or dictate to state legislatures how they should select their electors. But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis, and I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation because he didn't seem to really appreciate it.
They say,
and what was
the date of this letter? This was
December 28th.
Okay, so this is even extra crazy because that means that Clark wrote that letter. He still doesn't have any access. If he's just still the civil lawyer for the environmental stuff, he doesn't have any of the access to the election fraud claims that the Attorney General or that whoever's working on that in the Justice Department has. So he writes a letter that says, we have serious concerns about the election being fraudulent. And Clark has no information about that. He doesn't know what the fuck the Justice Department has looked into or what information they have regarding that.
The other guy floated his name 6 days earlier.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Out of the blue. So he just pulled this letter out of his ass.
This is the loyalty thing. This is the keys of
Right.
power right now. Trump is at, I should have screenshotted it with the keys of power. He's looking, he's going, listen.
There's a key on this table right now. It's just sitting there.
I can't get this key to do what I want it to do. I need to fucking get someone in that
Right.
position that'll do what I need him to do.
And it is crazy. In that letter, I couldn't believe it because I hadn't read it till today either before I sent it to you. I couldn't believe that he was telling the state to ignore their own constitution.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah.
That's totally wild to me.
Insane.
Mr. Clark's reaction when you sent this email to him?
He didn't respond directly to the email, but we met shortly after that. After I sent the email, the acting AG returned. I went to his office. He had just read it. He had a very...
And this is also after they had told Clark, cease and desist, stopped interacting with the president.
Oh, and he said he would. So he totally lied to their faces about that.
Yeah.
Similar reaction to me. He was exasperated, and he told me that he had told one of his administrative assistants to get Jeff Clark up here. We want to talk to him face to face about this. And so the three of us then had a meeting probably around 1800 that night in the Deputy Attorney General's conference room.
And one of the things that you said to Mr. Clark is, quote, what you are doing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election. And I assume you conveyed that to him as well in your meeting that evening?
Yes, in those very words. It was a very contentious meeting, but yes, that was said amongst other things.
It was a very contentious meeting. That was said in addition to other things. Like, you out your fucking mind, motherfucker.
I want to see, oh my God, this is, I wish all this stuff was recorded. I want to see that meeting. The screaming is going on
out
in that
your
meeting.
fucking mind.
He's banging the desk with his shoe.
Just the level, like the stakes in this situation. This is going to be made into a movie. This has to be made into a movie.
You're right, yeah.
The fucking stakes at this, it's just off the charts. Constitutional crisis. They made a movie out of the 2000 election, the recount movie.
Yeah,
This
that's a
is
good movie, yeah.
This is like way beyond that.
Yes.
And despite this contentious meeting and your strong reaction to the letter, did Mr. Clark continue to push his concept in the coming days?
He did, yes. We had subsequent meetings and conversations. The acting AG probably had more contact with him than I did, but between the 28th and the 2nd, when we had another in-person meeting, he clearly continued to move down this path. He began calling witnesses and apparently conducting investigations of his own. And he got a briefing from DNI about purported foreign intelligence interference. And we thought perhaps once it was explained to him that there was no basis for that part of his concern, that he would retreat. But instead he doubled down and said, well, okay, so there's no foreign interference. I still think there are enough allegations out there that we should go ahead and send this letter, which shocked me even more than the initial one, because you would think after a couple of days of looking at this, he, like we, would have come to the same conclusion that it was completely unfounded.
So he's basically, this guy comes in and they're like, okay, we just got to fill this guy in on the facts, run him through everything that we know.
Wasn't even they said he somehow got DNI to send him directly a report about foreign interference claims.
Right.
And that would be the Dominion switching ballots claim.
Right.
And then there was also another claim, which I never heard of till now, which was, there was some claim about like Italian satellites switching votes or something very convoluted that I don't understand. And they said, no, this is not true. This is bullshit. And then he just said, well, okay, these claims that I've been pushing might be bullshit, but what about these other claims?
Is DNI is
Department
of National Intelligence. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, but he's looking at he's looking at this information and coming to completely different conclusions. Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Director of National Intelligence.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you learned that he had been calling witnesses and conducting investigations on his own, did you confront him?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
He got very defensive. You know, as I said, there were a series of conversations through that week. I certainly remember very specifically the conversation in the meeting on January 2nd. That got even more confrontational, but he was defensive and, you know, similar to his earlier reaction when I said this is nothing less than Justice Department meddling in an election, his reaction was, I think a lot of people have meddled in this election. And so he kind of clung to that and then spewed out some of these theories, some of which we'd heard from the president, but others which were floating around the internet and media, and just kept insisting that the department needed to act and needed to send those letters.
The committee has also learned that Mr. Clark was working with another attorney at the department named Ken Klukowski, who drafted this letter to Georgia with Mr. Clark. Mr. Klukowski had arrived at the department on December 15th with just 36 days left until the inauguration. He was specifically assigned to work under Jeff Clark. And Mr. Klukowski also worked with John Eastman, who we showed you at our hearing last week was one of the primary architects of President Trump's scheme to overturn the election. The Georgia letter that we've been discussing specifically.
See, I don't like that language. She's definitely making it partisan by calling it a scheme and not a plan.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, she inserted fake electors into the car.
I know. I don't like that either. It's fucking. It belies the credibility of the. Right. It's easier to buy into that claim that this is just a partisan dog and pony show when they include that shit.
Not quite partisan because she's a Republican, but anti-Trump, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you're right. She is a Republican, but this is why they call her a rhino.
Right.
Republican. That stands for Republican in name only. Just so you know, that means she's not a Republican. Yeah.
Yeah.
That means fake Republican.
Right. When she said Nancy Pelosi was ushering in socialism, she didn't actually mean it, right? It's a fake.
Can you imagine if Pelosi and Chuck Schumer were running this thing? Oh, fuck.
Right.
Zero credibility.
Well, that's why they chose. I mean, that's why they chose her. That's why they chose the other guy to add credibility to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right. It definitely hurts it. They shouldn't use loaded language, but they have a different goal really than truth seeking just for the sake of truth seeking.
Some of Dr. Eastman's theories, including, quote, the purpose of the special session the department recommends would be for the General Assembly to determine whether the election failed to make a proper and valid choice between the candidates, such that the General Assembly could take whatever action is necessary to ensure that one of the slates of electors cast on December 14th will be accepted by Congress on January 6th. The committee's also learned that the relationship between Dr. Eastman and Mr. Klukowski persisted after Mr. Klukowski joined the Justice Department. Let's take a look at an email recommending that Mr. Klukowski and Dr. Eastman brief Vice President Pence and his staff. Other recipients of this email included the Chief of Staff to Congressman Louis Gohmert. And the email says, as stated last week, I believe the Vice President and his staff would benefit greatly from a briefing by John and Ken. As I also mentioned, we want to make sure we don't overexpose Ken, given his new position. This email suggests that Mr. Klukowski was simultaneously working with Jeffrey Clark to draft the proposed letter to Georgia officials to overturn their certified election, and working with Dr. Eastman to help pressure the Vice President to overturn the election. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for answering our questions about this letter and other issues. We asked Mr. Clark some of the same questions that we've asked you, and here's how he answered.
Did you discuss this draft letter to Georgia officials with the President of the United States?
Fifth, and executive privilege, again, just restated for the abundance of caution.
Okay, if you look again at the draft letter, in the first paragraph, second sentence says, the department will update you as we are able on investigatory progress, but at this time we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. Isn't that, in fact, contrary to what Attorney General Barr had said on December 1st, 2020?
Fifth.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
That's Rosen, right?
That's Clark. That's the guy.
Oh yeah, Clark. That's what I meant.
That's trying
say.
to orchestrate all this stuff. Yeah.
So Clark basically took the fifth on all this shit.
On everything. Yeah. They said at some point he took the fifth over 100 times or something. His testimony.
What the fuck? Yeah.
But
I mean, how? Again, how is this a dog and pony show? If it's a dog and pony show, why is he taking the fifth?
Right.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10.
Fast forwarding. 10 minutes. Woo woo. How you hanging in there, bro?
Good. Download the free app at C-SPAN today.
Do you watch?
Recognizes, gentlemen.
Do I listen to C-SPAN?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I do for this, for things like
I
this.
used to listen to Washington Journal all the time. I was completely addicted to Washington Journal. The craziest people.
What is Washington Journal?
Washington Journal is a morning show. I would stay up all night painting.
Oh, is that the people that call in and
Yeah.
they leave the fucking crazy voicemails?
I think it started at like 4 a.m. and I would stay up all night painting. And at 4 a.m. would roll around and I'd be like, "Oh, Washington Journal's on. This will be great." And I'd listen to Washington Journal because I've always been just a politics junkie.
Right.
And there wasn't many opportunities to kind of get the pulse of America.
Right.
But they would have alternating lines where a Republican would call in and a Democrat would call in.
Yeah.
And you would kind of hear, people's perspectives. A lot of it was just, people saying what they heard on talk radio or MSNBC or
dumb
something.
shit. No.
Yeah.
Nothing exciting.
Yeah.
It was just like normies call in and give their political takes to C-SPAN, basically.
But it was interesting in that, I mean, they were very, not ready for prime time. They would just say things that weren't polished that I enjoy. I like hearing.
Yeah, because
from
it
the
was
people.
C-SPAN. No one cares about what happens on C-SPAN.
Yeah.
From Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, around the time Mr. Clark was pushing for the department to send the Georgia letter, the president and his supporters were pressuring the Justice Department to take other actions to change the outcome of the 2020 election. Mr. Engel, you were the head of the...
Here it is again. I mean, we got to have people on Tuesday because I want to hear your perspective. You guys are being like Binger. What the fuck? You've arrows to the heart.
Yeah.
What? We saw, listen, are you saying that all of this is just manufactured? That this is Binger trying to zoom in on a photo, like bring in some photo? Look, Kyle Rittenhouse lifted his gun. He's guilty. I mean, what does that even mean?
It's the opposite, yeah. It's literally the opposite.
Binger energy. I mean,
the Trump side in this argument is the one trying to zoom into the photo, look at the pixels. It's like, listen, he raised his gun according to this pixel.
Right, and we have to change the whole outcome of the election. We have to throw Kyle Rittenhouse in jail because of this.
Right.
I don't get it. See, I knew this live stream would ruffle people's feathers. But
Of course.
What did you think when I suggested this?
I thought it'd be fun, and I thought it would ruffle people.
The whole thing is, and I mean, I listen to Ben Shapiro's show quite frequently. I feel like Ben Shapiro has good middle of the road takes. I feel like it's the way the left has mischaracterized Ben Shapiro is completely unfair. Like they make it out like he's a racist. I saw a video just recently where some fucking bread tuber was saying that Ben Shapiro is making arguments in favor of race and IQ, and I thought, when the fuck has Ben Shapiro ever made an argument in favor of race and IQ? That's a lie. This woman is a lying piece of shit.
Was that the alt-right video you sent me?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah.
What a lying piece of shit, right? I noticed, though, I mean, Ben Shapiro's takes on the January 6th hearings are pretty, like, I haven't seen them.
Has he talked about it?
Not really. I mean, I realize that this is the kind of thing that conservative media is just going to be like, oh, yeah, you know, this is a hit piece, you know, look the other way. But it's what bothers me is there were so many people on the right saying, you know, nobody's investigating these elections. I just want to know that the elections were on the up and up. I want investigations. You know, I want to know that my vote wasn't cast in vain. Right.
Right. Yeah.
I feel like this is information answering those questions.
Right.
But all of a sudden, it's like, nah, I don't want that information now.
Well, there should really, you know, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can actually. Maybe that's part of the executive privilege documents. But not only should they release after this, and maybe they will though if they can. After this, not only should they release all the depots in full, but they should release all of the reports that the Justice Department created that was looking into the claims. Right? Like that would be a huge service to people.
Lyskos, is it Lilisco said, you said Clark is dirty because he pleaded the fifth. Okay. I don't remember.
I didn't say he was dirty. Just said that it's very telling that you have in a situation where Clark is not, he refuses to testify for anything. And all these other people are like, look at all this fucked up shit Clark did. Clark is not defending himself. He's just like, I'm not going to say anything.
Kyle Rittenhouse could have pleaded the fifth.
Right.
Did Kyle Rittenhouse plead the fifth? Or did he take the fucking stand?
There you go.
Not only that, Clark asked Trump for a fucking pardon. What the fuck?
Well, he's gonna get Clark is gonna get, and I don't know if it comes up in this or a different one, where when Clark talks about the electors scheme, the guy he's talking to is like, I hope you have a good criminal lawyer because you're gonna need it. Like he's gonna get slammed with that, and he knows he's gonna get slammed with that because that was illegal.
Lucas says Banger sounds like a slur. That's right, Lucas. Banger is a slur. They're fucking slurring us.
That's true. Banger is a slur.
I mean, it's so, this whole situation is so fucking crazy.
Well, another reason, you know, I was glad that you suggested watching this is because I know most people are not watching or listening to these at all.
No, they're not. Yes. So. And conservative media, Fox News, I listen to plenty of Fox News too, and they're just saying, "Oh, don't waste your time with the January 6th hearings.
Nothing to see here, right? Yeah.
It's just a dog and pony show."
Right.
When I knew lots of people, myself included, wanted answers out of the election, wanted to know, wanted to sleep well at night, knowing that people looked into these allegations and didn't just brush them under the rug. Well, here you have evidence of people looking into these allegations, and it's not sinking in. Like, did they not look in good enough, or I don't know.
Yeah, and to me, it's also, I always like to take an opportunity to fire a shot at Tim Pool. I mean, the guy who's so worried about the Civil War didn't talk about this, like Trump practically causing a constitutional crisis and the closest to a civil war. And
so Tim Pool isn't covering this either.
I don't think so. He made a video where it was like, Biden FBI raided Clark's house. Political civil war goes from bad to worse.
Oh, okay. I didn't read any of the articles on that. I am curious, and I'll probably look before the Tuesday show. What the usual suspects, David Pakman.
I'm sure they all went into this hard, obviously.
Do you think they did? I mean, I'm
course.
curious what their takes are. because
I would imagine this is just like red meat for them to chomp up.
Well, it's probably the worst interpretation of this. I guess maybe people are just mad that we're covering it.
I didn't watch what they said about it, but I assume they all fucking ran with it.
Right. Weekend Jail says, guys, listen. I think the issue here is after pausing the video, you are not giving explanations for what is going on, as most people have not watched this.
I thought
mean, we are giving explanations.
I feel like we are. I'm not sure what more we could. I mean, I'll try to be more specific. But.
I mean, when I say, I guess, you kind of have to be following along to be
sure. Yeah, there's lots of names.
If you just
lots of names to keep track of.
If you just dropped into the live stream,
sure.
I mean, we can't really do a recap.
Yeah, I understand.
And the whole idea of the guy, shitting his pants when he first reads his letter. I mean, do we have to give the backstory on all of that?
Right. I'll say this is a hard stream to drop in from and not watch the whole thing from the beginning, at least the part about the hearings.
So. I mean, I think this is, and I'm like I said, I read all your guys' comments. I mean, I'm not as good with the chat as it's going by. I do see your insults, and I mean, it is what it is. I just
well, it's good. We'll have an omnibus Colin stream.
Well, I just don't know. I'm just what. Yeah, who is covering this in any kind of objective way? I mean,
I don't know.
David Pakman, I'm sure, is covering it. I'm just going to take a guess, but it's something to the effect of, we tried to tell you Trump was Hitler all along, and now we have proof of it, right? I don't think that's a fair assessment of the situation. And I also don't think the Sean Hannitys of the world, there's nothing to see here, Trump did nothing wrong. They had, in the first hearing, they talked about Sean Hannity. It appears that Sean Hannity was trying to talk Trump out of this craziness the whole fucking time.
Well, I don't know about that, because obviously I don't know how much Sean Hannity was aware of any of the goings on, but he text messaged Mark Meadows on January 6th, like, what the fuck? Why is Trump not going out there, like, trying to stop the mob from attacking the Capitol?
Right.
He needs to stop this, He needs. Oh, no, actually, you're right. Actually, then after that, I think there was a text message with Sean Hannity saying
no more election fraud talk.
Yeah, no more election fraud talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he knew. I mean, Sean Hannity's a TV guy. He knew that after those images of January 6th riot came out, that it was over.
Gene Costa for $10 says, Adam and Sitch, have Robert Barnes on. He will address everything you're saying. He helped draft the Texas lawsuit. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
I would love to have, I've reached out to Robert Barnes and he didn't respond. Robert Barnes follows me on Twitter, but he follows like pretty much everyone. So
right.
I would love to have Robert Barnes on. I mean, Robert Barnes and I have major disagreement on the Ukraine stuff as well. And I mean, I love Robert Barnes' stuff, and I mean he's a blue collar fucking working man guy.
I mean,
so.
I would talk to him. My problem is I already know his argument. Well, I already knew his arguments at the time, because I remember I still watched him in Viva when this was all going on, and I remember his arguments were basically deep state, deep state, deep state. All these people are just secretly out to get Trump. And that, to me, is horribly unpersuasive.
Yeah, we need... Listen, the Georgia guy who said, you're saying that there are all these fraudulent votes. I need names. I need to know what you're basing that. Yeah. Right. I need to know what you're basing that claim on. I need to see the evidence. I need to hear your logical through line on why that's the case. Right. And the attorneys never turned up anything. I mean, if Barnes did draft some lawsuit, I would love to hear the reasoning in the lawsuit, right? I get it. I looked.
Well, I don't know if that was related to the. I mean, it's probably related to a different thing. But
I watched Dinesh D'Souza's movie. Okay, right. Fucking ballot harvesting, make it illegal. I don't think that should happen. That's fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we're having a lot of different conversations here, but That doesn't make this not a not interesting thing. And you know, if this situation was reversed and it was Hillary Clinton doing all this shit, you know you would fucking want to see this January 6th hearing. You know you'd want to know this information. You want to be all over this.
Yep.
The Office of Legal Counsel. Can you first off explain your role? What is that?
Sure. One of the Attorney General's most important responsibilities is to provide legal advice to the President and to the executive branch. As a practical matter, given the responsibilities of the Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel exercises that job on a day-to-day basis. And so, in addition, the head of OLC often functions as a general counsel, essentially to the Attorney General, and so is often, the chief legal advisor to the AG, as well as, the White House and the executive branch more broadly.
So given that role, can you kind of describe your relationship with the president?
So this guy said his job is basically to tell the Attorney General's office what they're allowed to do legally, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they don't fucking break the law.
Right.
Well, in connection with my role at OLC, over the course of my tenure there were a number of instances in which folks at the White House would seek to bring me in to provide legal advice to the president, sometimes discussing the legal options that could be pursued among various to reach various policy objectives, sometimes to advise the president that a course of action that they had been discussing was not legally available.
So I want to ask you about two things the president asked you and the department to do. The first is reflected in this email that we're going to put on the screen. The president sent a draft lawsuit to be filed by the department in the Supreme Court. He wanted you, Mr. Rosen, and Mr. Cipollone specifically to review it. You and the department opposed filing it. We see on the screen here that the talking points that you actually drafted on that. So you stated that there is no legal basis to bring this lawsuit. Anyone who thinks otherwise simply doesn't know the law, much less the Supreme Court. Why was this the department's position?
Well, I mean, I think that the memo sort of speaks to this, but essentially this was a draft lawsuit that apparently was prepared by people outside the department. It would be styled as brought by the United States and by the acting Solicitor General as an original jurisdiction matter in the Supreme Court. It was a meritless lawsuit that was not something that the department could or would bring. Somebody obviously prepared it, handed it to the president, and he forwarded it on for our review. But that memo explains why the Department of Justice, as Mr. Donahue said earlier, doesn't have any standing to bring such a lawsuit. The lawsuit would have been untimely. The states had chosen their electors. The electors had been certified. They'd cast their votes. They'd been sent to Washington, D.C. Neither Georgia nor any of the other states on December 28th or whenever this was in a position to change those votes. Essentially, the election had happened. The only thing that hadn't happened was the formal counting of the votes. And so obviously, the person who drafted this lawsuit didn't really understand, in my view, the law and or how the Supreme Court works or the Department of Justice. So it was just not something we were going to do. And the acting Attorney General asked me to prepare a memo with talking points so that he could explain our reasons when he spoke with the president about this.
So would you say it was an unusual request?
It was certainly you said the request that the department file a lawsuit from drafted by outside lawyers was certainly an unusual request.
There was another issue you were.
So you get that?
Is this the Barnes? This isn't the Barnes lawsuit, is it? I don't think.
What? You're kidding me! Holy shit!
I don't know. I'm assuming it's not. I don't think it was.
Robert Barnes drafted this lawsuit and threw it at Justice.
I don't think this is the one that he worked on. I could be wrong.
Wow. Okay. So
I don't think it is,
Barnes
but that'd be funny
definitely
for
has a
him.
dog in the fight then.
It would be funny if this was the one that he worked on, but I don't think it was.
I responded to Barnes on a Ukraine thing and then DM'd him about coming on the show to talk about Ukraine, but he never responded. So
right.
I saw a brain in the chat saying, "Put your money where your mouth is." Well, I mean, I did. What can I do? I mean, I messaged him.
So
I did this
what,
forever ago. So
what the guy basically said was, he said it was really fucking weird because Trump basically was given a lawsuit that the Justice Department did not draft. So no one in the Justice Department worked on this lawsuit. or the wanting to bring this lawsuit. They didn't say exactly what it was about. Obviously, it was about something relating to voter fraud accusations, and that even though they didn't work on it, he wanted the Justice Department to basically sign off on this lawsuit and argue this lawsuit that they didn't actually create.
Yes. Yeah.
And they explained that they didn't have standing to do so for two reasons, which was, one, the Justice Department does not represent the people of the United States government. I mean, the people of the United States of America, it represents the United States government. And two, he said, the states had already validated their electors, and this was a state decision that they had nothing to do with any of this stuff.
Right. The states are a legal entity, like the American people are not a legal entity.
This might have been the I wish they would have said, this might have been the lawsuit, or maybe they say later in this hearing. This might have been, remember there's a lawsuit where like the states tried to, they wanted some states to sue other states saying that they were violating.
You think that was, this is it?
It might be this one, yeah.
Okay.
Well, and also it's, it's kind of, the whole thing is hypocritical now that I think about it, because if Eastman and Clark's position is that the states could throw out the electors, the ballots. They wanted the states. They wanted like Georgia and the swing states in Arizona that had Republican control. Basically, what they wanted to do was they wanted these states to say, hey, we can't validate the vote. We're going to throw out what the popular election in our states did, and we as the legislature are just going to vote on who we want to be president. That's what they wanted them to do.
Right.
That was a process that they wanted them to do, essentially.
Right.
But
which would overturn the election.
Right. But there was multiple problems with that, which is that none of the states wanted to do this, and they all validated the votes. And once they validated the votes, that was already their sign of approval that they signed off on them. And it's not even clear whether they could legally renege on, once they signed off on the votes like that. And that's what he's talking about with the timing issues. But it's kind of hypocritical because the Trump team was simultaneously arguing that on one hand, the U.S. Constitution, all it says is that the states get to choose their electors. So if they want to, they can throw out they don't have to listen to the popular vote in their own state. They can throw those electors out, or they can throw out those votes and just vote for whoever they want to be president. They're making that argument, but then they're making on the same argument that somehow the federal Justice Department has standing to bring cases of fraud of the election against individual states, which doesn't actually make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because if individual states can do whatever the fuck they want to have their elections,
yeah, I got you. Okay.
Then the federal government has no standing whatsoever on these fraud cases.
They're like, in one lawsuit, they're like, you have the right to do whatever the fuck you want. And in the other lawsuit, they're like, no, you have to do it this way. Otherwise, you're fucking us over.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Completely contradictory position.
And and I'm assuming that's part of what this guy was. I don't know, because we didn't see. I'd be interested to read his memo on this, and hopefully it'll be made available at some point.
Sure.
But I mean, that's a big problem with sort of the legal theory behind this, is that you're kind of arguing both sides of the issue here.
Well, also you have, so Justice Department sues people on behalf of the United States government, protecting the government's interests. Like it's basically a attorney for the government. So, but to have a outside entity draft a lawsuit and then bring it into justice when no person that who works there has even seen it, and they're going to file it. I mean, that is weird.
Pretty great. Yeah. That's what he's saying. Is like, that's pretty, not standard procedure.
Right.
So.
Look into, in mid-December, did the White House ask Attorney General Barr to consider whether a special counsel could be appointed to look into election fraud issues?
Yes. I mean, I think the president was probably vocal at the time that he believed that special counsel was something that should be considered to look into election fraud, and there is a specific, request where the Attorney General sought my legal advice in the middle of December.
What was your conclusion? What conclusion did you reach?
So this request was whether the Attorney General could appoint as a special counsel a state Attorney General to conduct an investigation. I mean, as a legal matter, under federal law, the Attorney General actually has fairly wide discretion to delegate prosecutorial authority, including to state prosecutors, which happens to assist the department, and not uncommonly, obviously, a state Attorney General exercising prosecutorial authority on behalf of the Department of Justice would be fairly uncommon. When we looked at the issue, what we saw is actually that the state law, the state was Louisiana.
Wait, let me go back. I was kind of zoned out. This seems important.
What conclusion did you reach?
So this request was whether the Attorney General could appoint as a special counsel a state Attorney General to conduct an investigation. I mean, as a legal matter, under federal law, the Attorney General actually has fairly wide discretion to delegate prosecutorial authority, including to state prosecutors, which happens to assist the department, and not uncommonly, obviously, a state Attorney General exercising prosecutorial authority on behalf of the Department of Justice would be fairly uncommon. When we looked at the issue, what we saw is actually that the state law, the state was Louisiana, that the state law precluded the Louisiana Attorney General from accepting any position, any official position on behalf of the United States government. So that answered the question, that it was not legal.
Louisiana's like, fuck the federal government. You're not allowed to take any position with the feds.
That's actually hilarious. So it ended up backfiring. So Trump wanted he wanted the Attorney General to assign this Louisiana, I guess, Attorney General to be special investigator into election fraud. And they're like, yeah, you can do that. And they're like, wait a minute, I guess you can't do that because Louisiana specifically says that you're not allowed to do that.
That's crazy.
I wonder why. That's so.
Because it's a federal government.
I guess it's a strange.
Stay away, Washington.
It's a very strange law that just randomly occurred.
Hands off my state.
Legally available.
So during your time at the department, was there ever any basis to appoint a special counsel to investigate President Trump's election fraud claims?
Well, neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen did appoint a special counsel. You would appoint a special counsel when the department, when there's a basis for an investigation and the department essentially has a conflict of interest. It's important to get someone who's independent outside the department to handle such an investigation. Neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen ever believed that that was appropriate or necessary in this case.
In fact, Attorney General Barr had already told the president that there was no need for this special counsel. He actually stated that publicly, and we'll see that here in a video from December 21st.
To the extent that there's an investigation, I think that it's being handled responsibly and professionally currently within the department, and to this point I have not seen a reason to appoint a special counsel, and I have no plan to do so before I leave.
So remember the decision.
Now, why does Barr look so much like Fred Flintstone? That's my question.
It's funny because that statement he just gave, like if the Justice Department had come up, had come on the other side of this issue and said that they found all this evidence of fraud in the election, every Democrat would point at that statement he just made right there and said, see, he's corrupt. He's corrupt. He didn't want to give this to an outside person. He didn't want to give this to an outside person. Mm-hmm. And now it's because it's the other side of the issue. Then now the right's saying, see, he's corrupt. He's corrupt. He didn't want to give a special counsel. It's interesting. He was kind of in like this weird loser, no-win position.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it sucks. Yeah, Barr is definitely the bearer of bad news through this whole ordeal.
Mm-hmm.
December 21st was the same day President Trump met with Republican members at the White House to strategize about how to overturn the election, while his Attorney General is out telling the public, again, that there was no widespread evidence of election fraud. And yet, 2 days later, we have President Trump tweeting, again publicly pressuring the department to appoint a special counsel. He said, quote, after seeing the massive voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election, I disagree with anyone that thinks a strong, fast, and fair special counsel is not needed immediately. This was the most corrupt election in the history of our country, and it must be closely examined. The Select Committee's investigation revealed that President Trump went as far as to promise the job of special counsel to now discredited former Trump campaign lawyer Sidney Powell at a
No
late-night
way.
meeting on December
Oh my
18th.
God. Holy shit.
On Friday, he had asked me to be special counsel to
No.
address the election issue.
See, okay.
Oh my God.
This is important. This is very important because I remember following all of this very closely. I
Yes.
was listening to Barnes. I was listening to Viva. I was listening to their live streams on this, and I heard
Even Barnes thought Powell was full of shit.
insane. Yeah, I heard on several occasions Robert Barnes say that Sidney Powell was out of her fucking mind and was getting bad information from somebody and was completely spreading false information.
No, he
based-
took it. Barnes took it even a step further than that. He said that Powell's information is so bad that his theory was that she was
Okay.
being purposely fed disinformation in order to discredit Donald Trump.
Right. Yes. Okay. I'm
And
so glad you brought
Donald
that
Trump
up.
wanted to yank the investigation out of Bill Barr's hands and give it to this lady.
Yeah. So was Barnes correct in that?
I don't know if it was disinformation, but
Well, no. Yeah, the disinformation part, but Barnes.
that was specifically over. If I recall correctly, his disinformation saying that she was being fed disinformation was specifically about the Dominion
voting
voter
machines, yeah.
switching.
She
machine
came out
things,
and
yeah.
said she had some line about some South American country where they would flip
Right.
the votes, and yes. So Barnes was making the case that the information she was being fed was to discredit Donald Trump.
Right.
And Donald Trump is talking about making
Her the
putting
special prosecutor in
making
charge of the
her-
investigation.
Yeah. This is so Barnes, I would say, is probably not in favor of making Sidney Powell a special prosecutor.
Right. Well, and she's being sued by Dominion, isn't she, for
Yes.
Libel or slander or something? Defamation, I guess.
Defamation.
Issues and to collect evidence, and he was extremely frustrated with the lack of, I would call it, law enforcement by any of the government agencies that are supposed to act to protect the rule of law in our republic.
So let's think here. What would a special counsel do? With only days to go until election certification, it wasn't to investigate anything. An investigation led by a special counsel would just create an illusion of legitimacy and provide fake cover for those who would want to object, including those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. All of President Trump's plans for the Justice Department were being rebuffed by Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, Mr. Engel, and others. The president became desperate entering into the new year with January 6th fast approaching. President Trump rushed back early from Mar-a-Lago on December 31st and called an emergency meeting with the department's leadership. Here's Mr. Donahue describing the last-minute meeting held at the White House on New Year's Eve.
The president was a little more agitated than he had been on the meeting, in the meeting on the 15th. He discussed a variety of election matters. He did say, this sounds like the kind of thing that would warrant appointment of a special counsel. There was a point at which the president said something about, why don't you guys seize machines?
Mr. Rosen, the president asked you to seize voting machines from state governments. What was your response to that request?
We had seen nothing improper with regard to the voting machines, and I told them that the real experts at that had been at DHS, and they had briefed us that they had looked at it and that there was nothing wrong with the voting machines. And so that was not something that was appropriate to do.
There would be no factual basis to seize machines. Mr. Donahue,
I don't think there was legal authority either.
Yeah, Mr. Donahue, can you explain what the president did after he was told that the Justice Department would not seize voting machines?
The president was very agitated by the acting attorney general's response, and to the extent that machines and the technology was being discussed, the acting Attorney General said that the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has expertise in machines and certifying them and making sure that the states are operating them properly. And since DHS had been mentioned, the president yelled out to his secretary, "Get Ken Cuccinelli on the phone." And she did in very short order. Mr. Cuccinelli was on the phone. He was the number 2 at DHS at the time. I was on the speakerphone, and the president essentially said, "Ken, I'm sitting here with the acting Attorney General. He just told me it's your job to seize machines, and you're not doing your job." And
God.
Mr. Cuccinelli responded.
Mr. Rosa, did you ever tell the president that the Department of Homeland
What was the response?
Okay, let's listen.
Security could seize voting machines?
No, certainly not.
Mr. Donahue, during this meeting, did the president tell you that he would remove you? And
So they don't get
don't
the
tell us. Yeah,
response.
I'm curious
That's
as
a
to what-
fucking huge
What Ken
blue
Cuccinelli
balls
said.
there. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. So Trump is saying.
Oh, I'm not doing my job. Homeland
Right.
Security is supposed to seize the machines.
Trump is asking the Attorney General's office, why are they not having federal agents go to states and take the voting machines
Right.
in order to, I guess, investigate them? And they're like, well, we don't have the legal authority to do that. That's the Department of Homeland Security's job, or that would be their authority. And they've already looked into this, and they said that there's no, the machines are not being hacked. The machines, we're not, the Dominion vote switch things, none of that stuff turned out to be true. The Department of Homeland Security is saying it's all bullshit. And so then Trump calls up the number 2, the Department of Homeland Security, and he's just like, why aren't you taking the voting machines? I'm talking to the Attorney General. He's throwing you under the bus. Why aren't you doing this? I would assume that his answer would be like, well, we investigated it and we found no fraud. So not, that's probably what his answer was. But
Yeah.
to why aren't you seizing the voting machines? It's interesting that was the question, not, did you investigate the machines and was there fraud? It's why aren't you seizing them? So he's already assuming that there's a problem from the get-go.
Right. Well, he knows, of course, there's fraud.
Right.
He's just looking for the evidence of the fraud.
Right.
And Mr. Rosen, you weren't declaring there was election fraud?
Toward the end of the meeting,
Let me go back to the question.
Did the president ever tell the president that the Department of Homeland Security could seize voting machines?
No, certainly not.
Mr. Donahue, during this meeting, did the president tell you that he would remove you and Mr. Rosen because you weren't declaring there was election fraud?
Toward the end of the meeting, the president, again, was getting very agitated, and he said, people tell me I should just get rid of both of you. I should just remove you and make a change in the leadership, put Jeff Clark in, maybe something will finally get done. And I responded, as I think I had earlier in the December 27th call, Mr. President, you should have the leadership that you want, but understand, the United States Justice Department functions on facts, evidence, and law, and those are not going to change. So you can have whatever leadership you want, but the department's position is not going to change.
Based.
Yes. Very based.
Facts, evidence, and law.
Yep.
The president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, was also present. Do you remember what his position was?
Pat was very supportive. Pat Cipollone, throughout these conversations, was extremely supportive of the Justice Department. He was consistent. I think he had an impossible job at that point, but he did it well, and he always sided with the Justice Department in these discussions.
So let's pause for a second. It's New Year's Eve.
So Trump's lawyer saw that this path would basically lead Trump to being thrown in jail. He's doing everything he can to try to protect Trump. He's like, no. Just let the Justice Department do what they're doing.
Right.
He's like desperately trying to protect his client from screwing himself over.
Trump would
which
have
is
been
kind of
in
interesting.
such a great position.
I know.
Opportunity lost.
Yep.
President Trump is talking about seizing voting machines and making the same demands that had already been shot down by former Attorney General Barr on at least 3 occasions and by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue on multiple other occasions. Claim after claim knocked down, but the president didn't care. The next day, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows sent a flurry of emails to you, Mr. Rosen, asking that the department look into a new set of allegations. We're going to put those emails here on the screen. Here we see 3 requests made on January 1st. One email is a request from Mr. Meadows to you, Mr. Rosen, to send Jeff Clark to Fulton County. What did you do with this request?
Well, really
Let
nothing.
me read this
To you, Mr. Rosen,
Okay.
to send Jeff Clark to Fulton County. What did you?
So Mark Meadows, who's Trump's chief of staff, said that there are allegations of signature match anomalies in Georgia. Can you send Jeff Clark, this environmental attorney, to go look into those allegations? Okay.
To determine if there's any truth to the allegations. Right.
Right. Yeah. Send Jeff Clark to go look at it. Okay. Very trustworthy, Jeff Clark.
Well, and also not a criminal investigation.
Yeah, he has no experience in election issues whatsoever.
But sure, he can see if there's mismatched signatures.
Right.
With this request?
Well, really nothing. Certainly didn't send Mr. Clark to Fulton County, but that email was the first corroboration I had seen of Mr. Clark had told me at that point that the president was considering making the change by Monday, January 4th. So Mr. Meadows' email was something of a corroboration that there were discussions going on that I had not been informed about by Mr. Clark or anybody else.
So this other guy works at Justice, but he's not. I don't know that this guy is. Well, he technically is his boss, right? If he's
Rosen is
number one.
Is Clark's boss? Yes.
Right. Yeah.
No.
So yeah, he's like basically, hey, by the way, fuck you, I'm taking over. By the way, Trump is going to put me in charge on January 4th.
Right.
Fuck you. Fuck you, boss. I mean, that's basically what's going to happen, right?
That was the direction they were heading, yeah.
Are you guys following along?
Like he's like, we certainly didn't send Jeff.
The second request that you have is to have the Department of Justice lawyers investigate allegations of fraud related to New Mexico. Mr. Rosen, did you have concern about these emails?
Yes. Really 2 concerns about that one. One was that it was coming from a campaign or political party, and it was really not our role to function as an arm of any campaign for any party or any campaign. That wasn't our role, and that's part of why I had been unwilling to meet with Mr. Giuliani or any of the campaign people before. And the other part was, it was another one of these ones where lots of work had already been done, and I thought it was a rehash of things that had been debunked previously.
So the final email here included a completely baseless.
So this guy, Rosen, doesn't want to meet with Giuliani, doesn't want to meet with anyone in the campaign because he's like, that will look so fucked if I, the acting attorney general, am meeting with, Trump's political campaigners, essentially, and his political team. It's going to make me look like I'm just in their pocket, essentially. And also, he didn't want to look. He said that they already investigated these claims and that they found that there was nothing there.
You're doing such a great job of recapping. Yeah.
Conspiracy theory. Italian defense contractor uploaded software to a satellite that switched votes from Trump to Biden. The Select Committee investigation found that this wild, baseless conspiracy theory made it from the recesses of the internet to the highest echelons of our government. On December 31st, Mr. Meadows received this internet conspiracy theory from Representative Perry.
See, it doesn't mean that it's not true, though. I mean, they have to investigate it.
They did, though, but I didn't realize how Perry was really like the source of a lot of this. This guy I've never heard of. Is really like feeding
on the
all
screen
this
now is the text that Representative Perry sent to Mr. Meadows, copying a YouTube.
Why can't we just work with the Italian government? What is that? What?
He means to try to investigate this claim about the Italian defense contractor switching Trump votes to Biden votes via satellite or whatever they're talking about.
Look, it's a YouTube video. We can watch it next.
There you go.
Look it up.
Link with the message, quote, "Why can't we just work with the Italian government?" The next day, the president's chief of staff sent the YouTube link to Mr. Rosen, who forwarded it to Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue, did you watch this video?
I did, Congressman.
How long was the video?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Let's just take a look at an excerpt of that video, if we may.
Oh, they're going to show it to us.
What's being said out of Rome, out of Italy, is that this was done in the U.S. Embassy. That there was a certain State Department guy whose name I don't know yet. I guess this is probably going to come out in Italy at some point. And he was the mastermind, not the mastermind, but the
look at him.
But anyway, the guy running the operation of changing the votes, and that he was doing this in conjunction with some support from MI6, the CIA, and this Leonardo group.
Mr. Donahue, what was your reaction when you watched that entire 20-minute video?
I emailed the acting attorney general and I said pure insanity, which was my impression of the video, which was patently absurd.
Mr. Rosen, you
so you have the Trump administration. So Perry is scraping. He's somehow has a random YouTube guy concocting conspiracy theories about Italian satellites switching Trump Biden votes, and he sends it to Trump's chief of staff, and Trump's chief of staff sends it to the Justice Department. And he's like, watch this 20-minute fucking YouTube video. This crazy guy going off about satellite switching votes. And he's like, okay, sure.
Like, what do you even do with that? Like, how do you fall? Like, I guess put an APB out on the bald guy in the mask.
You know, I almost wish Trump was president now, because if Trump was president now, there'd be very, very good chances that like the Trump administration would be sending Coach Red Pill videos to the Justice Department to be like, listen, this guy has some information on the Ukraine-Russia situation. I think we should look into.
Oh my God.
You were asked by Mr. Meadows to meet with Mr. Johnson, who is the person in that video.
Oh, so Trump's chief of staff says, I want you to meet with that guy in the video. Okay.
Which one? The guy at the desk or the guy in the mask?
The guy at the desk. The guy who's making these claims about the Italian satellites.
Okay.
I'd never even heard of this before this hearing.
What was your reaction to that request?
So ordinarily I'd get an email like this and there was no phone call. It would just come over the transom. But this one he called me, Mr. Meadows, and asked me to meet with Mr. Johnson. And I told him this whole thing about Italy had been debunked, and that should be the end of that. And I certainly wasn't going to meet with this person. And he initially seemed to accept that. He said, well, why won't you meet with him? I said, because if he has real evidence, which this video doesn't show, he can walk into an FBI field office anywhere in the United States. There's 55 of them. And he said, okay. But then he called me back a few minutes later and complained and said, I didn't tell you, but this fellow Johnson is working with Rudy Giuliani. Mr. Giuliani is really offended that you think they have to go to a FBI field office. That's insulting. So couldn't you just have the FBI or you meet with these guys? And by then I was somewhat agitated and told him that there was no way on earth that I was going to do that. I wasn't going to meet with Mr. Johnson. I certainly wasn't going to meet with Mr. Giuliani. I'd made that clear repeatedly, and said that's the end of that. Don't raise this with me again. And
he doesn't want to meet with Giuliani because he doesn't want to meet with either of the campaigns because it's a clear conflict of interest. So that's what's going on here. That's why he's like getting kind of ticked off that Giuliani keeps wanting to meet with him.
Well,
So,
I mean, also like
because
this is like, I mean, they're desperate. If this is what they're scraping for conspiracy theories about Italian satellites switching votes.
Well, he's also saying that they looked into this. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish they would go more into,
right,
what the evidence against these claims are. So,
yeah,
everything that all of the claims that they mention the evidence seems, logical, not just something stupid. So,
Mr. Donahue and I had been exchanging our views about this. I think it was 7:13 on a Friday night of New Year's Day. Had run out of patience, and I sent the email that you're talking about, where I made pretty clear that I had no interest in doing anything further with this.
Just to button this up, Mr. Donahue, did you receive a follow-up call from a Department of Defense official about this conspiracy?
I did. I believe it was that same day.
Can you give details on that at all?
I received a telephone call from Kash Patel, who I know was a DOD official at that time, worked for, I believe, Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, and he didn't know much about it. He basically said, do you know anything about this Italy thing and what this is all about? And I informed him that the Chief of Staff had raised the issue with us in his office on December 29th. That we had looked into it a little bit. We had run the name that was provided to us by the Chief of Staff. I learned that that individual was in custody in Italy. He had been arrested for a cyber offense of some sort in Italy. The allegation was that he had been exfiltrating data from his company. He was either an employee or a contractor of that company, and he was in custody. That the whole thing was very, very murky at best, and the video was absurd. But that we the department, were not going to have anything to do with it, and DOD should make up its own mind as to what they're going to do. But I made it clear to him that I didn't think it was anything worth pursuing.
She called the video absurd. And
so the guy who this claim originated from was an Italian guy who was already in jail for stealing and committing cybersecurity illegal actions against his own company. Was already in jail. He was the one making this claim that this occurred.
Yeah.
So very, very trustworthy source of information.
And despite the absurdity of that conspiracy theory, we learned that Mr. Meadows discussed it frequently in the White House. And Mr. Meadows didn't let the matter go. The request went from the Department of Justice to the Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller. As you'll hear, Secretary Miller actually reached out to a high-ranking official based in Italy to follow up on this claim.
The ask for him was, can you call out the defense attaché Rome and find out what the heck's going on, because I'm getting all these weird, crazy reports, and probably the guy on the ground knows more than anything.
The Select Committee confirmed that a call was actually placed by Secretary Miller to the attaché in Italy to investigate the claim that Italian satellites were switching votes from Trump to Biden. This is one of the best examples of the lengths to which the President Trump would go to stay in power, scouring the internet to support his conspiracy theories shown here, as he told Mr. Donahue in that December 27th call, quote, "You guys may not be following the internet the way I do." President Trump's efforts to this point had failed.
Quote.
Stonewalled by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue, President Trump had only one option. He needed to make Clark acting Attorney General. Mr. Rosen, during a January 2nd meeting with Mr. Clark, did you confront him again about his contact with the president? And if so, can you describe that?
So at this point, Mr. Clark had told us that the president had asked him to consider whether he would be willing to replace me, supposedly on a timetable by Monday, the 4th. And so I had told Mr. Clark I thought he was making a colossal error in judgment, but I also hoped to persuade him to be more rational and to understood what we had understood, that there's not a factual basis for the fraud assertions that are being made. So at this meeting, Mr. Donahue and I met with Mr. Clark, and I guess my hopes were disappointed in that Mr. Clark continue to express the view that he thought there was fraud, even though he had not been a participant in the department's review of that, and that he was dissatisfied that we knew what we were doing. So, but he had acknowledged that he had had further, I don't know if it was meeting or phone calls or what, but further discussion with the president, despite having, a week earlier said that if he wouldn't do that, and if he did, if he got an invitation to do that, he would let Rich Donahue or me know. So it was a contentious meeting where we were chastising him that he was insubordinate, he was out of line, he had not honored his own representations of what he would do, and he raised again that he thought that letter should go out, and we were not receptive to that.
Did he tell you in that the president had offered him the...
I don't know if they talk about it here, but there was some articles I saw about the Italy satellite thing, and they said that they had done hand recounts of some of the areas that they were claiming the satellite switched the votes, and that the hand recounts matched the machine voting.
Right.
So.
Was that in conjunction with the 68% voting error thing?
It was not.
Okay.
No, it was a different claim.
Gotcha.
So
they did do hand recounts in
they did hand recounts in most of
counties.
these, if not all these places. But, yeah.
Job of acting attorney general?
That was a day later. On the second, he said that the president had asked him to let him know if he'd be willing to take it. Subsequently, he told me that on Sunday the 3rd, he told me that the timeline had moved up and that the president had offered him the job and that he was accepting it.
Well, let's ask about that. What was your reaction to that?
Well, on the one hand, I wasn't going to accept being fired by my subordinate, so I wanted to talk to the president directly.
So basically, Clark, who is his subordinate, tells him, I have your job now.
Yeah.
Clear out your desk.
This is this is fascinating. Like
yes.
the human interest story here is just
Right.
as fascinating as anything. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because it's like basically the Justice Department's playing whack-a-mole with all these voting fraud claims. And then they finally get to the Italian satellite claim, which they felt was so preposterous.
Right.
They're like, I was like, do we really have to investigate this? And then apparently that's then used for the justification to some extent for him to say, okay, I want Clark to be the head of the attorney general.
If they're not going to investigate this claim,
yeah, the
you're
Italian
outta
satellite
here.
claim, right?
Well, it's the letter that Trump wants to go out more than anything.
Yeah, that was this is all just an excuse to get that letter out.
Yeah.
Really. So, which I think the letter would have definitely hurt the credibility of the Attorney General's office, but
Hell yeah, it would.
highly skeptical. I mean, all the, Georgia and Arizona, they didn't want to do this.
Right.
I think they would have looked at that letter and been like, yeah, that's fine. And they would have just put it in the trash can.
But that's why the people who are at justice are fighting it so much, because it's all downside. It destroys their credibility, and it's not going to change anything for the outcome of the election. So what's the point?
That's true.
Yeah.
What is the point? Yeah.
You just basically throw your reputation away for nothing.
Yep.
With regard to the reason for that is I wanted to try to convince the president not to go down the wrong path that Mr. Clark seemed to be advocating. And it wasn't about me. There's only 17 days left in the administration at that point. I would have been perfectly content to have either of the gentlemen on my left or right replace me if anybody wanted to do that. But I did not want for the Department of Justice to be put in a posture where it would be doing things that were not consistent with the truth, were not consistent with its own appropriate role, or were not consistent with the Constitution. So I did 4 things as soon as Mr. Clark left my office on that Sunday, the 3rd. Number 1, I called Mark Meadows and said I need to see the president right away. And He was agreeable and set up a meeting for 6:15 that Sunday, so about 2 hours away. 2, I called Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, told him what was going on, and he said he would go into the White House to make sure he was at the meeting and he would be supporting the Justice Department's position as he had been doing consistently. 3, I called Steve Engel, who was, I was at the department, it was a Sunday, but there had been some reasons I needed to be there. Mr. Engel, I called at home and asked him if he would come in and go to the meeting, which he did. It proved to be quite helpful. And then number 4, I asked Rich Don.
By the way, Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, the guy who's telling Trump,
That's
don't listen to Clark.
the bat justice guy, right?
No. Pat Cipollone is the White House counsel.
Right.
So he's the White House counsel to Donald Trump. So he's the guy. So Pat Cipollone, who's Trump's counsel, Trump's basically lawyer as president, who is telling Donald Trump, do not listen to this Clark guy. This is crazy. Just listen to Rose and all these other people and let, Justice Department do what they're doing. It's fine. This is the guy who defended Trump during his impeachment trials.
Okay.
So it's not, so he's very much on team defend Donald Trump.
Right. Yeah. He's trying to keep Trump out of legal.
Right.
Out of legal trouble.
Donahue and Pat Hovakimian, who had previously been my chief of staff, to get the department's senior leadership on a call and let them know what was going on, and which they did. And then Eric Hirschman called me to tell me that he was going to go to the meeting and that he would be supporting the Department of Justice position as well. So I knew that the meeting was on course and that I would have a number of people supportive of the Department of Justice's approach and not supportive of Mr. Clark's approach.
Did Mr. Clark ask you to continue to stay at the department?
At that Sunday meeting, when he told me that he would be replacing me, he said that he had asked to see me alone, because usually he had met with me and Mr. Donahue, because he thought it would be appropriate in light of what was happening to at least offer me that I could stay on as his deputy. I thought that was preposterous. Told him that was nonsensical and that there's no universe where I was going to do that, to stay on and support someone else doing things that were not consistent with what I thought should be done. So I didn't accept that offer, if I can put it that way.
And during that meeting,
he's like, "You want to be my assistant?" He's like, I know I'm taking your job, but you could still be my assistant.
Yeah. So Clark is telling his boss, he's like, I know that Trump, wants me to replace you because of election stuff, but how about you stay on as my number 2?
This story is crazy. This is so crazy.
That ask was like, that's got to be a fuck you ask, right? Like, there's no way he knows there's no way in reality he would say yes.
That is the thing, you don't know.
It had to be a fuck you ask.
You think so? Or you think it's like
obviously? Why would anyone stay on after that? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe he's like, well, where the stapler is and stuff. How about you stay in the office and help me out?
Where the coffee creamer is in the office.
Yeah, I'd like you to be my number 2.
Did Mr. Clark ask you to sign the Georgia letter?
That was on the Saturday meeting, January 2nd, that Mr. Donahue and I had with him. He again raised with both of us that he wanted us to both to sign that letter, actually.
So in that meeting, did Mr. Clark say he would turn down the president's offer if you reversed your position and signed the letter?
Yes.
Ooh.
Did Mr. Clark? So you still refused to sign and send that letter, I take it?
That's right. I think Mr. Donahue and I were both very consistent that there was no way we were going to sign that letter, and it didn't matter what Mr. Clark's proposition was in terms of his own activities. We were not going to sign that letter as long as we were in charge of the Justice Department.
So he's Clark is saying that he won't take his job, and He can keep his job if he signs on to the letter. So it's a complete power play.
Yeah, it is. So Clark is telling his boss, saying, you know that letter I wrote that told Georgia to fuck their state constitution?
Right.
The letter that basically lies and said that we found a bunch of credible fraud allegations, even though we didn't. And I didn't actually have any information to make that claim when I wrote this letter. If you sign that letter, then you won't get fired by Donald Trump.
Right.
But that's a pretty oof in the meeting. And they're like, yeah, no. Stick
Yeah.
Yeah, shove it.
So he's basically saying, nah, we'll take all. How about this? We'll leave and you sign the letter and send it, you dumbass.
Yeah, right.
Thank you for that, by the way. Mr. Donahue, were you expecting to have to attend a meeting at the White House on Sunday, January 3rd?
No. As the acting AG indicated, we had a meeting that afternoon that related to preparations for January 6th. So I was at the department, but I had no expectation of leaving the department. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was there in civilian clothes, as we both were, and expected to have that meeting, do some other work, but I had no expectation of going to the White House that day.
So let's ask, so prior to that Oval Office meeting, did you set up a conference call with senior leadership at the department? And if so, tell us about that call.
Yes, so obviously it was a bit of a scramble that afternoon to prepare for the Oval Office meeting. We had discussed on several occasions, the acting Attorney General and I, whether we should expand the circle of people who knew what was going on. It was very important that Steve Engel know, and that's why I reached out to Steve on December 28th, because if Mr. Rosen were removed from the seat and the president did not immediately appoint someone else to serve as Attorney General, just by function of the department's chain of succession, Mr. Engel would be in the seat. We wanted to make sure he knew what was going on should that occur. So the three of us knew. We also brought Pat Hovakimian in, so the four of us knew. But no one else, aside from Jeff Clark, of course, knew what was going on until late that Sunday afternoon. We chose to keep a close hold because we didn't want to create concern or panic in the Justice Department leadership. But at this point, I asked the acting AG, what else can I do to help prepare for this meeting at the Oval Office? And he said, you and Pat should get the AAGs on the phone, and it's time to let them know what's going on. Let's find out what they may do if there's a change in leadership, because that will help inform the conversation at the Oval Office. Pat Hovakimian subsequently set up that meeting. We got most, not all, but most of the AAGs on the phone. We very quickly explained to them what the situation was. I told them, I don't need an answer from you right now. I don't need an answer in this phone call, but if you have an answer, I need it in the next few minutes. So call me, email me, text me, whatever it is, if you know what you would do if Jeff Clark is put in charge of the department. And immediately Eric Dryben, who was the AAG of the Civil Rights Division, said, I don't need to think about it. There's no way I'm staying. And then the other AAGs began to chime in turn, and all essentially said they would leave. They would resign en masse if the president made that change in the department leadership.
Incredible.
This is so fucking keys to power. It's so fucking keys to power. It really is. It's like they get them on the line. Who, which way are you going to go in this situation? Leadership is changing. This is a fucking like a moving situation here.
Right. Yeah. Whose team are you going to choose? Are you going to choose,
constitutional
Rosen?
crisis? Or are you going to
choose?
are
you going to choose, Clark and Trump? Yeah.
It's kind of crazy, and they all kept it like really kind of hush-hush on what was going on because maybe it never happens. Yeah, this is fascinating.
Right.
Well, I'd like to look at the assistant attorney generals on the screen. If we can pull that up, have their pictures. Did every assistant attorney general you spoke to, as you said, agree to resign?
Macon Delrahim was not on the call only because we had some difficulty reaching him. But yes, the other people on the screen were on the call, and all, without hesitation, said that they would resign.
So as part of the Select Committee's investigation, we found that while Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel were preparing for their meeting at the White House, Jeff Clark and the president were in constant communication beginning at 7 a.m. White House call logs obtained by the committee show that by 4:19 p.m. on January 3rd, the White House had already begun referring to Mr. Clark as the acting Attorney General. As far as the White House was concerned, Mr. Clark was already at the top of the Justice Department. 2 hours later...
So before Trump even has this meeting with Rosen, or Trump fires Rosen, the office is considering that Rosen's already been fired, essentially.
Right, yeah.
Which is pretty crazy. And it's extra crazy because he ends up not firing Rosen.
Yeah, he doesn't, does he? In the meeting, they go back and forth.
Right.
This is the contentious meeting that we started, that they teased in the beginning of the hearing here.
Yes, yes.
That they had the little graphic on. We're kind of building to that meeting.
Well, supposedly, I don't know if it comes out in this, one of the biggest reasons they think that Trump didn't fire Rosen, besides the fact that like half the Justice Department would leave, was because Pat Cipollone, who Trump trusted because he was defending him in the impeachment stuff,
right,
was like, don't fire this guy, don't fire Rosen, this is a terrible idea.
Right.
And so he might have actually saved Trump, he might have saved Trump's ass, because I really think that if he had fired Rosen and appointed Clark, and Clark sent out that letter, I do think they would be trying to charge Trump with some kind of crime about that.
Yeah.
So
DOJ leadership at the White House. The Select Committee interviewed every person who was inside the room during this Sunday evening Oval Office meeting. Mr. Cipollone told the committee that he was, quote, unmistakably angry during the meeting, and that he, along with Eric Hirschman and Mr. Donahue, quote, forcefully challenged Mr. Clark to produce evidence of his election fraud theories. Mr. Rosen, can you...
So even Trump's impeachment lawyer doesn't believe
right.
Clark's
they want the goods.
election fraud
they want
stuff.
the goods. They're like, yes,
Holy
we have
shit.
this letter. This
Yes.
letter looks good. We just need the backup.
Yes.
What is this letter based
Right.
on?
Right.
So this guy's just he's fucking lying through his teeth.
Right.
He's just fucking with everyone. Oh God.
describe how that meeting...
Well, I think you're right when this definitely looks from Clark. It's like a pure power grab. He saw an opening.
He did.
To accede to become Attorney General. So.
And also, I mean, they said that he was doing his own independent investigations. Like, what did those investigations dig up? Did he get enough information to write the letter and then wrote the letter based on that?
So they said he started doing independent investigations after he wrote the letter.
So,
so it was like weeks after, or a week after or something.
Okay. So he did do some digging and probably found nothing, just like these guys. Otherwise, he would have thrown it out in the meeting.
Right.
This is crazy shit.
Meeting started? Yes. So after some preliminaries, so Mr. Meadows had ushered us all in, and then he left. So Mr. Cipollone did some introductions and things. So after some preliminaries...
That is kind of ridiculous.
He leaves.
Okay. So Trump's chief of staff, Meadows, who's been pretty heavy-handed in all this stuff, fucking bails on this. He could see this is going to be
the writing on the wall. He's like, if I stick around here, I'm going to need a fucking pardon.
Yeah, he's like, I'm getting the fuck out of this office. That's crazy. Okay, that's terrible. But
the president turned to me and he said, well, one thing we know is you, Rosen, you aren't going to do anything. You don't even agree with the claims of election fraud. And this other guy at least might do something. And then I said, well, Mr. President, you're right that I'm not going to allow the Justice Department to do anything to try to overturn the election. That's true. But the reason for that is because that's what's consistent with the facts and the law, and that's what's required under the Constitution. So that's the right answer and a good thing for the country, and therefore I submit it's the right thing for you, Mr. President. And that kicked off another 2 hours of discussion in which everyone in the room was in one way or another making different points, but supportive of my approach for the Justice Department and critical of Mr. Clark.
So at some point, Mr. Donahue comes in the room. Can you explain?
So this is like a 5-on-1 against Clark, basically.
Right. Well, it's weird because it's really like a 5-on-2.
Right.
Because Clark
and
this very
Trump?
Yeah, because there's really weird power dynamics in this meeting because Trump obviously is the one who wants Clark to become the acting attorney general.
Right.
But no one else wants him to be. But since Trump is the president, they can't like attack him directly.
Right.
So they just attack Clark. And then Trump is probably like not exactly taking an active position either because he kind of wants to feel out what everyone else is saying.
He wants to know how this is going to play out. He definitely
Right,
does. Yeah. He's shaking the box very hard here.
Yes. You're right. This would be such, oh my God. I wish these meetings were on camera somewhere, on film somewhere.
Well, they have pictures from inside the meeting, so.
Yeah, I know, but I would love to see like this 2-hour screaming match with all these people in the Oval Office where Trump would just be amazing.
2.5-hour meeting. Yeah.
Yes.
And what led to him coming in the room?
I forgot about that. So initially, in part, I think because he was underdressed, we had not arranged, we had not yet told the president that he was going to come in. The White House had a list of who would be there that did include Mr. Engel and the White House counsel and the deputy White House counsel, Mr. Hirschman. We went in and then we told the president, maybe 10 minutes into the meeting or something, I forget how far in, that Mr. Donahue was outside and he said, "We'll bring him in." And then Mr. Donahue came in and joined the meeting.
So, Mr. Donahue, you enter that room. Can you set the scene for us and describe the tone you walked into?
Yes, but if I could just back up one moment, Congressman, because you put the pictures up on the screen of the AAGs. I just want to make clear, one of the AAGs who was not on the screen was John Demers. John was the National Security Division AAG. John was on the call, but I prefaced the call by saying, John, we need you to stay in place. National security is too important. We need to minimize the disruption. Whether you resign is entirely up to you, obviously, and we'll respect your decision either way, but I'm asking you, please stay in place. And he did, so I don't want to leave the impression that he was not willing to resign, because I think he was.
Thank you for that.
So with regard to entering the Oval Office, I was sitting in the hallway.
So he just said that there was a guy in the Attorney General's office that was too important to resign.
Yeah.
And too important to the security of the country. And he's like, you stay in office.
National security,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
An administrative assistant passed by. She asked me, are you supposed to be in this meeting with the president? I said, no. I'm simply here in case questions come up that other people don't have the answer to. And she walked away and then came back probably 30 seconds later and said, the president wants you in the meeting.
This is a go-to guy because he's investigated all the fraud claims and knows the details of why they're inaccurate.
Right.
I proceeded into the Oval Office. I took probably 2 or 3 steps in, and I stopped because I was, as the AG said, not exactly properly attired. I was wearing jeans and muddy boots and an Army T-shirt, and I never would arrive in the Oval Office this way. I said, Mr. President, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going to be here. And he said, no, just come in, come in, come in. And so I went in. I attempted to take a seat on one of the couches that are behind the chairs arrayed in front of the president's desk. And he said, oh, no, you're going to be up here. And everyone kind of laughed. And they moved the chairs a little bit. Someone from the White House counsel's office picked up a spare chair and put it directly in front of the president, and I took that seat.
Was there discussion about Mr. Clark? Can you kind of enlighten some of what that discussion was?
Yes. So the conversation at this point had moved beyond the specific allegations, whether it was State Farm Arena or Antrim County or Pennsylvania or whatever. We had discussed those repeatedly, and that was backdrop to the conversation. But the conversation at this point was really about whether the president should remove Jeff Rosen and replace him with Jeff Clark. And everyone in the room, I think, understood that that meant that letter would go out. So that was the focus. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting after I entered, and so there were discussions about the pros and cons of doing that. Early on, the president said, what do I have to lose? And it was actually a good opening because I said, Mr. President, you have a great deal to lose. And I began to explain to him what he had to lose, and what the country had to lose, and what the department had to lose. And this was not in anyone's best interest. That conversation went on for some time. Everyone essentially chimed in with their own thoughts, all of which were consistent about how damaging this would be to the country, to the department, to the administration, to him personally. And at some point, the conversation turned to whether Jeff Clark was even qualified, competent to run the Justice Department, which in my mind, he clearly was not. And it was a heated conversation. I thought it was useful to point out to the president that Jeff Clark simply didn't have the skills, the ability, and the experience to run the department. And so I said, Mr. President, you're talking about putting a man in that seat who has never tried a criminal case, who's never conducted a criminal investigation. He's telling you that he's going to take charge of the department, 115,000 employees, including the entire FBI, and turn the place on a dime and conduct nationwide criminal investigations that will produce results in a matter of days. It's impossible, it's absurd, it's not going to happen, and it's going to fail. He has never been in front of a trial jury, a grand jury. He's never even been to Chris Wray's office. I said at one point, if you walked into Chris Wray's office, one, would you know how to get there? And two, if you got there, would he even know who you are? Do you really think that the FBI is going to suddenly start following your orders? It's not going to happen. He's not competent. And that's the point at which Mr. Clark tried to defend himself by saying, well, I've been involved in very significant civil and environmental litigation. I've argued many appeals in appellate courts and things of that nature. And then I pointed out that, yes, he was an environmental lawyer, and I didn't think that was appropriate background to be running the United States Justice Department.
Did anybody in there support Mr. Clark?
That was when he made the comment about if there's an oil spill.
Yeah. Christopher Wray was the head of the FBI. I had no idea the FBI was a subsidiary of the Department of Justice.
Well, I don't know if they're a subsidiary.
Well, he said that the FBI is part of DOJ. He said this guy would basically be the head of the FBI.
Yeah, well, he's saying the FBI wouldn't listen to this guy. They don't.
Of course not.
Him.
Of course not. Well, they would obviously understand that he didn't have the experience to be in the position that he was in. He's just a political appointment. The only reason he got the job was to send that
you're right.
letter.
The FBI is responsible to the Attorney General. Yeah.
Right. Christopher Wray is the 8th director of the federal FBI.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Well, also, what was the date of this meeting? Like the 2nd or something?
Yeah.
like January 6th is like 4 or 5 days away from
110,000 employees.
Yeah.
I've never managed an organization with 110,000 employees. This is some straight, like, you know how the communists believe. Oh, it does. Anyone can do the job. It doesn't matter. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk.
Yeah, right. Yeah, anyone can do it.
Jeffrey Rosen. Just put them in the position. They can do it.
Well, you're right in that. I think it was primarily like, there's 4 to 5 days January 6th is going to happen. So obviously the idea that he's going to somehow produce some smoking gun in that short period of time is unlikely. And it was mostly, as you said, probably it was just, and as they all sensed, this was really just about they wanted that letter sent out.
Right.
That was the real goal here.
Yeah. So he brings up Christopher Wray because Christopher Wray is the head of the FBI. Like he's going to walk into the FBI office and say, here, listen, we need to find evidence of, we have 6 days.
Right. I know you guys have already looked into this, but we're going to do it all again. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
This time we're going to do it right.
Yeah, we're gonna find the correct answer.
Yeah.
This is a little crazy. This plan is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
This is why Trump's attorney was saying, no, this is a giant mistake. This is basically the job interview for Rose or for Clark. This is Clark's job interview, and he fails miserably.
But it's interesting that this meeting happened like after the fact. Because basically what happened is Trump says, okay, Clark, you're Attorney General now. And then they had the meeting to decide whether he was actually Attorney General.
I know they're calling him. How's the guy feel when they're calling him acting Attorney General for half the day, and then all of a sudden, like, he gets the message, former acting Attorney General. It's like, okay.
Oh, just kidding. It wasn't official. Gotcha. You failed. You actually failed the interview process, which was 6 people beating you up for like 2 hours.
We punked you, bitch. Sit down.
It's so funny.
Mr. Rosen, it was you he was going to replace. So what was your view about the president's plan to appoint Mr. Clark?
Well, as I alluded to earlier, the issue really wasn't about me. It would have been fine, as I said, to have had Rich Donahue replace me. I would have said, great, I get 17 days vacation or something. But the issue was the use of the Justice Department. And it's just so important that the Justice Department adhere to the facts and the law. That's what it's there to do. And that's what our constitutional role was. And so if the Justice Department gets out of the role that it's supposed to play, that's really bad for our country. And I don't know of a simpler way to say that. And when you damage our fundamental institutions, it's not easy to repair them. So I thought this was a really important issue to try to make sure that the Justice Department was able to stay on the right course.
Mr. Donahue, did you eventually tell the president that mass resignations would occur if he installed Mr. Clark, and what the consequences would be?
Yes, so this was in line with the president saying, what do I have to lose? Along those lines, he said, so suppose I do this. So suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What would you do? And I said,
I like how Trump is such a strong character that whenever anyone talks about him, they instantly like adapt his mannerisms and way of speaking.
Right, a little
like
bit.
Naturally. It's very interesting.
yeah. Mr. President, I resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy who I had just declared was Clark. What would you do? And I said, Mr. President, I resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy who I had just declared was completely incompetent. And so the president immediately turned to Mr. Engel, and he said, Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you? And he said, absolutely, I would, Mr. President. You leave me no choice. And then I said, and we're not the only ones. No one cares if we resign. If Steve and I go, that's fine. It doesn't matter. But I'm telling you what's going to happen. You're going to lose your entire department leadership. Every single AAG will walk out on your entire department leadership will walk out within hours. And I don't know what happens after that. I don't know what the United States attorneys are going to do. We have U.S. attorneys in districts across the country, and my guess would be that many of them would have resigned. And that would then have led to resignations across the department in Washington. And I said, Mr. President, within 24, 48, 72 hours, you could have hundreds and hundreds of resignations of the leadership of your entire Justice Department because of your actions. What's that going to say about you?
Wow. Mr. Engel, can you describe what your reaction was to that?
Yeah, no, I think when the president, my recollection is that when the president turned to me and said, Steve, you wouldn't leave, would you? I said, Mr. President, I've been with you through 4 attorneys general, including 2 acting attorney general, but I couldn't be part of this. And then the other thing that I said was that, look, all anyone is going to sort of think about when they see this, no one is going to read this letter. All anyone is going to think is that you went through 2 attorneys general in 2 weeks until you found the environmental guy to sign this thing. And so the story is not going to be that the Department of Justice has found massive corruption that would have changed the result of the election. It's going to be the disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipollone said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide pact, this letter.
And I would...
So this guy he's the Assistant Attorney General Office of Legal Counsel. He's the guy who essentially tells the Attorney General's office what they're legally allowed to do, who Trump appointed in 2017, who's been through all, Barr and Sessions and all these people. He's like, this would be the one step too far if you did this, if you got rid of Rosen for Clark. And this letter is going to just kill everyone's career and maybe even get people arrested that are involved with this letter because it's just so toxic.
Yeah. And that guy, that's the same attorney that defended him in the impeachment hearing, correct?
No, that's a different attorney.
Oh, okay.
That Pat Cipollone is not testifying right now, but
Cipollone.
Yeah.
Who said it was a murder-suicide pact?
Oh, did Pat? Is that what Pat said?
I thought that's what Cipollone said, yeah.
Disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipollone said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I understand. Yeah, I got your...
So Cipollone steps up. That's the guy that defended Trump in the impeachment, right?
Right. Yeah. So the guy who defended Trump in the impeachment trial was like, this note is going to kill you.
If you can't trust the guy who defended you in your fucking impeachment trial, who can you trust, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So Cipollone calls it a murder-suicide pact.
Right.
That's not that's strong language.
Unless Pat Cipollone is the deepest of deep state moles.
Right.
Who's like, listen, I'm going to defend Trump in his first impeachment trial just in case there's something more that happens down the road.
Did Cipollone, because they impeached him a second time after January 6th. What the fuck?
I don't know if he defended him in the second one or not. He did. He defended him for both. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, he stuck with him at least.
Yeah. So there you go. This is why this is so crazy. Like, you literally have all these lawyers who are appointed by Trump.
Yes.
That are like this is fucking bananas. Don't do this.
Right. You're shaking the box a little too hard here, Trump.
Yes. You've replaced. There's not just glass in that box. There's live grenades. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
You gotta be careful with that box.
Suicide pact, this letter.
And I would note too, Congressman, that it was in this part of the conversation where Steve pointed out that Jeff Clark would be left leading a graveyard, and that comment clearly had an impact on the president. The leadership will be gone. Jeff Clark will be left leading a graveyard.
Again, the premise that, which as Mr. Donahue has said, but that Mr. Clark could come in and take over the Department of Justice and do something different was just an absurd premise. And all he was doing, Mr. Clark, by putting himself forward, was blowing himself up. And, if the president were to have gone that course, it would have been a grievous error for the president as well.
Mr. Cipollone, the White House counsel, told the committee that Mr. Ingalls' response had a noticeable impact on the president, that this was a turning point in the conversation. Mr. Donahue, towards the end of this meeting, did the president ask you what was going to happen to Mr. Clark?
He did. When we finally got to I would say the last 15 minutes of the meeting, the president's decision was apparent. He announced that Jeff Clark tried to scrape his way back and asked the president to reconsider.
Oh, shit.
The president doubled down, said, no, I've made my decision. That's it. We're not going to do it. And then he turned to me and said, so what happens to him now? Meaning Mr. Clark. And he understood that Mr. Clark reported to me. And
this is the power dynamics in this meeting are so fucking crazy. You're right. This is straight. This is why it's so interesting to you. This is straight like dictator's handbook.
It is.
So you have the upstart who basically wants to, like, let's think about this from like medieval, barbarian days or something. Like, you have the upstart who basically challenges Trump's general to a duel, to a sword fight. He's like, okay, I want to be Trump's attorney general. We're going to fight to the death. And then they fight. And then Clark loses the fight. And then they're like, well, should we kill Clark? And then Trump turns to the guy who just defeated him and is like, I don't know. You tell me. Like, this is such a crazy situation.
Yeah. Well, Trump doesn't. I don't. I can't remember how it turns out. Do they kill him?
We'll find out.
Do they fire his ass? I mean, they should fire his ass for insubordination, motherfucker.
Right, right.
I didn't initially understand the question. I said, Mr. President, and he said, are you going to fire him? And I said, I don't have the authority to fire him. He's the Senate-confirmed Assistant Attorney General. And he said, well, who has the authority to fire him? And I said, only you do, sir. And he said, well, I'm not going to fire him.
So there you go. He was spared.
Oh, Trump is a nice guy when it comes down to it. Right there, he's like, well, I'm not gonna. I mean, I just use this guy like a dirty fucking rag, but yeah, I won't fire him.
He didn't give him a pardon though. Kind of left the mine dry.
He didn't, did he? He didn't, did he?
He totally fucked Clark. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll see.
I am curious as to what the rationale there was.
He might wind up in jail over all this shit. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is crazy.
So, all right. Well then.
Which is not smart, because if they do go after Clark for the letter, and there is something they can get him with the letter, you know he's probably going to try to flip on Trump.
It might be connected to Trump. Yeah, he might go state's evidence on Trump.
Right. Of course. He's going to try to get some deal. So I'm really shocked he didn't give this guy a pardon.
Trump is like. Trump is basically asking him, well, are you going to fire him? Oh, wait, only you can fire him. Oh, well, I'm not going to fire him then.
It's hilarious.
We should all go back to work.
Did you get a call from the president later that night?
I did, I don't know, probably 90 minutes later or something like that.
What was that about?
The president, at this point, we left the White House, reconvened at the department. I left the department. I was back in my apartment. My cell phone rang. It was the president, and he had information about a truck supposedly full of shredded ballots in Georgia that was in the custody of an ICE agent whose name he had. I told him that ICE was part of Department of Homeland Security. I had heard about this. If Department of Homeland Security needed our assistance, we, of course, would provide it. But it was really up to DHS to make a call if their agent was involved. And he said, fine, I understand. Can you just make sure that Ken, meaning Ken Cuccinelli, knows about this? I said, fine, I would pass that along to him. I eventually contacted Ken Cuccinelli later that evening, and I said, this is what the president told me. If you guys have anything you think should be brought to our attention, let me know. And he said, thank you, and that was it.
Mr. Cipollone left the meeting convinced the president would not appoint Mr. Clark, but he didn't think the president had actually accepted the truth about the election. Sure enough, all the same debunked theories appeared in his speech at the Ellipse 3 days later.
In the state of Arizona, over 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. 11,600 more ballots and votes were counted, more than there were actual voters. You see that? In Wisconsin, corrupt Democrat-run cities deployed more than 500 illegal, unmanned, unsecured drop boxes, which collected a minimum of 91,000 unlawful votes.
Mr. Donahue, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Engel, and others stopped President Trump's efforts, at least temporarily. Yet the message President Trump and his Republican allies pushed throughout December made its way to his supporters anyway. And they kept up the pressure campaign on the way to storming the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Rosen, were you at the Department of Justice on January 6th?
Yes, I was there all day.
Once the Capitol was under attack, I understand that you communicated with fellow cabinet members and Capitol Hill leadership. Can you tell us who you spoke to?
Yeah, I was basically on the phone virtually nonstop all day. Some calls with our own DOJ folks, some with cabinet counterparts at DHS and Defense and the Interior, some with senior White House officials, and with a number of congressional leaders. I received calls from
AOC. Someone needed some shoes.
Speaker
Did you receive a phone
Pelosi
call from AOC asking your shoe size?
Leader McCarthy, from Leader Schumer. I believe Leader McConnell's chief of staff called, a number of other members of Congress as well. And the basic thrust of the calls with the members of Congress was, there's a dire situation here, and can you help? And I reported to them that we were, on a very urgent basis, sending help from the department. We wound up sending over 500 agents and officers from FBI, ATF, and the U.S. Marshals to assist with restoring order at the Capitol. So had a number of calls. As I say, it was more or less nonstop all afternoon.
Did you speak to the vice president that day?
Yes, twice.
No, please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the first call was a one-on-one discussion, somewhat akin to the congressional leadership calls, updating him on what we were doing to assist. And the second call was a conference call around 7 o'clock with the vice president, congressional leaders, senior White House staff, some other cabinet officials, to address that order appeared to be close to being restored, but security still being determined, and the question being, what time could the Congress reassemble? And the answer was 8 o'clock, and thankfully Congress did reassemble and complete its constitutional duty. There was one highlight of that second call with the vice president, which is Mr. Donahue had gone to the rotunda of the Capitol to be able to give firsthand account, and was able to tell the folks on the call, including the vice president, that we thought 8 o'clock would work.
Did you speak to the president on January 6th?
No, I spoke to a number of senior White House officials, but not the president.
Now you have some of the context for why Trump would be reluctant to call that guy on January 6th. He's like, oh, that's the guy that beat up my man in that meeting. That guy's a fucking mean bastard. Why do I want to call him?
Mr. Donahue, on January 6th, we know from Mr. Rosen that you helped in the effort to reconvene the joint session, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Though they didn't, this is part of why I would like the full depots to be available. Because he says, did Trump talk to you? He says no, but he did talk to senior White House staff, which is like Meadows and people like that.
Right.
And the fact that he didn't ask him, because they already know what they're going to say, because they've already testified to all this stuff. He didn't ask him, what did Mark Meadows or what did any of these senior staff people say to you? Which, if it made Trump look awful, he would have asked him that question.
Right.
So presumably whatever the senior staff said to the attorney general didn't make Trump look awful. So that's why I am curious I really hope they do release the full depots, because I do want to read like all of the answers to these questions.
Lucifer the Doberman for $20 says, in all caps, imagine if there were cross-examinations. I mean, I would be in favor of cross-examinations.
That would be great, yeah.
I think having people there that were digging into the counterclaims would be great. Yeah. Yeah,
that's why I hope they release the full. I think it would be a huge disservice to everything if they don't, and it would definitely be a strike and blow against the credibility of all this if they don't release the full depots of the people that testified publicly, so you can look through that stuff. That would be great if there was cross-examination. I don't know if there's a procedure for that. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, we want
to. This is just a hearing, so.
Yeah, we want to dig in. Obviously, they're putting this out there to put information forward. Kabomi for $20 also says, I looked it up. Ben Shapiro talked about the hearings in episode 1512 of his show. Thank you. Maybe I'll go back and listen to that.
There you go.
I think the difference is Dems are making it that this is a big revelation, and people like Ben are saying nothing new is being presented. I mean, I have heard, and since Ben covers the news, obviously, he does his show daily. We do our show twice a week, and not really in-depth news coverage by any shape of the imagination. So I'm sure this is probably all old news for him.
Well, he's technically right in that everything that you're hearing was reported in the New York Times or in the Washington Post, but I don't really believe it, if I just read it in the Times or the Post or something.
Right.
So I didn't really give any of that stuff weight until I see the person who actually said it, and I go, oh, okay, here we go. They're actually saying it. So
yes, yeah.
So yeah, that's technically true, but I think the context of the information is completely different.
And Brain for $2 says the same DOJ that asserted Trump's a Russian asset. So what is
who did that?
Did the DOJ assert that Trump was a Russian asset?
Rosen didn't. Are you thinking of? I don't know who you're thinking of.
I don't know. Yeah.
This guy didn't, because this guy wasn't even the only reason he was the attorney. Oh no, you're saying the DOJ, like he's saying like the office of the DOJ. The office of the DOJ didn't say Trump. They said the opposite. What do you mean? He put Mueller in charge of the investigation and they cleared him of that. So DOJ's office cleared Trump of being a quote unquote Russian agent.
Yeah. Russiagate went absolutely nowhere. The Democrats basically gaslit the Democratic constituency for 2 years, and it absolutely panned out, turned into nothing. Yeah.
And I mean, not only did Mueller's report exonerate Trump from didn't exonerate him from obstructing justice, but it exonerated him from being, a secret Russian agent. But Barr, a month before, I think it was a month before the Mueller report was even released, he went out because he had an early copy of it, and he completely released this statement that deflated all the energy from the Mueller report and definitely made it look, and definitely, crafted a very positive narrative for Trump.
Yeah, a pro-Trump narrative.
A very pro-Trump narrative about the Mueller report.
He made Rachel Maddow cry on air.
Yeah.
She fucking bawled like a little bitch.
Right. And so, I mean, the idea that Barr or Pat Cipollone or any of these people are out to get Trump is like completely unfounded.
I get the sentiment. You're saying basically we're putting too much faith in the DOJ, and these people are sitting here.
These people are all
gaslighting us.
But they're all appointed by Trump, and they all defended him pretty strongly up until this point. And you get into the situation where you don't want to be in a situation where basically you only trust your leader, because then you've kind of you've boxed yourself in to being in a cult essentially at that point.
Well, this is, I mean, I don't understand how this would, like, they devised a story. This is all just fake.
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like that to me. It seems pretty sincere. There's a lot of people corroborating every step of the situation, right?
I mean, Trump's impeachment lawyer telling him this is a murder-suicide pact is like...
Yeah. I don't see
that's definitely a guy that's defending Trump pretty tooth and nail, and no friend of the Democrats. So
I'm a pretty skeptical guy, but I don't see how you fake this.
Right.
How this is theater, as people have said.
Well, the way you just say that they're all just lying, essentially, would be the thing. They're all just lying, covering it up. And then the question is like, but why? What is their motivation to do that? These are all people that either Trump personally appointed or Trump appointed the person that appointed them to this position of power. And so, I mean, I guess it's weird, because I guess basically you'd be saying that Trump is just an idiot because he's appointing all these secret enemies into these positions of power. So,
yeah. Well, also, I mean, I guess they're saying there was fraud and they just didn't investigate. The little bit at the end there when he called about the shredded ballots, I mean, I guess they're kind of over it by then. But that the shredded ballots could have been the smoking gun.
Well, but he said he didn't say that they're not going to. He said that's if an ICE agent has this truck of shredded ballots.
Mm-hmm.
ICE is under the Department of Homeland Security. You have to ask that guy.
Right.
I mean, you don't ask me. I don't have authority to tell ICE to give me this stuff. You have to tell Ken Cuccinelli, again, lifelong Republican, to look into this. I don't know what the answer is to that. I don't know what happened with that shredded ballots truck thing.
I'm 100% certain that sooner or later your old ballots get shredded. I mean, what the fuck do they do with them if they don't shred them, right?
I mean, let's see. Trump truck of shredded ballots.
We'll dig in right here.
I mean, that's the problem. Is there's like a million of these.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Trump. Wait. ICE agents.
It's terrible for finding anything. I've been trying to scan the chat a bit, and it seems people are kind of conflicted here.
Okay, here. Claim hundreds of shredded Pennsylvania mail-in ballot applications were found in the back. Hundreds of shredded Pennsylvania mail-in ballot applications were found in the back of a truck. Posts across social media alleging that hundreds of shredded ballots were found. Were discovered in the back of a trailer being pushed for the voter fraud claims. A viral video shows a person entering the back of the truck and picking up one of the shredded ballots. The man zooms in on the paper, which reads, "President Trump wants you to return this form." I don't know why that would be in there, but let's see. The person in the video says, "This is a Pennsylvania application for mail-in ballots. They do not have people's address on the back of them. They were never mailed out." Oh, so these weren't. So wait, I don't know if this is the right claim, because this is saying that they were potential mail-in ballots, not that they were actual things that people voted.
Mr. Ubercross says, "You guys get this isn't a trial, right? There is no jury.
It's just a hearing,
there
of
is
course.
no judge.
Right.
There are no objections. But there is."
It would be great if there was a cross-examination of this.
But they are under oath, and if they lie,
yeah.
they do face a penalty of perjury, which could
Right.
land them in a federal prison. So I mean, that's not nothing. Several people did plead the fifth because they don't want to wind up in that federal prison, right?
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, I get that it's not a trial. Nobody's on trial here. This is all just useful information for voters to understand I mean, I'm learning so much about the transfer of power. Next time I'm going to see how it works when Biden tries to pull this nonsense in 2024.
Yeah, right. So if this is actually about that claim, which there could be a different shredding claim. They said they actually talked to the printing company that made these. These were mailers for like the Republican Party or something. And they said that truck had a bunch of leftover waste material for mailers they didn't use that were being returned to a recycling facility.
Right. So it didn't go anywhere?
So it didn't go anywhere. If this is the same thing. I don't see anything about an ICE agent here, so I'm not sure if it's the same claim or not, but...
Okay. Brady says, "As much as I dislike Trump, the dude has every reason to be paranoid after hearing upper echelon FBI agents talking about how we'll stop it if he gets elected. They've always tried to fuck him over." Well, I don't know about the FBI claim, but I do know Trump. I mean, I feel like after Russiagate, Trump has every reason to be paranoid. I really do. So I get where Trump is coming from with his paranoia, but at some...
Yeah, but at some point, you can't... there's a difference between like some FBI agent and like who was in the FBI, before Trump. I don't remember the context of the Peter Strzok message, but even that was kind of like, he was immediately, the FBI found out about that before Trump and the press found out about that, and they immediately took Peter Strzok off the case. He was only on the Russian investigation for like a week or something, and then they found out about that, and they're like, "Get the fuck out of here." But there's a difference between Peter Strzok saying that shit, which is obviously really incredibly biased, and he should have been, completely segregated from anything relating to that investigation, and all these people that Trump put into positions of power. I mean, he shouldn't be paranoid about them.
Yeah, they're his people.
These are his people.
Uh-oh, Brady's turned on me now. He says, "Useful information," in quotes. Jesus Christ, Adam. I mean, what's this? I mean,
I missed useful information about what?
What I said that there's useful information in this hearing.
Oh.
I mean,
this is
I'm
great.
I'm
This information.
interested.
There's great information in this here.
Yeah.
It's beyond useful.
How did I mean, but Brady doesn't think so.
This paints a very clear picture of what I didn't believe because I didn't trust the Times and Post basically reporting of the situation.
Hold on here. Now Captain Howdy's after me. Never gonna get over that one, Adam. Damn. What did I do? Oh look. Oh look. Oh
He's just trolling
no.
with you.
I've lost the IJP Mexican.
Oh no, you've lost JP Mexican.
He says, "Rip Adam."
Oh, sad.
This is
It's okay, Adam.
This is hurting you guys.
It's okay. I'll listen. I'll perform CPR on you. Okay, I'll give you the breath of life. I will pound on your chest, Adam. I will blow deeply into your mouth, lip to lip. Okay.
Oh shit. Micah says peyote is powerful. Why everyone always thinks I'm on drugs?
You're not?
I would never. Come on. I would never do drugs on the Sunday or the Tuesday. Look, I have very few rules in my life. One of them is don't do drugs during a live stream. Okay?
There you go.
That doesn't end well. You don't do that. People get drunk and go on live streams, and I don't understand it.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Sitch, would you get blasted out of your mind and go on?
I would never get blasted. Never. I do take a single hit of my medical marijuana before every stream. Yeah, but the stuff I have doesn't even get you high ever because it's a 1-to-1 ratio of THC to CBD anyway. So.
Actually, there is one time that I was blazed out of my mind. Yeah.
The truth comes out.
But thank
the truth is revealed.
The stream is no longer around though.
What stream was
can't
it?
find it.
Was it the one where you got us hit for copyright?
No, of course not. So we had just launched Supervillains Anonymous, and I was working on the comic. I was, sometimes I like to smoke some weed and work on the comic.
Okay.
And Ethan Van Sciver started a stream up, and I turned the stream on and I was listening to it, and he's on the stream selling our comic, and I'm like, oh, this is wrong. Like, this is completely wrong. He's selling our comic and I can't even join the stream. So I thought, okay, I got to join the stream. I have to do it.
I see. Oh, okay.
And
I joined his stream.
I joined his stream, yeah. And I was completely, I was stoned out of my mind. It was the worst decision I ever made. It was a terrible decision, but I felt obligated because it was the right thing to do. It really was.
Right. Sure.
So, but thank goodness that stream has gone to private, or I looked for the stream later and he had taken it down, and I thought that's really the best thing for everyone involved. So,
right.
Yeah. So that's it. There you go. I'm clean. My record's clean.
There you go.
Yeah. Ethan expunged my record. I'm completely safe here.
Didn't we? I could swear that we covered the video on stream of what's the guy name? The guy who was complaining about Jordan Peterson making the Holocaust comment, like the Nazis were worse than you know.
What?
You know how? Oh my God. What's the fucking name of that YouTuber?
Jordan Peterson.
Knowing Better.
Oh yeah.
The YouTuber Knowing Better. And he had a video on Jordan Peterson. Remember, Jordan Peterson had a comment where he said the Nazis were worse than you know. And so Knowing Better basically did a video where he did this weird thing where it made it seem like Jordan Peterson was defending like Hitler or something, or the Nazis. And I could have swore we did a fucking stream on that. And someone was like, you need to cover this. And I'm like, I thought we did. I couldn't find it.
I don't think we ever did cover it.
I noticed, I feel like that there's some streams that are like missing from the playlist or something. But
really?
I don't know. I could have swore, I could swear that we covered that video. I remember talking about it at length.
I don't think
at some point.
I don't think we ever did cover this video.
I don't know.
But I remember watching it.
Yeah.
And thinking, wow, this guy's really in the bubble here.
Right.
This guy's got a lot of unresolved Jordan Peterson hate in his life. He does.
Right.
Yeah, mischaracterizations, character assassination.
Anyway, we got 20 minutes left.
We're almost done, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I thought
a
this
lot
was
less because I think they wrap up and talk for
Yeah, you're right. There's
a
only like 5-10
bazillion
minutes
years.
left, really.
Yeah.
I guess I misremember. I thought this was the I guess it was a previous one where they had the guy from Arizona testify, where he says that he asked Rudy Giuliani for evidence and he didn't get it.
Yeah, that was the other one.
That was the other one. Yeah, that's pretty compelling. I mean, we won't watch that, but that's pretty compelling testimony too.
And we should have time after Jesse singles on Tuesday if Cullivar wants to come on or other people want to come on. And
Well, yeah, what we can do is we can have, like when we did the call-in stream where we have people join.
I'm not
going to
do like 1,000 people though. I'm going to do
we could have like
2 or 3. I just want to hear the perspectives of.
Well, it depends how long we talk, I guess. I mean, we could start with. What I would suggest is if anyone wants to call in on Tuesday, just come in on Tuesday after we talk to Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
We'll try to talk to a couple people, and if that's short and we have a lot of extra time, then we can open it up to other people.
Right.
So.
Well, I want to hear the perspective, but.
Right.
I'm just like. If we're getting a bunch of bullshit, I have a real. I'm sorry. I'm just. You got to make coherent arguments. I can't stand this. I have a hunch that the election was stolen and based on nothing.
Well, I mean, if someone wants to come on and make that argument, they can. It would make their side look really bad if you're gonna come on and say, listen, all these Trump appointed lawyers, including the guy who defended him in his impeachment, are all lying, and I'm basing this off of a hunch. It's obviously not going to make your argument look very persuasive or good.
Right.
So.
Yeah. All right, let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
We see here in a video that we're going to play now, you arriving with your security detail to help secure the Capitol. Mr. Donahue, 30 minutes after you arrived at the Capitol, did you lead a briefing for the Vice President?
I'm not sure exactly what the time frame was, but I did participate in the call and participate in briefing the Vice President as well as the congressional leadership that night, yes.
And where'd you conduct that call at?
I was in an office. I'm not entirely sure where it was. My detail found it because of the.
I was in
acoustics
AOC's
the
office. She wasn't using it.
Were such that it wasn't really conductive to having a call, so they found an office, and I believe I participated in 2 phone calls, one at 1800 and one at 1900 that night from that office.
Can you imagine he's in there and the closet slowly peeks open and you see AOC's face peek out?
That would be the most amazing thing.
He's like,
and all he hears is her whispered voice saying, "What size shoe do you wear?
Is it safe to come out?
Is it safe?
Are we still under attack?" Oh, that'd be great.
What time did you actually end up leaving the Capitol?
I waited until the Senate was back in session, which I believe they were gavelled in a few minutes after 8 p.m. And once they were back in session and we were confident that the entire facility was secured and cleared, that there were no individuals hiding in closets or under desks, that there were no...
We had to make sure AOC wasn't overhearing the call. We had to check every stall in the bathroom, every desk to be like, gotta make sure AOC's not hiding there.
Every closet.
IEDs or other suspicious devices left behind. I left minutes later. I was probably gone by 8:30.
And Mr. Donahue?
And then because of this, every January 6th, we have a new tradition. You have to leave your shoes out for the AOC clause to come in case she needs to run away.
That's hilarious.
You know how like in some Central and South American countries, I think they leave their shoes out and then on Christmas and they put candy in them or something.
I don't know. Really? Okay.
So yeah, so that's a new January 6th tradition. You have to leave your shoes out for the AOC clause to come.
That's great. We should
Did
send
you
some
ever hear
shoes to
from President
AOC over January 6th. Just
I'm
for
actually
fun.
shocked that that's not like a thing, that she doesn't get trolled by people just sending her
For
shoes.
shoes, I know. Yeah.
Like
we
running
should.
shoes.
Some running shoes. These are very comfortable.
Actually, you shouldn't do that, because this is what would happen if you
I
sent her running
know.
shoes. This is what she'd do. She'd go on her Instagram and she'd be like, "People are sending me running shoes because they're telling me that I need to be ready to run away because they're coming after me."
I think that's exactly what
threat
she
of my
would say. She would turn it into a threat.
Yeah.
God, so she doesn't know how to take a joke. Woman, you need to like chill. Chill already. We're just having some fun with you. Okay?
My God.
No one's coming for you.
Trump that day?
No. Like the AAG, the acting AG, I spoke to Pat Cipollone and Mark Meadows and the vice president and the congressional leadership, but I never spoke to the president that day.
So in today's hearing, showcase the efforts of the Americans before us to...
People in the chat did also say Kenzinger, Mr. Kenzinger.
Kinzinger. Yeah,
Right.
he's been pretty anti-Trump, I think, from early on.
Right, that this was, the zenith of his career here, that this is
Mhm.
just like he's being used.
I mean, it's hard for me to imagine that a Republican now is making the political calculation that coming out hard against Trump is going to help them. Because they're basically, what they were doing is that they would be banking on the fact that there's going to be some massive turn against Trump, like the way there was with Bush. And I don't see why anyone thinks that's going to happen. Like, if Kinzinger or Cheney or anyone thinks that's happening, like, they live in a fucking fantasy world, right?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I saw a poll where DeSantis was beating Trump now in the head-to-head with Biden, which...
Yeah, but even if DeSantis polls ahead of Trump, that doesn't mean they're going to turn against Trump.
Right, but if people are losing, if Trump is losing political power, political
Right.
capital over the January 6th thing, which I think he very well could be.
Right. I think DeSantis is on board with the election was stolen claims, so I don't think he's come out against any of that stuff. I'm not sure.
He's going there, really?
I would assume.
Is he going to run on Drain the Swamp?
Well, I don't think he's
DeSantis
going to
is?
run on it, but
Huh.
I would
Okay.
imagine if you asked him about it, he would say that he thinks the election was stolen.
Really? I've never heard him say anything like that. I mean, the election is stolen. If you guys want to believe the election is stolen, knock yourselves out. But I mean, I don't find that to be credible at this point. I think the Democrats cheated, and I think if the Hunter Biden story would have been released instead of buried surreptitiously, then things could have changed. But
So DeSantis signed a. Well, see, this is sort of sneaky. It doesn't say DeSantis expressly said anything about election fraud, but he signed. They had some bill, the creation of a special criminal agency to handle voter fraud and election crimes in Florida. But has he ever given us? I mean, if he hasn't given a statement on it, and no one's noticed it, that's interesting. DeSantis has never publicly taken a position on this.
he's gonna not take a position on it. This is a losing.
He has to. He has to
No,
say
he
something
doesn't.
about it.
He doesn't.
DeSantis election.
Look at this. People are already tagging Barnes for me. Thank you.
Election fraud. DeSantis stands with Trump and claims of voter fraud 2020.
Mm-hmm.
You need to turn off fucking ad block. Oh my God.
You need to turn on ad block. Don't
DeSantis is
block
endorsing
those
President
ads.
Trump's fight to hold on to his job, floating the idea that GOP-controlled legislature in battleground states won could appoint Trump instead of Joe Biden. DeSantis declared Thursday on Laura Ingram's show that he would stand with Trump as the president's reelection chance dimmed. He urged viewers to donate to Trump's legal fund and suggested people living in battleground states with GOP legislatures, specifically Michigan and Pennsylvania, contact their state lawmakers to provide quote unquote remedies. He said, quote, under Article 2 of the Constitution, presidential electors are done by the legislatures and the schemes they create in the framework. If they depart from that, they are not following the law. If they're ignoring the law, they can provide remedies as well. So I would exhaust every option to make sure we have a fair count. So yeah, no, he was pushing the election was stolen stuff too.
No,
but
he's pushing the we need to make sure that we have fair elections. He's not pushing the like it was fraudulent.
I guess this was in 2020. I don't know if he's pushing it still now, but
yeah, I think he's.
It'd be interesting if he's not.
I mean, for all we know, Kinzinger is on DeSantis's payroll. He's going to be his like VP. He's like
very unlikely.
Please,
highly unlikely.
Please,
super unlikely.
Take Trump out here for me.
That's so unlikely. President. Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't like any of my theories.
No,
Jeez.
You're right. Oh, I see. You're saying that DeSantis is secretly getting Kinzinger to do this to hurt Trump so that DeSantis can become president.
Exactly.
Okay. Gotcha.
You don't think that's a credible thesis? I mean, it feels very credible to me.
I don't think so.
Kinzinger he's probably gonna be running for president. Look at him. He's got a presidential look about him.
Yeah, but he's not gonna. Well, I don't know. I think he looks too much like the bad guy in Terminator 2.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah,
but
he does. You put
he looks too much like the T-1000.
Yeah, you put a like a chrome look on him, and
yes,
yeah, it's over. Yeah, you're right.
Like Mr. Rosen, can you tell me the location of Mr. Donald Trump?
Right. Yeah. Imagine him doing his Trump impersonation with like a chrome face.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, it was really, yeah. See, that really what happened was Kinzinger, he morphed his face into Donald Trump and he picked up the phone. He called Clark and he's like, I want you to be Attorney General.
He orchestrated this whole thing.
That's right. Kinzinger was the mastermind behind it all.
And now here he is reading the teleprompter.
Yes, there you go.
All of the hearing is totally written out. The funny thing about this shot is you can tell that the guy sitting behind Kinzinger is also reading the teleprompter.
Right. It's interesting. It will be super interesting in 2024 to see who runs. I mean, you could be right. Kinzinger, Cheney, they might run. I don't know what world they live in where they think they're going to win or have any chance of winning. But
I don't know. Yeah. There's too much Trump support in our chat. That's tainting your...
there's lots of Trump support in the Republican Party still overall.
Right.
I mean, that's why I think DeSantis is doing the smart play here. He's like, I'm going to just focus on all these culture war issues.
It was like, really when it's the first time I had heard Trump say, if I run, I was like, that's not
to
a
be
good
fair,
sign.
I like rain on your parade, but he's used language like that before. He's like,
nah.
If I run, he says it kind of like with like tongue-in-cheek tone of voice.
No,
right?
I don't think so.
Did you hear him say it or did you read the text?
I heard him say it. Yeah.
What was the tone of voice when he said, if I run?
Sounded like he wasn't running. Sounded like January 6th is taking it out of him.
I don't know. He didn't see, because I've heard him say things like that, like with this sort of knowing, joking tone before that.
He's getting.
Well, we'll see.
I'm sure he's getting a "everybody hates me" vibe from January 6th.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's hard because I think he didn't trust anyone around him, that he does believe the election was stolen from him. But do you really want someone in power that doesn't trust anyone around them and
no,
like gets detached from reality in this kind of way?
Right.
That's not good. Yeah.
What was the guy's name from the Kane Mutiny?
Yeah. I don't know.
Have you seen that movie?
Oh.
Okay. You don't want that guy to be your president. Humphrey Bogart was, that's right. Humphrey Bogart was the captain. It becomes like totally crazy.
Right.
Stand up for democracy. Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue stayed steadfastly committed to the oath they take as officials in the Department of Justice. On January 6th itself, they assisted during the attack while our commander-in-chief stayed silent. Their bravery is a high moment in the sordid story of what led to January 6th. My colleagues and I up here also take an oath. Some of them failed to uphold theirs and instead chose to...
See the big teleprompter back there?
Yeah.
Look at the guy looking over his shoulder. It's so rude. It's like, you gonna read this teleprompter for me? It's got eyes.
I would hate to be like the staffer in all these fucking meetings that has to sit behind like your boss and your face is just plastered all over the TV, just silently staring at like, nothing.
Well, he's staring at
That'd be so awkward.
I'm surprised his eyes aren't moving back and forth.
Right.
Spread the big lie. Days after the tragic events of January 6th, some of these same Republican members requested pardons in the waning days of the Trump administration. 5 days after the attack on the Capitol, Representative Mo Brooks sent the email on the screen now. As you see, he emailed the White House, quote, pursuant to a request from Matt Gaetz, requesting a pardon for Representative Gaetz, himself, and unnamed others. Witnesses told the Select Committee that the president considered offering pardons to a wide range of individuals connected to the president. Let's listen to some of that testimony.
And was Representative Gaetz requesting a pardon?
Believe so. The general tone was, we may get prosecuted because we were defensive of, the president's positions on these things. The pardon that he was requesting, was as broad as you could describe. From the beginning, I remember he's from the beginning of time up until today, for any and all things. He mentioned Nixon, and I said Nixon's pardon was never nearly that broad.
And are you aware of any members of Congress seeking pardons?
I guess Mr. Gaetz and Mr. Brooks, I know, have both advocated for there to be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting, and a handful of other members that weren't at the December 21st meeting as the preemptive pardons. Mr. Gaetz was personally pushing for a pardon, and he was doing so since early December. I'm not sure why. Mr. Gaetz had reached out to me to ask if he could have a meeting with Mr. Meadows about receiving a presidential pardon.
Did they all contact you?
Not all of them, but several of them did.
So you mentioned Mr. Gaetz, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Biggs did. Mr. Jordan talked about congressional pardons, but he never asked me for one. It was more for an update on whether the White House is going to pardon members of Congress. Mr. Gomer asked for one as well. Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry, I need to cut
Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly?
Yes, he did.
Did Marjorie Taylor Greene contact you?
No, she didn't contact me about it. I heard that she had asked White House Counsel's Office for a pardon from Mr. Philbin, but I didn't frequently communicate with Ms. Greene.
Are you aware of any conversations or communications regarding the possibility of giving Congressman Matt Gaetz a pardon?
I know he had asked for it, but I don't know if he ever received one or what happened with it.
I mean, why is Matt Gaetz?
I don't know why Gaetz was
begging for a pardon so bad.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, I'm curious. Not only is he so begging for one, but why are they so focused on Gaetz?
Right.
You think they'd be more focused on Perry. Perry was really the one that connected Clark to Trump.
Right.
Though I don't see how any of that was illegal. Though I don't know, maybe I don't remember what Gates did exactly during all this time period.
They
didn't
had
really talk about it that much.
They played some videos of him
Yeah.
talking about the election being stolen.
Yeah, but that's not a just saying that is not. Is that even charged a crime for saying that?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, besides the fact that all these people are so thirsty for pardons, which is kind of interesting. And I don't think any of them got pardons, which is also interesting. But I like that this guy, former director, White House Presidential Personnel Office, testifying before Congress, they're giving his deposition basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like got the fucking Zoom blue screen auto background.
What's the matter with that?
I don't know. It's just funny. Like, what's going on in the background? He doesn't want anyone to see. Like, his office, his room super messy. He doesn't want. He's like, shit, my room's too messy. I don't want Congress to see my
former
messy
director, White House Presidential Personnel Office. I mean,
like,
he's
so
like an
funny.
HR guy.
I think it's more important than that, but
okay.
I just think it's so funny that he's got like the fucking Zoom auto blue screen going on tracking him.
Somebody has to, be in charge of payroll and shit in the office of the president. I don't know what this guy does.
John, I can look it up. What's his name? John McNee?
McEntee.
McEntee.
Yeah, McEntee.
John McEntee.
Mr.
Not the politician.
Mr. Blue Screen.
White House, director of the White House Presidential Personnel Office.
Mm-hmm.
Tasked with vetting new appointees. The office
Yeah.
responsible for assessing candidates to work for the White House. Oh, okay.
Yeah, see?
Well, no, that's different than an HR guy. And that would be why they're asking to testify, because they would say, well, did you vet Clark?
Oh, that's
you wanted
why.
to be Attorney General.
That's why. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I looked him up on LinkedIn. he looked very competent. How do you do that job? I don't know.
I know. I have no clue.
How do you know that Congressman Gates asked for a pardon?
He told me.
Tell us about that.
He told me to ask Meadows for a pardon.
Were you involved in or did you witness any conversations about the possibility of a blanket pardon for everyone involved in January 6th?
I had heard that mentioned. Yeah.
Do you know whether the president had any conversations about potentially pardoning any family members?
I know he had hinted at a blanket pardon for the January 6th thing for anybody, but I think he had for all the staff and everyone involved. Not with January 6th, but just before he left office, I know he had talked about that.
Can you do that? Can you write a pardon and just put like 1,000 names on it?
No, you can't do that.
I pardon all these people.
Just a paper. It says, the president pardon, and it's like a list of like 20 people.
I mean,
no.
The only reason I know to ask for a pardon is because you think you've committed a crime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's actually bullshit because you don't necessarily know if you've committed a crime or not. You don't know all the laws on the books or what they'll come after you for.
Well, it was preemptively because they were all terrified that they were going to go after them, which they didn't actually go after him like any of these people, at least not yet.
I mean, I would take a pardon just if I hadn't done anything, just to be safe on the safe side. Why not?
Sure. Well, sort of, maybe. It also makes you look guilty as fuck.
It does, but then you've got the pardon, so you're like, yeah, fuck, okay.
Yeah, but if you don't get the pardon, it's kind of like a
yeah, but then you look innocent. But at the same time, they could come get you for something.
Holy shit! I'm looking at his pardon list. There's like so many pardons were on like January 19th.
Really?
It's like 1 million pardons on January 19th. The only name I recognize that he pardoned on January 19th was Steve Bannon.
Oh, really? Bannon did get a pardon. Because Kellyanne from his campaign manager, Steve Bannon, was the one that reached out to her about getting a pardon. And she said she didn't want one. Yeah.
It was on charges conspiracy to commit wire fraud. I don't know what that was about.
Bannon was doing the podcast talking about, I mean, he was very instrumental in January 6th. Bannon was.
I don't think it was about that though. It says conspiracy to commit wire fraud and money laundering. I'm not sure what the charge was exactly.
Oh, Bannon must have raised all the funds.
Oh, I don't know. I thought he had no official connection with Trump after he left.
Money laundering is what they pardoned Bannon for?
It's what it says. Steve Bannon pardon.
Carl did an interview with Steve Bannon. You remember that?
I remember that. That was a while ago. That was way pre-Trump, wasn't it?
I think it was post-pardon, though.
No, I thought it was before he part of the Trump administration.
Oh, let's look it
They
up.
interviewed him. Steve Bannon charged with wire fraud over the Build the Wall crowdfunding effort. Yeah, it had nothing to do with January 6th.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They said that he used $1 million in funds to pay Brian Kofage. Oh, okay. So they're saying that they're saying he raised more than $25 million that was supposed to be used directly for paying the wall, and that he gave $1 million to someone to pay for his personal expenses, basically. There you go. They accused him of skimming.
It happens.
Yeah, it happened. But yeah,
Okay.
I don't think Trump gave a pardon to any of the Congress people.
Okay, this is definite. Well, maybe not. I don't know. So October 10th, 2018. So obviously.
When did Steve Bannon leave Trump's employ?
So this is
It was after, yeah.
Sargon
he
sitting
left
down
in
with
2017.
with pre-pardoned.
Pre-pardon, post-Trump administration. Bannon.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, just think. Maybe they pardoned him for doing an interview with Sargon of Akkad.
There you go. His real crime. His real crime.
I mean, to hear some people on YouTube talk, it seems like it's a crime.
Trump pardoned Paul Manafort. I forgot about that. And Roger Stone.
Mm-hmm.
And Charles Kushner. I remember that.
What about
Why
Jared?
people-
Did Jared get a pardon? Jared Kushner?
I don't think he needed a pardon.
He was instrumental in delivering a lot of the pardons.
Right. George Papadopoulos and Flynn both got pardons for making false statements to the FBI. This is before the election. No, after the election. Whatever. Let's hit it.
I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond.
Here you go. Your old friend Dinesh D'Souza was pardoned by Donald Trump. Did you know that?
I did know that, yeah.
For campaign finance violations. That's
Yeah,
fine.
he already served time in jail for that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I read Dinesh D'Souza's book, okay? Everyone
Yes.
gives me a hard time, but I fucking read everything. It's just fun. Dinesh D'Souza makes it sound like he's a hardened fucking gangster. Obama threw me in prison.
In the clink.
In the clink, yeah. Turns out Dinesh D'Souza was in a jail that basically you go from 9 to 5 and you go home and sleep.
I didn't even know that was a thing. That existed.
You're basically on house arrest at
That's
night.
interesting.
Yeah. Yes.
How? I didn't even know that was a thing that was available to people, except for
Yeah.
Epstein. He was the only one I knew that got that deal.
Yeah. Yeah. So it wasn't like a round the clock jail thing, but
Right.
he did interact with hardened inmates who are basically on their way to real prison, because I guess this is like where
Well, it was a jail, not prison. Yeah. Well, but did they get to go home or just him?
No. No, several of them didn't. Several of them were like round the clock prisoners.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's to hear Dinesh D'Souza tell it. It's so funny because you think, oh, he's literally incarcerated. His freedom has been taken away from him. And you're like, what? He gets to
It has to
leave.
some extent, like it's not.
I know, but
I wouldn't want to go to jail for 9 to 5. That's pretty fucked shit.
Yeah, no, it's
better
fucked up.
Better than having to live there, though.
It's fucked up. Yeah,
Right.
he gave a friend of his an illegal campaign contribution.
Yeah.
That I think was over the limit or something like that. Yeah.
I said he was sentenced. He had 5 years probation, 8 months to be served in a community confinement center.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of that term before.
You know, I now I can't remember if he had to sleep there or he had to, because he might have been able to go home to like work or something like that. They let you go to work during the day, but you have to sleep.
Oh, so maybe
there
it was
at
the
night.
inverse of what you saw? Yeah,
It could
maybe.
be. It's been a long time since I read the book, so. But I do remember that he wasn't there full time. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. It's got, fucking
Yeah.
campaign contribution. It's not like he committed a violent crime or something.
Right.
But
he did meet a lot of hardened prisoners, according to
it
this.
is. I will give him credence. It is the fact that he didn't just have to pay a fine does seem kind of crazy. That they actually gave him.
Obama hated his guts.
I mean, I would buy that was probably
true.
No, well, that they threw the book, that there was some corruption there, that they went after him extra hard because of that. I mean, doesn't it?
Maybe.
They said for someone who, they said he illegally contributed over $10,000 to a Senate campaign.
Wasn't he a birther? I think he was.
He was, yeah. I mean, that seems like you're gonna have to spend 8 months in a halfway house for that. Seems, I don't know.
So Dinesh,
maybe I'm being too soft, but that seems kind of.
So Dinesh D'Souza is basically Obama is not an American citizen.
Right. Yeah.
He's in that camp, and Obama's like, "Fuck this guy." Fucking throw the book at him. I want this guy in prison for 2 years. They're like, well, we can't really do 2 years. How about we put him in a halfway house for like 8 months? Obama's like, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah.
It is kind of ridiculous.
It is. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of fucked up. Obama's a bastard. What are you going to do? Obama's like, Dinesh is lucky that Obama didn't drone strike his ass. Let's be honest here. Okay? Dinesh could be on vacation.
That's true. He
in like France, and they could. Obama be like, "We have a terrorist, we have a terrorist situation going on here on the French Riviera.
Right.
I need a drone strike immediately." Didn't Obama drone strike another American citizen, some 16-year-old kid or something?
It was, yeah, but it was related to terrorism. It wasn't like fucking
Listen,
campaign contribution.
Dinesh D'Souza. He was a birther. That's kind of terrorism. What do you?
No, come on.
Undermining.
I know you're joking.
The authority of the American president.
There you go.
Is this why Trump and Dinesh are such pals? They're both birthers. Because wasn't Trump a birther?
Yeah, he was. He was a big birther.
Yeah. This is hilarious. Trump rode that birther train all the way to the White House. Dinesh is like, I got my pardon, bitch. You got me for 8 months, Obama, but I got my pardon.
Mm-hmm.
Obama's kind of, I mean, he's kind of not on the side. He's kind of went full social justice woke on us.
Did he? He used to like not recently. A few years ago, he had a pretty anti-woke speech.
Are we gonna finish this video, or you want to?
We can finish it. You're talking about.
Okay.
Expeditiously in writing.
Oh, I forgot. This is the boring part. That's why I paused it.
I think we're basically at the end, but.
To these questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record.
Get your questions in, bitch.
Including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois for a closing statement.
Kinzinger! Woo!
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Look at him. He's so excited. Oh, my God. I can't believe I'm in the January 6 hearings. I'm on TV.
There you go.
Like, he's probably posting it to his Facebook page. My God, look at me.
Justice Department lawyers are not the president's personal lawyers. We count on them to be on the side of the law and to defend the best interest of the United States, not the best interest of any political campaign. That's how it's been since the department was founded soon after the Civil War. Justice Department lawyers are supposed to play it 100% straight. President Trump tried to erase his loss at the ballot box by parachuting an unqualified man into the top job.
Look how uncomfortable they are with his closing statement. They're like, why are we forced to listen? Come on.
Yeah.
We came in and we told you this story. This fucking partisan nonsense they're not in favor of.
Job and justice. It was a power play to win at all costs with no regard for the will of the American people. It was about ignoring millions of votes. Ignore them, throw them out, label them fraudulent, corrupt, illegal, whatever. Facts were clearly just an inconvenience. From the Oval Office, President Trump urged others to bring his big lie to life. He begged, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. He didn't care what the department's investigations proved. What good were facts when they would only confirm his loss? And it's no surprise that all the far-out, fully fabricated, whack job conspiracy theories collapsed under even the slightest scrutiny. That insanity went from the internet to the highest levels of government in no time. The bottom line, the most senior leadership of the Justice Department, from Attorney General Bill Barr to Jeff Rosen, his successor and his deputy Rich Donahue, everyone except Jeff Clark, was telling President Trump the very same thing. The conspiracy theories were false. The allegation of a stolen election was a lie. The data left no room for doubt, nothing to question. And the Constitution left no room for President Trump to change the outcome of the election. But we're here today because the facts were irrelevant to President Trump. It was about protecting his very real power and very fragile ego, even if it required recklessly undermining our entire electoral system.
I know that's a big word. Entire electoral system. Look, he's got to go for the fragile ego. Right. Come on.
Yeah, this is the obvious grandstanding part of it.
The politicals. Yeah. I know. Bad stuff. I don't like this. I don't condone this. Yeah. His fragile ego.
Just the facts, ma'am.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
By wildly casting baseless doubt upon it. In short, he was willing to sacrifice our republic to prolong his presidency. I can imagine no more dishonorable act by a president.
Well, I mean, I could think of a couple things.
I mean, at least he didn't get a blowjob in the Oval Office.
Right. At least he didn't make a foreign diplomat smoke a cigar that he just put into an intern.
Okay, I'm convinced you just made that up. That didn't happen.
We owe a great debt of gratitude to these men you've heard from here today.
Mm-hmm.
Real leaders.
Look at how uncomfortable they are by this.
I know.
It's like, what this shit show? Shut this Kinzinger guy up.
Stood for justice when it was in grave peril. Who put their country first when the leader of the free world demanded otherwise. They threatened to resign rather than corrupt our democracy. And thanks largely to each of them, President Trump's coup failed. Contrast that to Jeff Clark, who would do exactly what the president wanted. Say there was massive fraud, forget the facts, and leave the rest to President Trump's congressional friends. Mr. Clark refused to cooperate with this committee. He pled the fifth over 125 times. Why risk self-incrimination?
These are big words, guy. I know where you're coming from. Glass houses over here.
Right.
That was Clark, right? 125 times he pled the fifth?
That was Clark, yes.
Okay.
Which is unfortunate because I would love to hear Clark's side of the story.
I know. God, I want to see an interview with Clark. I want to find out if he's just like as insane as Sidney Powell. We'll never know.
Right. Yeah. I don't think
President
so.
Trump's congressional friends, some of them are angling for pardons. They knew that every bit of what they did was a lie and it was wrong. That's all the more reason to respect those who came here to testify today. We thank them for their unflinching service in the face of incredible pressure. As it said, the only thing necessary for evil to succeed is good men to do nothing.
Wow, he's pulling it out.
Thankfully, there were good people in the Department of Justice.
I mean,
We heard from other good people, too, on Tuesday. They, too, defended us. But I'm still worried that not enough has changed to prevent this from happening again. The oath that we take has to mean something. It has to cut to the core of who we are and be the driving force of our service to this nation. We on this committee, we may be able to shine light on the darkness, but that is not enough. It's now up to every American, now and in the future, to stand for truth, to reject the lies wherever we confront them, in our towns, in our capitals, in our friendships, in our families, and at the ballot box, and within our own minds and hearts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm crying and saluting. Oh, my God. Thank you.
That was painful.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he's, he says he's on Team Truth, but whatever.
Right.
He's a bad reader. It's okay. I understand.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney.
Trigger warning. Rhino alert. Everyone get ready.
Well,
Rhino crossing.
We don't have to listen to the closing statements. It's gonna.
No, come on. This is hilarious.
Okay.
For a closing statement.
Come on, we've got to milk this content right here.
I see.
I don't want anyone going to the January. I don't want anyone giving a C-SPAN a view here, okay? We're content thieves now.
There you go.
You can watch all of it right here, right now. You don't need to skip over to C-SPAN.
Well, you
3.
should if you're interested. You should watch. People should watch the
entire
I
hearing.
think it was the one. Well, they might not want to watch the whole hearing, but
right.
The one, I think it was either the one right before this one or the one right before that one, where the Arizona head of the Arizona Republican House or Senate gave his testimony. That's worth a listen to.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't have covered this January 6th thing. I feel like it's really.
Why not?
We've really destroyed our reputations. I see a lot of people in chat are like,
Team Truth, baby.
I've lost
Truth.
They're like, I've lost all the respect for you.
They're
Adam.
just listen.
I thought you were cool, but
they're just mad. They're gonna lay down and they're gonna sleep it off and they'll feel better.
Right? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I don't like hearing this. I mean, Cheney sounds like a naggy bitch, okay? I don't like it. I don't like hearing this shit. All right. Naggy bitch alert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I, again, want to thank the witnesses for being here today. After today,
Look, you
sexist pig, Adam.
You disagree with the naggy? I mean...
I don't think she sounds that naggy. I know, like...
Really?
I
feel like she's telling me to clean my office or something.
She looks like it, but she doesn't sound like it.
The January 6th hearings are now. This is very important. We have to do the people's work here. This is important, okay, guys?
You make her sound like remember in Monsters, Inc., the woman that, like...
Oh, of course. That's totally
Mr.
it.
Kowalski, did you file your paperwork?
President Trump, he did a very naughty thing. Now we're here to talk about it. It's very, very. The country was in chaos.
Okay.
And it's all his fault.
Okay.
I suspect that there will be some who label you agents of the deep state, or
I suspect.
I mean, she's right though. Fucking right about that.
I suspect you're all agent. You will all be labeled agents of the deep state.
That's fucking true though. You can't deny that.
Okay, well that part is a little bit true. I mean, I think people in our chat were labeling them.
I'm sure.
agents-
I'm sure.
Agents of the deep state. We're like heroes. Heroes. How dare you?
something else conspiratorial or nonsensical, meant to justify ignoring what you've said today, ignoring the facts.
Look at that one. Just Donahue is just. I mean, that's fucking military training right there.
Yes.
Donahue.
Well, Donahue really strikes me as like by the numbers, doesn't really like politics guy.
Of course.
So he's just kind of like, doesn't like any of this stuff. But
Rosen strikes me as a little bit autistic, to be honest with you. He's got some facial takes going that are like.
Yeah, he wasn't making eye contact when he was talking to him.
Right.
If you noticed that.
And Engel
Engel's
strikes
just
me
like a
as like
dude.
a frat boy. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
he's basically like, these people are full of shit. Like,
right.
I was like not on board with this.
That may be the short-term cost of acting honorably and telling the truth, but your actions should have an important long-term impact. They will help keep us on the course set by the framers of our Constitution. Let me paraphrase the words of John Adams and others. Whether ours shall continue to be a government of laws and not of men is ultimately for the American people to decide. And let me also today make a broader statement to millions of Americans who put their trust in Donald Trump. In these hearings so far, you've heard from more than a dozen Republicans who've told you what actually happened in the weeks before January 6th. You will hear from more in the hearings to come. Several of them served Donald Trump and his administration, others in his campaign. Others have been conservative Republicans for their entire careers. It can be difficult to accept that President Trump abused your trust, that he deceived you. Many will invent excuses to ignore that fact. But that is a fact. I wish it weren't true, but it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
See, she's just, it's like salt in the wounds. You know it.
Yeah, at least it was way shorter than the other guy. Way
Right.
shorter.
Yeah. Of course.
Again, I thank our witnesses and thank my colleagues for this hearing. As we conclude our fifth hearing in this series, I want to remind the American people of a few things the committee has shown. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Top Republican officials who supported Trump knew that he lost and told him he lost. Trump knew he lost. Those who say the election was affected by widespread voter fraud are lying. They were lying in 2020. They were lying in 2021.
I think he's been pretty consistent with his claim. And I think Cheney's been pretty consistent with his claim. I think it definitely, I mean, I guess they don't really, who cares? Because, who but us, Adam, are really, in this camp. But I think it really undermines their credibility when they're like, Donald Trump knew that he didn't win the election.
Oh, I completely agree.
Lying. It's like, oh God.
It's complete bullshit, obviously. Right. I mean, it's so patently obvious that Donald Trump still to this day believes he won the election.
Right.
Everybody who's testified in this hearing that we just watched said Trump thought he won the election. Like, where's
or at
he
least
get,
it
where's
seemed
he
like
getting
that
it
was their
from?
impression. Yeah.
Yeah. None of them said, oh, Trump knew the truth.
Right.
Yeah. So where's he getting this from?
I don't know.
His own fucking gut. I knew Trump knew he was lying. Yeah, his own credibility goes way out the window when he says that.
And indeed, they are lying today. Donald Trump went to court. That's the right any candidate seeking to challenge the outcome of an election must do. Donald Trump lost in court dozens and dozens of times. He lost in part because there was no evidence that voter fraud had any impact on the results of the election. To borrow a phrase from our witness earlier this week, Mr. Bowers, all he had was theories and no evidence. As I've said, if you're running for office in the United States, that's the end of the line. You accept the court's judgment, you concede the race, you respect the rule of law and the will of the voters. But for Donald Trump, that wasn't the end of the line, not even close. The voters refused to keep him in office. The courts refused to keep him in office, but he continued to lie. And he went in search of anyone who would go along with his scheme. And we've shown today, he pressured the Justice Department to act as an arm of his re-election campaign. He hoped law enforcement officials would give the appearance of legitimacy to his lies, so he and his allies had some veneer of credibility when they told the country that the election was stolen. Earlier this week, we showed how Donald Trump brought the weight of the presidency down on local and state officials who are trying to do their jobs and ultimately did. They investigated his claims and found them to be false. And then they endured Trump's pressure campaign at great risk to themselves and their loved ones. And of course, there was a scheme to get the former Vice President, Mike Pence, to violate the law and the Constitution by rejecting the Electoral College votes on January 6th and blocking the peaceful transfer of power. I mentioned the former Vice President last because, as we showed, when he refused to bow to the pressure in those critical moments on January 6th, there was a backup plan for stopping the transfer of power. The mob and their vile threats. Up to this point, we've shown the inner workings.
See, this is all total bullshit. This whole idea that the mob was going to have any influence whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's why until this day of the hearing, I just was like, this whole, like, the mob is going to, even if the mob comes in and assassinates Pence.
Yeah.
That's not going to change anything.
Right.
What the fuck?
Well, the other, there was other stuff that was important in the hearings. Beyond the Arizona Republican guy testifying, all the stuff about Eastman, who had constructed this, or he had copied, because I don't think he came up with it, this legal theory that Pence could throw out the votes.
He
didn't even believe it. He knew that he knew if this went to the courts that they would throw it out and say this is completely
Supreme
fucking
Court
illegal.
would toss it out.
Yeah.
If they assassinate Pence, does that make Nancy Pelosi now vice president and she has to come in and do Pence's job? So you think Nancy Pelosi? You think Nancy Pelosi's going to send it back to the states?
Right.
This is ridiculous. This whole idea that it rested on the January 6th coup destroys the credibility of what actually happened.
Well, that's what's so interesting about the psychology about all this. So we said that you agree with me in the beginning of the stream where I said the actual January 6th riot to me is like one of the least egregious things that's part of this. All the stuff that was going on behind the scenes is way worse.
Sure, yeah.
Because that stuff could have actually succeeded. The January 6th riot, which is fucked up, but there was no chance in hell, at least in my mind, that would have ever accomplished anything.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Except make Trump look bad, which obviously it did. And it's kind of also the irony of the situation is that if the January 6th riot didn't occur, these hearings wouldn't have occurred. And, you wouldn't know about like half of this information.
Yeah, you wouldn't. We wouldn't have heard any of this shit.
Right. Or we wouldn't believed it. We'd been like, yeah, whatever. Some anonymous source told the New York Times, you know.
Yeah.
Who cares?
It would end up in somebody's book. Yeah.
Right. Which is kind of fascinating.
It would end up in Rosen's book and no one would read it.
Right, but just it's the psychology just of seeing people like break into the building. Like it really speaks to how we're creatures of psychology, because you just see that image of people breaking into the Capitol, and it's like to so many people that has such more emotional weight than like a guy at a table testifying and like explaining kind of a convoluted, like intangible quest for power that's being, you know, fought over in the Trump DOJ office.
I'm so much more into the Shakespearean drama of it. This guy's like, listen, here's my shot. I'm gonna be the head of the Department of Justice. FBI is gonna be completely at my discretion.
You know, this is gonna be like a musical on Broadway.
Totally.
January 6th.
I'm tired of sucking off BP. This is my chance.
It's gonna be in the style of Hamilton. It's gonna be a bunch of Department of Justice officials rapping about how Clark is talking about he just wants his shot to be the Attorney General.
It's so true.
And then it's gonna end with the riots. It's gonna be very solemn.
Imagine sitting there. You're Clark.
This is $1 million idea. Okay, you need to get on this. Someone needs to pay me to write this.
Of course, yeah.
This play for Broadway.
You're Clark. You've just been completely demoralized in this meeting, and Trump looks over to the guy who just has been slapping you in the face for the last 2 hours.
Are you gonna fire?
Are you gonna fire this guy or what? Are you gonna fire this piece of shit or what? Sir, I can't fire him. You have to fire him. Well, I'm not going to fire him.
How awkward is that? I bet he was so happy.
And then to beg for a fucking pardon after that.
Yes. I bet Clark was happy that his office was probably nowhere near their office. Could you imagine him like coming into work like the following week, like having to walk by, you know, like, hey boss, remember when I tried to get you fired?
What is the deal with that? Because you know, office politics, it probably spread all throughout that's the guy who tried to fucking take over.
Yeah.
Everyone
there's only
looking at him.
A week or two left before they're all out of there anyway. So
they brought in all the senior leadership.
You're right.
At the
That's
very
hilarious.
end.
All the senior leadership are like,
knew
this
exactly.
guy.
Yeah, they knew exactly what was going on with this guy.
Clark's in the food court and he goes to sit at the senior leadership of the AG table, and everyone just goes.
They're all like, "Get lost."
They all turn their trays away. They give him the back.
Get lost, punk.
Get out of here.
Where's this guy today? I mean, he's obviously pleading the fifth a lot.
Actually, yeah, I wonder what his job is right now.
Yeah, where's he at? Oh, the hubris of it. The fall from grace. He was so close. Trump texted him 3 or 4 times as acting attorney general.
Of what was essentially
do you want to know what he was doing?
Political coup.
Yeah, what's he doing?
In 2021, he was named the chief litigation and director of strategy for the New Civil Liberties Alliance, which describes itself as a nonpartisan, nonprofit civil rights organization whose goal is to protect constitutional freedoms from violations by the administrative state.
Right. He's going after the deep state.
Ironic. This is mainly funded by Charles Koch Foundation.
What?
The organization's current focus was in opposition to vaccine mandates. However, once he was subpoenaed regarding the January 6th hearing, his name disappeared from the website.
Really? Oh man.
So there you go.
So they got him fired over the January 6th stuff.
Or they just didn't want to talk about it.
Right.
So that's funny.
An attempt to use the powers of the government from the local level all the way up to overturn the results of the election, find me the votes, send fake electors, just say the election was corrupt. Along the way, we saw threats of violence. We saw what some people were willing to do in the service of the nation, the Constitution? No, in service of Donald Trump. When the Select Committee continues this series of hearings, we're going to show how Donald Trump tapped into the threat of violence, how he summoned the mob to Washington, and how, after corruption and political pressure failed to keep Donald Trump in office, violence became the last option. Our investigation is ongoing. Those hearings have spurred an influx of new information that the committee and our investigators are working to assess. Mm-hmm. We are committed to presenting the American people with the most complete information possible. That will be our aim when we reconvene in the coming weeks. The chair, however, requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room.
So I think they return after the July holiday.
Yeah, so
Without
basically
objection,
what
the
they're
committee
doing
stands adjourned.
Go ahead.
So basically what they're doing is what you said, like all this information came out. So now they fished to see if anything else would come out.
Right.
Some other stuff came out, but they want to take time to look over it. So,
right. To vet it. They want to make sure it's legit. Yeah.
Well, they want to two things. They want to make sure it's legit, and they want to make sure it makes Trump look bad.
Right. Yeah. If it's
so
legit and it doesn't make Trump look bad, they're like, nah, not really.
Yeah, we'll pass on that information. Right. So there you go.
Yeah. Looking bad for my $500, but you know, it is what it is. Shit happens.
We made it. It's a 2-hour and 47-minute video. We made it through most of it.
Well, and we had an 18-minute CGP Grey video. So
yeah, that's right.
I can't wait. I'm already guessing the dislikes on this video are probably off the charts. So a lot of people seemed really disheartened by
Hit that like button. We're at 473 likes, guys. You can get up to 500.
Or hit that dislike button if we just
No,
completely
smash that
triggered
like
you
button.
and you can't like.
Charlie Heathcott for 100 Canadian. Thank you so much, Charlie. Says this is my first super chat to the Adam and Sitch show. Oh,
just like that.
Oh, why?
Music
Why
to my
must
ears.
you wound me so, Charlie. He gives me the sweet taste of 100 Canadians.
Right
and then
there.
he punches me in the dick.
Right there. Look at
The
that.
Adam and Sitch.
Look, he didn't even bother to capitalize your name. My name's got a nice
Yeah,
big
what the
capital
fuck?
A on there.
Charlie, what do you do? Charlie.
First super chat to
Charlie.
Adam.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Does this committee have any punitive powers regarding fines or jail time?
I don't believe so. No. Well, I mean, people are all under oath. Oh,
Right.
finish the super chat first.
Oh, well, no, we can't answer that question. Actually, I don't know the answer to that question. Because I know they're going after Bannon and someone else were called to testify,
Right, and they shunned the committee.
and they refused, and so now they're being held in contempt.
Right.
But I don't like. So I guess the committee does have some power. Though I mean, like obviously the committee tasked someone else with it. I don't know who, if it's someone in the Justice Department or someone else to go to do that. But yeah, so I guess they have some kind of punitive power. I don't think they could. I don't think they have. I think that might be their only punitive power. I don't think they have the punitive power to like declare Donald Trump as a criminal and arrest him or anything like that. They would have to have some kind of separate investigation for that.
If
So it's
someone
probably
committed-
just contempt of court charges or something.
If someone
they have power
committed
over.
perjury, they could bring up on charges if they found out later they were lying.
Yeah, so maybe only those two things. I'm not sure. Also, why is Trump not there? Don't you have a right to face your accusers? I'd be pissed off if I was accused of murder and not invited to the trial. Well, I would assume.
Trump is not on trial.
Well, first of all, Trump is not on trial, but I would assume that Trump would not show up to any of this. I would fucking imagine they would love for Trump to show up to this.
Trump dropped an 18-page document addressing the committee the first day
The first
of the
day,
hearings.
yeah.
Yeah, and I read that document, and
how was it?
I mean, it seemed like a lot of just the election was stolen,
Right.
standard narrative.
A lot of copium.
This is why I believe Trump does think he won the election still. None of this stuff has convinced him.
No, of course. But no, I mean, if Trump wanted to be there, I don't think anyone would stop him. I'm sure they would love to have. I'm sure they would love nothing more than to have a camera that's
On Donald
permanently
Trump.
fixated on Trump's angry face as all these people are testifying. I would assume they would love that. I would. For
How do you
obvious
know
reasons.
he'd be angry?
Oh, come on.
Maybe
But,
he'd be laughing.
Maybe. But I would imagine Trump would not want to be there.
He'd lean over. Him and Giuliani could come in like the two old geezers and
In like the Muppets, they could sit
yeah.
at the top of the
yeah.
Senate room and they could make jokes.
Laugh,
That'd be pretty
yeah.
funny. Yeah.
They could,
and I
Trump
assume
could
Trump
lean
would want to be
over.
there, so.
I should have fired that asshole.
And I assume I don't know. I assume they tried to ask Trump to testify and he just said, "Fuck you, executive privilege" or something.
Yeah. Investigator Onequim for $20
says, "I think I would care more if Trump was partially successful. Like, imagine if Trump was escorted out of the Oval Office by armed guards 2 to 3 hours after Joe Biden's inauguration." No, I understand that.
I don't know about that. I mean,
that would have been pretty fucking crazy if that happened.
I'm a little, yeah. That would be a little too Banana Republic for me, but
that might have happened if Pence had overturned, if he threw out the electors. That might have happened. Some weird shit like that might have occurred.
I remember thinking the 2000 election was a little too weird for me. I was going to work, every day for weeks going, do we know who the president is yet? Like, is this thing over? How's this work?
Well, that's part of the hypocrisy about all this too, is that the 2000 election was way more fuckety, at least in smoke, than this was, because you had a single swing state that determined the election, and the governor of the state is the brother of the president.
Right. And the discrepancy was tiny, 537
The discrepancy
votes
was tiny.
Yeah.
And it was a 5-4 decision by the Supreme Court that was completely along partisan lines.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just imagine, like try to imagine if the governor of Georgia or Arizona was Joe Biden's brother.
Well, and
it said like, I'm not doing a recount.
And Bush lost the popular vote as well, which is another.
Right. So that is part of the irony of this all. So, but I mean, I don't know. I understand kind of what Investigator Onequim is saying. Like, obviously, if Trump had to be like dragged out of office physically, it would be crazy. But I mean, just the fact that he attempted to do this and was just, he just couldn't because no one would follow him. Basically, it's pretty bad.
Was Trump at the inauguration? He wasn't, was he?
I doubt it. No, he wasn't at the inauguration for Biden.
Normally, there's the changing of the guard ceremony, right? After January 6th.
I'm pretty sure Obama was at. Yeah, Obama was at Trump's inauguration because remember they handed Melania that gift and she was like, "What am I supposed to do with this?" It's like this weird visual image. So.
Biden inauguration. Let's see here.
Yeah, Trump was not there, which makes sense. It'd be weird if Trump was there.
But who did the ceremony if it wasn't? Normally it's
I don't think there's a ceremony. I don't think there's a ceremony where like Obama actually says like, "Here's the key to the Oval Office," and he hands it to Trump. I don't think that happens.
So there's
I think
pictures.
he just swears in on like the Bible or Constitution or something.
W is there.
Mm-hmm.
Obama and W and Biden are all there. W looks like he's fallen.
Biden had to be there, right?
W looks like he's fallen asleep.
Mm-hmm. It was cold. Okay, it's February.
Where's Bernie?
DC.
Where's Bernie in his gloves?
He's at his vacation home. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's look at the Trump inauguration and see.
This is the biggest inauguration that's ever happened in the world. The crowd sizes are huge.
Right, but I'm assuming Obama's like waiting in the wings somewhere, right? I mean, Obama's there. It just seems weird.
Phoenix Lord Asserman for $20. Thanks so much. Says watching this event feels like a prosecutor going after a defendant, but the defendant doesn't get to respond to anything. This whole thing is just hose mad. They failed to get Trump in their actual impeachment hearings. I mean, that's true. A lot of this is hose mad. I think this is more. I think this is more them really trying to prevent Trump from running again. That's how this reads to me. Is that how this reads to you? This is like an attempt to really prevent Trump from running in 2024.
DeSantis is paying for all this. This is a.
There is the secret. DeSantis is the
all-
mastermind behind the January 6th committee.
This is all 100% DeSantis is doing. Yeah, DeSantis wants to make sure that Adam doesn't get his $500 because DeSantis hates my guts. So
there you go. Well, listen, he's my governor, so he's sticking out for me. Okay.
that's ridiculous. You cannot vote for DeSantis again after this.
This will make me really on board for voting for DeSantis for president. He literally got me $500.
Okay. I brought up a picture of Trump's inauguration here.
Yeah.
And Trump is smiling deviously at Obama.
Yes.
And Obama's trying not to look at him.
I see.
So I told you Obama's there. Of course Obama's.
I told you he was. I said I remember him. I remember Melania. I remember Melania receiving a gift from Michelle.
Right.
And she's like, I don't know what to do with this. Like, she just kind of looks at it like, oh, like, we're walking. What am I supposed to do with this gift?
Pence looks incredibly uncomfortable. Like, why are you staring at him, Trump? Trump is like, remember all those jokes you told at the press?
Yes.
What is that thing called?
The National Press Corps.
Remember all those jokes, Obama, you were telling at the National Press Corps dinner? Remember that? That's what that's what Trump is saying in this photograph right here. He's not so funny now, is it, Obama?
There's a picture of because Trump did not attend Joe Biden's, obviously.
Of course he didn't. Look at that. This picture says it all right here.
But look at this picture I sent you. They use this picture to make it look like Biden is scheming against Trump.
Oh, there's another one?
This was from the inauguration, but they're putting it under the context of that Trump didn't show up to go to Biden's inauguration.
Oh, really?
That's part of the problem with these still photos. It's like,
come on, you
have a still photo of a single instant.
This is not a problem. This is what's fun about him.
I mean, it's funny, yeah, sure.
Biden's like, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
This, of course, is a picture of Trump shaking Biden's hand at Trump's inauguration. So
watch your back. That's what's going on in this picture.
He's like, I'm coming for you.
Right. Sleepy Joe.
I got a laptop full of prostitutes coming for you, Trump.
Oh, look, Biden is there. Biden is there at Trump's swearing in too.
Yeah, of course.
This had to be hard on Obama because Obama during the election was saying, oh yeah, there's no way in hell Trump is going to win this election. And
Yep.
He's going to take the presidency out of my cold, dead hands. He did one of those over my dead body things.
Right.
That's why Trump is grinning so hard here. Oh, Trump is probably saying oh, remember what you said? Remember the over my dead body thing? Remember that?
Yep.
I'm president, bitch.
He's drinking it in. That's true.
He is. He's totally drinking it in.
Right.
You know
but
what?
No, I mean, I agree with the chat. I would love I would love if they had some kind of cross examinations during these, just because I'd be very curious to see
yes,
what
totally.
kind of questions would be asked of these witnesses and then what their answers would be. I'd be
Mhm.
very curious to see that.
After January 6th, you think Obama called up Trump and said, "Listen, we're having a dinner over at my house for all the two-term presidents." And
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
just
This was only for two-term presidents.
I
Oh,
just
my
want-
bad. And he hangs up.
I just wanted to let you know that, it was close. You could have been there, but maybe next time.
I bet that did happen.
Oh shit. Oh shit. That's why he's like.
So here's the question: do you think when the Republicans inevitably win the midterm election in 2022 or this year?
Oh, you think it's inevitable, huh? I don't know.
Probably. Do you think they're going to come up with counter January 6 hearings, or do you think they're just going to try to make everyone forget about this? Like they don't even want to bring it up.
The whole thing is, and this is why the selectorate theory stuff is so pertinent, because I kind of feel like they just would like to get Trump out of the way. Like, Trump is just this wild card for them that they don't necessarily know
what he's going to do.
Yeah,
you're probably right.
Not necessarily good for the Republican Party.
Right.
They're probably just in love with DeSantis. That guy seems solid as a rock.
Mm-hmm.
If they could
Yeah,
make that guy, if they could take the White House with DeSantis, I think they'd be much more happy.
I think you're right.
DeSantis seems like a team player. I mean, they would rather put Pence in, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of set these hearings up that Pence is a real hero. So I think Pence and DeSantis are going to be contenders.
I don't think Pence stands a ghost of a chance, but
I have the same intuition as you, but I just I'm always mystified by what the Republicans do. I don't seem to have a window into their thinking at all.
Mm-hmm.
I was dumbfounded that they nominated Mitt Romney. I mean, I was just like, really?
Yeah, but they didn't have a choice.
Yeah, so I'm just saying,
it's a little different.
So I guess it's you're saying, but it's DeSantis or Pence. They have a
DeSantis
choice.
has a very clear, unless some crazy scandal comes out where it turns out DeSantis is running a child sex trafficking ring or something, like,
he's got like a couple extra families somewhere or something.
Right, yeah. Let's just some crazy like thing that we don't know about. I mean, unless some other Republican, comes out and is very charismatic and great. Obviously that he could be DeSantis, but I'm saying in a matchup between DeSantis and Pence, I mean, Pence gets crushed. I don't see he stands a chance.
Are we all caught up on the super chats?
There's one more. Xhammer X13 Thor for $20 says, I appreciate you all staying as centered as you can, but when Biden's vote counter goes up by tens of thousands, votes straight vertical at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, when vote counting was supposed to stop, call me far right, I guess, get wrecked, Dems.
Mm-hmm.
They actually talked about that.
Should I bring up the graphic, the fraud graphic?
If you want.
I mean, I really like that meme, but
they actually talked about that in one of the hearings.
Yeah.
I forget who it was. It was like one of Trump's lawyers or somebody was trying to explain to Trump that the reason that occurred was because that was like they hadn't updated the machines didn't update the mail-in ballots or something until like some weird time o'clock at night or something, and that they had actually looked into that and it was totally legit, and that's why there's that massive jump, and that they had, and he's testified that they not only told Trump that, but they had told Trump that that was going to happen before it happened. So,
right, yeah.
But that's kind of like one of those January 6th things where the visual information is so much more persuasive than like, even if it's like less important, the visual information is just what hits people emotionally. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, there's answers for all this stuff. I mean, it's not comfortable. I would like it if they could make our elections both credible and have the appearance of credibility.
Well,
that'd be cool.
I was thinking about this today before the stream. because they're, people say, well, I want the elections to be credible. I want them to be auditable and all these things. And I agree with all that. But I don't understand. Like, the only way I could see that they could really like do all the things that people want to do would be if the government had a record of who voted for whom, and they could check it. Because I don't know how else
They'd
you
have
could
to
check
ditch
any
the
of this
secret
stuff.
ballot. Yeah.
They'd have to ditch the secret ballot. And I don't know if people would be on board with ditching the secret ballot, because I think that's really the only way to be able to audit this stuff.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
that
how
would
else
be
would
a
you really
problem.
check?
Yeah.
And there was a time period in American history where there wasn't a secret ballot. And it was a big problem because it made it super easy for people to sell their votes. They used to do this thing. I don't know if this was for just state elections or for also federal elections. I remember learning about this in like my high school history class. They used to have they would actually give people different colored ballots for who they were going to vote for.
Right. So you could just
So
see.
it was super obvious. Yeah. And people would they'd say, oh, if you bring, the blue ballots for the candidate, I'll give you a nickel, because it was, the 1920s or whenever the fuck this was.
A nickel.
Or whatever. Yeah. So I'm like, that's crazy. And I was like, I remember reading about that. I'm like, that's crazy. But I don't know, maybe they could do a thing. Maybe they could do a thing where the government has the states, local governments have the information, but you as a citizen don't get a receipt, so you can't. No one can pay for your vote because you've never proved.
You're gonna have the
I
deep
don't know.
state monitoring this stuff.
But then that's the problem, is because it's like, well, wait a minute. There's the same people that would be afraid of that. They wouldn't want the government. The same people that don't want the government to have gun registration forms. I mean, I'm assuming they wouldn't want the government to have vote registration. I mean, they do have your party yard, but they wouldn't want to have your votes on record or something. I assume people wouldn't be in favor of that, but I don't know how else to check. I don't know how else you could really audit the elections otherwise.
Yeah. So crazy. Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
Or you'd have to have, the only way to also check, part of the problem is, the only other way to check would be you'd have to associate, this would be the real way to audit the election, which again, I don't think most people on the right would want to do this. You'd actually have to associate every single vote with a social security number.
Oh, shit.
Well, because that would be the only way to quickly run to make sure that no one was dead, or that these were legal citizens voting, or something to that extent, right? How else would you check all that stuff effectively?
Yeah, voter ID.
Yeah, but it would have to be, because part of the problem with the voter roll stuff is because it's it's just by names. Lots of people have the same fucking name.
No, that voter ID you put your social security number, your mother's maiden name, your driver's license number.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. It had to be
your
some unique
major credit card.
Yeah, there had to be some. It had to be based on your social security, which I don't. I don't really care if they did that. I'm not really concerned, right? Maybe I will be in 20 years.
I'd stop voting. I'd immediately be like, nah, that's a little too far for me.
I'm not really worried that if they had my social attached to my who I voted for, that it's going to lead to me getting put in a camp. But I would assume that a lot of people wouldn't want that. And I assume lots of people on the right wouldn't want that. So.
I don't want that. No.
Yeah.
Stay away from me. No, too scary.
That's the only way you could really audit the elections, though.
We don't need to audit the elections.
Okay.
We did pretty good this stream.
Yeah.
A lot of people got angry with us.
Well, listen. Thank you guys for, even if you were angry, disagreed, you still stuck around.
Yeah.
You made it to the end. So that's pretty impressive.
It is.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
You'd be proud of yourselves. You climbed a mountain.
Right.
You climbed a mountain with us. Okay.
We threw a lot of triggering material at you.
Right.
That.
Right.
Liz
Pat yourselves on the
Cheney talking at you about Trump.
This was like doing intense cardio weight training.
For the brain.
Workout. For the elephant, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, the elephant is part of the brain. What are you talking about?
I guess. Yeah. Not the intellectual part of your brain, for the elephant part.
The brain is divided. like an elephant and a rider.
Yes.
You
So that's impressive.
train the elephant part of your brain.
Right. Pat yourselves on the back for that.
Look at this. Just disappointed. Disappointed.
I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed.
What is there to be what is there to be disappointed about? That's
Well, listen, I wait with bated breath to whoever wants to call in on Tuesday. Very curious to what the people will say. So.
It's like when people disagree with me, I don't get disappointed at all. I'm like, yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. I mean, I kind of like.
I don't know. Sometimes I get disappointed. It depends what it's about.
When I disagree with you, you get disappointed?
No, not when you. I'm saying I've heard people that have like really, I think, are terrible takes, and I'm like, oh my god.
That's disappointing to you?
Yeah, sure. I understand where some people might be coming from emotionally. That's how I felt with Tim. I felt very disappointed.
Oh, I know. God.
He was the chosen one, and he just threw it all away.
That's so soy, man. You gotta let it go.
I know. Sad.
Septikai Sushi says, Adam, I'm angry that we had to watch C-SPAN.
That's fair. Listen, that's fair. Okay.
That's totally fair.
That's a fair point.
Listen, it was between this or MMT. What do you want from me?
True. That's not true.
I was excited about doing this. As soon as I saw it, I was like, let's do January 6th. Everyone will get triggered. It'll be great. That was another one. Somebody acted like we were doing this for the angry super chats.
I would never do it for angry super chats.
I know. That's not how we think at all. I mean,
listen.
I just think it's interesting.
Having this in our repertoire is going to be fantastic. Because then, now whenever we argue with some woke leftists about CRT or transgender issues, and they're like, you're just evil right-wingers, you can be like, listen, we did an entire stream attacking Donald Trump about the January 6th hearing. Okay, we can use this. Like, this will be our forever shield against leftists.
That's so wrong. That's so wrong because
it's true though.
The leftists are pieces of shit though. There's no way we get credit for this.
No, they're not going to give it.
You can't get
but
credit.
It's going to make them look. It will make them look ridiculous though.
I don't think
if people
so.
Try to call us, secret conservatives. Or
it
whatever.
Doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
I defended on Twitter right now. I was defending that guy's tweet.
Which guy?
So, Senator John Cornyn.
Corny?
I don't know how to say his name. I'm assuming it's Corny, something like that. Cornyn, maybe. Senator John Cornyn of the great state of Texas, regarding Roe versus Wade. Obama tweeted out, "Today, the Supreme Court not only reversed nearly 50 years of precedent, it relegated the most intensely personal decision someone can make to the whims of politicians and ideologues, attacking the essential freedoms of billions of Americans." And then he continued on and on and on. So Senator John Cornyn said, "Now do Plessy versus Ferguson / Brown versus Board of Education." And so what he was saying,
that's pretty dark.
So what he meant by that, I understand why people are confused, because when I first read them, I'm like, what is he saying?
Yeah.
And then I said, oh, I understand. What he was saying is, he was talking about Obama's first part of his tweet, where he said, "Today, the Supreme Court not only reversed nearly 50 years of precedent." So he was saying, well, the Supreme Court reversed precedent in Brown versus Board of Education because they reversed the Plessy versus Ferguson precedent. So obviously, just reversing precedent isn't bad. That's what Senator John Cornyn's point was.
Right. But it was misconstrued.
Right. And so some guy, some checkmark, who I don't know who he is, underneath that tweet said, "You miss this sort of thing," and it's
face value. It does read as if you're trying to overturn.
Right.
So you're basically trying to segregate public schools again.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I said, his point was that overturning precedent can be good sometimes, a la how Brown overturned Plessy precedent. Not that he's pro-segregation.
Right. Yeah.
And so I've been getting nonstop replies from this from people saying,
You don't know
"You're
what you're
lying.
talking about.
You're racist, Sitch. Oh my God, why are you defending this racist piece of shit?" I'm just like, it's funny because I'm like, you guys really fucking think a sitting senator is going to come out as pro-segregation on Twitter?
Yeah.
Like, you're out of your fucking mind.
Is he a Democrat too? I mean,
No, he's a Republican.
oh, he's a Republican.
Yeah, of
Oh,
course.
that's why they're doing it. They're like, oh,
Yeah,
look,
yeah.
a Republican made a mistake. We can hit him with the racist card. Bam, bam,
Right.
bam, bam, bam.
And in his Twitter timeline was
Right.
like just him retweeting people saying what I said, essentially.
Right.
It was
Did
very.
you get a
so I'm like,
retweet from a sitting
no, I
senator?
didn't. He didn't retweet me.
What a
sadly.
fucking.
I know.
Delete that tweet.
I should. You're right.
You're off the Christmas list.
How dare you?
What state
I'm
is he
getting
in?
Texas.
Oh,
I'm getting angry tweets for defending you, Senator John, and you're not going to give me a retweet. Come on.
yeah.
What's going on here?
What a bastard.
What about? But anyway, no. So I mean, I've been getting nothing but like tweets from leftists and libtards, like, really, why are you giving him credit? He's racist. It's pro-segregation. Blah, 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 blah. It's just like, to me, it's ludicrous. Because I'm like, yeah, I understand that. When I first read the tweet, I'm like, what the fuck is he saying? And then I said, oh, I understand.
I
It
understand.
was a very,
Yeah.
it was an inartfully written tweet, but that's obviously what he was trying to say.
Right.
But this is part of the problem. This is what annoys me with Twitter. There's so many people that pretend to be stupid.
Right. So they can make you look bad.
Right. They do this fake obtuse shit where, like, once you explain that's what the tweet means, it's almost impossible not to see that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they still pretend like, no, like, it's like, I know you're lying. I know you're lying to yourself. You know that's what he meant.
Andrew
Like,
Clark.
no. And then fucking Eli Mistel, our friend, Eli
Oh,
Mistel.
no. Don't. Oh, no.
He said, this is,
He chimed in on this?
of course he did.
Of
Racist
course.
Don King. Said, he said, look at this racist fuck.
He used the word fuck? Really?
Yes. He said, look at this racist fuck tweeting at the black president about his desire to overturn Brown versus Board of Education and return black people to a state of segregation. And they'd probably have 5 votes to do it on the Supreme Court.
Oh, what a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
Okay. But so then,
Can you imagine?
yeah. But someone replied to that. Oh, and that tweet, by the way, had like
1,000,000
20,000
likes.
likes.
Yeah, I knew it.
20,000 likes.
Dude,
20,000
there's
people.
so many race grifters out there.
Right. 20,000 people think that a sitting senator advocated for segregation publicly on Twitter. So then someone responded, though. They said, okay, I hate him with a passion. We're talking about the Republican senator. But I think he's saying that Brown versus Bourne overturned Plessy's horrible decision, even though it was precedent, right? So there you go. Someone's trying to explain
Right.
to Eli Mistel what the connotation is. That's the correct connotation. Eli Mistel says, he's dog whistling to overturn Brown while hiding behind the credulousness of your interpretation. But even your interpretation leaves him open to the fact that he's equating the, quote, most intense personal decision Obama references with a good old boy beating Negroes at a lunch counter.
What?
I understand that you think you're trying to be fair to him, but you need to understand that he's counting on that otherwise noble impulse to let him skate away with saying some plainly racist shit.
I hate
Okay.
Eli Mistel.
Right. This is one of the most dangerous ideas to put forward is to say this guy is actually secretly dog whistling because people like you will interpret it innocently And so we can't interpret what people say innocently. We always have to interpret, like that's the implication he's saying. We have to always interpret what people say in like the most bad faith way possible.
Yeah. No principle of charity. No.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is very dangerous.
I don't
Can't
want to
live in a
live in
society
that
like
world.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's Eli Mistel's. So I mean, I think, and it was funny too, because you saw the quick 90-degree pivot on this, where like people were like, oh, he's advocating for segregation. And then they're like, no, he's not actually. And they're like, he's dog whistling to advocate for segregation.
It's like, just because they
Like,
don't want to be
oh, okay.
wrong, which is the horrible thing.
Yes, right.
I love the new eagle.
The eagle emoji, yeah. CT, we have even more. Thanks to CT and JMac. Thanks to JMac's incredibly generous member donations. We have like, I think 1 or 2 more emoji slots already.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
So what emoji do you want?
It's opened up.
We should have one that's the Capitol on fire. It says January.
Oh my, that would be interesting. Susan will probably be angry at us.
Right. It doesn't say we're for or against it, so it could be interpreted either way.
All right.
They're probably right. That would get us in trouble.
I'm working on my background here. I discovered I could do a little light graphic design. It looks pretty badass. What do you think of this?
Oh, you're giving her the eye. Yeah, that's good.
I gave her the other eye.
We got to do Philosophy Tube. We got to do that Philosophy Tube video with Sargon. That could be interesting. Maybe that'll be next week.
Well, yeah, we had a super chat about debates, and I looked up, but I don't think I said it.
Well, I don't think it would be a debate. I mean, I assume we would debate about other issues inevitably, as we always do whenever we have.
Sargon is on Tuesday, July 5th, for his liberalism article.
Okay.
Which I'm certain will turn into a debate. Right?
Well, obviously, but maybe we should watch the Philosophy Tube video with them, because it's all about that.
Okay.
It's all about the foundation. Have you seen it?
We can watch some of it.
You got to watch it. You got to watch it because it's all about it's like the leftist version of Carl's argument. It's him attacking the foundations of liberalism.
I'm not really allowed to watch Philosophy Tube videos. I'm not sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, who said that?
Me, myself. It's a personal restriction.
I'm not allowed to watch it. Oh, who told you you're not allowed to?
It's a personal. It's a personal restriction.
What do you mean?
Well,
what do you mean?
Philosophy. It's just. I mean, why would I want to trigger myself like that? That's another thing. I've been watching.
She does wear some sexy outfits in the video. So
that's not what it is. Right? I knew you were going to say that. I've been watching this. I watched that woman that made the alt-right video that I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
And she did another video. I guess there's been huge drama that we I guess we covered a little bit on EFAP with JXC and Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know that drama was going on with other YouTube creators as well. The whole React people stealing content debate.
Mm-hmm.
And we are kind of in the reaction commentary community, right?
Right.
So
I don't think so generally when when they say like you're a React streamer or something,
right?
What they don't mean like what we're doing,
right?
Even though you could maybe classify it as it because we are reacting to stuff. They generally mean like, oh, someone watches a video and then they laugh like every 20 seconds. Or they give some like weird commentary because they're not like analyzing a political video. They're watching something that's funny or creative or something that doesn't like require some sort of in-depth analysis to pause every 2 seconds.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, I wouldn't consider us by any means like reaction streamers or anything.
Well, I don't know if he would though. The guy it's like Viper AU or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know this guy?
No.
So he's the one that's saying like reaction content just needs to be gone. Like the whole idea that you're reacting to someone. And
I would assume he wouldn't consider what we do or what EFAP does as react content. I would assume. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he makes a compelling case that you shouldn't you shouldn't have content that you watch the entire thing, so there's really no reason to go to the original content creator's video.
Mhm.
And I mean, you can get around that with us because I mean, you're making quite a commitment to sit down to a 9-hour live stream just to watch some 20-minute philosophy tube video, right? I mean, yeah, we do something completely different here. It's
Punish
not
Fabio says
comparable.
React videos are emotional. Commentary videos are intellectual. Well, intellectual in quotes. So there you go. See, we're intellectuals, Adam. This is a commentary video. It's not a reaction video.
Is it? Question mark, question mark, question.
Yes, this is 100%.
Well, I mean, we're definitely in the like studying type. I mean,
right.
I want to react to things because I have things to say about it. I also feel like we're in large part kind of debunking a lot of nonsense bullshit that's in a lot of videos that, I mean, how do you do that if you're, I guess
if you can't watch it, yeah.
He would say like you should do an edited response video. He's very much into the like response video type. Editing is a big thing for him.
Mm-hmm.
Editing makes a big difference, but I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that.
And My Dumb Movie says, this is a new type of reaction content. It's clearly neo-reactionary.
No shit.
There you go.
That's not
there you
good.
go. Me and Adam are clearly neo-reactionaries. So.
That's not good.
That's hilarious. I'm very tempted to use that. People say, what are you guys? Well, we're neo-reaction.
That's kind of like my I'm a moral objectivist thing, even though I've just like completely redefined what that means. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the problem is, yeah, as someone in chat said, like, if someone's a fan of Philosophy Tube, they're not going to watch us shitting on Philosophy Tube for 8 hours over watching a Philosophy Tube video. Like, we're not taking from Philosophy Tube's, potential audience by streaming on their content.
That's
Contra's content
okay,
or Vosh's content or any of these people.
That is a great point. And you actually reminded me of the whole reason I brought this up, because I kind of forgot along the way. I got sidetracked on my graphic design.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do content that nobody really wants to watch anyway? Like, we're not watching stuff. I mean, the stuff we're reacting to, I don't want to watch. Like, I'm very much in the camp like this is torture for me to watch, and we're kind of watching it together because none of us really want to watch this content.
Well, it's funny because
it's like a group torture session.
If we didn't have a stream, it would be it'd be so frustrating because I would watch like a Vosh video or a Philosophy Tube video or a Contra video, and then I just angrily rant to myself to no one.
I know
about why is this wrong.
He never approaches this perspective though when he's going off about React videos, and
he's not talking about political commentary, Chelsea. That's not what he means. I don't think that's what he means when he talks about React content. I mean, Hassan wasn't reacting to Jay Exley's political position and giving some sort of critique on it. Hassan just played a fucking video that was nothing to do with politics and then just got up from the chair. So, I mean, I can almost guarantee you, I don't know this guy, but I can almost guarantee he doesn't have a problem with what we do or what EFAP people do. So
I think, I
could be wrong, but
he did make one comment about JXE has a more liberal perspective on React content that he doesn't necessarily possess, which made me think, okay, well, he's probably not down with what we're doing.
Well, no, because Jay basically said, at the end of the day, I'm trying to remember. At the end of the day, I think Jay basically said if Hassan had just credited him, he would have been okay with it.
Well, I want to credit Kenzinger.
C-SPAN.
I want to credit Congressman Kinzinger.
I want to credit C-SPAN.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And C-SPAN.
Yep.
And we'll credit that naggy bitch Cheney. We want to make sure that we credit everyone.
Okay.
We want to credit Andrew Clark for his $2 super chat. 2 boring Sundays in a row. Why do you hate us? Listen, this Sunday, this was not boring.
No.
This was exciting.
This was triggering.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of boring. Get your juices flowing.
Yeah. ContraPoints is over for me. Okay, I understand. ContraPoints is hugely popular with a bunch of people that I don't understand or relate to. But
yeah, right.
But it is what it is.
No, we have to watch. I cannot wait for the next ContraPoints video.
To be continued?
The conclusion. Yes, this was a to be continued. The conclusion.
I can wait. Hopefully it's a year.
So ContraPoints retweeted, someone tweeted out, they said, in a solo concurring opinion, Clarence Thomas says the court should reconsider rulings that protect contraception, same-sex relationship, and same-sex marriage. And then Contra retweeted someone saying, if you don't see where this is going, you're blind. So that's exactly what I said in the beginning of the stream. They're going to use, whether it's in correct context or not, they're going to use what Thomas said as a gift to run off of that.
Of course. They're going to have a selection of all the memes of Thomas with his laser eyes and lightning eyes and laughing and pointing and no. They're going to mischaracterize everybody.
Let me read the full paragraph. Thomas said, for that reason, let's see. I don't know. I feel like I have to read the paragraph before that. I'm just gonna have a picture.
Don't read paragraphs, okay? Only read sentences.
For that reason, in future cases, we should reconsider all of the court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, and Oberfeld, which are the contraception, same-sex marriage, and sodomy.
Shit.
Because any substantive due process decision is demonstrably erroneous, we have a duty to correct the error established in those precedents.
Right.
After overruling these demonstrable erroneous decisions, the question would remain whether other constitutional provisions guarantee the myriad rights that other substantive due process cases have generated. For example, we would consider whether any of the rights announced in the court's substantive due process cases are privileged or immunities of citizens of the United States protected by the 14th Amendment. Okay, so that's kind of what someone earlier was saying. I have to read the whole decision. So Thomas is not saying necessarily that those actions should be illegal. He's just saying that the cases that brought them, the legal logic that protects those things is bad, and that legal logic should be undone. But it would cause quite an uproar.
Would it?
So
sure,
of course,
okay.
if they tried to do, if this court got rid of same-sex marriage protection, that'd be crazy.
I mean, they just did it.
No, they didn't. What do you mean? They with Roe v. Wade.
No, they just did the gay marriage was like a couple years ago.
Oh yeah, I know, but the Republicans. I think most Republicans were very happy that the court ruled on that.
Because they didn't want to do it. The
they didn't
legislature
want to do it.
Didn't want to take care of it. Yeah, obviously.
They didn't want to do it. Right. They kind of wanted it to be a done opinion and not have to like
suffer the political fallout from it. Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't want to have to. They didn't want to have to bite the bullet on that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sad.
Because abortion's a very contentious topic. There's a good argument for the pro-life side that I think most reasonable people, obviously partisans don't, but I think there's a good chunk of reasonable people in America that understand that the abortion argument is a very complicated issue. And there's like respect to some extent for kind of like both sides of the issue.
It's not complicated, Sitch. Life begins at conception. Okay.
Right.
It's a baby.
I just feel like the way
don't be a
people think
baby
about
killer.
abortion, I feel like the way people think about abortion, the way moderates, maybe I should frame. So obviously, there's extremists that are great. The way moderates feel about abortion, I think, is so different than how they feel about gay marriage. Gay marriage is one of those hard. It's pretty hard to construct like convincing arguments against gay marriage that
Marriage
people
is
respect.
between a man and a woman. Okay, you don't understand. You
There you
don't
go.
have
It's
the
Adam
right.
and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Yeah.
You don't have the right to redefine the sacred bond of marriage. Okay, that's not right.
Well, even though, of course, marriage existed before Christianity or Judaism and was primarily like a property transaction. We can forget all that.
Listen, conservatives, would you? Maybe we can wheel and deal here a bit.
Yeah.
Conservatives,
Mhm.
would you accept gay marriage in exchange for
Mhm.
a constitutional amendment against public displays of affection? Making out in public, let's say. What do you think?
There you go. I like it.
You know, you go down to the pier with you got your kids, and there's a randy teenage couple right there on the bench just going at it. You're like, geez, get a room. It could be two lesbians making out on the bench, and you're like,
sure.
Your son can't stop gawking.
I should have been scouring. Some people were saying, I couldn't find it though. Some people were saying some of the bread tubers were giving batshit crazy takes about Roe v. Wade.
Really?
Advocating for violence and stuff.
We should look at some of those.
I should. I'm sure Vosh was one of those people.
Do you
he
guys
did it
want us to
publicly,
just
so.
do like make
I don't wanna do-
July all Vosh month or something?
No,
Like
no, God,
every
no, please.
Sunday? Call it
We
just
can't.
Vosh July?
Apparently he had, did you watch the debate? Apparently his crazy debate.
July is technically White History Month, according to Jesse Lee Peterson. So,
Did you watch his other debate?
Vosh's debate? No.
Yeah. What it was?
Is there another insane debate?
Modern. Yes. Someone's like, you have to watch this new he keeps coming out with crazy shit constantly. It's like impossible
Even
to keep up.
crazier?
It was, is it okay for kids to go to drag queen shows on modern day debate?
Really?
Vosh debated someone named Alex Stein. I'm not familiar with
So
this.
Vosh is in
gotta listen
favor
to
of drag queen kid time?
I guess, which is weird because I thought he was against. He used to be against it. I thought last year. I thought he was the only person on Shu's side with the "don't have kinks at Pride" thing. I guess he's flipped on it.
Well, and I thought he was trying to fight the pedo charge that he keeps getting. Now he's just playing right into it.
Yes.
How do you do that?
It's interesting. All the leftists on Twitter are just shitting all over the Democrats more than they're shitting over the Republicans.
Of
about
course.
the Roe v. Wade thing. So it's kind of fascinating.
It's amazing. They're coming out and saying, listen, Democrats, I'm never voting again.
Right.
Okay, that's smart. All right, genius. Genius.
Leftists are like, they got to be like the dumbest fucking people.
I know.
Because they're like, oh, we're not going to vote for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump because she's like evil, corrupt person. And then so Trump, wins. And then Trump appoints 3 Supreme Court justices.
Right.
And then Roe v. Wade gets, overturned. And they're like, oh, we knew we shouldn't have voted for Democrat.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? It's like, all right, sure. Keep heading down that path, I guess. It's just so ridiculous.
They have no idea how anything works.
No. There is an argument that I see people putting forward about, they're blaming Obama because they're like, Obama, he had 2 years where I guess he really had like it was less than 2 years. It wasn't 18 months or something. He had like 18 months of a supermajority. Somebody died randomly. I think, wasn't it Kennedy or somebody died? But he had 18 months of a supermajority, and they're like, why didn't they pass abortion legislation then? And I'm like, well, there's two problems with that theory. The first is they could barely pass fucking Obamacare that time period. I don't know if they would have been able to do abortion stuff. I'm very skeptical they would have been able to accomplish abortion stuff and Obamacare.
Can you imagine?
And they weren't really worried at the time. They didn't really think abortion stuff was going to get overturned. It wasn't really conceivable, I think, to most people.
They can't pass anything.
And then the second thing is, even if they had passed, say Obama had passed in that first period of time, they had passed some abortion legislation that codified Roe into law. I don't see why the Supreme Court still wouldn't have overturned it. I mean, are we supposed to believe that they still wouldn't have overturned it and said that the law was unconstitutional?
I guess you're right. They would have, wouldn't they?
Because I mean, the argument would have been different. It would have been, I guess, because I'm assuming the argument would have been on Congress has the authority to do this under not only the 14th Amendment, but also the Commerce Clause. But I mean, I don't think they would have gone for that. I'm assuming they would have said, fuck you to that argument. So I'm very skeptical it would have made a bit of difference. But we'll find out. We'll see.
Well, they're supposedly, I mean, I guess they're going to have to write a law that passes constitutional muster. But doesn't it seem, can't they just do that? I mean,
no, they have to. So in this, Mr. Ubercross came on, we talked about this. Congress can't just pass any law. It has, Constitution has to grant them authority to do that. And yeah, I mean, the Commerce Clause has been interpreted very broadly for most of the time to give Congress pretty wide power to pass legislation. But there's been a couple cases that people that are on the court right now have shit on Congress trying to pass things under the Commerce Clause specifically. So I'm skeptical that the makeup of this court would have been 5-4. I think Roberts would have been on the side of the liberal justices, but that's about it. If there was a law anyway. So I'm trying to remember. I remember Nick Rekieta was talking about this. Someone said that he laid out, he thought that they could create a law that would be constitutional, that would protect abortion rights. But I could have swore, I mean, maybe there was a different stream. The stream I heard, I could have swore he said he didn't think they could. He said, I remember on a stream, he said he thought that they could constitutionally pass a law that was anti-abortion, but not that the federal government could pass a law that was pro-abortion. That's what I remember him saying. So I don't know. It would be an interesting situation, and definitely it would have been a very crazy legal position, I guess. Like a much more, like if you think people are like crazed now, if there was a law and Supreme Court overturned it, like that would be real fucking crazy. Because then people would feel like there's no redress to that issue whatsoever. So that would have been fascinating. So maybe it's for the best. Maybe it's for the best that didn't happen. Maybe things would have been much more violent if that happened.
I'm trying to get the cat to come over to me, but it won't do it. It's abstaining.
Whatever. Anyways.
I sent you a tweet.
Did?
I did, yeah. I don't know what kind of mania it is, but it seems...
Jimmy Dore says, hi. What is this about? Is this Anna Kasparian wants to debate Jimmy Dore? Is that what this tweet is?
I don't know. It just piqued my interest.
Oh, okay.
You want to do like a 3-2-1, or you want to call it?
Hit it up.
I don't know. You seem like
we can do a 3-2. I'm pretty tired.
I get kind of delirious. I mean, it's only, let's see, 2 a.m. there.
Okay, we can skip it.
It's 11 here.
I don't really care if Anna Kasparian wants to debate Jimmy Dore.
Well, I'm gonna go as soon as we wrap up the stream. I'm gonna go probably drink a Pepsi and
Yeah.
watch this Jimmy Dore video.
Well, because I'm assuming she's referencing, there's a clip that everyone's throwing at Jimmy Dore's face, which is he's debating or having a conversation with, I think, Sam Cedar. And Jimmy Dore is basically saying, fuck Hillary Clinton, he's not going to vote for her. And Sam Cedar is saying, well, what if, Trump is going to get like a Supreme Court pick? He said he's going to get at least one. What if he gets two? And then Jimmy says, what if he gets 3 Supreme Court picks?
Oh, and he's right.
Sam?
Oh, okay.
And so it's like, well, that's exactly what happened, Jimmy.
Jimmy Dore's like, he called it and he's bragging.
No. He said it sarcastically.
Mm-hmm.
He said it
turned
like,
out to be true.
Yeah, he said it like, oh, sure, Trump's going to get 3 Supreme Court picks. Like he was saying it like, hyperbolically. But then that's literally what turned out to happen. So
Recato wants to come on. We need to book him because he said he wants to come on. But the truth of the matter is, we should go on Recato's show. Why are we like? Let's steal his audience. We need to grift him before he grifts us.
We can do both. He's
huge. He gets like 10,000 live viewers now. It's
we can
crazy.
double grift. We'll grift each other.
Grift
each other.
We need to get our grift game going.
We do.
We could ask Vosh. Vosh is pretty good at grifting. See if he could give us some pointers.
I feel like I'm terrible at grifting.
Yeah.
So
we're bad grifters. Anyway, let's move on.
Anyway. Are you blowing the harmonica? I can't tell. Sometimes when you blow the harmonica, I think Zoom like cancels it out because you're too loud on Zoom or something.
That's why it goes through my microphone. So it sounds it does that with you too. Sometimes it cancels out when you start talking.
I see.
But no one can hear it when you do that because it goes on because it's on my
I'll try not to get too loud. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. Thank you, the true heroes who, despite your intuitions being triggered, despite your elephant rampaging, you stuck with us to the end. That's impressive. You should be impressed with yourself. A Vosh fan, a Hassan fan has never done anything like that ever. And we look forward to talking to some of you on Tuesday because I would love to hear some of your opinions about this. So until the next time, until Tuesday, have a great Monday, and we'll see you then.
Bye-bye! Baby.